pest control.
Defino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael Defino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Defino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony Defino. 215-551-9099.
Back-to-back nights of a guaranteed blast at the ballpark. You won't want to miss the Xfinity fireworks shows on Monday, June 30th and Tuesday, July 1st, both at 6:30, when the Phillies host the Padres. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Deep to right field, forget about it.
Send the Phillies stars south to Atlanta for the 2025 All-Star Game. Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So Kevin Durant had interest in coming to the Knicks, huh? I'm glad the Knicks rejected any trade that would have involved Kevin Durant coming to New York. Turned them down to go play in Brooklyn a couple of years ago. You'll never play as a member of the Knicks now, KD. Have fun wasting away your final years as a member of the Miami Heat playing for the play-in tournament title. I'm Pat Boyle.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Tuesday morning with the Phils. They get another dub, 5 in a row for the Phils. Obviously, last night against the Marlins, playing good baseball. Very solid game. Trey Turner doing good things. Phils get a well-pitched outing from Mick Abel and the bullpen collectively. And now 2 games behind the Mets. Look, we'll talk some Phils. We'll get into the top 10 lists, where Spoik and Ike and Boban call it top 11 for some dumb reason. I mean, why not go to 12 or 13? But anyway, we'll have some fun with that. Jalen Hurts and more, Saquon Barkley, we got a lot. You know, who do you crown as the guy? Some say Jalen, some say Saquon. It used to be Embiid. It's often been Harper. Where do you stand on all of it? 215-592-9494. OKC also knocking on the door of a title. Richie Rich, back from a couple days off. Johnny, good morning.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, John.
Cats have 5 toes on their front paws, but only 4 on their back.
Odd.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Odd.
And I
never knew that.
I've
Yeah.
looked a lot at cats
Never
and
noticed.
cats' feet and all that sort of thing. 5 in the front, only 4 on the back.
That's an oddity. That's strange. Kind of strange.
And I'm still really curious as to whether I'd be super allergic to a lion if I'm, because I'm super allergic to a small cat.
I mean,
would I be even more allergic to a lion?
Well, go near one. Find out.
Well, yeah, I guess.
No, I mean, seriously, just go.
Go to the zoo. We could do an experiment.
But climb inside the cage.
Yeah,
Just
that's
saying.
where, wow. Very, very
I
afraid
care,
of that.
I care about you, bud. All right, so let's get to it. Phils to start, and then right to the top 10 list. So good job by the Phillies last night, 5 in a row. John, since you and I last convened, which I think was on Thursday of last week. They played really good baseball, man. They turned that frown upside down, to use a Kitty City term back in the day. I mean, they needed it because they had really been free-falling, and they're now only 2 games behind the Mets. They've gone right through the rotation. Everybody pitched.
Well,
they all pitched well.
Rotation feels solid.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of guys hitting, which is great to see.
It is.
Alec Boehm has, man, he's really excelled. And I was so down on him. I didn't care if he was in the lineup or not. I wanted him out of town. And he has actually responded in a way that I did not expect.
I agree. And to a certain extent, he's done it for close to a month now. I mean, he really has been, I guess you can say, their best hitter. Trey and he have been their best hitters over the last, roughly month.
You watch a game, and it really feels like he's had a lot of opportunities in crunch time spots recently.
Yeah.
And he's made good on them. And now it's to the point where I expect him to make good on those, big time opportunities. I look at him as the guy who I feel very comfortable with him at the plate.
No, I do too. So look, we'll take your reaction on the Phils, 5 in a row, 2 games back of the Mets, 4.5 games up on a playoff spot, which is a nice spot for the Phillies to be in. Look, you can weigh in, or maybe it's 4. It might be 4 or 4.5, but it's in that range. You can weigh in on all of it at 215-592-9494 to discuss the Phils as they look to continue it tonight against the Marlins. All right, let's get to the top 10 list. I rolled this out yesterday late in the show, and I'll give you my list again, and then everyone can pack away or take a. So it's going to be more like a flamethrower, right? It's not pack.
Yeah, I think so. If the reaction to the list being put out on Twitter yesterday was any sign of what's to come,
even though I'm right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I am.
I think you're. Couldn't be more wrong.
So, James,
like, obnoxiously
James,
wrong.
do you have Jalen number 1?
I have him number 1. He is number 1 on my list.
All right, so, John, you weren't here yesterday. I don't have Jalen in my top 11. And I'm not trying to be a butthead. I just think there are better players than him in Philadelphia
sports. And yet you're being a butthead.
Well, you think that. You can think that all you want.
I don't even want to dignify this.
Well, you dignify anything you want.
This is a cry for help. This is cheap, a cheap shot by you.
No, it really is. It's not a cheap shot
and
at all.
And it's a cry for help if you actually believe it.
All right, here's the deal.
I think it's absurd. You are looking at the guy who won the MVP of the Super Bowl.
So did Nick Foles.
Yeah?
No one ever put him in the top 3
And we still celebrate him every day.
And I celebrate
we still celebrate him every day in Philadelphia.
Celebrate Jalen Hurts.
By putting him in the top 20.
Stop.
That's ridiculous. I mean, seriously, you can't even say those words with a straight face.
Here we go. Saquon or Jalen? By the way, I'm putting it right out there right now just to get this off my chest to prove how right I am. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more.
Am I an idiot?
Do more and get more in 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Just putting this right out there on the top. Who's a better football player? Put them in alphabetical order. A, Saquon Barkley. B, Jalen Hurts. I will be really curious to see how people vote on that. Obviously, I think it's Saquon. I think everyone should think it's Saquon, but we'll see where the voting goes. Get voting and get going. Also, I am curious how you rank them. All of them. I don't want to hear everyone's, entire list, but essentially give us the bullet points of your list. For instance, here are some interesting things just to drill down on. Then I'm going to give you my list. But does Joel make your list at all? Obviously, in the past, almost decade, he'd be in almost everybody's top 3 or 4, and at times 1. Bryce Harper, who's been in the top 3 pretty much since he got here, is he still for you? Or has he tumbled down? I heard IQ, I'm forgetting right now, but yeah, a lot of people have had him tumbling down. And
Ike had him at 8, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I thought Ike was really disrespectful to A.J. Brown, who he had 9.
I think, honestly, I think
is crazy.
You having Hurts on your top 11 makes me more mad than anything, but Ike having the Eagles offensive line on his list.
That was nonsense.
Honestly, that's a travesty. It's a total joke. Honestly, they should be embarrassed. Play this, Jack. Play this for Ike. You should be embarrassed, dude. Like, you should. This is a list. Honestly, it's demeaning to those players. Like, Lane Johnson deserves to have his name on a freaking list of the top 11 athletes in Philly. What a joke.
Listen, I don't disagree, but you went a little hard, but I don't disagree.
It was a Weasley move.
Well, it's
so weak,
It's
dude.
how he got all these other guys on the list.
Exactly.
Like, any of us could have done
we all
that.
had to make tough choices.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of these lists.
I take the Eagles' offense.
Yes.
Exactly.
And the Eagles' defense. You know what? Philly's starting pitchers, number one. All right, so get cracking at 215-592-9494 and all this. But there are some interesting things. This Schwarber, who's been, I think it's fair to say, for the 2.5 months, the Phillies' best hitter. He's faltered the last month, but he's been the best for the first 2.5 months. Does he make your top 10? He didn't make mine, and that was close. He would be not far outside the top 10, but I had Phillies pitchers, Eagles offensive linemen, Eagles defenders ahead of him. I had guys like Zach Bond ahead of him. I had Quinyon Mitchell ahead of him. I had Phillies starting pitchers, including Ranger, ahead of him. So there's a lot of ways to go. All right, John, let me roll out for you my top 10. You weren't here yesterday. Your reaction right out of the gate. I'll go 1, and I'll even go through 11, because that's what Spike Lake and Boban asked for. And everyone can weigh in to react at 215-592-9494. John, here's how I size it up. And I will tell you, the guy that was hardest for me was Bryce, because he hasn't played as well lately as he typically does. But I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, because I think it's through some hampering injuries that he can get through, but may not. I admit that. May not get through it, and he might tumble down quite a bit soon. But here's the way I put it. Saquon Barkley, number one. I feel really good about that. I got no qualms with that at all. Number 2, Bryce Harper. This one was tricky, and as I just indicated. Number 3, Zach Wheeler. I mean, I know for sure he's in the top 3. For me, it was a question, is he 2 or 3? So Wheeler's a stud, and he deserves it. 4, A.J. Brown. I don't flinch. I don't knock him down because his numbers are lesser. You guys know I think his numbers are lesser in part because Saquon's on the team, in part because of Jalen, the way they run the offense. To me, A.J. Brown plays at a Hall of Fame level. He just doesn't catch as many passes as Jamar Chase, but to me, he's just the same level player. So 4, A.J., I feel good with that. 5, Jalen Carter. I feel great with that. I feel great with those top 5 in whatever order. Again, with the exception of maybe moving Bryce down if his recent play proves like this is the new Bryce. But Jalen Carter ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Like, I think there's a case Jalen Carter is going to be in the top 5 for the next 6 years. So I feel really good with those 5. Here's where I go 6 through 11. And at this point, I enter a zone of a lot of Eagles offensive linemen versus Phillies starting pitchers versus Eagles defenders. Those are the 3 groups I kept coming back to. By the way, I have no Sixers and no Flyers, and I feel okay with that. Not happy, per se, but okay. 6, Lane Johnson. Does it every year. Totally trust him. Except when he's on the juice. It's been a while, though, right, James? But, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we've got to move past it.
Right?
You know?
All right, number 7, Zach Bond. He finished 5th in the NFL for Defensive Player of the Year. He's one guy that could theoretically be a flash in the pan than some of these other guys, but I think he's legit. I feel comfortable with him there. Number 8, Landon Dickerson. You know, that one might surprise some people, but, you know, the Eagles' offense, the way it churns, a lot of it is about the offensive line. I think he's their second best offensive lineman. I can't prove it. It's very close, but I think he's an outstanding player. Landon Dickerson, 8. Quinyon Mitchell, 9. I think Cooper DeJean gets more pub because of the touchdown in the Super Bowl, but I think Quinyon is slightly better. Very close. Very close. But I give Quinyon number 9. Number 10, Jordan Mailata. I come back to the offensive line. You know, I just think that it's the bread and butter of the Eagles year over year, including this past year, such a hallmark of what they do. So Mailata, I got 10. And 11 was tricky because I was choosing between Sanchez, Luzardo, Devontae, Cooper, Schwarber, Hurts, and more. But I bring it to Ranger. And I know some people say, well, he never goes, you know, year to year, April through the end of October. And I think that is true. But I'll tell you what, man, he is. If there's a series starting tonight in the playoffs, he's my game 2 pitcher. It's really close between him, Luzardo, and obviously Sanchez. But look, he was 9-0 last year before the back injury, and he's back on that kind of role, at least close to that. So that's where I'm at. You guys tell me. So, Jalen, I would have somewhere probably around 15. And I'll just give you the quick reason, John. My main thing is just who's the best player. So one of the things Spike and Ike were drilling in on me yesterday, and they were right to drill in on this, that Jalen has the biggest impact. I agree with that. Look, quarterback in football, goalie in hockey, biggest impact, and star basketball player. 3 biggest impacts. But when I size up best player, like, John, if I say to you Jalen Carter or Jalen Hurts, who would you say? Best player.
Hurts.
Do you think Jalen Hurts is a better football player than Jalen Carter?
Yeah.
I don't. Why do you think that?
I think Jalen Carter is incredibly, immeasurably talented.
Yeah.
He's not there yet. I mean, what we're talking about is a 3 technique on the defense.
Talking about the number 1 ranked defense.
Go penetrate. He's just scratched the surface of what he can do.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
Jalen is so much farther along. Jalen is the leader of the best team in the world. Jalen, everything that goes into every play, he is perfecting it, and it's a constant process. Like this is, and right now he's perfecting. How do I not get complacent after perfecting it last year? And this is all taken for granted by some people. Which I do not understand. The complexity of what he has to do from like the time he starts the play clock to the time it stops, and then the next play, and then the next play. Every single play, he's touching the ball. He is the offense. He is the leader.
Saquon was the offense.
Saquon was the guy he handed the ball off to. Saquon was the catalyst this year. Saquon was the biggest change. He wasn't the offense. I love both, but you pass the ball too.
Yeah.
You run the ball, you pass it, you do both.
Yeah, we'll see where everyone stands. So again, I got Saquon, Bryce, Zach, A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter, Lane Johnson, Bond, Dickerson, Quinion, Jordan Mailata, and Ranger. And yes, put another way, it is literally all Eagles and Phillies, which is a shame for the Sixers and Flyers, but they got to sleep in that bed. They made it, and it's a messy bed. What do you make of the list? 215-592-9494. We'll do a lot on the Phils from last night and this recent surge. Your reaction on the list. Saquon versus... Who do you have number 1? Who do you... And how do you size up the Bryce thing? I would say that is maybe the trickiest of all. How do you size that up? Because he has not played as well lately as some others, but I'm not ready to move him out of there yet, but I'm getting close. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie, a lot to discuss today on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. It's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR for your Dinger Tuesday profit boost right now.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons is still waiting on a new deal, while Browns star Myles Garrett reset the market for defensive players earlier this offseason. with a $40 million per year contract. Garrett recently telling reporters that Parsons is 100% committed to his craft and deserves every penny he's owed. Parsons saying recently he's hopeful that a deal could be finalized by training camp. Elsewhere, 49ers tight end George Kittle also met a new benchmark at his position, signing a 4-year, $76 million extension. Kittle saying on the Dan Patrick Show that tight ends deserve more respect financially, adding, quote, I want guys to get paid. And in Carolina, running back Chuba Hubbard says the Panthers are tired of their losing ways. They've missed the playoffs every season since 2018 and are just 19-49 since drafting Hubbard in 2021. But he told the Charlotte Observer that the team is building the right chemistry and a winning culture. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Today, clouds and more humid with a shower possible. High 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund.
And the right-hander deals. And it's a swing and a ground ball to third. Bohm gobbles it up, throws to first, ball game over. And Orion Kerkering gets the save, and the Phillies get their 5th win in a row as they start the road trip tonight with a 5-2 win here in Miami.
Scott Fransky, the call. Trey Turner, a leadoff home run. Max Kepler homered in the 4th. Mick Abel, allowing just 1 run in 5. Bullpen did its job. Taijuan Walker, a 9-pitch 6th. Jordan Romano, scoreless 7th. Nutstrom did allow a run on a sac fly in the 8th. Alec Bohm, though, driving in a pair of insurance runs in the 9th. Bryce Harper did not travel to Miami as expected. Team felt it was better for him to remain here and get treatment. Bryson Stott hyperextended his elbow. He may get this evening's game off. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Mostly cloudy, warmer, a spotty shower, high 78. It's currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on this Tuesday morning. One Phillies question and then to the phones, and it's a minor one, but it comes to mind, especially after Ria's update right there. Because they did a nice job last night. It was a clean game. Hit good enough, pitched very well. A couple of home runs, which has been nice to see lately. But, James, let me ask you this. Why doesn't Taijuan get that next inning after having such a clean 9-pitch inning? Is that Rob Thompson's way of saying he's now going to be more back end of the bullpen guy and he's 1-inning guy and he's not long guy? Because I found that a little odd last night.
I think it's part of it. I think it's getting him used to pitching those type of outings. And I think they want to get him to where he can pitch back-to-back days. I think that's the big step that they haven't done with Taijuan yet is getting him to pitch back-to-back days. And I think they, like you might seem tonight, I think they want to go 1 inning and try and get him used to being like a reliever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's like kind of the whole thing.
I do, too. It's and listen, maybe that's the way to go. They got to find somebody, somebodies. But with that said, I mean, John, it's a little irritating when a guy goes out there 9 pitches, boom, 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 out of, innings over, and then he's out of the game. And because then you're always crossing your fingers that the next guy does the job, which last night worked out. Well, Strom gave up a run. I guess what was that, the 8th inning? I think
he
that was.
He always does.
It's really, oh man.
Yeah.
It's really, it's been a lot, man.
Well, at least he's not one of the 3 guys we're supposed to count on,
No,
so.
not at all.
All right, but nice job by Mick Abel. I mean, not as good as the first and second starts, but better than the third.
And he was getting, I'll say this, he was getting squeezed. That umpire was brutal.
That was horrible.
He lost command a little bit in the second, but he should have been down one.
And he got out of it. Great play by Stott to get. That was a big
Stott
play.
had 2 nice defensive plays to end innings. That one and the one off the deflection. So there was some good leather out there last night. And
but what's the issue with Bryson?
Hyperextended elbow. Topper didn't seem to be very alarmed. He said he may give him the night off. But he said it could be the same thing as last year. That alarmed me.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Sure. All right, so the Phillies on the table, 5 in a row. John comes back from being off for a couple of days, and the Phillies have broken out in a winning streak. Five straight, which is nice to see. Far cry from where we were last week talking about them, John.
Well, we wanted everyone gone, especially Alec Bohm. Right. And now he's been the savior of every situation, man, when we've needed a little juice offensively. But that's the thing. We really haven't needed just his juice. The spark has been everyone right now.
Well, really, it's been the pitching.
Feels good when you're getting the pitching.
Yeah.
Feels good when you get the pitching and then the points to back it up.
Yeah.
And it's times like this, guys, we have to realize this team, because of our starting pitching, that's the root of it all. We've got guys like Mick Abel who go out there and look like a guy who's been around the block a few times. He hasn't. This guy's new, and we got more of them waiting in the wings, and we've got established studs on top of that. We are so deep starting pitching wise, and this was my dream of dreams. When we were playing for the World Series, when we were in that World Series, I'm thinking, man, someday we'll have pitching like the Astros, and we're gonna win this World Series too. And it feels like we've got that part.
No, they got it. It's not even close. They got.
So if we can get the points like we're getting right now, if we can get the offense that backs it all up, this team,
I agree with you,
with the fourth highest payroll or whatever it is, we're playing that way right now, and it feels good.
So the Phils on the table with 5 straight, 2 games back of the Mets, who were off yesterday. So the Phils climbed a half game in the standings. And everything related to, the top 11 as I rolled it out. How do you roll it out? And how do you size up the guys at the top, whether it's Jalen Hurts or Jalen Carter or A.J. Brown or Bryce Harper? I thought Bryce was a tricky one. What do you make of how to sequence him? Saquon obviously doesn't touch the ball as much as, Jalen Hurts, but I feel comfortable with Saquon number 1. You tell me where you stand. Let's get to Ed in Phoenixville kicking us off. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Great to see you at the game the other day, John.
It was awesome. Awesome day.
May have caught you by surprise with the hug, but it's kind of what I do. So, no, it was a wonderful time. Darn it, I don't really know where I stand on this top 11. You may not take any more calls. Old Joe may take them, but I can kind of understand Jalen's omission from the top 11 from this standpoint. If you look at it from a pure statistics perspective, his total QBR, which is still somewhat ambiguous as to how it's calculated, he was 10. The other top 5 quarterbacks were ranked above him. So I can understand it from that standpoint. With Mahomes having Joe Tooney as his left tackle, still performing, Josh Allen with that motley crew of his receivers. The ultimate trump card is something that you can't really, it's sort of the intangible. He's the leader of the Super Bowl winning team, but what's his sort of value as a passer? Is it quick decision making? He needs to improve there. Is it accuracy? He needs to improve there. So I think from the standpoint of he's the beneficiary of an amazing team, I think that kind of knocks him back a few notches. So I can understand Joe's ranking. I don't really know where I stand from my own perspective, but
John, what's your reaction to that comment? Because that obviously falls in line with a lot of what I think. What's your reaction to that?
I think a lot of I'm upset by the fact that your list, and I'm struggling with my own list because I'm trying to think of what it was off the top of my head because I submitted it like a couple weeks ago, I think, and forgot about it. I don't want to misrepresent my list that may be out there at some point, so I'm going to get it when Spike's able to get it to me. But I know that mine looks similar to yours in some ways, like Quignon, Cooper DeJean. I got both on my list.
Yep.
And that took some sacrifices, I know for sure. I know that I am so far from where you are with Jalen, it hurts me. I'm sure Jalen's 1 or 2 on mine. If I was feeling, I don't know, running backy that day, it's possible I would have taken Saquon, but I doubt that. Jalen's the guy. Jalen is our guy.
Hey, Ed, let me ask you this. Who do you have number 1 on your list?
I have Saquon Barkley number 1.
Yeah.
I was real close to that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough with Cooper DeJean and Quignon Mitchell because you're kind of pricing in future performance, but their performance as rookies were so otherworldly good.
They're the biggest thing in Philadelphia, though. That is part of what I figured into my list was just, I don't know, is the Q meter or whatever it is. Like, everyone wants to be Cooper DeJean for Halloween. Guarantee that. That has to factor in.
Well,
Quignon Mitchell is better. Quignon Mitchell has gotten so, man, Quignon Mitchell is the next shutdown cornerback in the NFL. We're going to have Quignon Island, and it's just the beginning.
I agree with that.
That's amazing. Think about that.
I do.
Quignon Bay.
Quignon Bay.
I love
That's
that.
right. How about 4 Eagles defenders for a lot of people in the top 10? I mean, when's the last time that happened?
Yeah.
Now, I only had 3 of them because I did not have Cooper DeJean. I had Quinion, I had Jalen Carter, and I had Zach Bond. But look, they're loaded. There's no doubt. Again, as I said, it's so many Eagles offensive linemen, Phillies pitchers, and Eagles defenders, especially once you get through the top 5. Because that's when you start getting into this really. And I did not have Maxey. And I would have liked to have seen more from Maxey in the absence of Embiid. You know, like.
It was a disappointing year.
It was.
It really was for Tyrese.
Like Tyrese Halliburton doesn't play with Joel Embiid, and he's got his team 2 games away from winning a championship. I mean, you know, Maxey had his team near, 30 wins?
They couldn't even be competitive.
No. I mean, so... Anyway, 215-59, and I love Tyrese Maxey. Love him. 215-592-9494. Coming up, more on the Phillies from yesterday. Also, your chance to win a tremendous prize. How you can win that, we'll tell you that next. Phone calls on all of these topics. And how do you size up? Top 10, top 11. Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Let me tell you about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill, where I've been leasing cars for over a decade. There is a lot of reasons why. The tremendous people there, the service you will receive when you enter the dealership, Lexus of Cherry Hill. They are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. They are also a 7-time JD Certified Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. That's what you'll see. That's what you'll notice when you head into Lexus of Cherry Hill. Stop in, see Tony LaBella and his terrific team. While you're there, they're going to help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. They've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus of Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ikery's here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ikery sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies extended their win streak to 5 with a 5-2 victory in their series opener at Miami. Up just a run in the ninth, Alec Bones gave them a little breathing room.
The left-hander kicks and fires in the pitch. Ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. Marchand scores. Marsh coming in as well. He'll score well ahead of the throw. It's a 2-run single by Alec Bohm. And the Phillies break open some breathing room here in the ninth. They lead it 5-2.
Scott Fransky, the call. Phil's got home runs from Trey Turner. His a leadoff Max Kepler. Orion Kirkering recording his first save. Mick Abel allowing 1 run in 5 innings. Bryson Stott hyperextended his elbow in the victory. Rob Thompson says he may give him this evening's game off in Miami. You can catch that game right here on 94 WIP at 6:10 p.m. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly cloudy, warmer, chance of a storm, high 78. It's currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Well, I hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday morning. Jalen Cameron and John Rich. It was a screen day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They were very good.
They're still very good.
Yeah.
I saw him in concert less than a year ago. It was amazing.
You did?
Yeah.
Wells Fargo, Citizens Bank?
Citizens Bank.
That's awesome, man.
They were freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Great.
That reminds me of like high school and college years. Good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, we got a great prize to give away to you. And we'll get to that in just a moment. I said earlier the first Twitter poll question of the day today, which is who's a better football player, Saquon or Jalen? Let's get to the second Twitter poll question of the day. Introduce this. Who's the best player in Philly sports? I mean, ultimately, this top 11 thing is, amongst other things, trying to figure out who's top 1. So here are the 4 choices, and maybe Bryce is the one that's going to get the least votes. He probably will, but we'll put him in this poll. Now, Joel always used to be in this poll. I mean, I remember years where it was Joel, Jalen, and Bryce in whatever order. Like, guys, I had Jalen Hurts number 2 back in 2022. I thought he was but I thought he regressed. I mean, Anyway, best player in Philly sports. We're going to put him in alphabetical order. Here are the 4 choices. Let's see how people vote. Saquon, doing alphabetical order by last name. Saquon, Bryce, Jalen, Zach Wheeler. Rhea, who would you go with those 4? Saquon, Bryce Harper, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wheeler.
Oof.
Number 1.
Number 1. Well, I'd go with Saquon because he's number 1 on my list.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to choose him.
I would imagine that would be.
It would kind of not make my list make any sense.
Did anybody come close for you to knock? Who'd you have number 2?
I had Lane Johnson.
Wow, that's the highest I've heard him ever.
Yeah,
okay.
well, because I actually think he's underrated.
He probably is a little bit.
I don't think he's allowed a sack in like 3 years.
He's really amazing.
I mean, and he's always there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing he is that some of these guys aren't. He's a guy headed to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, 100%.
Now, I base, when I give you my commentary today on top 10 players now, I'm talking now. So I'm not talking 2017, which is part of how he's going to get to the Hall of Fame. But I think the thing about Lane, why I felt confident putting him 6, and I'm sure for you it's part of you putting him 2.
There's no drop-off.
It's no drop-off, and he's always going to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a better chance Lane Johnson is phenomenal next season than Zach Bond. I just think that's true.
Yeah.
Now, and listen, can't prove it. Don't know it for sure.
And I put him in 2, let me make very clear.
Yeah.
I wasn't lame and put the whole offensive line.
Oh, my
Let's
gosh.
keep hammering that home.
You're damn
James.
right, Rhea.
I mean,
Embarrassing.
when I heard that, because I was listening to you.
I was too.
And I heard that, I went, well, I didn't know that was an option.
Honestly, even if it is, it's still super lame. Like, it's so clear what you're doing. And again, I think it demeans the players. By the way, guess what? Congratulations, Tyler Steen, for being one of the top 11 athletes in Philly. Awesome. Great job.
That's so true. All right, coming up in a minute, how you can win a really cool prize. And, of course, you can weigh in on all this, including who is your number 1. You heard those 4 choices, and maybe you think a guy like Jalen Carter or AJ belongs in there, and they may. I mean, I'll be honest, they're amazing players. But how do you size it up? Who do you have number 1? Your reaction to it all, 215-592-9494. And your chance to win a super cool prize. We're going to get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you this. June, you guys know the deal. June and July and August means road trips. It means beach weekends, tailgates, you name it, summer fun. Look, it's grill and go time at United Tire and Service. That's right, United Tire and Service. Before you hit the road, make sure your car is ready. Buy 2 or more tires and get $50 off any other service your car needs. Maybe it's an alignment, brakes, or top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it is, United Tire, they've got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to new tires and everything in between, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. Phenomenal at what they do. Great people, true experts. Make sure you find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. There's 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. I was texting with Greg yesterday. Wonderful person. So visit Greg and the entire team at UnitedTire.com to schedule your service today. That's UnitedTire.com. All right, 215-592-9494. So, John, you weren't here yesterday when we rolled out this prize yesterday. We gave it away, and we're going to give it away every day this week. This is an awesome prize. So you probably don't know this, because I didn't know this was happening. There's going to be a big old concert to celebrate the Eagles championship. And so we are giving away a pair of tickets to this concert. Here's what it involves. First off, you're at the Man. It's July 24th. It involves the Philadelphia Orchestra. It involves NFL films. It involves videos of the great plays through the season put to the music of NFL films with the narrator being Merrill Reese. How great is this?
Sounds amazing.
So you can get yourself there by purchasing tickets, which are available right now at Ticketmaster.com. You can purchase tickets and guarantee that you get to this. But you also can just win them here today by calling us at 215-592-9494. And on this, the anniversary of the O.J. slow chase, the White Ford Bronco, June 17th, 1994. You may remember that date. Well, it's now June 17, 2025, which first off means it's been 31 years
Whoa.
since then. So we getting old, folks. Some of us are, at least. 31 years since that incredible night where it was an amazing TV night because you had the OJ thing and you had Game 5 of the finals. You had a 2-2 finals. You had Hakeem versus Patrick Ewing in Madison Square Garden, and you had O.J. Simpson and A.C. Cowlings, narrated by Peter Jennings. I mean, it was just bonkers.
It was wild. It really was. I'll never forget it.
Right? So here's what it was. It was it was a tragedy, obviously, but it was also an incredible television moment, an incredible moment in the history of TV. Today, for your chance to win these tickets to see the orchestra and the Eagles and the championship and the NFL films. Give us the biggest TV moment ever. Give us now look, it could be something really good or something really bad. I'll give you a really good out of the gate. The moon landing, obviously, is one of the great TV moments of all time. Before I was born, 1969, but the moon landing, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. So there are spectacularly positive TV moments. There also are negative TV moments. Look, hit us up at 215-592-9494 for the biggest of all time. John Ritchie, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I can't get it out of my head, and I think I need to take it off the board.
Okay.
The second plane hitting the tower. It was the morning my buddy from San Francisco, my buddy I grew up with, called me. He was working really early that morning. He called me and said, turn the TV on.
Yeah. My mom woke me up after the second one hit the tower. First one, of course, they thought it could be an accident. Could be, right? Second one hit the tower because we were down the shore, and my mom woke me up and said, all right, it's, so obviously we were glued. So let's just say this, all the September 11th stuff, which includes that entire day, which frankly includes subsequent weeks with regard to coverage. You were on the air.
And
Yep.
I was standing literally in a break next to Sugar Ray Leonard. He
Oh,
was
my
our guest
Lord.
in studio.
Wow. Oh, my
and
Lord.
we thought the first one was an accident.
Of course.
And
yeah.
as soon as that happened, he's like, my family's in New York. And he literally ran
I
out of the
believe
building.
it.
It was bizarre.
They know. I get it. All right. So September 11th obviously was a TV moment. And again, the residual, everything thereafter. I mean, I remember President Bush's speech that stopped the Flyers game, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks later. The Flyers were in a preseason game. They were in an intermission. They put the speech up on the Wells Fargo Center Jumbotron, and it was so riveting that they were like, because it went on and on and on, they were like, you know what, let's just not even resume the game. It was a preseason game, so it didn't matter. So there was so much TV, many moments around that, obviously, for sure. All right, Seltzer, what are you thinking here?
I'll be the bad guy. I'm going to take off all Philadelphia sports championships. Like, how do you vote against that versus some, whatever? I can't do it.
You're
They're
doing
gone.
the Ike thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, no, it's different. A little different.
Are
But
you
yes.
taking Game 5, Part 1 or Part 2? All right, Rhea. And again, everyone, 215-592. There are specific television shows. There were newsworthy breaking stories that developed right in front of us. There were some people that died. Look, they're not all good, but so many have been riveting. Rhea, what are you thinking?
So this, kids won't understand this because this was pre-cell phone ability to know and digest breaking news.
Yep.
I was at the Deptford Mall when I heard that the verdict had come in on OJ.
Oh, OJ, yeah, sure.
I raced
Yeah,
home.
for
I mean,
sure.
I've never done that. I
Yeah.
raced home because I had to be in front of my TV to watch it.
Look, I think the whole OJ thing, the trial, the verdict, I get it. I mean, the verdict was a whole nother thing. That was about a year and a half later. Look, the Kennedy assassination, as it relates to coverage, Walter Cronkite announcing that, because, of course, Kennedy had been shot, I want to say it was maybe about an hour prior to that. So that's another big one. Oswald got shot live on TV.
That's
all right,
incredible.
So that is all off the table. Now what you have is everything else. All right? So no September 11th, no Kennedy, no moon landing, no Philly sports championships. But the history of TV, everything else is available for you. Biggest TV moment of all time, what is it? We'll find out from you, other than the ones we said, 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phones. Derek and Paoli. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Derek?
I got
What's
something
up, buddy?
I got something for John later, but Joe, this is what I want to say to you. Right?
Yes, sir.
Like, I wouldn't put Hurts one only because of what the year that Saquon had,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
But yesterday I heard you say that when the Phillies lose, right, it's not Bryce Harper's fault.
In the playoffs when they've lost.
Okay,
I said that.
okay.
Yeah,
Let me finish, right? So in the playoffs, when the Phillies lose, it's not ever Bryce Harper's fault.
I
right?
believe that, yes.
But when the Eagles lose, right, every one of us will always find a reason why it was the quarterback's fault, right? As great as he played against the Chiefs and the one that we lost, right, that fumble will always be a play that we'll always bring up because we lost the game.
Well, I mean,
right
he
or
did.
wrong.
I mean, listen, Derek, I think a lot of it's just kind of, let's say, look the other way on that play because he played so spectacular in every other. Hold on, Derek, hang on. He played so spectacular in every other moment of that game. But the reality is, he did have an incredible miscue that handed the other team 7 points. I mean, we can't, but I don't think of that when I think of his negatives in the playoffs. 2021, and he was young. And 2023, he played bad in both those games. Like, he played worse in the 2 games versus Tampa, I think for sure, than Bryce has played in any of these 3 playoff failures the Phillies have had.
2021, you just pointed out he was young.
He was young,
What's Lamar Jackson's excuse for when he was awful? What was it, 2 years ago? He was MVP. He had an O-line. He had a number 1 defense. And he couldn't do anything.
No, listen, Rhea,
I
wouldn't say it wasn't Lamar's fault. What I'm like, Derek, I'll give you a for instance. So when the Phillies lost to the Diamondbacks, my recollection is Bryce did not get a hit in the last game. And so people are like, he went 0 for 4, which is, I think, true. But he did so, a baseball player is not going to get a hit in every game. My recollection of 22, 23, and 24 is that Bryce elevated his game and did a great job. I wouldn't say that about Jalen in 23 and 21. Obviously, he played great in 22 and 24. I'm talking playoffs. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand how the most important player, right, on the most scrutinized team and the most watched team and all that, the most important player on that team, right, won a Super Bowl, was Super Bowl MVP, whether you agree with it or not. The facts are the facts.
Derek, let me
not be a top 11 quarterback? Player in the city.
Let me ask you, Derek. Let me ask you a question. Nick Foles or Fletcher Cox, who was a better player?
When?
It's very different.
No, Derek. I'll answer that question.
Nick wasn't the starter all year.
Derek, I'm going to answer your question. He asked me when. In 2017, in 2017, who was a better player? And 2017/2018, better player, Nick Foles or Fletcher Cox?
Who was a better player? I'm gonna say Nick Foles.
Well, you're wrong.
Bowl, right?
You're wrong.
How am I wrong, though?
You're wrong. How are you wrong? Are you kidding me? Are you?
The quarterback is the most important.
Of course he is. All right, Derek. Let me take it to another step.
Come on, man.
A couple years ago, and for all the years, but let's just take a couple. Hold on, Derek, hang on. Matthew Stafford or Aaron Donald, who was a better football player?
When you're saying better football player, that's a whole different question.
Better.
You're saying,
well, they're not playing tiddlywinks. They're not playing baseball.
Listen, you're comparing a quarterback to a detached.
Yes, we're trying to figure out who are the best players. Derek, I'm going to ask you the question again. Don't duck. Don't hide. Don't run.
I'm not ducking the question.
All right, here we go, Derek. Give me an answer. Better football player, Matthew Stafford or Aaron Donald?
In their careers?
Let's just take the year they won the championship. Better football player. Don't be a wuss. Give me an answer.
I would say Aaron Donald had a better year that year.
Thank you.
But that doesn't validate your argument, though.
It's just nonsense.
Derek,
that doesn't validate your argument. You're comparing Jalen Hurts to the other 10 guys.
I'm comparing. Not to mention the fact you underrate Jalen.
I'm comparing Jalen Hurts to everybody in Philly sports, and when I size them all up, I don't have them in the top 10.
Think about it this way, all right? He has the most important job, but also the hardest job by far. He is asked to do so much more.
Him and goaltender, probably.
By far, more than goaltender.
Well, I don't know.
He has to think so much more. Think about it.
I won't want to stop the puck.
Right, just physically, but in terms of mentally and everything going on, he's so much more
mentally
to do.
For sure.
The level that he plays at compared to others at his position, you have to put the position. It's like,
but James, you wouldn't put Nick Foles.
Let me finish this.
Sure.
How about this? If we have someone who's doing Justin DeRazio's job right now, he is helping the show, assistant. He's doing audio and all that stuff. He could do that job perfectly. He could be the best to ever do that job. And he still wouldn't be as important or as good at the job as you are because you're the host of the show. You have more on your table. You have more to do. No, but that's the way it works.
That's not the way I look at it.
your job is more important. You have more to handle. You have more things you have to do. And even if you're not as elite at your job as maybe someone at a lesser or less expected from them job is, then that doesn't mean that you're not better, even though that person is better at a job where it's hand the ball and run forward, as opposed to the 10 million things that Jalen has to do.
Well, I just want to make sure, Derek, you're not going to tell me Jim McMahon was better than Walter Payton.
All I'm going to say to you is, real quick, just give me one more second.
John, you like that?
Listen, I started listening to sports radio because I like the arrogance of Howard, right?
Okay.
Then I started being a truck driver. I turned it back on, and I came across you at 10 a.m. I was like, man, this guy's kind of funny.
Thank you, sir.
I would vote for you. Listen, I would vote for you number one, but after your top 11 list, when they do the top 11 WIP people brand, you're not even on my list anymore, man.
Well, listen, I'll have to live with that.
John Ritchie.
Yes.
Listen, man, I've been following you on here and all that, man. I just want to tell you, man, it's good to see you on social media, man, being social and all that, man. You really turned the corner. I remember I came to 2 Phillies games, man. You ain't even get out your seat, man. So now it's kind of good to see you. I was like, where's John at? You sitting down there, by yourself. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
You got Joe walking around in this Top Gun suit. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that.
It's good to see you, though, man. That's what's up, man. Happiness is good on everybody, man.
All right, Derek, let's get you this prize. Now, you got to give the best answer today. Biggest TV
had one
moment.
lined up, but y'all took it off the board. So I'm going to go with, I don't know. I just feel like when Kobe, the news that Kobe guy came in, man, that was pretty wild.
That was a big one. Hey, Derek, can I tell you something?
I'm listening.
I got nothing but love for you, man.
Always. I love the show, man.
Thanks, pal.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, you got it, buddy. 215, hug it out at the end. 215-592-9494. Up ahead, Ruben Amaro in studio on how he, sizes up the players. How does he rank them up? And obviously a lot of them fills with Ruben and more. Phone calls, give us a shout. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Hey, John, you and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation in a little while. I'm actually getting a new one put in down the shore, coming in and getting it sized on Thursday. It is beyond keeping my house comfortable, all the new windows I have. And the thing that really will strike you, as it strikes me, is they are so secure and solid.
I know exactly what you mean. That's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers, true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap.
I'm going to try and do the same thing on Thursday, John.
Productive nap.
It's no wonder they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, over 45,000 5-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They're not just a company. They are experts that you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now and not worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, and no money down. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Do not overpay for windows. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you could take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Empower.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. We're all waiting for the debut of Rafael Devers with the Giants, right? Just stick him at DH and things should be cool. But if things aren't, I don't think another team is going to save him and pay $31 million until 2033. I'm JR from the JR Sport.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Well, it was gone a couple times last night. Phillies with some home runs. Max Kepler is starting to make more of an impact. That was an important home run. And, of course, follows up over the weekend when he had a big home run. So a lot to discuss with the Phils, and obviously Philadelphia sports, as today we put the top, whether you want to call it the top 10 or top 11, it's all on the table today at 215-592-9494. So, too, is our buddy, Mr. Ruben Amaro.
Ruben Amaro Jr. in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
So, on behalf of Philadelphia sports fans who will remember a certain week in 1992, Ruben Amaro, after his debut and Game 2 and Game 3, was number one on the list of WIP callers back in, what was it, Ruben, June of 92 when you burst on the scene.
Also might have been number one on the top 10 list for a week, too, you know?
Everybody thought I was going to take over for Lenny Dykstra. Yeah,
I mean, Ruben, I remember those calls to I remember it. It was Trade Lenny, it's Ruben's show now.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
What kind of was?
Yeah, because I went like one for like the next 60 after that first
But
week.
you did in those first couple games.
That was pretty fun.
You were just smashing the ball everywhere, right?
So my very first at bat, I think I hit a long fly ball because Lenny got hurt. I hit a long fly ball to left center field. I almost hit that ball out.
Okay.
Somebody threw me a fastball. I was hitting right-handed. It was a left-hander, and I crushed it to left center and went to the warning track. That was my last at bat, or my first at bat as a Philly. The next game, I went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and a jack.
Yeah, and that's as a starter. You started
in center
game.
field.
Yeah,
I led
awesome.
off, and these guys didn't know that I could get to the fastball, and I couldn't hit anything. But
so, are you thinking? Are you aware at the time that this is like a grace period where guys are going to catch up to what you're providing?
I didn't know. I knew at some point they'd start making adjustments on certain pitches, and I'd probably start to get exploited. I just didn't know when. And
happened to be a couple games later.
And it happened to be about
blindingly
six games later, all of a sudden. Mom, I'm coming home. They throw me breaking ball.
That's great. All right,
Yeah.
Ruben in studio with us. By the way, Ruben, before we go any further, congrats on the great golf outing last week. That was really something, man. Special, a lot of Phillies there. Really good time.
Yeah, I appreciate you being there, too. That
My
was
pleasure.
cool. That was neat. I actually, believe it or not, this is kind of sad, and I don't want to bloat you any more than you need to be bloated, but I did move the start time from 10 to 11 so he could be there. And you too, John, if you were able to.
John, I couldn't
go.
believe when he told me that. It's kind of you, Ruben. Unnecessary.
I actually did that. And
You
also,
should have moved it from 10 to like 8 in the morning.
That's a good point.
You should have moved it from June to April so it wouldn't be so hot. Holy mackerel.
That was a good point. Well, it was smoking. It was smoking. 3 years ago, I think we did it. One of the first ones we did, it was like 90 degrees out there and humid. But that wasn't that bad this year, but it was warm.
And nice job by some of your former teammates showing up. I mean, that
was great.
Right?
Yeah, the Mickey Morandinis and the Tommy Greens of the world, Milt Thompson. Crocker comes, and I think in a lot of ways they do it out of respect for Richie Ashburn and Harry Callis.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which is really cool. But, yeah, it was a fun day. Good day.
All right, good stuff. Well, look, a lot to get into with Ruben on the Phils. We'll get Ruben's sense of how to rank up Philadelphia sports players. Ruben, one question and then right to the phones.
I have my list too, Joe.
Okay, we'll get to that as well. Ruben, who's your number one?
Saquon. I mean, Saquon has to be the number one right now because he's just what he did so vastly impacted not just this team but this region. And for him to come back and perform the way he did and basically ride them to the Super Bowl. You got to give love to that.
Yeah,
I think that it was just an extraordinary performance.
And one more question, then right to the phones. How do you? Because this was trickier. How do you size up Wheeler versus Harper now?
That's a tough one, and I just started my list, and I got Wheeler ahead of Harper.
I mean, it's reasonable.
I have Wheeler ahead of Harper. I get a little sentimental with the pitching, and I've had a chance to like face the Glavine, Maddox, Smoltz group and watch them just dominate us for so long that I sort of became obsessed with that. That was the reason why I went to get Roy Halladay and what we did in 11 with that rotation. But to watch what Wheeler is doing on the daily over the last 3-4 years is just extraordinary, and it's something to marvel at. Really is.
Yeah, it is.
He's a Hall of Famer for me right now. If he finishes off his career pitching similar to where he is, he's that dominant that he may not ever win a Cy Young award, and he has dominated his era in a way that I think it's Hall of Fame worthy.
He's getting closer. Closer or close.
For him to have the consecutive quality starts, the consecutive, in this day and age, especially because nobody pitches past the fifth inning.
Right.
It's really something to marvel at.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. 215-592-9494. Harris in Havertown. Good morning, Harris.
Coach Harris here. Joe, you're not a hater. You're a realist. I appreciate that about you.
Thank you.
Johnson, Dickerson, Bond, Carter, and Barkley are all top 5 in their positions in the NFL. Hurts is not, and I love him, by the way. They had to change the offense twice to cater around his deficiencies. He can't do arguably the most important thing a quarterback needs to do, which is drop back, go through the progressions, and hit the open receiver. When he threw 30 times, they were 3-2, and they barely won. Except once against Pittsburgh, and when he threw less than 30 times, they were 14-1. That's not a top rate. That's not greatness to me. Passing yards in this season, he did not eclipse 300 yards one time. So I was wrong. You were wrong. He's a player. He's a gamer. He plays in the greatest moment, in the biggest moments. He plays his best, but he's not top 11. You can't ignore what you see. You can't ignore the stats. So I love him, but he's not top 11.
All right, Harris, you're annoying Ruben here. So Ruben,
it's the most annoying thing I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you,
This guy
Ruben.
is a champion. Philadelphia wants champions. You got a champion. You know why? You want to know why? Because you have Jalen Hurts behind center. That's the reason why this team's a champion.
So, again, Ruben, let me push back on that, Harris. I'll speak for you and me and those that think like you and I. So, Ruben, I would say he was, at best, 4th when it comes to groupings from this standpoint. Bigger reasons why they won: number 1 ranked defense, number 1 offensive line, Saquon Barkley. Right, Ruben? I mean, they're all also champions. How would you retort to that, Ruben?
I think the offensive line was outstanding. I think there's a lot to talk about. They're probably in the top 10, many of them, and I'm putting together, cobbling my own. But for you it's the single most important position on the field, maybe in sports, in United States sports. And now you have a guy that wins and had performed at the highest level twice now in the Super Bowl, and put them basically on his back in a lot of ways.
When it mattered the most.
He was tremendous in those 2 games. Tremendous.
How do you? But it was those 2 games. I mean, you can't ignore the rest of it, Ruben. I respect your opinion. I love your work.
Get him, Harris! Harris, get him!
I'm sorry.
You cannot ignore the rest of the regular season. No one's going to say Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in the NFL because
I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying he's not the best. But when you're talking about Philly sports, you cannot deny the man being a top 5. You just can't.
All right, Harris.
10 for 14, 114, 10 for 14, 114. 14 of 20, 202, 11 of 19, 118, 14, 21, 108. That's not great.
Okay, the numbers don't mean crap to me.
All right, Harris, I think
I couldn't care less about that list you just listed off. It was like
not
white noise.
Numbers mean nothing. Numbers are just numbers.
What about the fact that the defense dictates what the offense often does?
Best offensive line in the NFL, best playmakers in the NFL, and best defense.
I'm with you,
Anybody in that position.
What about the
great,
fact
guys?
that the defense dictates whether they run or pass, and now you're holding it against Jalen Hurts that they don't pass?
Right.
So don't you see the flaw in that logic?
Not saying he's not great. I'm not saying he's not great.
You did kind of say that.
You're saying he's not great.
No, he's saying other players are greater. That's what he's saying. All right, Harris, I got to move. Give me a great answer for a big-time TV moment.
Yeah, my mom told me about this all the time. I didn't see it. Beatles, Ed Sullivan.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. Harris, appreciate the phone call.
That was huge.
Yeah, we're going to get some big ones today, and that's obviously the Beatles and 64 on Ed Sullivan. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, we get to John's top 10 list. We've also got some information about Aaron Nola. He went on the record and commented on his injury situation. What he said, you'll hear that. CJ went on the record and again talking
when
some
doesn't he go on the
correct
record lately?
talking some junk about the Eagles. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Do not let one of these plumbing problems go and ruin your summer. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. You won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. And maybe it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation. Horizon Services, they've got money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So it doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't worry about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7. So don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fritz sent you.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square. Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Coming to the midseason break in professional baseball, the standings might not look exactly how fans would have pictured around the league. However, Philadelphia and New York have found themselves fighting atop the standings for bragging rights among the division. Philadelphia has found their form and will host their rivals for a chance to make a move. Will they make a push, or will New York defend their spot? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Orion Kirkring, 1-2-3-9, recording his first ever save as the Phillies won a fifth straight 5-2 over the Marlins in Miami bullpen, delivering for the Phils after Mick Abel pitched 5 innings of 1-run ball. Taijuan Walker, Jordan Romano, 2 scoreless. Matchstrom did allow a run before Kirkering shut it down. Trey Turner, homer, drove in 2 runs. Max Kepler also went deep, while Alec Bohm drove in a pair of insurance runs in the ninth. Rob Thompson says Bryson Stott hurt his elbow during a swing in the game.
Hyperextended his elbow, so we're checking in on him. I might give him a day tomorrow just to be precautionary.
Is it related to what he dealt with last year?
I'm not sure. It sounds like it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so just check him out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mostly cloudy, warmer, chance of a storm, a high of 78. It's currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Prior to Halliburton getting a little dinged up, but earlier in this series, because I don't have Joel in the top 10. Now let me ask the four of you: do any of you have Joel in the top 10?
No.
I did, but I'd like to change that if possible.
I don't. Okay. I do not.
I want to say, I was asked to do this right as I was leaving, doing something, and it was it was more of a generalized overview.
A lot of excuses right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Look, so I
John,
started...
were you asked to do it in 2023?
I started making... If I did
in 2023, he'd be on. He'd be number one.
My list again this morning.
Okay.
A redo. The way I wanted it to be if it were done now. When I did the list last, it was, 2 weeks ago or something. It was before I was leaving for something.
A lot has changed with Joel in the last 2 weeks. I'll tell you, Joel in the last 2 weeks.
With him. But it does feel like freeing that I could say, hey, you know what? The heck with you, Joel, for everything you've contributed. Now I can punish you on my list and put just Tyrese in there or no basketball guys at all. So I do think Tyrese should be on there.
So
but Joel's on mine.
I thought about Tyrese, but I felt pretty comfortable not having him on. Like, I didn't have Schwarber on my list, and I would have Schwarber above Tyrese.
And that's another name. I had Schwarber on my list that I made today. I didn't have it on the list that I gave to Spike 2 weeks ago.
So one
Do
thing,
you have Bryce Harper on your list?
I do. Yeah, I do. So one thing on Joel, I just want to play this audio, and then we'll get right back to the phones, because on a recent podcast, it was Zach Lowe. He made a point that certainly resonated with me. This is part of why you can't have Joel on this kind of list. But more importantly, through the prism of the Sixers hopefully someday winning a title, but unlikely to win it with Joel, to say the least. Listen to something Zach Lowe said. This resonated with me.
The reason I bring up Philly is just like, everyone's like, yeah, maybe they can get Embiid to play 60, 65 games again in a season. It's just impossible to imagine him playing a full playoffs at this level of intensity.
10 straight weeks.
This level of minutes. Watching it up close over and over again, round after round, the toll it takes on just the playoffs. Forget the first 82, just like the 20 whatever you need to win a title, wins and losses together. It's just an enormous toll on your body, and it's not a coincidence that we have two young, healthy, deep teams standing at the end.
Yeah, and of course that was before Halliburton got dinged up. But the point holds. I mean, it'll be interesting to find out when all these votes come in, what percentage of Philadelphia sports fans have Joel in their top 10 or 11. I would imagine most don't. And it's sad. I mean, because obviously a healthy Joel is a top 2 to 4 player in Philly sports, but he's just not healthy. And he's not even close to healthy the way he used to be. He used to be healthy, play 65 games, get injured guy. Now he might be play 15 games guy. I don't know what he is, but
Is he in Spike's top 10 or top 11?
Well, we'll have to find out.
I am sure he is. I would bet everything I have.
All right, let's get to Anthony in West Oak Lane. Anthony, good morning.
Hold on, let me take you off speaker.
You got it, buddy.
Hold on, real quick.
He's gonna hit that button.
I'm about to.
Right there. Here we go. You ready?
All right, I got you.
Oh, you got it. Okay, good.
So I wanted to weigh in on the top. I believe, like Saquon, he should be number one. He should be number one just off that hurdle he did in the game. That was amazing. But Jalen Hurts, I would have him at number 2. Like, even though the Super Bowl y'all talk about, he still played a great game.
He's fantastic in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
He still played. I mean, I wouldn't had that fumble, that fumble he did. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, take your time. So, Anthony, you're talking about Super Bowl the Eagles lost a couple years ago that he played great in, but had the fumble. Look, the fumble was a big negative play, but for the bulk of the game, he was a triple plus in that one. I mean, I would say he was better in that one, other than the one play. I would say he was better in that one than this one.
I think it was the call in the end zone with the CJ DJ, the holding.
It was Bradbury.
They never called that call. Like we would have won that game.
They would have had a good shot. He would have had the ball coming back down the field with a couple minutes to go. Would have been fascinating to see what happened.
Right. But yeah. I had to go to work, so I wanted to weigh in on the question.
Yeah, let's give you a chance to win these tickets to see this Eagles championship thing put to music. Give me a great answer for a TV moment.
So I was 5 years old when this happened. 86?
Yep.
The Space Shuttle Challenger.
Oh my God,
I watched that on TV. I remember seeing that on TV.
Yeah,
it was a big thing with the teacher.
Yep.
Yes. It was over lunch, I thought. I
really sad call, but a good call.
Yeah.
Listen,
a lot of these are going to be negative.
Yeah, it was a tough moment, man. I remember it. I don't think I've ever been that shocked watching TV at that point in my life.
Yeah, it was stunning.
I don't think it really registered to me at the time.
No?
No.
Well, you were young. You were a little bit younger.
5th grade. Yeah, I was in, I think, 5th grade at the time.
Register with me. I mean, they were dead. I mean, and there had been so much build up to it because
of the
Kristen
teacher.
McCullough,
Well,
the
that's
teacher.
the thing.
Yeah.
That because there was so much buildup, I felt like we all knew Christina McAuliffe, and so much. She was like my mom being a teacher. Like I felt this like kinship to like that was a big deal. Everyone knew about her.
And for those that are on the young side that might not know what we're talking about, so when the Challenger, the space shuttle, blew up. There had been in the lead up to it, probably for a year or two, I don't know quite how long, there had been a national contest for which teacher is going to go to space.
Yeah.
So many of our teachers had all applied to try to be that one teacher.
Yeah.
So it was the culmination of this incredible.
And she was like the ultimate.
And she was the one
teacher.
picked.
Like she was the most revered of all the revered teachers, Christina McAuliffe, which just highlighted and exacerbated the tragedy.
That's a good one.
All right, 215-592-9494. So coming up in 1 minute, something Aaron Nola said recently about his injury situation. We'll get you that audio, an update on Nola.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show from their headquarters, and the people, technology, it's all so impressive to witness. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, so, one of the things that certainly is playing into this top 10 list are injuries. Joel being an example, Bryce being an example, Aaron Nola being an example. Had he been truly healthy the whole way, he might have still been in the top 10. I tend to think he would not have been because it feels to me like guys like Sanchez and Luzardo probably and Ranger have passed him anyway, but you never know. I mean, he obviously hadn't been right. And he went on the Fightin' podcast recently, and he's talking to Anthony Sanfilippo, and he gives an update on his status. Now, there's a little nebulous element here when he says how long he'll be out for. I think he's referring to from now moving forward, not from when he initially was out, which was about a month ago moving forward. But listen to Aaron Nola. He's talking to Anthony Sanfilippo, and listen to what he says when he lays out a timetable.
We're not being wrong by saying we're going to see Aaron Nola pitch again this year, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I'm very blessed. It's not a big injury.
Right.
It's something small, and probably I guess 2 months-ish or so I'll be out, which is a long time, but it's better than a big injury. So I'm really grateful it's not that.
Now, if he's saying 2 months out entirely, that would be a month from now if he's starting that a month ago. If he's saying 2 months from now, then that would be mid-August. So
when does
I would tend to think
start?
it'd be closer to August than July. I mean, I can't imagine with a guy who has a stress reaction or stress fracture, whatever you want to call it.
It's a rib thing now.
Whatever it is, when you just can't do anything. That's the problem. I mean, you literally can't do anything when you have a rib problem. I've been there and done it. And so, what do you do in the meantime? You can only do a certain number of exercises, a certain number of things. And for him to get back into pitching shape, it's going to take time.
Is it almost like he's going to have to go through a spring training to rebuild his arm? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Close to it. Likely close to it.
Interesting. Let's listen to more of Nola because he gives more insight. And by the way, there's some good news in here regarding his arm. He was feeling good in the arm prior to the rib thing, which set in while recovering and rehabbing from the ankle thing. Follow the trail here, but there is some good news in what you're about to hear as he talks about throwing while out before the rib thing set in.
I take away from my last two bullpens before this rib injury. I had good bullpens and I felt really good. Body and mechanics felt really good. So I just want to try to take that and think about that for when I get back into throwing and apply that again.
All right, so my summation of that is I take that as more good news than bad news, because here's what matters the most for Aaron Nola's future and our future as Phillies fans, that his arm is okay. If his arm is okay, we as fans can live through him being out a month or two. If the arm's not good, that's what can derail the next 5 years of his career that he's under contract for. He can overcome an ankle. I would imagine he can overcome a rib. Take some time. So, John, my general thing is I feel pretty good about the way that was presented, but we're just going to have to wait, which means, by the way, you're going to get a couple other months of Mick Abel. It's what you're going to get.
And fortunately, Mick Abel has been better than I expected, that's for sure. The thing with the rib, it's like anything where it's affecting your breathing, anything, it's especially a pitcher who's torquing through, your midsection, anything that's affecting the intercostals. I mean, when you bruise a rib, it is excruciating. Like good luck sneezing. Like you can't
cough or sneeze it because they'll blow it out again.
It really does. Just a bruised rib. Yeah. So what we're talking about here, if it feels like cracked ribs, if it feels like anything, bruised ribs, like that is the kind of thing where he's going to have to wait until he almost gets out of shape for baseball for this thing to calm down. And then, once it's calmed down, then you got to figure out a way to get back into baseball shape and hope it doesn't aggravate during that process.
It's all about his lower half right now. And the only thing, I don't know how much he can do. I haven't really talked to the trainers about how much he can do as far as getting his lower half together, because that's super important. Whether his cardiovascular, strength and his leg strength can maintain. I don't know what he can do that and isolate that rib. If he can, then that's a real plus also.
All right, look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything we're discussing, which includes, and we'll get to John's coming up shortly, top 10 lists, or as Spike Ike and Fritz call it, top 11 lists in Philly sports. All you got to do to go from 10 to 11 is, add one player. So here's my players. Current top 11 players, Philly sports. I got Saquon 1, Bryce Harper 2. I felt shaky on the Bryce one. I'm going to give him the nod because I think it's more nagging injuries that he can overcome. But if he doesn't, then he's going to tumble down this list quite a bit for me soon. But I go Bryce Harper 2, Zach Wheeler 3, A.J. Brown 4, Jalen Carter 5. This is when I think it starts getting interesting because now you got a lot of guys to sift through. I felt really good about those top 5. I go Lane 6, Zach Bond 7, Landon Dickerson 8, Quinion 9, Jordan Mailata 10, and Ranger Suarez 11. But it's tough. It's tight. There's a lot of great pitchers not even on this list. Jalen's not on the list. Some other offensive linemen are not on the list. Some Eagles defenders like Cooper DeJean are not on this list. Maxey's not on the list. I mean, we got a lot of good stuff in Philly sports. We'll get to John's list coming up in about 5 minutes. Let's get to Anthony right now in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning.
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, team. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Anthony.
Hey, I'm not even going to go there with why Jalen is not on the list. We all know what Jalen means to us, and the day he's gone, we going to all miss him. Saquon should be number 1. The last season he just had with 2,000 yards, incredible leader, the player he is. Of course, he's number 1. Joel Embiid shouldn't even be on the list, regardless if he's playing or injured. Joel has no heart, and he's not going down fighting or swinging. He has no heart, regardless if he's injured or not. Man, the hell with Joel, man.
So listen, here's what I'll tell you on that, Anthony. Let's say Joel didn't have this new thing that developed in the last year. If it was the Joel of 2018 through 2023, but we had seen him, to your point, you bring up a good point, that he doesn't have that dig down thing. I think a lot of people wouldn't have him in the top 3 anymore, but I think it would be foolish to say that he tumbles all the way out of the top 10. That I don't think, because you are right. He didn't answer the bell always in the playoffs. Game 7 versus Boston, very disappointing.
They didn't get him the ball the past 3 minutes. You were the MVP.
Yeah.
But you are not a passive driver.
Yeah, so Anthony, I think a lot of people would have him out of the top 3, but I think it would be nonsensical to have him out of the top 10 if he was that guy. But he's not that guy. Look, we don't know that Joel Embiid's ever going to be able to play 30 games again in a season. So I simply can't put him in the top 10 when you just feel you're on such shaky ground.
Well, I guess that's why Spike made 11 then, because Joel is number 11. and he's on his way to
I didn't know
12.
that. That's funny. All right, Anthony, give me a big TV moment. What do you got, bud?
Hey, man, I got Super Bowl, February 1st. Janet Jackson.
Sure.
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, Janet Jackson and JT. And that was the Panthers Patriots Super Bowl. Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. All right. 215-592-9494.
Malfunction. That was the malfunction?
The malfunction.
Yeah.
Which.
That was
or
big.
so they call it.
Yeah.
I remember where I was.
Yeah.
Well, I do too.
That was a nice moment.
I was at my mom's house.
That was a nice moment.
And
for
John,
folks.
you were the Eagles had just lost. So you want to tell us about how you guys scored 3 points in a playoff game, and that's why the Panthers played? See what I just, that was rude.
Mean.
It even sounded rude. Like you said it with a little
Well,
venom
Deuce
there.
dropped the ball down the left sideline, and that freaking Panthers
He's
guy.
basically like, hey, you loser. Why don't you tell us about losing?
Let's
That was
get
what
Mark,
he said to you.
let's get Mark Simoneau on the show to talk
Nice.
about getting run over by Deshaun Foster twice on the same play.
Twice. Wow.
And then the freaking Manning Jr. guy. But the real killer of that game was when
Donovan
the
got
cheap
knocked
shot
out,
on Donovan.
And they speared him.
Because that was a cheap
It
shot.
was a complete,
It was outrageous.
Terrible.
That was worse in my mind than the loss to Tampa in the NFC Championship.
Because it was the third one?
It was, but it was the way they lost. It was the people were angry.
Yeah, so I think Tampa was worse because I was more confident going into Tampa. I saw no path for the Eagles to lose to Tampa. I did see a path for the Eagles to lose to Carolina. I was like emotionally unprepared, and I think most
For Carolina
people were.
or Tampa?
For Tampa.
Oh, yeah, no,
I was
emotionally.
emotionally.
A lot of people.
Last
won.
game at the vet, the whole deal.
Yep.
I was totally emotionally unprepared for that. All right, coming up in 1 minute, we're going to get to John's top 10 players or 11 players in Philadelphia sports as he sizes them up. We'll get to that coming up in just 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger, who, by the way, I'm golfing with later today. Looking forward to that. With Dr. Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do. Both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're first off, if you're not struggling with your teeth, good for you. That's me. I mean, I'm in good shape. And of course, for me, PI Dental Center has been year-to-year maintenance, looking to keep it in that category, and they can do a great job for you, year-to-year maintenance. Awesome. Stay there, stay in that category, get to Fort Washington, get to PI Dental Center. But if you got a big old problem, and there are thousands of people in the Delaware Valley, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, it could be a self-esteem issue. Well, if you have that type of thing, know that PI Dental Center can really fix you up. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, 215-592-9494. John's list in just 1 moment. Yes, I am golfing today. Yes, I am in the process of beginning to work on my golf game to prepare for the Fritz thing.
Yeah, I thought you were going to do it in June. You know, June has 2 weeks left.
No, the golf thing.
I know. The golf thing. You said you're beginning to get ready for golf.
Yes.
Yes. So is this going to happen in 2 weeks? Because we got 2 weeks left in June.
As long as the station gets me a date, I'm ready. James, I stand here ready. As a matter of fact, I'm sitting right now.
Didn't you just say
so let me
I'm
be,
starting
be
to
honest.
get ready?
I now
Didn't you
stand.
just say I'm starting to get ready? You just
Yes.
said that. So how are you ready? So
I'm
you're
like
ready
I'm
today?
like Nick Foles for the playoffs. How long do I need?
Do you already have a
Let's go.
course? Do we have a course in mind?
No.
already?
Well, the station's trying to figure that out.
Okay. All right.
Station is talking to people that
Tell
are talking
Rod
to
to
people.
give me a shout.
Ooh, you gotta. What do you own a course? What are you, Jaws? You own a course?
Oh, but Yardley Country Club's my place. That's where we had our tournament. I mean, you know,
Okay.
they're accommodating.
They are a very nice course. I thought it was a
lovely course.
It's a fair course.
Very fair. It's not real long, but you have to make shots.
All right, John, am I going to break 50 today? We're only playing 9.
You are not. I've seen you swing. You will not break 50.
Really? So you are an
Oh,
expert evaluator of athleticism.
Well,
I've seen the swing. It's not happening.
Can I just say this, John?
no.
What you just said about this expert evaluator of athleticism?
Yeah.
There was the 2014 Phillies.
I did, and 15. Don't forget that team.
Yeah, they were worse.
Yeah.
How about it? Yeah.
Ruben, when did it end? Was it mid-16? It was right after the Cole Hamels trade.
September 15th.
And
September 15th.
That was interesting because you got to trade Cole, and then
it was a little bizarre. I was in there trading Cole, and I'm thinking to myself, God, they're going to fire me after this? Why are they letting me do this? But
yeah.
Whatever.
And one thing you did on the back end that was very effective. Who was it that you traded for Zach Eflin?
Jimmy.
Well, it was Jimmy Rollins.
No, that helped because
that was big.
Zach Eflin had more going in 2022
I
than,
was very
than Jimmy.
emotional about
I'm
the fact that Zach Eflin closed out the game that Nola pitched when they clinched that game, when they clinched the playoffs.
Made you feel good?
I was crying.
Good for you, man.
I was in the booth.
Good for you.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Because I know that wasn't easy to trade those legends, but it was at the point where it had to happen. And you actually got – listen, Jimmy didn't have a ton left, and you got something that did help the Phillies moving forward at that point.
Indeed.
So, yeah. All right, 215-592-9494. So we're all rolling out our lists. And we'll remind you of we have two different Twitter poll questions of the day, which are about the lists. Both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Track in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, who's a better football player, Saquon or Jalen? So we're putting these names in alphabetical order. I don't want anyone thinking I'm trying to sway the poll with Saquon first, although he should be first. But who is a better football player, Saquon or Jalen? We'll see where the results go there. Second poll question, who's the best player in Philly sports? Saquon, Bryce, Jalen, or Zach Wheeler? Best player in Philly sports. All right, let's find out how John sizes it up. Spike gave us all the assignment a little bit back as his show this week was diving into top 11. We typically do top 10. John Ritchie, your top 11. What do you got?
Yeah, I did not. Let me set the stage.
Okay.
I got a text, send, we need you to give us your list before you take off. And I was not prepared in any way to make a list. It's at that point in time.
Okay.
So it sort of was an off the top of my head list. And I realized that I omitted I can't even claim this list.
So have you refined
because
it? Have you
I
changed
would
it?
like to refine my list.
Change the list.
Okay.
Change
so
the list.
I would like to scrap Joel from my list entirely because I don't expect that he can play a season.
Yeah.
I don't forget about playoff type basketball, like the intensity level that we grew accustomed to watching during there's no way
I
that
agree.
can work for him.
And
so,
I'll just say this, John, if he climbs back into it, good for all of us.
Sure.
But he's got to prove it.
If you show a willingness to get back out there and play at that level of intensity, then maybe I would love to be able to include you in my list.
I agree.
But my omission was Lane.
Okay.
I somehow, Lane, you've got all the talk about the offensive line. My omission was the offensive line entirely, and I kind of view Lane as the leader of that group, and of course he should be on this list.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so are you going 11-1 or 1-11?
I'll go 11-1.
11-1. All right,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Cooper DeJean is my 11th, and this is you got some Q score factoring in here. You've got popularity factoring in here.
I don't like that reason.
Cooper DeJean is an outstanding young player who is setting a standard for greatness for a rookie. My gosh. Got a lot of great things to come from him. He's everywhere. I promise you everyone's going to be Cooper DeJean for Halloween this year. So that factors in. That barely gets him on the list. And then Quinyon Mitchell is one step ahead of him at 10.
Can I ask one question before you keep going? I do want to – let's just get everyone on the record, right around the room. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, who do you have as the better player? John and I both have Quinyon. Rhea?
Quinyon.
James?
Oh, it's definitely Quinyon.
I don't know if it's definitely. It's close.
I think it is definitely
Okay,
Quinyon.
Ruben, Quinyon or Cooper?
Quinyon.
All right, we're 5 for 5 there. Okay, we're on the same page. All right, John, go ahead.
Number 9, I've got Zach Wheeler.
That's
I love
low.
him. Okay, I agree, but he's once every 7 now with all the talented pitching we've got. So maybe that factored against him. Jalen Carter had to be in here somewhere, but I'm just I believe he's just nowhere near where he will be if he stays on the straight and narrow and keeps focused.
You got
on
two
being
guys,
great at
8 and
football.
9, that I had in the top 5. Okay, I find them both extremely low, but go ahead.
I got Tyrese at 7.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Lane at 6.
Well, hold on. One. James,
Tyrese ahead of Wheeler and Jalen Carter, I think, is the craziest. Like that. Other than you not having Hurts on your list, it's the craziest list thing yet.
No, it's 10 times crazier than anything I've heard.
Tyrese is the only thing that I can depend upon, and he's being brought down
But
by
you can't.
everyone else.
You think he's better than Jalen Carter?
I feel
He's
like
better than Zach Wheeler.
I feel like he's the sole
This is
representative
wild,
for all
man.
of the NBA in my world
I have
of
0
basketball.
Sixers on my list.
So
None.
he's right in the middle of
0.
my list.
All right, so Tyrese 7. Who did you say 6?
That's Lane.
Lane Johnson 6. Okay.
Devontae at 5 and AJ at 4.
Wow.
Because they are so neck and neck. And Bryce is 3. Then the big question, Bryce is going to be top 3 no matter what. It's just a matter of whether he's well or unwell, and right now he's unwell.
That could change, though, if unwell proves to be the new norm, to use a Doug Peterson term.
I'm worried about how healthy he can get this season and moving forward.
Because Joel and Aaron Nola are example of guys who were always in the top 10 who now aren't, and it's related to health.
Yeah.
So, all right. So Bryce 3. So the question here is going to be Saquon or Jalen.
And I didn't know. I did not know. I was this morning when I was to produce my list. I didn't want to make a mistake and have a different list than what I gave to Spike because I didn't know if I would have put Saquon ahead of Jalen that day or not. Because he is an incredible athlete, the most incredible athlete I've seen in a long, long time. I think Saquon's a better athlete than Jalen.
So who do you have number 1?
I think Jalen's a better football player. I think Jalen is number 1 for that reason.
That is
Saquon, number 2.
Okay, so we got a Hurts 1 and a Saquon 2 from John Ritchie. All right.
There's a deep breath there, John.
That's a funky list, man.
That was a deep breath when you dropped him. When he dropped he's a better football player. I mean, that was a very deep side.
outrageous.
I mean, come on.
And I got Tyrese
Not
Maxey.
necessarily outrageous.
I got
It's
Tyrese,
not outrageous.
I got Tyrese Maxey above
not outrageous.
all Phillies pitchers. I don't like that. All right. Well, John has put his list out there.
Tyrese Maxey.
tossed it.
If it were up to Tyrese Maxey, I think the whole team would be in there at 5 a.m. practicing 3 times a day.
Yeah, and
I do think
they'd win.
and
they'd win 30.
Tyrese
32 games.
Tyrese is in my list. Tyrese is in my list.
Tyrese for me is outside the top 15 now.
Tyrese is not.
I got Luzardo above him. I got Ranger above him. I got Sanchez
Is
above
Jalen
him.
above him?
I got Schwarber above him. I got Jalen Hurts above him. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, what a guy.
There's a plus. Congratulations.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Let's go to the phones. All right, you can react to it all. All right, so we'll get to everyone else's list as we move through the show. James, how am I doing so far? I mean, I'm relatively unscathed, right? I mean, I'm feeling...
What?
Because you know what? Even yesterday, so when I was on with Ike and Spike, and I rolled out my list, and then at the conclusion of it, Ike said, and Ike was on point to say this.
I understand your logic and what you're doing. I get that. I get that. You're basically saying he is the better player at his position. Yeah, I get it. I get where you arrived at your voting.
Yeah,
interesting where you cut that audio. I feel like there was a butt
I don't agree
coming
with
after
you,
that.
but he was trying to be Ike is a nice guy.
I see what you did.
You know what? That followed me saying Fletcher Cox over Nick Foles, which obviously he
Can
wouldn't.
I just should I make my point here now, James?
Sure.
About Fletcher Cox and Nick Foles.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl,
Mhm.
did the Eagles defense not allow like a record 600?
With a horrible
to Tom
Brady?
defensive
game by the Eagles defense.
Horrible defensive game. So Nick Foles actually played better than the defense
In that
had
game.
to.
But-
in that game,
But they bailed his ass
In that-
out versus Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta, 100%.
I mean, and it was a very,
100%.
very good defense that season. It wasn't as good as this
But I was
2024.
just making my point. In
No,
the
I get
Super
it.
It's just
Bowl.
not apples to apples. Nick Foles was the quarterback for like 5 games. You know,
No,
Jalen was the
that's
quarterback
true.
the entire season.
That is
you know,
true.
It's just a different thing.
That is true. All right, so how do you size it up? Who's number 1? Where do you put Jalen? Is Joel anywhere in here? Is a Sixer or Flyer anywhere in here? There's a lot going on. Again, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. Let's not forget the Phillies from last night. Matter of fact, let's give we'll get to the highlights in a second because there's some good highlights from last night. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's go to OG Wade right now. OG.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Doing great, OG.
You got the GOAT sitting there. Let me ask y'all a question. How does it feel to sit up there with probably the greatest woman sports talk host in America.
Wow.
And y'all don't even have her on the freaking picture of the show.
Which picture? I don't even know
Well,
that.
it's just Joe and John on the
It's
picture.
just Joe and John.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's multiple pictures because there's others that got a bunch of us. There's all sorts of versions out there.
About is Rhea being on there. Now,
Really not important.
Okay.
Yeah, let me straight,
And here I
let
thought
me
the issue
straighten
today
you
was
out.
Jalen Hurts, but go ahead. Yeah.
And now, you little shrimp, let me straighten you out, you little shrimp. Okay?
What did I do?
Wow. Drop the shrimp on
Come
him.
on, man.
Because how rude. I had to put I had to make it roll hard too and pause on that one. But yeah, Ike helped you out yesterday, and I disagree with Ike, and I'm gonna do my little tour all week long.
Your little tour?
Yeah, because of supporting Jalen Hurts. Because let me just say this here, Joe.
Yes.
The fact that you don't have Jalen Hurts on, first of all, do you realize that Jalen Hurts has brought a culture to this city that we complain about how he wins?
No, it's an interesting point. Yeah, I get it.
Not that if we win, we complain about how we win. Don't you know Joe Burrow he would jump off the bridge to be there. Don't you know Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, these guys would give their left leg just to win. Jalen Hurts, we criticize him for how he's winning.
No, it's an interesting point. Wait, let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a few here. Let's go back and forth. Jalen Carter or Jalen Hurts, who do you think is a better football player?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Okay, Jalen Hurts.
Here's why you disagree, Joe.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say why. I can't tell you why you disagree. But let me tell you why I say when you said who's a better football player.
Yep.
And as a football player, you have to run, you have to jump, you have to tackle, you have to do all of those things, and then you have to be the off the field guy. You got to be a pillar in the community. You got to be inspiring. So ask yourself that question one more time. Who do you think is a better football player?
Well, that's not the way I judge it. So, the off the field and inspiring and all that, that's not
part of it, Joe.
I'm just telling you, that's not the prism through which I look at it.
Okay, then what other than tackle, what does Jalen Carter do better than Jalen Hurts?
Well, I mean, they played two different positions, but the reality is he was the best player, in my opinion. Not everyone agrees with this, but Jalen Carter, in my opinion, was the best player defensively on the number one ranked defense in pro football. I mean, that's saying something.
That's okay. I mean,
all right. What about AJ and Jalen Hurts? Who do you think's the better player?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, look, we disagree, but that's fine. That's fine.
But let me show you this here, Joe.
Sure.
Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in the entire NFL that makes players around him better.
No, that's not. That's not true.
Listen, DeAndre Hopkins, a Hall of Famer. I think we all can agree to that. Is a future Hall of Famer. He goes to Kansas City. You don't even know he's on the team.
But he was but he was old like Julio Jones was old here in 2023. I mean, when a guy's cooked, he's cooked.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
Well, how about listen to this?
What?
Every player that's played with Jalen Hurts has a career year. Everyone.
Well, I don't know that to be true, but
I'm just telling you, A.J. Brown, did he have a career year with Jalen Hurts?
Well, it's better than Tennessee. Yes, that is true.
Okay. Did Saquon Barkley have a better year with Jalen Hurts?
He did.
Did Smitty have a better?
Well, he's only played for the Eagles. I mean,
just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Well, no, I'm not going to dignify that. He hasn't.
Well,
played.
you ask all these questions that are ridiculous.
Well, he hasn't played with
questions.
another team.
Answer his questions.
They had massive years where they're paid like the top wideouts in the league.
Did Dallas Goedert have a
He hasn't played for another team. Wait. You're doing pretty good, but you're getting in a ridiculous
You're dancing
territory.
around you got to answer the question,
I don't
Joe.
have to answer Jack.
Dude, did Dallas Goedert have a career year with Jalen Hurts?
No
He
comment.
could do better.
Okay, yeah. I'll tell you what,
Dallas would argue that point.
Devontae, AJ, and Dallas would all have about 30 to 50 more catches with a different quarterback, but that's a whole nother matter. All right, wait. Give me a TV moment, bud.
My TV moment. Actually, I'm getting ready to create this.
Ooh.
This is me slapping Joe DeCamera.
Oh, wait.
Love it. I will tune in.
All right.
Yep.
Look at that.
I will tune in.
All right, so let's get to we were tuned into the Phils last night, and they did a nice job. And really, right out of the gate, because Trey Turner got it going early.
The next pitch swung on, hit in the air, deep center field, going back. Myers to the track, nearing the wall. It's gone! Dead center field. And Trey Turner with another road home run as he starts the trip with a leadoff shot to dead center field. And it's 1-0 Phillies.
Let me ask this question for the season, because for the season, hitting-wise, Schwarber's 1. Is Trey 2?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no question.
No doubt better than Bryce?
I think he's closer to Schwarber than Bryce is to him.
Are we talking OPS?
Talking effectiveness.
Yeah, but OPS is a way to measure it.
The man has the most hits in baseball.
And 306 or something
Don't
like that.
sleep on Trey Turner. I talked to you guys about this earlier.
Ruby,
you laughed at me.
You got him in your top 10?
He is my top 12.
Well, it looks like someone's someone's sleeping on Trey Turner.
I'm not sleeping on him. There's other great
tough guy.
here.
Take that, tough guy. See, I can do this to other people. The way people do it to me.
I got him.
Oh, you're a hater.
At least I have him on the list.
You're a hater, Amaro.
At least I have him on the list.
Oh, you got him on the list.
You don't even have Jalen Hurts on the list.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. If I go to 15.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, John, we can do this all day, man. Everybody can find something about someone else's list. Anyway, good job by Trey last night. Got it going earlier. By the way, got to give Kepler some love.
Thank you.
Not going to give him too much, but
Why?
Because he's still batting closer to 200 than 300.
Well, that's very true.
But he's playing better lately.
He hits home runs, man.
He has hit.
He hits home runs, and he runs fast, and he makes plays in the outfield.
He does.
He's as good an outfielder as they have
he's
out
a
there.
liability in any way. And I watch other guys make the simple look almost impossible.
No,
when I watch Castellanos out there, holy cow, there was one he did not catch this weekend. I don't know if you're thinking of the one I am.
He's a little bit like, and Castellanos has actually gotten so much better in the outfield. Okay, guys, if you would have seen the guy playing in Detroit in the outfield, real liability. I mean, and
I
in
saw
Chicago,
one this weekend.
I'm going to tell you now, he has worked his tail
that was
off.
a professional athlete.
He's worked his tail off.
It didn't look like he could catch.
Well, the only reason why he's a little bit like Pat Burrell in the outfield when Pat was in left, pretty good athlete, but he's just not fast. They're just not fast.
Yeah.
And he's just not a fast runner.
No,
but his routes are
change.
better.
Yeah.
And way better than they used to be. And he works. You know what? I got to give him some love because he works his tail off at it. And he doesn't have to.
Yeah. All right. So look, I agree with that. Last night, Kepler, he goes deep. Phils are holding the lead, gets a little closer. Trey gets a hit at one point in the seventh that makes it 3-1 lead. Then it becomes 3-2.
What's more ridiculous? Kepler's on my list or Jalen's not on yours?
Oh, would you stop it?
Great
Kepler
point.
in your top 10. All right. Good luck
Seriously.
with that. All right.
What's more ridiculous?
Well, you don't have Kepler on your list.
I know.
Okay. So
hypothetical.
That would be more ridiculous.
No, it wouldn't.
I think they're close.
No, it wouldn't. They're very comparable.
I think it's close.
I think they're comparable.
Let's put Korkmaz on our top 10. Yeah, why not? Doesn't even play for him
that's
anymore.
as ridiculous as you not having Jalen.
I think there are four people telling you that you not having Jalen on your list is as ridiculous.
It's
That
an
you're like, you
atrocity.
idiots, you don't understand. Like, well, at any point does it get through?
It's an atrocity. It's an atrocity. No.
It's not an atrocity.
It's an atrocity.
Ruben, he wasn't one of
It's
the top 7
embarrassing.
players on the
I'm embarrassed
He wasn't
as a
one of
member
the
of
top
this show.
7 players on the offense
I'm
last year.
surprised at you, Joe. I'm going to sound like your mom.
Okay.
I'm surprised at you.
Okay, well, yeah. All right, so I'm trying to get through this Phillies game.
the quarterback.
Phillies are holding a 3-2 lead. It's late in the game. This was a big hit. With the bullpen, knowing that you never really can trust them, this was a big hit by Alec Boehm last night.
The left-hander kicks and fires in the pitch. Ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. Marchand scores. Marsh coming in as well. He'll score well ahead of the throw. It's a 2-run single by Alec Boehm. And the Phillies break open some breathing room here in the ninth. They lead it 5-2.
All right, so Kirk.
Wait. So did you guys get to talk about my text that I sent all three of you about Alec Boehm?
I have not.
When Alec Boehm was going nuts.
You've been killing me on text.
Yeah,
Ruben.
killing.
Was
Yeah.
that Sundays?
Yes.
I got multiple texts from Ruben in recent days about Alec Boehm. Keep
because
talking.
you guys were crushing him.
Because he was acting like a baby.
He deserved to be crushed.
Can I just say this? If Alec Bohm was not on this team right now, the Phillies would be 12 games behind.
No.
They may very well.
No, Ruben, you're going too far.
They don't have anybody.
Ruben, he's had a nice. He's had a nice stretch. Let's not act like he's the difference in 10 games.
But if he didn't exist, then Bryce Harper, who is not playing right now, if he was not protecting Schwarber right now and getting RBIs and getting hits, where would this team be?
Well, not good
I'm
offensively
asking you
right now.
where it would be. Because it'd be 5 games at least behind.
I can make this case, Ruben. Had he played better earlier in the year, they could be in first place.
Don't disagree with you.
They could be in first place
Had
right
a
now.
horrible start.
So,
But it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
No, but it's the whole totality. Look, I give Alec Bohm credit for the last month.
What about the
Let's
distraction?
not act like the first month and a half didn't happen.
Well, and what about the distraction that caused them to bench him last year and caused them to consider trading him in the
I'm just saying, what has he done for us lately?
He's done great, but you're saying more than that.
Been
You're
amazing.
saying he'd be worth 10 extra wins. That's not true.
Well, I don't know. It's maybe I was exaggerating, but it's at least 4 or 5 games because they've lost their best hitter. And they're
4 or 5
they're
games,
gaining
he'd be
ground
the
on
best
the Mets.
player in baseball. Like, there's no one in baseball that has a 5 WAR right now. Like, Aaron Judge doesn't have a 5 WAR yet.
No.
I love if he pulls out WAR. Seltzer, you're such a dork. You really
Listen,
are,
all
man.
I know is
WAR. Nobody wants to hear about WAR.
I'm just saying.
I know you are.
All I know, if he wasn't productive right now, this team would be sunk.
He's doing a nice job right now. He is. All right, 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast from the Tasty Cake studio. Wait till you hear what CJ said, because he's got another shot at the Eagles. We'll get to that in a moment. Greg right now. Greg, good morning.
Hey, guys, we're dead. We're cold. Hey, how you doing, Joe?
What's up, buddy? Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that was
a rip.
great on Friday, Joe, by the way.
Thank
5-zip.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think one of the factors that's hard to judge this top 11 is the quarterback position in football is probably the most
complex.
It takes the most mental faculties versus the other positions. Now, there are, you have to be smart and intelligent, know what to do in the other positions and work together. But there's so many things to process.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that's hard to measure when you're putting somebody and measuring just athletic skills.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Sure.
I just look. People have different ways they judge this, Greg. I'll just say the thing that was my arriving point was just who do I view as the best player. Now, how you process things mentally is part of that. You discern how you think the guy processes things. I think Jalen's a good player. I don't think he's a better player than Jalen Carter. I just
But his
don't.
point is he has so much more to do.
I understand that.
And so the levels are different.
Who's better at processing things, Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm okay. Who's better at deciphering defensive coverage?
I don't know. I mean, we don't.
I'm positive Jalen Hurts.
Who calls the blitz schemes?
The one who's
Well,
doing
no
it.
one-
Jalen is
the
setting
offense.
up every play from start
Well,
to
if you're
finish.
asking me for
His job
Jalen
has
Hurts
way more.
is setting
That's a
aspect
different
in it.
question than what John asked me. John asked me who's better at processing
He's
Well,
just
you got
things.
citing- he's
Saquon
just
at the
pointing
top of
all
your
the
list.
stuff
If
that
he
Jalen
said,
has to
if John
do.
asked the question, who's better at understanding blitz pickups at the line of scrimmage, I would think Jalen doing it more often is better at it.
So doesn't that
That's
count?
not the question you asked.
Doesn't
But
that count on
He's
his
clearly
behalf?
making the point that Jalen has way more on his
And
plate,
I agree
and that factors. But again, you clearly don't include it
All
in
right,
your
here we go.
evaluation.
Here we go, Seltzer. Here we go.
Your
Here we go.
evaluation is simplistic.
James, here we
is
go.
What it is.
Better football player, Donovan McNabb or Brian Dawkins?
You keep using two
I'm
people have
asking you a
nothing to do with
question.
this. I think Jalen Hurts is a better football player than
James,
Saquon Barkley.
I'm
That's
gonna-
all that matters,
I'm gonna-
right?
well, that's not all that matters.
I think Jalen's better than Donovan.
All right,
I think Jalen's the best quarterback in the history of the franchise.
I'm going to ask the question for the second time. Let's see if we get an answer this time. Better football player, Donovan McNabb or Brian Dawkins?
It's close. I'd probably go Doc, but
Right.
I think Jalen's better than Donovan.
Okay,
do you understand that?
That's no, I do
Yeah.
understand you think that. I don't, but that's
I
fine.
think-
but just to be clear, Doc better than Donovan, even though Donovan did this stuff at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
right?
because Doc's a Hall of Famer, and I think Jalen Hurts is going to be in the Hall of Fame, dude.
maybe he
like,
will
do you
be.
get that? Like, I think
I-
Jalen Hurts is on a Hall of Fame track. I think he's the best quarterback in the history of the franchise.
I know you think that.
You keep underrating him, man. He's not in your top 11.
That's fine.
Embarrassment.
All right, Greg, go ahead, buddy.
Great, hey, a great conversation either way, but it makes for stimulating conversation back and forth. Hey, can I ask Ruben a real quick question? Maybe I'll ask all you guys. Designated hitter.
You said designated hitter?
Designated hitter.
Yeah.
Is usually 2.
Oh, we're losing you, Greg.
You go.
You go.
Hold on, Greg. Ask the question. Try one shot. Go for it. Designated hitter. What about it?
If you have a pitcher like Ohtani, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
All right. So let me give you my answer because I've gone mute the last couple times before we go.
Okay.
But the fall of the Berlin Wall.
That's a big one. All right, Greg. Tell Seltzer your question off the air. Let's get your question, and we'll try to address it. But I don't want to ask you for the 15th time on the air with the audio cutting out. But the Berlin Wall was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a mistake in there. I forget the exact history, but it had something to do with someone on the Soviet side made a mistake, and they weren't intending to open up the Berlin Wall that day. But there was a mistake, and people moved toward it. Yeah, we can look it up. There was a mistake. It was not the intention of the Soviet Union that day to bring down the wall, but there was a mistake, and once it started, they just said, "Okay, we'll just let it go."
The heck with it.
Yeah. All right,
what the heck,
Seltzer,
guys?
what was his question for Ruben?
I was able to solve it. It wasn't. He was wondering why you couldn't DH for a shortstop with the case of Ohtani. So it's not that important.
Well, you could DH for a shortstop.
No, you can't.
Why can't you?
Well, you have to DH for the pitcher. That's the way it works.
I don't think that's accurate.
Pretty sure.
I mean, no, you certainly did not in the American League all those years. No, you don't.
No. If the guy's on the field, he has to hit.
Yeah, the guy's on the field, he has to hit unless it's the pitcher. And if you want to substitute the pitcher
No,
as the DH.
I thought you were so.
Yeah.
But a shortstop. Okay, but just to be clear,
a shortstop could be the
you
DH,
could have
of course.
You could have the pitcher
That's
hit.
not what he's asking. He's talking about the pitcher hitting. He's like, why can't you have a DH and the pitcher?
They may change that because of Ohtani. They may change that.
Now, explain this, Ruben. What do you mean?
They may change that rule so that Ohtani can hit and the shortstop or whoever other position player doesn't hit.
Instead of just making
they may do the
hits.
Ohtani rule. It's
That'd
possible.
Be crazy.
Well, they would do it for one player.
Well, yeah, I don't think they do it for one player.
I mean,
there's more players that are going to be.
They're going to be coming, but
that
they're
are
not
coming
here
probably
yet.
not quite here yet, but it may happen.
Okay.
I mean, it's something to kick around.
Well, Ruben, you remember, and
I want more offense too.
This wasn't a joke. Steve Carlton at times hit 8th.
So did a lot of pitchers.
No
they
way.
did that. That was
but
like a
sometimes
thing.
they were a better hitter than other players.
Well,
really?
You remember when?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Who was it?
Tony La Russa.
But
that was from
Yeah, that was a thing.
But that was
Steve
different.
Carlton was
that was
actually
from
that
McGuire.
good.
Well, there were guys like Levon Hernandez who didn't he hit like 300 one year?
He could hit. I tell you, else could hit the guy from Kansas City. He was a shortstop. Oh my gosh, I'm becoming a 60-year-old.
Fair enough.
Fast.
All right, 215-592-9494. The CJGJ audio, we're going to get to that. Also, more top 10 lists, other lists here from our group. Elliott Shore Parks at 8:30 on all of this and
Steve
more.
Carlton had 13 home runs.
Yeah.
He could hit.
No, I know.
13 home runs.
I saw him hit the Grand Slam.
Ken Brett could really rake.
Ken Brett, George Brett's brother.
Brett's brother.
That's right. Yeah.
Ken Brett? I didn't
Ken
know
Brett
about
could
him.
rake.
That sounds funny, though.
Zach Greinke is the guy I was talking to. Zach Greinke. I'm
Zach
sorry.
Greinke.
He could really. Carlos Zambrano could rake. Madison Bumgarner could hit.
Yeah.
Some guys who could hit now.
All right, well, I'm signing.
Mike Hampton could rake.
I'm signing
Mike
him up.
Hampton could rake.
He could hit. I'm signing them up for Philly center field. I'm just saying. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Let's get Rojas off this baseball team on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your Dinger Tuesday profit boost today.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A champion is back to reclaim his crown. No, it's not Ohtani on the mound. Joey Chestnut, the hot dog eating champ, is heading back to the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest on July 4th. You know it's summer, not when training camps start for the NFL or Major League Baseball, but when a grown man shoves 70 hot dogs and buns into his face. Good luck and congrats to Joey Chestnut, and welcome back. I'm JR.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Groundworks. Phillies on a 5-game win streak after a 5-2 defeat of the Marlins. Trey Turner led off with a home run. He went 3 for 5, 2 RBIs. Max Kepler homered. Solid start out of Mick Abel. 5 innings of 1-run ball. Left after only 77 pitches.
Number one, he's going to be working on regular rest next start. Wanted to kind of pull him back a little bit because he's not really used to that. So he's going to have 4 days rest and then go get it again. I explained it to him after we brought him out. He understood.
What did you just think of the composure he showed overall?
Right. I mean, again, second inning, he got into some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, fourth, and fifth. He gave us 3 good innings.
That is Rob Thompson, who said he might sit Bryson Stott in this evening's game, 6:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Hyperextended his elbow on a swing. Jesus Luzardo, Phillies starter tonight. If wet field conditions are causing havoc on your home, book a free inspection at groundworks.com. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Chance of a storm, mostly cloudy, warm, a high of 78. It's currently 64. Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Pitch swung on, hit in the air, deep center field, going back. Myers to the track, nearing the wall. It's gone! Dead center field. And Trey Turner with another road home run as he starts the trip with a leadoff shot to dead center field. And it's 1-0 Phillies.
But that was a cool way to start the game last night. Trey Turner. And, of course, Mick Abel did enough. Wasn't spectacular, but did enough. Really did get jobbed on that one inning when he gave up the extra run because of the that was a horrendous call by the ump. So Phils are now 2 games back in the Mets. Here's something that you may not know about the division. I mean, everyone knows the Braves are in trouble, but let me frame for you how much trouble they're in. So the Phils are 2 games back of the Mets. The Braves are 13 games back of the Mets. Now, let me give you a little insight on the hole the Braves are in. People will remember that 3 years ago, John, you'll remember this. Phils made the playoffs 2022, ultimately got all the way to the World Series after starting 21-29. Not good. Hell of a hole. Yeah. Phillies came out of it. The Braves are 31-39. It's an extra 20 games. Like, they're 20 games further into the season than the Phillies were, instead of what the Phillies were at 21-29, which was a unique hole to come out of. The Braves are 31-39. Now, the third wild card certainly gives them a shot. But, Ruben, what is going on? Like, what happened to the Atlanta Braves?
Well, the bullpen really imploded on them, and that takes so much out of you as a team. When you keep losing games late in the game, and that happened to the 2020 Phillies. Remember in the pandemic, John, when they couldn't
James, that was the worst bullpen we ever saw.
Of all time.
Of all
Statistically, yeah.
Of all time, right.
Yeah.
It gets to the point where as a position player, it makes it like, well, it doesn't matter what we do because the game is going to be blown up.
That's
and
brutal.
That's really tough to overcome.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Especially games you're supposed to win. You got to win at least over 50% of them. They're just getting blown up.
Look, if it was the old days in baseball, the Braves would basically be done for the year. But there is a third wild card, so that certainly gives them a shot. But they got to get on their horse quick because they're really lagging. All right, we'll get to Elliot in about 10 minutes. Top 10 lists obviously in the air. Let's also give you some audio from CJGJ. So he just... And Maria, you pointed this out a couple weeks ago. Like when he initially got traded, he was like, "Oh, no big deal. I understand.
I understood it.
I understand.
Everything was cool, and he is the ultimate jilted lover. And listen, he 100% helped them win a Super Bowl.
He sure did.
You probably still have him ahead of Jalen Hurts.
I do not.
But yeah, he's just at this point. The immaturity is like really kind of starting to show through.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I can see more and more why the Eagles got rid of him twice. And let's remember, guys, he's going to be on his fifth team in 5 years.
People get sick of him.
You count the Eagles twice, but he's gone Saints, Eagles, Lions, Eagles, new team, Texans. Like we talk about, John, how the Eagles got rid of him. 2 other teams got rid of him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got four straight years. He's going to be hopping teams.
It reminds me of a player that they absolutely get. They get tired of him. They can only take him for 1 year, and he's very valuable. And get him out.
Yeah.
Get him in. Get him out.
But it is. But part of what makes him so unique and so important is you can't replicate what he brings.
Oh, he brings fire.
I don't disagree with that.
I agree.
Emotion, just a little bit,
crazy, a little crazy.
Yeah, the crazy guy. Every team really can benefit from that. But it also wears thin, and it's a delicate balance in a locker room.
I agree.
It's a girlfriend that you have for about 3 months, and then you have to shut it down because it's too crazy.
You'll circle back in a couple of months,
Yeah, that's it.
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Let's listen to CJGJ yesterday on Instagram. A little bit more talking junk on the Birds.
I'm going to tell you how that now. You won't see another ring without Philly. That's crazy. They probably won't see one without me. You talking about? You saw what happened when I left. I'm going to pop it now. Y'all talking about. I'm glad I'm in Texas.
All right. CJGJ just putting it out there. So, okay.
Doing his thing.
He's being him. That's what it is. All right, let's go to the phones. An awful lot happening here, including your opportunity to weigh in on not one but 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in 2025. Armin Chevy Trailblazer starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question, who's a better football player? I love what the guy earlier today said to me, that's an unfair question. How's that an unfair question? Who's a better football player? Sorry for the complexity with the question. Who's a better football player, Saquon or Jalen? I mean, really, Ruben, I can take some of the slings and arrows, but sometimes people go a little far. I mean, how's that unfair? All right, second poll question, best player in Philly sports. Who is it? 4 choices, Saquon, Bryce, Jalen, Zach Wheeler. We put them in alphabetical order. You can get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. One of my all-time favorites and the longest tenured caller to any show I've been a part of, Dr. Gina. Hi, Dr. Gina.
Hi, Joe. Were you feeling like a little unseen? Did you feel like you needed to get your name out there controversially so that somehow people would forget all about the whole Jack Fritz, Joe DeCamera thing and then be focused more on you, is that what were you feeling?
Let me tell you something.
Classic DeCamera deflection.
Gina, let me answer your question by telling you something.
Oh yeah, I know what you're going to tell me.
No, you actually don't. There are 2 things in this whole conversation that bug me the most. One is that people think that I think Jalen stinks, which I don't think. And the second, and I appreciate Spike and Ike sticking up for me on this point yesterday. The second is that there are probably thousands of people that actually believe that I rank them the way I rank them to cause a controversy or to say something that will elicit people to call. And Gene, I hope you know this about me. I'm talking real now. I give you my honest opinion.
I could say the opinions are like a certain part of your anatomy. Everybody has one.
That's right. That's her
Gina,
doctoral diagnosis.
Gina,
that's why she's the best caller.
I tried to meet you at a point of emotional vulnerability, and you just smacked me down.
Very, very nice.
Fair enough.
I am your internal, what do we call it?
Conscious?
Not conscience, no. I'm your...
Monologue? Internal monologue?
Well, no, I'm his internal guidepost. Like,
There you
I'm
go.
the one, like everybody needs.
Well, a lot of people
someone
would
to-
say you're not doing a good job, but go ahead.
His moral compass, is that what you're looking for?
Somewhat moral compass. Yes, James. Yes, absolutely. And Rita, Rhea, you are the queen. You know this. You are the queen. And if anybody deserves to have a face on, you do. Because, girlfriend,
Good.
I feel like I've known you for as long as I've been an adult. You know what I mean? You and I are right around the same age.
We're hanging in there, Gina.
Baby, thank God for makeup and good hair dye is all I can say.
Gina, does it strike you as incredible that it was 31 years ago tonight that the OJ thing happened? I mean,
oh my gosh,
we're all kind of getting sort of old now. That was Ruben. That was 31 years ago.
Why would you say that to me?
Because it was June 17th, 1994.
It was rough. It was rough. I was playing for the Cleveland Indians at the time, not the Guardians.
Yeah. I get it.
Getting ready for a lockout.
So, Gina, give us an opinion to slice through the what we can tell your opinion is without you stating one yet. Give me an opinion.
Well, Jalen, I think, so he was nowhere in your top 15. Is that what it is?
He'd be around 15. I'd have to figure. I didn't go that far, but he'd be in that grouping with Schwarber and Luzardo and Sanchez, like those guys. He'd be in there.
I think that is the ultimate in disrespect there, truly. I think that while I would not necessarily put Jalen in the top 5 in terms of, just overall everybody, Zach Wheeler, Bryce Harper, blah. I understand that. I think I would put him around 5, though. That's probably where I would put him, 5 or 6, somewhere in there. I just feel like looking at Jalen's career, I just watched something on SEC Story, like remembering that whole him getting like all of that, taking all of those things into consideration. When you're asking about just strictly athletic prowess, I understand where you're coming from, but athlete does not just mean the best physical abilities. Athlete means everything. It's all encompassing.
No, it's the whole thing. I'm with you. All right, Gene, I got to get to Elliot here. Give me a great answer. And I'm hoping to get you to this concert celebrating the Eagles championship.
I would love that.
Give me a TV moment.
Did anybody say when on air live during the Twin Tower, like when the second plane hit?
Well, we've already said we've said all September 11th. We've addressed all of that.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No worries.
And the moon landing, I'm sure, was said also.
Yes, it was. Give me a different answer. One more shot.
How about this? Shows me how old school. Shows you how old school I am. On Cheers, when he kissed Diane.
You got it. All right, you got it. First kiss of Sam and Diane, I believe, was the final episode of season 1. By the way, John, it is official. I have begun, because, Amy and I were looking for a new show.
Uh-oh.
Dreading.
I mean, I think John is going to dig this, but the rest of you are going to howl. Golden Girls.
No, oh, my God. No, you did not.
Funny show.
We started it 2 days ago.
Stop it.
We got through episode 2 yesterday.
Hey.
It's pretty brilliantly written.
It's really good, man.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
brilliant.
Golden Girls. It's
Man, I mean, it kind of makes me want to go.
Wow.
I might want to go back. Like, I was thinking
That's a wow.
Silver Spoons,
Betty White,
different
bro.
strokes,
join me
Golden Girls.
Join me on the dark side, John. Join me. Join me.
That's
It's a nice duration.
What are you doing
a
to Amy?
sitcom. Yeah,
I got Richie on my side,
That
ladies
poor
and gentlemen. All right, coming up in a minute, Elliot Shore-Parks, top 10 stuff, Eagles, and more. We'll get to more with Elliot in a minute.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitute.
All right, so Elliot joins us every Tuesday, and when he does, brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai, and we welcome Mr. Shore-Parks to the program. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit, man. Quite a bit. So, Elliot, I am not going to ask you a question for this first volley. I'm just going to say to you and the audience, you've been listening. You've heard not only our show, but the station over the last day and a half or so. There's been a lot said. The floor is yours.
Well, I'm glad you finally see what it's like to read my mentions on Twitter, because it seems like it's been a fun few days for you.
Exactly.
With you not putting Jalen. But no, I mean, look, I love lists. James will tell you I love the top 100 list. I love when Chris Sims make a list. So I'm in my happy place. I love everyone at the station making a list. But, my main kind of takeaway from the first 2 days of this would be it's insane that you don't have Jalen Hurts in your top 11. And I hate to pile on you, but I just don't see how you can make a list that represents the best athletes in Philadelphia right now and not have what, in my opinion, will probably be the best that the Eagles ever do at quarterback. I don't think we will ever have a time, and I hope we're all working together for a long, long time, where we're sitting here and there is a better situation at quarterback than the Eagles have right now. So I think it's crazy not to have him in the top.
So let me ask you this question, Elliot, because there's a lot of ways to go about this, but I'm curious how you think this will shake out. In the next few weeks, we'll see the NFL players' top 100 list. Where do you think he'll rank amongst Eagles players? How do you think the players across the league would rank AJ, Jalen, Saquon, Lane, Jalen Carter, et cetera, et cetera? Give me a rough estimate of what number player he'll be amongst Eagles players.
I would think he will be behind Saquon. I would think he will probably be behind Lane. I think maybe probably ahead of AJ. I mean, if you remember in 2022 when he had, his breakout season, if I'm not mistaken, he was ranked the second best player in the NFL that year. Now, I think you could argue he might have had a better year in 2022 than he did last year. Obviously, the playoffs, ending the way it did might factor into some votes.
Definitely.
But those votes were also made prior to the playoffs. I think they take the poll, sometime in December, the last few weeks. So I would guess Jalen will probably be in the top 30 or so of the NFL top 100, but you're right. He probably won't be the top Eagle.
It is going to be interesting when that comes out because that, just as a for instance, and I think most people will probably remember this, the Eagles had all sorts of all-pros and Pro Bowlers, and he wasn't on either list. So, we'll see. But lot of ways to go about this.
Where does the rest of the NFL perceive Jalen Carter? We are so high on him. We are aware of the way he attracts those double and triple teams even at times and the way he opens it up for everyone else. But we know that it's always like a little bit of a lag for the rest of the NFL catching up to these young players. Are people aware of what we have yet, Elliot?
Yeah, I think there's two ways to look at this, and both the answer is somewhat the same. I think if you could pull the NFL, like the GMs, and they could take one player off the Eagles roster, I don't think it's a stretch to say it would be Jalen Carter because of his age, his position, obviously how good he is at the position. And so, they obviously have a great player there in Carter, and I do think that's recognized around the league, especially in the front office. Now, from a fan perspective, I don't know if he's there yet. You look at the Defensive Player of the Year rankings from last year. He wasn't, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't even in the discussion for that. So I do still think...
he wasn't nominated as one of the top 5. That's right.
Right. So I think he still has a ways to go. But this next season, I mean, this is the biggest year of Jalen Carter's life. Like, not just as a player, but as a person. If he can go out on the field and perform at the level he did last year, he will get generational money to the tune of, he could realistically get $100 million guaranteed potentially. So this is a massive year for Jalen Carter. And I do think he definitely gets the respect he deserves around the league. But, this next year will be a big one.
Are we talking $40 million, potentially $40 million? I think D-tackle, who with Chris Jones might have set the market at 35 or something recently, and now he's got a couple years before this comes up. Think about that.
It's going to be 3 years after that deal.
It's going to be 40 plus.
Yeah, I think
$1 million.
And the total number, it wouldn't shock me. No, he might not get it all, but it won't shock me if this thing lands at about 170 million total. He's...
Yeah, and I don't know if, I get averages is what we look at. When Jalen Hurts got his deal, we looked at his average, which I think at the time made him top 5, if not top 1 quarterback. But I think the real thing to look at here is total guarantees. And I think Jalen Carter, when he signs his contract, will get the most guaranteed money for a defensive player in NFL history.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But he has to step out and have a big year. But if he does, that will happen.
All right, Elliot, so I want to do more on the Eagles, but let's do a little bit more on the top 10 first. I just want to get your perspective of how you sort of size some of these guys up. Where did you put Bryce Harper, and what was your reasoning? Because I found him one of the trickier ones to arrive at.
Yeah.
Schwarber's been better this year. Wheeler's clearly been better this year. How did you arrive at where you put Bryce?
So I've been sworn to secrecy by the afternoon show not to put my list out until 3 o'clock. But what I will
For
say
the love
is,
of God.
But hey, but I will say Bryce definitely got dinged on my list. He is not high up on my list, and I don't think he should be. I feel like in this city I grew up, in the WIP I grew up with, we dinged the star players when they had bad playoff performances and their team didn't perform well. Was Bryce good in the playoffs last year? Yeah, Bryce wasn't terrible in the playoffs last year, but the Phillies were a complete disappointment. And whenever you're the star player on a team and your team has a bad year, you absolutely deserve to be dinged. So I do not believe Bryce Harper belongs in the top 5 of anybody's list.
All right.
I don't think he doesn't have the best resume like he used to. He didn't have a good playoffs, and the Phillies have choked 2 years in a row. So I don't think Bryce belongs in a top 5 on anyone's
All
list.
right, Elliot, I'm going to give you 3 Phillies pitchers. I'm curious which one you would have ranked the highest. After Wheeler, Ranger, Luzardo, Sanchez. Who's the top amongst those 3 for you?
I think you have to go with Ranger. The playoff performance, obviously, the playoff performances he's had, how he's pitching this year, I think he is without question number 2 there. And I would also say that if it was up to me and who I would sign this offseason, I would sign Ranger before I would sign Schwarber. And they're both great players. They're both great options as free agents. But I think Ranger, now he is 30, which is surprising. I think he has a brighter future than Schwarber does. And I want to pay for future production, not past production.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think Ranger's a more important free agent.
All right, one more on sort of sizing guys up. Quinion or Cooper DeJean? Who goes higher on the list for you?
I think Quinion is a better player than Cooper, and I think Quinion belongs higher. Cooper obviously made a big play in the postseason. He had an outstanding year. Quinion had to carry the burden all year of being this team's best cornerback. Obviously, Slay had a big part of it, and I think Slay had an underrated year. But Quinion, as a rookie, stepped onto arguably the best defense in the NFL, definitely the best team in the NFL, and had to carry the burden of the number 1 corner. I saw him week after week shut down the guys that other corners around the league struggled with. So I think because Quinion has a bit of a quiet personality, he's not super, talkative, that he gets dinged a little bit for that. But I think he had a better year than Cooper DeJean, and I definitely think he belongs high. And I'll say this. I think he belongs not that far off from Jalen Carter. Like, Jalen Carter obviously deserves to be high and had a great year. Quinion also stepped on that defense and made a huge difference for them and how that defense
Sure
changed.
did.
So
The way they could play it.
We view them on different tiers. I'm not so sure they're on different tiers. I think they're closer to each other than people want to say.
After the mini camp, if we can call it that, Elliot, after the team activity, is there any change to what we look like at safety? Did we get any developments in terms of, Sidney Brown up and down on the depth chart, Andrew Makuba, Tristan McCullum, got a lot of options.
Yeah, so Sidney Brown got a good amount of the first team safety reps in the last time we got to see them practice, which was a week ago today. Him and Makuba seem set to really battle it out there for that safety spot. Now, I believe Makuba will be the starting safety week 1, snap 1. I think they want him to win the job. I think they drafted him because of the experience he has of playing. You don't often see guys that are drafted in the top 2 rounds just that have played the amount of football Makuba has. Normally, it's a guy that comes out early because of how talented he is. Makuba's best quality he brings to the NFL and to the Eagles is his experience. He's a smart football IQ guy. You can see when you watch his tape, he's really good at processing. He jumps routes. That's how he's able to make plays on the football. So I think they want him to win the job. I think he will win the job, but he's not going to be handed the job. I think Sidney will compete with him. But I just don't think Vic Fangio is going to put Sidney Brown out there as his full-time safety. So they'll compete, but I would say right now it would be Makuba, Sidney Brown, and then Tristan McCullum third obviously not including Reed Blankenship.
And were there any other things that you could just determine after the one day when everyone was there?
Yeah.
You know, we have those veteran players, guys like Josh Uche, guys like Aziz Ojulari, Adoree Jackson, who've been around this league for a while, who might surprise some people, emerging on depth charts. Did any of those guys show up?
So one thing I would say with Josh Uche is I remember last year being at off-season workouts and the first time getting to see Bryce Huff out on the field. And I remember my first thought when I saw him was, that guy looks undersized for a defensive end. That was my thought watching Josh Uche. He just looks undersized compared to the other edges they have. On the flip of that, Aziz Ojulari is bigger than I expected. I mean, you can just see why he went in the first round, just athletically. He's a very imposing figure. So for those two, they're going to battle it out. Aziz is going to make the roster. Josh Uche, I think, is battling for a roster spot. But my main takeaway, I would say, from the last day, depth chart-wise, would be Kyle McCord is making this team. Like, I know Dorian Thompson-Robinson got acquired, and, they'll, in theory, compete. But when you watch Kyle McCord throw the ball out there, he just throws it differently than all the other quarterbacks on the roster. Like,
wow.
He has a special arm. So there are other things and parts of his game he obviously has to work on, but I would be stunned if they cut Kyle McCord. I think it's pretty locked in of Jalen, McKee, and Kyle McCord.
Wow.
So you're saying Kyle McCord has an arm that's special compared to Tanner McKee and Jalen Hurts. You're saying his arm is the one that just sort of pops off the page.
Yeah, to me, it popped off the page on that final practice. And when you watch his tape, I mean, he has velocity on his passes. I don't think the other quarterbacks on the roster do. Now,
that could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Well,
at
that's
times.
what I was going to say. Like, when I watched him practice, he took chances with the football in the way McKee and Hurts did not. Like, he threw it into tight windows, and he had a low completion percentage, which is why he took chances. But, again, the combination of watching him in person but also watching him at Syracuse, he has zip on the ball. So Dorian Thompson-Robinson definitely, I think, has a very small chance of making the team.
Interesting. Elliot, good report, bud. We will talk to you probably later this week. Thank you, Elliot.
Yep, sounds good. Talk
All
to you
right,
later.
Elliot Shore Parks. All right, coming back in 1 minute. Back to the calls in 1 minute. Also, we got to get to James's top 10 list. That's all up ahead in the next couple minutes.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, and white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with a simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers, so if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. I was just talking with Yoni yesterday. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your ring, your dream ring, a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, one question before the phones, and James, I want to get to your list this segment. Just a question for the whole group here. Player that hasn't been said yet, not in anyone's top 10, most likely to be there in future years. Is it Painter? McCain? Is it Mishkov?
Mishkov.
You think he's like a guarantee to be top 10?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
I mean, I would think he would be as well. I would hope Painter would be as well.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like if Mishkov had won
too.
Rookie of the Year, I would have. I think he got screwed in the voting by not even finishing. But yeah, I think he definitely for you.
I hope Jared McCain can turn into something.
I think McCain will. I really like McCain.
He looks pretty good.
I would probably say Mishkov more likely just from what we saw the rookie year, but I think McCain's legit.
McCain's
I
a
really
good
like
player.
McCain. Yeah.
No, I think he looks good
he's
too.
got a lot of potential.
What's going to be interesting is whether he and Maxey fit and whether one of them has to get traded.
Yeah, and they're both short.
They're both short. Yeah. I mean, when there's overlap, that can create a problem. And
for defenses too, though.
For defenses too. That is true. All right, let's go to the phone. Steve in Willow Grove. Steve, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry, let me get you off speaker here.
You got it, buddy. We can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a Ruby Tuesday with Rockin' Ruben. It doesn't get any better than that.
Appreciate that.
I'll just say if Michael Jordan was in here on a Tuesday, it would be
better.
It'd be better.
Yeah,
like
it'd be
even
a lot better.
even Ruben acknowledges that. Yeah.
Nah, Jordan.
I don't know about a
he's
lot.
Weird dude. Ruben's rocking. Come on, man.
Hey, I'm not saying Ruben's not rocking. I mean, come on, this is Ruben Amaro Jr. now. Yeah, the total package.
Absolutely. Does it all. Does it all. So, Joe, Jalen Hurts is the best athlete, and he makes everybody look better. And I'm these calls are killing me. It's
killing me too.
Brutal. Just brutal. So, but
wait, you think all the callers are wrong? Is that what you're saying?
We won a Super. Listen.
Yeah, good word.
Well,
Saquon, Landon Dickerson, Jalen Carter. I mean,
the quarterback.
He was talking about the fans. We won a Super Bowl, but
well, yes, us too.
Ago, he's talking about all the passing rating and this rating. You know, how about Jalen Hurts ran in a Super Bowl and they couldn't stop him?
Well, that's a big part. Listen, if it was all based just on his passing, he wouldn't be anywhere near the top 10.
He's a dual threat quarterback, which is it is a thing in the NFL.
No question.
And he's one of the best.
That everyone wants to emulate.
There's no question. I agree with all that.
So how do you ignore that?
I don't ignore it. I factored in. It's why I got him around 15.
If you factored it, you can't.
I think. Excuse me if I think Jalen Carter's a better player. I think Jalen Carter's better.
But
sorry.
The dual threat aspect of him is completely underrated.
No, I don't think so.
I think it is.
I think it's.
If you got him 15 on your list, it's clearly underrated.
No, I mean there's just some really good play. I mean, Steve, there's some really good players in Philly sports.
There is, but this guy won the Super Bowl and. He won the Super Bowl before, but the defense blew it. Yeah, he fumbled in the beginning, but he came back and they took the lead.
He played great. Yeah.
Defense sucked. Okay? So, hey, Rube, when are you on TV next? Are you on TV for the Mets series?
I am not. I actually have
All right,
something
good.
way more important. I got my member guest coming, so.
Okay. All right,
I got to play some golf with my boys.
Sean doesn't even know what a member guest is, probably.
I don't.
My boy John Ramos from my roommate from college is coming up, so it's way more important.
So you just told NBC Sports Philly and WIP.
I'm out.
I'm out for a week or two.
I don't think any of the games are on NBC Sports Philly this weekend, which made it easier. They're all national games this weekend, so it made it easier.
Good for you,
Perfect.
Rube.
Yeah, nice timing.
Good for you.
Rube, one more question.
Yeah.
Why didn't he let him go back out there just to face the third round in the lineup last night? Just one pitcher, just to see. Just let him.
See, he has he's pretty psychological when it comes to these guys. He came back and pitched 3 really good innings after getting through that second inning. And I think he likes to take those young guys out to make them feel good about themselves so that, you come out and then you blow the lead and then you get the loss. I think that there's some things now later on in another 3 or 4 starts when he starts to feel more comfortable with the guy, he might leave him in one more.
I agree with that, Ruben.
That's how he does it.
I think that's exactly what
That's
it is.
what he does.
Yeah.
One batter, though, Rube. Just one batter. Say, hey, look, here it is.
Yeah, but you don't want to bring Taiwan into an inning that's begun.
He does not want to.
Exactly.
Yeah, Taiwan's coming in on clean innings, and that's the deal.
All right, Steven, I need an answer from you. Big TV moment.
Well, I'm going old school, guys, and I don't know if you'll remember this, but, it set the world. The world paid attention when the Russians left the ice when the Flyers were beating them up.
Sure.
And that put every kid in Philadelphia on the street playing street hockey. So
Flyers and the Soviet Union, 1976. That's a big, or 70, I don't know if it was the winter of 75 or 76, but it was after the Flyers had won the first 2 cups. That's a big answer. All right. It's unbelievable. I've always wondered, did the president at the time have to sort of almost be on alert that there was an incident in Philadelphia between the Flyers and the Soviets? Like, I don't know. I mean,
in the 70s, it was...
Ed Snyder was like, if you don't come back out and play, we ain't paying you. Like, does the president get a phone call to say, hey, Mr. Prez, I don't know if that was Carter or Ford, but hey, Mr. Prez, there's something going on in Philly you might sort of need to be aware of. I don't know.
It'd be wild. Yeah, maybe.
Never know.
All right, Seltzer, top 10 list. James Seltzer, it is June 17th, 2025. James, we, as a show going back to the middays, we've probably done this
almost every year.
6 or 7 times.
Yeah.
I got a few of them. I'll pull them out for tomorrow. What are you looking at for June of 2025?
All right. Unlike you, I do have Jalen Hurts on my list, and I have him first overall. Okay. I think he's the best player in Philadelphia sports. We've argued it. I don't need to belabor it.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you have had him there prior to the NFC Championship game?
I don't know, and that's a fair question. But, I mean, look, I think Nick Foles is better than Don McNabb as an Eagle because he won the Super Bowl. So, rings matter the most to me. Flags fly forever.
I don't, John, I assume you think Donovan over Foles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I know that I'm very much in the minority on that one, but that's how much rings matter to me.
Fair enough.
All right, I have Jalen 1, I have Saquon 2. I have Bryce Harper 3. I filled this out a week and a half ago.
Yep.
I'm going to keep him there. I'm not changing it. But as I was watching Zach Wheeler pitch the other night, I was like, maybe I had the wrong Philly in first. But I'm going Harper 3. I have Jalen Carter at 4. I think he's maybe the most talented guy in the city. Lane Johnson 5. Both historically and what he is
so you
now.
don't have Wheeler yet.
I have Wheeler 6. And I said, those top 6 are unassailable for me. It's 6, and then there's that's a tier for me. So I have Wheeler 6. Then I have Jordan Mailata at 7. A.J. Brown at 8. I almost flip-flopped those. I kind of feel bad. I almost feel in the moment that I would put A.J. above Mailata. But those two are really close. I have Zach Bond at 9. I know it was only 1 year, but he was so great. Mm-hmm. Landon Dickerson at 10. And then I have Kyle Schwarber at 11. So I have no Sixers and no Flyers on my list. And at Quignon was my closest.
Yep.
Quignon and Devontae. It was basically Quignon, Devontae, Dickerson, and Schwarber for those last 4 spots.
And you don't consider the next 3 Phillies starting pitchers for those 3 spots? Because I'll just say this. If Luzardo, for instance, didn't have those 2 ridiculous starts where his pitches were being tipped, he would be like, I don't know.
It'd be different.
He'd be like 10-1 with like a 2 ERA.
He'd be starting the All-Star game.
He'd be the front runner for the Cy Young.
He would be.
Probably would be.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have those guys.
Ranger was at the beginning of the season last year, and then he got hurt.
You know what would be an interesting poll? Better unit, Phillies starting pitchers or Eagles offensive linemen?
Wow, that would be a good poll.
I mean,
that's a great poll.
I don't know.
Great poll.
I mean, I really, 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 truly don't know.
Great poll.
I kind of lean Phillies, but...
I mean, they don't have a Tyler Steen, the Phillies. No offense to Tyler.
You know what they don't have? A Jeff Stoutland.
That's true.
All right, 215.
Oh, can we just put the whole Phillies rotation on our list now? Can we just do that? Should save spots. Let's do that, like the O-line. We can do that.
All right, we're going to get to Rhea and Ruben's top 10 list. We're also going to get to something Aaron Nola said about his recovery or process of recovery, injuries, that and more. Phone calls on all this on a very busy day. Great to have you with us on 94 WIP.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar, and a resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, if you want dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the Boardwalk takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured insured by NCUA.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Desmond Bain headed to the Orlando Magic in a deal where the Grizzlies are getting a total of 5 first-round picks. Remember that the next time you guys work out one of your Giannis Antetokounmpo trade proposals. If Milwaukee is to trade him, and they won't, it's going to take at least an offer in this style and then some. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Phillies looking to extend their win streak to 6 with Jesus Luzardo on the mound. 6:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Phillies took the opener 5-2 in Miami. Trey Turner, Max Kepler homered. Orion Kirkring recording his first career save. He set down the Marlins 1-2-3 in the ninth. Phillies are 2 games off the Mets. The Mets will start a stretch of 10 games against the Braves and Phillies tonight, 3 in Atlanta, 3 at the Phillies this weekend, and then 4 against the Braves in New York next week. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Mostly cloudy, warmer, chance of a storm, high of 78. It's currently 66. Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So there is one problem.
Just one?
There's one problem with this song. John, what's the problem with this song? Rich, you're so into this right now.
So into it. It's better if you sing it for the
I'm making
radio
sure.
job.
No, but you too
I
bad.
can't
You
sing
too
like
got
her.
him, but
I was just lip syncing. It was like putting on the hits. Remember that
Who
show?
was singing? Do we know who that was?
Estelle Getty.
Yeah. So here's my problem as it relates to that song.
There is nothing wrong
What?
with that.
Well,
You're saying you have a problem with that?
You ready?
Are you shocked?
Well, I think you guys will understand when I tell you. So as I told you a few weeks ago, the whole quest to find the new show was like falling asleep. You got to fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with falling asleep to Golden Girls is, every 22 minutes when an episode ends, it rolls into the next one, and then that song comes back on. And I noticed last night, it can kind of jar you back awake.
Really?
It's
because the song is
it's such a
just-
good song.
Yeah, it is a great song.
It's such a good
sort
song.
Of energizes you. Yeah.
So bizarre.
No, it inspires you.
Makes some sense, right?
Sure.
I mean,
Come on, that's the kind of song that jumps you back up
Yeah,
out
of
of your
course.
out of your.
But
Your
I'm-
heart is
but I'm
true.
trying to sleep.
You're a pal and a confidant. If you threw a party, you invited everyone you knew, you'd see that biggest gift, it would be from me. And the card attached would say, thank you.
For being
being
my
a
friend.
friend.
I love it. I also love Wendy's. We thank Wendy's for bringing on a big old spread of food. Amazing food. They brought us a ton today, and we have been enjoying this Wendy's food. How great is this?
Oh, my gosh. The breakfast burrito, sausage burrito is wonderful. And they got the potatoes right on there.
Yep.
I always add the potatoes. They do it right for you.
They do it for you.
Delicious.
Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yeah, the
bacon, egg, and
breakfast
cheese.
baconator is
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
unbelievable.
Yes. It's
Wonderful stuff.
And their
And
bacon is fantastic.
Look, the Cinnabon pull apart, sausage burritos, that's my thing. The bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits, all this food, the breakfast baconator, seasoned potatoes that John was just talking about. Make sure you freshen up your morning with Wendy's breakfast. If you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, got to be Wendy's. Get to your local Wendy's today. All sorts of stuff you could have. Not just, lunch and dinner with Wendy's, but breakfast as well.
Can we time it so that I can come when I come in? They fire it in there every time.
I'll tell you what.
Can we do that?
1 for 1 this week, Ruben. 1 for 1.
Stay hot.
All right, 215.
I love that you get the Cholula packets, too. It really matters. Like, they care enough to provide Cholula for your
Thank you
hot
for being a friend.
That's right.
For the burrito. Yeah.
All right, so Aaron Nola has been a friend of Philadelphia sports for a long time. Heck of a pitcher and a really good guy, but he's been banged up lately and been out now for a month. It's going to be an extended period of time. Let's listen to something Aaron Nola said earlier this week. He was on, let me get the name of the podcast, blah, blah, blah. He was on with Anthony Sanfilippo on the Fighting Words podcast. And talking to Anthony, who, by the way, does a great job. Anthony always has, covering the Flyers and more. Great reporter, great guy. So Anthony with Aaron Nola, an update on Nola's timetable. Here's what Nola said.
We're not being wrong by saying we're going to see Aaron Nola pitch again this year, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
yes. I'm very blessed. It's not a big injury.
Right.
You know, it's something small, and probably I guess 2 months ish or so. I'll be out, which is a long time, but it's better than a big injury. So I'm really grateful it's not that.
Okay, so that's generally pretty good news there. But it sounds like if he's saying 2 months from now, that would be mid-August. If he's saying 2 months from when it began, that would be mid-July. So we're not quite sure which of those it is, but I kind of got the impression he was saying 2 months from now. So that would be mid-August, which of course would be after the trade deadline. Ruben, let me ask you this question. Let's say they get Nola back, which we expect they will, and he establishes, some decentness, but not to the point where he cracks the top 4 for the playoffs.
Right.
Which I would say at this point is the most likely scenario. Is he someone that you would view for the playoffs as 5th, 6th inning guy where my starter runs into trouble and I put him in the earlier portion of the bullpen in a playoff game, or I'm coming down the stretch of a game? Wheeler has given me 7 innings. It's now the 8th inning, and I'm putting Aaron Nola into the 8th inning of a 2-1 playoff game. Which one is he?
It's a tough one because his demeanor would be able to handle the 8th and 9th inning just because who he is. I don't know if it kind of depends on the stuff. If he's really pitching well, then maybe. But I see him more of a, piggyback type of a guy. If Christopher Sanchez goes south early in the game, 3rd inning or something, you zip him in there and you hold down the fort for a while.
And in a scenario like that, Nola could give you 3 innings or so.
Or more.
Yeah, or more. If he's pitched all the way through early October, and now it's playoff time, he theoretically could give you a bunch of innings, but then you don't get to use him again for another 4 or 5 days.
Right. So my feeling on guys like that is that, when you get to the playoffs, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
And you just try to line them up in the best way possible to put that, Rubik's Cube together so that you give yourself your best chance to win.
Right. What you
it doesn't matter who's in the bullpen, doesn't matter. It's you all have a role at that point. If the best 3 starters are X, Y, and Z, then those are the guys who get the ball. Mm-hmm. And then beyond that, and a lot of it depends on how it all lines up. If they have to rush to get in there and they have to bust it to get in there, then you may just be forced to put certain guys into the starting rotation just because by virtue of how you get in.
Sure. Here's the one thing I'll say, the idea of him being more the long guy in the playoffs. What you don't want, if he's reestablished being pretty good, you don't want to not use him if the starting pitchers are all going 6 innings and pitching great baseball. And then he's unused guy because I've been waiting to use him in a game where I got to pop someone into the 3rd inning, but all my starting pitchers are pitching well.
Yeah, but it's a great problem to have.
It is. No, that's fair.
It's a great problem to have.
All right, let's go to the phones. We're going to get to Rhea and Ruben's top 10. There's a lot of top 10 lists flying around here. We'll get to that. Let's go to Corey in Pottstown right now. What's going on, Corey?
Good morning, guys. James, from that last segment, before you went to commercial, can you cut that audio of Joe saying he'll pull it out tomorrow?
Why wait till tomorrow, Corey?
Huh?
I said, why
Let's make
wait?
some noise. Come on.
Why wait till tomorrow?
I almost drove off the road, Joe, and I might have been the only one that caught that, so I had to say that. Joe, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I got a question about the poll, and I got 2 questions about your list.
Okay.
The poll question today is about Jalen and Saquon Barkley. Who's a better player? Am I wrong?
Better football players, that poll. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Jalen Hurts' career in Philly, Saquon Barkley's career in New York. Which is better?
Well, more productive would be Jalen Hurts for sure. But again, this comes back to, for the 5 millionth time, Jalen Hurts has had a lot more around him than Saquon Barkley did in New York. But yeah, obviously Jalen Hurts has looked a lot better from 2021 through 2023 for sure. Doesn't mean he is better or was better per se, but there was a lot around him and there was more accomplishment, clearly.
I understand. I'm only making that question because you're basically saying for 1 year, Saquon Barkley was better than Jalen Hurts, but for the career, it's Jalen Hurts over Saquon Barkley.
Well, yeah, just to be very clear, I wasn't doing this on career stuff. If I was, Joel Embiid would have been in here. I mean, he would have been in here instead of Zach Bond, for instance. I mean, obviously. I mean, that wouldn't even be close. So I view it through a narrow prism of recent. Now, there's a little bit of a sliding scale there because, again, a guy like Bryce, I kept very high because I think some nagging injuries have nagged him, but don't necessarily not make him Superman anymore. It's just there's been some stuff nipping at him. But if that proves to be the new norm, then this time next year when we do this, Bryce Harper's going to tumble way down my list.
Here's my two questions about players on your list real quick.
Sure.
If I do an apples-to-apples comparison, because the whole Donovan and Doc is ridiculous. 2017, the whole season, season to the Super Bowl, Carson Wentz, 17, Jalen Hurts, 24. Who's the better quarterback?
Well, I think Carson was better in 17 than Jalen was in 24. Now we didn't get to see the we didn't get. Well, hold on. I was just going to say we didn't get to see the end. But if you're asking me, like, the 13 games Carson played versus the games that Jalen played, I think Carson was better in 17. By the way, I'll give you an example, Corey. I think Jalen was significantly better in 2022 than 2024.
Okay. I'm only asking because of a whole 1 year thing.
Yeah.
To me, that means that Jalen Hurts should be on your top 11.
Well, here's what I'll say to kind of sum up a big chunk of where I'm coming from. I think a lot of people, and I understand why, are remembering, finally as you should, how Jalen played in the final 2 games of the season. But the prior roughly 18 or 17, whatever it was, like, he was not very good in the passing game. He was exceptional in the running game.
But game, I think he played very well. There was 2 or 3 other guys. I think even the Green Bay game and Palo Alto was still a great game of his. So,
well, that was one of his better games after the initial turnovers. He got better in the second half. He struggled in the first half. But look,
he struggled for 4 games, and they turned the ball over the rest of the season.
No, but I'm saying he said the Green Bay game. I'm saying the beginning of the game he struggled with the 2 turnovers. Now the
defense saved his bacon
in the first game. Now the one wasn't his fault. I think Jurgen snapped the ball. I don't hold that against Jalen. I mean, Jurgen snapped the ball, and I don't think Jalen was ready. But I think there were 2 interceptions. Right? Yeah. Corey, give me an answer, bud. A big TV moment.
Can I just ask you about one more player?
Sure.
Real quick?
Sure.
For a full season last year, 24, who was a better pitcher, Sanchez or Suarez?
Sanchez. Who's Flores? You mean Ranger?
Suarez.
Ranger.
Well,
for the whole season.
For the full season, Christopher Sanchez was.
Okay, so why isn't he on your list instead of Ranger?
I think Ranger is a slightly better pitcher.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's my TV moment. I was in 8th grade, and this is a light one. I don't want to do anything heavy, so here's a light one.
Yep.
Running home from junior high to go see the marriage of Luke and Laura on General Hospital.
You got it, Corey.
Wow.
No Appreciate
way.
that, bud.
That's pretty funny.
How about that? So, Ruben, how would you rank the 3 Phillies healthy starting pitchers, not counting Mick Abel, after Zach Wheeler? The Luzardo, Ranger, Sanchez thing, how would you rank them?
When healthy, I go Suarez, Luzardo, Sanchez.
But it's basically a 3-way coin flip, right?
I'm telling you, these 3, I can't remember the last time they had 3 starters when healthy this good, left-handed.
No
I
question.
can't. I'm trying to think.
Well,
of
you didn't
the
have it in
time.
2011, so it's probably never happened.
No, because they were all right. They were all right. Except
Other than
Cole.
Yeah. Oh, and Cliffley.
Oh, that's right.
You had 2, but you didn't have 3 because your 5th was Vance Worley and and Kendrick, I think, and someone else was in there.
No, I had.
You still have Hap at that point?
No. It wasn't Hap. It was Joe Blanton.
Oh, Blanton. My fault. Not Kendrick. Blanton. Yeah.
And, Kendrick was in there, too.
But it wasn't three lefties is the point.
You see that one stat about Kendrick having, the third most wins?
Yes, I saw it.
That was amazing.
What is it?
He has the
won
third most wins in Citizens Bank history.
Kyle Kendrick.
History.
Kyle Kendrick.
38
that's
wins.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Isn't that shocking?
He was huge
So behind
for
Cole and Nola?
He got
Cole and Nola, yeah.
He got
and
a ton of
Wheeler, I think, just tied him, was it? Or was one behind him?
There's not one person. If you hadn't heard that, there's
that.
not one hardcore Phillies fan that would have guessed that.
Kyle Kendrick was
shocking.
really effective for us. He really was.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, top 10 list. Let's get to Ria's list, 10 or 11, because Spike somehow once at 11, he's
I love you just keep calling it top 10,
Well, I
and
mean,
then you'll kind of clarify. But
what is this? You know what it reminds me of?
for branding, it's branding.
Remember
man.
something about Mary? 8-minute abs?
Of course.
What about 7-minute abs?
Yeah.
What about 6-minute abs?
Yeah.
All right, let's do a freaking top 11 because Spike says top 11.
So,
all right, Rhea, what do you got?
Coming in at 11, I have Quinyon Mitchell. I just have him over Cooper DeJean because I just think that, nobody threw to him.
Yeah. So no Cooper on the list, but Quinyon.
If it was 12,
Yep.
Cooper probably would have been there.
Yeah.
Zach Bond is next. I mean, the Zach Bond thing, it's just so wild that he comes in here. And Vic Fangio's like, I'm going to try you here.
Yeah.
And he proceeds to have a magical season that leads to, life-changing money, I'm sure, for his family. But he was absolutely amazing. Then next at 9, I have Bryce Harper. And I struggled to put him on my list.
Wow.
Because, it didn't have a tremendous start to the season. He's been injured. I think that there are some people on this team that are here because he wanted him here because he's the GM. He's assistant GM. And I think that there was a caller earlier. I do think he does get a pass when it comes to hard criticism as the superstar on the team. So that's why he's there. Mailata, love him. Pass blocking, run blocking. I think he's fantastic. Then I have Kyle Schwarber. I think just Kyle Schwarber has been tremendous.
I love him.
And he changes. He's like, okay, I can't do this. I can't hit lefties. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that. He's constantly evolving, I believe, as a player.
I agree with that.
After that, I have Zach Wheeler. Now, I know some people didn't like that. They thought he was too low.
Yeah, I think he is too low on your list.
Well, I'll give a reason for that. And you might agree with this, but you might. I am not sure. And I'm ready for Ruben's fight when it comes. I'm still mad at him for allowing Rob Thompson to take the ball from him.
In 22?
I think that's unfair.
Which one?
Hold on. In the 1-0 game against against
Game
the Mets.
one.
Oh, yeah,
Game
no,
one.
yeah.
Okay.
Game one.
And
I thought he should have pulled him there.
I didn't. And Ruben,
I did not.
Ruben
Yeah,
will
I
tell
did.
you. I immediately texted him as it was happening, and we argued about it.
And just if I remember, this was not a confrontation that would have been on the mound because it was after the inning. So there's nothing that the cameras could have picked up if they go up the tunnel.
No, but I want.
I get it.
I wanted a brawl.
Kurt Schilling would say you're not taking me out of the game.
Roy Halladay would have said you're not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I remember. I forget who he did games for the Phillies. Roy Halladay said Charlie came walking out of the dugout toward him, and Roy's like, "You can turn around and go right back."
Yeah.
So.
And I'll just say this. I still remember, people will be stunned by this number, especially the younger folks. Game 5 of the 93 World Series, when the Phillies really needed Schilling to step up because they just lost Game 4. Schilling not only pitched a complete game shutout, he threw 149 pitches. Threw 149 pitches.
And he didn't die.
And he didn't take them off. And that's what Rube, I say that to you every time. Did their arms fall off?
And he was still going to be ready for Game 7 out of the bullpen if it got to Game 7. So there is something to be said for that. I understand. All right, keep going.
So there we go. Okay, Jalen Carter. I mean, all you got to do is point to the Rams game.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a one-man wrecking crew. They do not win that game without him. They don't win the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown, 0 drop passes. I think he's tremendous.
Is that true? 0 drops?
I believe, yes.
Wow.
I thought I looked at it. 0 drop passes all year. But you brought it up the other day. His blocking is really underrated.
Very good.
I mean, he does some of the dirty work.
0 drop passes?
Yeah, I'm always positive. I'll double check
Now,
that.
some would say that's because Jalen throws the ball to him so infrequently. There's not that many balls to drop.
Okay, stop. Would you stop it?
And you lead me to my next. Number 3. I thank you for setting me up.
Sure.
Is Jalen Hurts. And I've really been amazed at, and I hear it less from you, although I think you are a bit of a hater. I'll use that word. But Spike Eskin and what do you call him? The oaf?
Oh, yeah, Fritz, the oaf.
The kind of
That's
snarky,
true hating. It's true hating.
The snarky nastiness. Like this city, all I want is a championship. Rube, no disrespect. Everybody loves that 93 team. They didn't win.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
This team won it. He is your quarterback. And it's like, well, if we had another quarterback, imagine how many. They won the Super Bowl with him at quarterback. I don't get it. And what I don't get is the dismissiveness of the dual threat. He can run the ball 40 yards. He can throw it 40 yards. He can hand it off to. When everybody says he wins because of the talent around him, he is part of that talent. And
there's no doubt.
And it gets underestimated. I don't like it.
Yep.
Lane Johnson, I think we talked about it earlier. There's no tail off for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. Don't think he's given up a sack 2 or 3 seasons. And then Saquon Barkley's number one. There's no question.
Well, look, an interesting list, obviously, and everyone can react, to Rhea's list and all
similar
the lists.
lists there, Rhea.
Do we?
Yeah.
And you and I never agree.
Really, never.
That we're rolling out.
It's close.
All right, so get reacting 215-592-9494. 2 follow-up questions, John. I want to fire. First one at you. So I noticed with the way these lists are coming in, some people, me and James, have Landon Dickerson above Mulata, and some have.
I don't. I have my lot ahead of Dickerson,
sorry.
but I have them. I have Dickerson at 10 and my lot at 8. Everybody close.
All right, so I had Dickerson above Mulata. Most have had Mulata above Dickerson. John, who would you say is better?
Jordan Mailata. But they are dominant.
Yeah,
they cave people in the run game, and they are a big reason why the tush push is going left
Goes
all
right
the
there.
time.
Goes right
it's
there
behind them.
Yeah, it is.
But I give Jordan Mailata a big edge, just in terms of pass protection. Landon Dickerson, for the incredible abilities that he has as a run blocker, he's so sheerly dominant.
Which is also part of why they run a lot, because he's better at that than pass protecting.
Yeah, it's just like a slightly weaker, and it's not surprising. He's a road grader type of guy. Not so light on his feet as a guy like Jordan Mailata, who was running with the football or whatever, the rugby ball himself.
Yeah,
and in Australia.
All right, one other question. I want to throw this out and see where you guys all come in on this. I can't emphasize enough how much I don't know the answer to this question. So Lane Johnson has obviously played at a Hall of Fame level. There's no question. And he's won 2 titles, and he's part of one of the more legendary offensive lines in the history of pro football. With that said, he is a 2-time PED guy that got him suspended. Like, this isn't like rumor. Like, he was suspended twice, and he's admitted to it. And he even went on the record about 3 or 4 years ago and said he didn't think he was going to make the Hall of Fame and didn't think he should because of those situations. But now it's been a few more years, and it's been a long time since he was last suspended, which was in 2016. There's probably some people nationally don't even remember it. I asked this question. Is he going to make the Hall of Fame?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
John,
think there's
do we know of known suspended NFL players that made it? I can't think of anybody.
I don't know, but
there's some thugs out there who are in the Hall
Well,
of
we
Fame.
all know that there's guys that did it. I mean, we know that just because common sense tells you that. But I
honestly
don't know if anyone that got suspended made it.
So PEDs for
Sean
football
Merriman?
players takes on a
Yeah,
totally
but Sean
different.
Merriman didn't make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but he was just.
But he completely fell off. He was amazing for 3 or 4
Everybody
years.
sort of expected people to be taking PEDs as football players.
I don't know.
It's a totally different thing than for baseball players.
But we know this, Ruben. The known baseball guys, it hasn't worked well for their Hall of Fame candidacy.
No,
it hasn't.
And at some point, Clemens and Barry Bonds are getting in, and probably McGuire.
Look, I hope they do. But
They should.
But I also know
And
this.
Sosa.
It's been close to 20 years, and they haven't.
They will. They'll get in.
All right, we'll see.
They should get in.
All right,
Well, then
215-592.
there's probably going to be a similar
I don't know.
delay type process. You'd think.
I really
where
don't-
You sort of hold it against them, punish them for.
I mean, if Pete Rose is getting in, these guys are getting in too.
Okay. All right, so
Yeah.
time's yours. Calls. I don't even know if we do time's yours. We got so many people want to rock and roll on the calls. But you can weigh in on all of this, and we'll get to Ruben's top 10 list as well. Up ahead next on 94 WIP. All right, baseball fans love the long ball. Unless you're a pitcher that gave it up, then you don't like it. But otherwise, you love the homer. And with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, they're giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season with Dinger Tuesdays. That's today, Tuesday. Dinger Tuesday, because all FanDuel customers, not just new ones, but all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on a moonshot, you can take your winnings to new heights. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and gear up to go yard today and all season long with Dinger Tuesdays. FanDuel.com/hammer. Find the player or players that works for you that you think most likely to hit a homer and lock that player in with America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel Sportsbook. Don't forget, you can claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. By the way, you can also apply bets with FanDuel to the NHL Stanley Cup Finals, which have either 1 or 2 games left, and the NBA Finals, which have either 1 or 2 games left, or the baseball season, where there's a little bit over half the regular season still to go. All available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm telling you right now that Pete Carroll didn't leave the golf course to win 6 games. Geno Smith and Pete Carroll are huge upgrades for the Vegas Raiders. Plus, they draft Ashton Genty, the best running back in this year's draft class. I like the Raiders over 7.5 wins for the 2025 season. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. The Summer of Shellfish, only at Chickies and Pete's.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not.
Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. June means road trips, beach weekends, tailgates, you name it. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car's ready. Right now, when you buy 2 or more tires, you get $50 off any service your car needs. Maybe you need an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it is, United's got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand new tires, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. Visit UnitedTire.com to schedule your service today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Jesus Luzardo spent 3.5 seasons in Miami before getting traded to the Phillies last offseason. Makes his first return tonight as he starts as the Phils look to win a 6th consecutive game. Phils taking the opener last night against the Marlins 5-2. Luzardo bounced back after a couple rough outings before rebounding with a 10-strikeout performance last Wednesday. It'll be Phils Marlins, 6:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Phillies businesses, technology solutions, stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Mostly cloudy, warmer, chance of a shower, high 78. It's currently 66. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The next
pitch, swung on, hit in the air, deep center field, going back. Myers to the track, nearing the wall. It's gone! Dead center field. And Trey Turner with another road home run as he starts the trip with a leadoff shot to dead center field. And it's 1-0 Phillies.
Well, it wasn't over there, but that was a good start. Of course, if the Phils had an outing, and I'm not ripping Mick Abel, but an outing like you guys see that kid in the minor in the College World Series?
Unbelievable. 19 punch outs and a no-hitter. And had he not hit the guy, it would have been a perfect game.
Perfect game, yeah.
That's insane. You think he put himself on the radar?
I would say so.
119 pitches thrown or something
That's
like
right.
that? Yeah.
I mean,
it's
that's
unbelievable. 19 strikeouts seems impossible.
Yeah.
It seems impossible.
With that number of pitches.
That's my point. It
Yeah.
seems like it should be 160 pitches.
It's incredible.
Ridiculous.
It's incredible.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. We're going to get to Ruben's top 10 list as well. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. By the way, what day? Do you guys know when the afternoon show releases how the public has voted?
So what they're releasing, it's 50% WIP employees, 50% the public is how they're compiling the official list, and they're doing it by day. So yesterday they released 11 and 10. I think it's like 9, 8, and 7, 6 and 5.
Oh, for the love of God.
It's each day this week they're
I
releasing.
feel like the NBA now. You see the NBA draft's going to be 2 days. How many people are tuning in for the second round?
Round 2. It's like, what are we doing here? Come on, dude.
It's ridiculous.
Come on.
They're trying to do an
Put it on the
NFL,
internet for all I care. You know?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Anyway, John, how do you think people voted? So here are the two questions. The first, who is a better football player, Saquon or Jalen?
This has got to be so close. I'm going to say 60% say Jalen.
It is not close. It is 80% Saquon. I was surprised it was that. I mean, I agree with it, obviously, but I was surprised it was that big a spread.
Oh, I was.
Based on how you guys
I
talked.
assumed it would be Saquon by a lot.
And so, Rhea, you and me had Saquon above Jalen. John, you did also, I think?
Yes.
And then, James, you were, okay.
Saquon was one.
All right.
Sorry, no, Jalen's one. On my list,
Oh,
we're
we were
talking
2-2
about?
then.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My list was Jalen 1, Saquon 2.
All right, second poll question. Best player in Philly sports. So, John, we put, and again, these are in alphabetical order by last name. Saquon, Bryce, Jalen Hurts, Zach Wheeler. How do you think the votes came in on this one?
Well, if Saquon won the last one, I think football is going to win. So he's going to win this one too with 39%.
So he wins this one going away. 63% say Saquon.
Jeez.
So he's going to be number one when this whole thing comes out.
2,000-yard season. Really
A tie
cements it
for second place between Jalen Hurts and Zach Wheeler. And Bryce Harper, who I did think would finish in fourth place, does at 5%. So Bryce probably will be passed, if I had to guess, by maybe Jalen Carter, maybe A.J. Brown, when the overall top 10 comes out. All right, speaking of top 10s, Rube, 10 or 11, whichever numbers you want to do. What are we looking at with your grouping?
I did 14, so I'm going to do 12, 13, and 14 real quick. Zach Bond, Trey Turner, and Quinyon Mitchell.
No, you going 12 to 14 or 14 to 12?
So 14 to 12 is Quinyon Mitchell, Trey Turner, and Zach Bond.
Okay.
But the real list, 11, I'll go with Tyrese Maxey. 10, Landon Dickerson.
Let me just Maxey, nah. He drove him to 30 games. How many games did they win?
The
30?
dude is
28?
a stud, and
32?
he is a quality human. I like the whole package.
I love Tyrese Maxey.
Whole package.
Okay, so
Too much about what kind of humans the people are. This is about what they are as a player.
Do you
right?
have Maxey over? Do you have Maxey over Luzardo?
Help your abilities as a player.
I can't get with that. Can't get with that.
I got Maxey over
Okay,
right now.
Keep
right
going.
now, I do.
Keep going.
Then I got Landon Dickerson. And then Jordan Mailato's number 9. I got Kyle Schwarber 8. I got A.J. Brown 7. Jalen Carter 6. Bryce Harper 5. Lane Johnson 4. Jalen Hurts is my number 3. Zach Wheeler number 2. And Saquon Barkley number 1.
All right.
That's my list.
A lot to chew on there. You can react at 215-592-9494. Let's go to Tom in Abington. Yo, Tom.
Yo, gang. How we doing this morning?
What's up, Tom?
I think I've survived so far, Tom. I knew I was coming in here and it wasn't going to be pretty, but I think I've defended my position fairly well, and no one has, attacked me.
Well, I hope you're not looking for any support from me from your moronic decision.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, John, real quick, I sent you a bet for Joe versus Boban. So get back to me on that.
Okay.
All
I
right. Joe, how do you admit Jalen Hurts from a list? He won the toughest game to win, the toughest award within that game, and he don't make your top 11. I've heard your reasoning, and none of it makes sense to me.
Well, let me just ask you this, and I agree with James. Foles didn't go the distance in 2017, but Foles did play that game, did win that award, did win that game. Would you have had Foles in the top 5 thereafter? I mean, there wasn't much. Let me put it this way. Foles after that game versus this group.
It's just not. Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls,
I understand,
man. But it's completely different.
Yeah. Yeah, because
you just can't compare it. It's a nonsensical comparison.
I don't agree.
Foles went on
I know you don't.
Well, all right, Tom, let me ask you this question. Would you agree that the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, meaning the whole season that got them there and then that game, the 3 biggest reasons were team defense, offensive line, and Saquon Barkley? Do you agree with that, Tom?
No, because you're admitting Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I think you're wrong. To say Jalen is above, which one's the above? The defense? It was number 1 in pro football?
Hey, I'll tell you what. Here's my list. Ready?
Okay.
Number 1, Szechuan Broccoli. Has to be. Okay? Number 2, Zach Wheeler. 3, Jalen Carter. 4, Jalen Hurts. 5, Bryce. 6, Zach Bourne. And then we rounded out with Schwarber, Lane, Mailata, AJ, Devontae.
Okay.
And the biggest travesty of this whole list is that Embiid got anywhere near it.
For most people, he has not.
He may not even play another game in the NBA. I mean, what a disgrace. Yeah, he had so much talent. It is such a waste. I'm really just sad about the whole situation.
We should be.
Yeah. By the way, I feel more bad for him than some. I mean, I think the guy was trying. I mean, for instance, he came back to play in that Knicks series to help the cause. He probably never should have come back. And it's possible that completely derailed his career.
Yeah, well, I think he derailed his own career.
Well, he certainly was not as in tip-top shape as he should have been and could have been. That is true.
Hey, but you know what, Joe? He got that gold medal, didn't he?
I know. All right, Tom, give me a TV moment, bud.
Well, real quick before I give you that, this does not count as the phone call you said you were going to make last night.
Yeah, it's coming up later today. Later today.
So I'm seeing a patient today on Osage Ave, so that just brings me back to May of '85 when not only did the city bomb a building, but then they watched 5 city blocks burn to the ground.
Yeah, move is quite an answer.
That's a great answer.
So locally, that's a big answer. Now, nationally, not quite as big a deal. And the nation, I think, largely forgets. Like, I've told friends that around the nation. I've told friends from college, and they're like, what do you mean that happened? I'm like, I was 7 years old, and our mayor bombed our town.
Yeah.
Like, bombed it.
It
was insane.
Mayor Good, that was the most. How about that name?
How did he think he had the author is like the what's the word? The legality.
Yeah.
To bomb it. It's just all right. Rob in South Jersey. Rob, good morning.
Joe, what's going on, man?
What's up, pal?
Hey, real quick, with the list, obviously that's the topic today. I think it's egregious that you leave Jalen off, obviously, but I also
No. Jalen Carter, definitely top 10.
No, Jalen Hurts, I mean.
You say Carter?
He knows he's just being difficult. He's just being
But
Joe.
I also think it's just as egregious that people think Jalen Hurts is the best player in the city. I don't want to get into an argument about it. You guys are having the whole show about that, but he's definitely not the best player in the city.
Yeah.
I appreciate Ruben. I know, obviously, Ruben's our baseball guy. Zach Wheeler, I still think he's underappreciated by this fan base. Every October he goes out there, and he barely even gives up hits, not to mention runs. So he would be a lot higher on my list, maybe even number 1. Obviously, he was on the Twitter poll question of the day. Also, real quick, Joe, I want to apologize. I didn't know I won the Cubs tickets last Wednesday, and I was at work in a meeting. And I know you want to put a face to the last person who went 5 for 5 against you and beat the Hammer, but I couldn't make it. I was able to give away the tickets to my buddy. So,
Rob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you listen Friday at about 7:50 a.m. a few days ago?
You would have beat me 5-4, but
that's not the point. Did I go? Did I go 5 for 5?
Yeah, sure you did.
So am I or you The last person to go 5 for 5 and beat the hammer.
Excuse me, last contestant. I apologize.
Okay, your apologies accepted.
When you're I got to talk to you. When you're approaching 300, I think your 300 should be against me. We'll see what happens. But real quickly, I just want to mention, I think Trey.
Rob, hold on. You said there's no way Jalen Hurts is the top player in this city. When our team won the Super Bowl, the football players were on that field, right?
John, I hate this argument because it sounds like I'm bashing Hurts when I love Jalen. But if you put Jalen Hurts on the Raiders, he has the best offensive line, the best running back, and the best receivers. He's great.
And defense, which is a huge part.
Not the best. What Zach Wheeler has done in 4 straight Octobers and what Harper has done in October, Hurts is great, but he's not the best player in the city.
Yeah. Okay.
He's just not.
All right, Rob, give me an answer
Well,
for
he was named the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
that
it all.
game he was the best player in that game, the most recent game that our team
The
won.
best player on the Buccaneers was Trent Dilfer, the best player on the Ravens.
Right.
I don't like doing
Did
that.
they win Super Bowl
because
MVP?
Jalen's
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Rob.
some of them did.
No, Brad
but
Johnson didn't.
But
He didn't say it,
MVP of the
Eli. He
Super
said
Bowl.
Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson.
But we
Neither
could
of those
keep
guys
going
won
here.
Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, we could keep going.
Eli Manning is overrated too. He won MVP Super Bowls. Come on.
Yeah. Give me an answer.
Jalen's already been to
Jalen
as many
is
Super Bowls as
clearly
Eli had.
underrated
Already.
if his city doesn't think he's the best player on this team.
Well, he's not. All right, Rob, give me a TV moment.
This is why I've been waiting for this whole time. I was on hold a little while, but the best TV moment happened in 1953 when the the black and white TV went to a color TV.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah.
The fact that none of us probably know what was on that screen probably hurts that moment.
None of us were born.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay if it's before being born, but I'd like to know, what is it? Is it Lucy? Is it a TV show? Is it?
Who was it?
Is it Gleason?
What was the first show?
I'm just saying, if we can't name that, then
Was there one show?
Then I don't know. All right, no time's yours today. We want to keep going with the calls because we got a lot of people lined up to call and talk, and we appreciate that. Time's yours when we do it, and we expect to do it tomorrow. Brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Quick baseball question, then right to the phones. Ruben, my 300th Beat the Hammer, which will happen sometime this year, came up a few minutes ago, which brought to mind this question from me to you. Will there ever be another 300-game winner in baseball?
Nope.
That's a shame.
Not even close.
Not even close.
No one will be close.
Wow.
Like, yeah,
No.
I think 200 game winners is going to be 300
I
games
don't think
was.
anybody's going to be a
That's my
200
point.
game
That's
winner.
my. If someone gets to 200, it's gonna be like, oh my god, they got
Be
200. Can
shocking.
you believe it?
That's a shame.
Nobody cares about wins anymore. They don't care. It's bizarre. I don't get it, but this is where we are.
It is where we are. Well, Lefty is really entrenched then with his 329. It's the second most amongst the left-handed pitcher in baseball history.
I ain't getting budged.
No, he's not.
13 home runs he hit.
Oh, he could hit.
He could hit. He
It's
could
slightly
pick
less
guys
impressive
off.
than the 329
He was a Gold
wins.
Glove award winner, I think. I mean, dude.
No, Lefty
was off the charts.
All right, so Lefty or Carlton, using the sort of discussion points
Lefty
we've
or
had today.
Carlton?
I mean,
Here's-
Lefty or,
I was confused.
yeah, sorry,
Me too.
Lefty or Schmitty, Rube.
Oh, God
Because I mean, this is,
Schmitty.
right? It's got,
Schmitty, right? Yeah.
Schmitty. Schmitty was my idol growing up, so out. I mean, I used to sit and kneel and look at him in awe. Let's go, look at that dude. How does he do it?
He was so good.
How does he do it? Easy, too. Did it easy.
Yeah,
Smooth.
he was great. All right, let's get right to turning two. We're looking for the best TV moment ever. Now, just to be biggest, I guess is more the word we've been using. To be clear, it can be a positive or a negative. Positive or a negative. Now, just so everyone understands when we do the voting in a moment, we took off some of the ultra biggies. Moon landing, September 11th,
yep.
and the aftermath, championship wins in Philly sports, Kennedy, coverage. Of course, it wasn't live on TV when he got shot, but coverage was thereafter. Oswalt was live on TV when he got shot. But there are many big answers still available. You got to beat some of the big ones that have been said so far today. Again, positive and negative oriented answers we turn to quickly. Adam in Ardmore. Adam, the biggest TV moment ever still available is which one?
Well, really quick, the TV show that Gentleman was talking about was called Premiere, and that happened in 1951. But the biggest television thing that happened, I believe, was May 1st, 2015, the night that Osama bin Laden was killed, and it happened when I was watching it.
Phillies game.
Mets, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting answer because you have the reaction during the Phillies game, and then you have the coverage for hours that followed. And, of course, people congregated outside the White House to celebrate that. That's a very interesting answer. Gary in, hold on, got to get this thing moving. Yep, Gary in Vineland. Gary, give me an answer.
I got to talk to you about Hurts another day, but this one reminded me of when Dr. Banner would leave at the end of the Hulk episode when poor Charlie Manuel was walking with that Wawa bag down the hallway.
Well, that's a photograph.
Sorry,
Is there
Ruben.
video of that also?
I don't know.
I thought it was on TV. I thought I saw it on...
That song was heart-wrenching. They always played the same song when David Banner was walking down the road hitchhiking at the end.
Do 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 do.
Do 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 don 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 don, and then he's so sad. So sad, all alone, because that beast rages within him.
All right, we have, I believe, 5, that was great, that rise to the top of those said amongst callers today. The Beatles in 64 on Ed Sullivan. Challenger, January of 86. Berlin Wall, 1989, coming down, coverage for hours. Move, Philadelphia, obviously coverage for hours. I would guess that was the big story on Action News that night. Just taking a guess.
I would think
Probably.
so.
Was that Larry King?
Well, that was Jim Gardner
Jim.
in Channel 6. And then Bin Laden, coverage of Bin Laden being killed. What are we thinking?
Man.
I think it's between Bin Laden and Challenger for me.
I like the Berlin Wall.
Close. Rhea, what are you thinking?
Berlin Wall.
Okay, it's 2 votes for Berlin Wall. John, what are you thinking?
Challenger was like indelible for me.
I was too young. I was too young for
Mine's
Challenger, so it doesn't hit me the same way.
Challenger was massive. I'm going to go Berlin Wall, and I'm going to tell you why. And I'm believe me, I mean this is no disrespect to the people that died in Challenger. But Berlin Wall impacted more people.
That was my thinking.
In that it
The
brought
whole
families together, and it began the process of ending the Soviet Union and all of that. And Eastern Europe and countries that started getting freedom in the years thereafter.
I got no issue with that.
That was a massive deal. Greg, congratulations with the answer of Berlin Wall. All these answers were pretty awesome. Although many were negative, but interesting answers. Everyone have a great rest of the day. We will crank this up again tomorrow. Joe and you, they are up next.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life?
Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right. But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Game 5 in the NBA Finals goes the way of the Thunder as they knock off the Pacers 120-109. Big night for Jalen Williams. He had 40. On the Pacers side, how about Tyrese Halliburton, who ended the game with 4 points, 0 for 6 from the field, only made free throws. A truly awful Finals performance. If they don't come back to win this series, what do we remember more about his run? The game winners or this dreadful night? I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. A lot to get to today. Another good win by the Phillies last night. They win 5-2. Trey with 3 hits. We'll talk about him. A couple injury notes we got to get to. But a good night for the Phillies as they have won 5 in a row and a lot more, of course, on Top-11 week and all the fallout. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Y'all lucky I ain't hit my parlay last night. I almost hit it.
No, you didn't.
Like 2 legs.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
You hit 2 out of you missed 2 out of 5 legs?
Yeah, it was like 2 out. It was like I was 50-50. No, it was like 3-legger, right? Because I had the 2 hits and then the under.
Yeah.
The scoring.
So you hit 3 and missed 2?
Yeah.
That's not almost.
That's almost.
That's not almost. That's.
But if I'd have hit, though, I'd have been talking trash this morning.
So if you had hit the 2 legs you didn't hit, you'd be talking trash.
I would definitely.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. We'll get to that, and we got to stage some interventions at some point during the show. We got big news regarding the Sixers as well and how this draft might shake out. But Hugh, and for everyone watching on YouTube today, which we appreciate, you might notice I'm wearing something a little bit different because
you got on a lab coat.
Well, it's a doctor's coat because I feel like today I need to help everyone out, and I'm worried about some people around here.
What are you worried about?
I'm worried about a lot of people at WIP and a lot of people in our audience. So I'm going to do a little test, just a quick little test, Hugh, and then we'll find out if I should worry about you. Or I'm going to ask you a question. Can we start off with a little question?
Sure.
You ready?
Yes.
Jalen Hurts' 2024 season, because there's so much conversation right now about Jalen Hurts, right? His inclusion or exclusion on these different top 11 lists. Now, to be fair, we both had him on our list, right? I had him at number 9. You had him at number 2.
Yes.
Yesterday, Joe DeCamera revealed his list. He did not have Jalen Hurts at all on his top 11, and everyone's freaking out about this. And DeCamera on the afternoon show yesterday. So I'm listening to all this, and I hear all the defense of Jalen Hurts. And I'll say this. You should defend Jalen Hurts to an extent. Jalen Hurts had an overall good year last year. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. He was a Super Bowl MVP. But when I hear a lot of the conversation about Jalen Hurts, it feels like people think he had a great season, that he played great last year. Hugh Douglas, how would you classify Jalen Hurts' 2024 season? Good or great?
Are you asking me to give you just the simple answer, or are you going to allow me to long talk?
You can long talk.
Because I know where you're going with this.
No, I just asked a question.
But I kind of know where you're going.
Okay.
Because Jalen didn't start out the season the way we wanted him to. Hell, he probably didn't start the way that he wanted to.
Absolutely.
But as the season progressed, Jalen evolved. Mm-hmm. And Jalen did what was necessary. Now, it didn't always look pretty, but he got the job done. He was the right man for the job, and he got the job done. So when you ask me that question in its entirety, how was Jalen's season? I would say it was great. And the reason why I say it was great is because he won the ultimate prize. He won the Super Bowl. He got his team to the Super Bowl, and he was able to win it. So answering your question, Joe, I would say his season was great.
See, that I feared that was going to be the answer here. I feared that because Jalen Hurts' season was obviously good in totality. It was not a great season. There were ups and there were downs. And Hugh, I'm afraid I have to start the show off today by diagnosing you with something.
What you diagnosed me with?
Why are you laughing? I'm a
just
doctor.
Laughing.
Do I have a medical coat on?
You do have it's a nice coat, too.
Thank you. Just got it on Amazon. Here's the bottom line. Hugh, you and many others out there, and it's unfortunate, and we'll find out who else today has this, 215-592-9494. You and many others, you have amnesia, Hugh Douglas. You are forgetting.
I do not.
You have absolute. So let's look up the definition of amnesia, as I, of course, learned in medical school. A medical condition characterized by a partial or complete loss of memory. Now, you don't have a complete loss. You gave me enough to feel like it's just a partial loss of memory. You said that he evolved and he got better as the year went on.
Yes, he did.
He got better in the last 2 games. What I saw last year was more of a roller coaster. So it was not good the first 4 weeks. We all know that. That's why the Eagles stopped throwing the football as much. Mm-hmm. Then I thought Jalen Hurts had a stretch from, let's say, that Giants game. You could even say the Cleveland game if you want. Cleveland, Giants, Cincinnati, he was awesome. Jacksonville, he played well. Even probably into the Dallas game, Washington, the Rams. I think that October-November stretch, I thought Jalen played really good football. Mm-hmm. That stopped, though, for a while. Jalen Hurts after that The Baltimore game, although they won the game, they won most games they played, he didn't do much in that game. He wasn't a big part of why they won that game. The Carolina game, that was the game that caused A.J. Brown to say passing is the issue. We had a whole week on WIP where Brandon Graham had to say, they got to work this out. We all thought at that point, if something was going to hold them back, it was probably the passing game. Mm-hmm. And then Jalen Hurts played a good game against Pittsburgh. He got hurt against Washington. The Packers game in the playoffs. They went like an hour and a half without a completion in the game. And then the Rams game in the postseason. He took 7 sacks and a safety. And then he followed it up with his best 2 games, the championship game and the Super Bowl. So while he did play well at times and he had a great finish, I would characterize it as a good season. They won the Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl champion. He played well in the biggest moments. But overall, there's way too many peaks and valleys to consider this a great season by Jalen Hurts. You looked up some of the numbers, and he only had 8 games with a passer rating of at least 100. Burrow had 11. Lamar had 13. Allen had 10. Games of 2 or fewer sacks taken. Hurts had 7. Lamar had 15. Allen had 16. Games of 250-plus total yards, rushing or passing. He only had 9. That's not a great season. 215-592-9494. We have lost our minds here. I appreciate everyone that wants to defend the guy, right? He's the quarterback, and he is a good football player. But we've gone so far with, hey, he's got to be the number 1 ranked player in Philadelphia. I heard Joe this morning debate with a caller, who's the better player, Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts? It's obviously Saquon Barkley. Just like Zach Wheeler's a better player. Just like a lot of players in Philadelphia right now are better players. It doesn't mean Jalen's bad. We've moved past the debate on whether or not he could play. We know he could play. But great season. Hugh Douglas, I am afraid you have a classic case of amnesia.
See,
You're forgetting.
You know what I think is going on here? There's a lot of conversations that are within this conversation that we're having about Jalen Hurts. And I think that's where people are kind of confused because we're having a bunch of conversations about somebody, but there's so many different paths that you can lead down this conversation.
Yeah. It's quarterback.
Okay. When you ask me, Joe, because I'm in this lane, when you ask me what Jalen's season is, it started off rocky. I totally agree with that.
And that's why you only have partial amnesia. Well, some people forget even that.
And it culminated in him winning the Super Bowl and him becoming the Super Bowl MVP. As a former player, and I'm not playing the former player card, but I think that there needs to be some perspective in all of this. You're always told it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Everything in life, we could go back and we can look at it. Okay, well, you started out here. Perfect example. I had a chance to talk to Coach Jackson, and I think I told this story. And I said something to the effect that I'm proud of you because you're not the person that I met when he came to Philadelphia. You grew, and you became a different person. You became the head coach of Delaware State. I kind of look at Jalen in the same vein. Now, I talk about every day how I sat in the press box. And with people that worked in the organization, they're looking at what the hell is he doing? Like, what's going on? And with all of that going on and all of those miscues that Jalen had, because he had a lot, I'm not disputing that. But he was still able to find a way to win. And the quarterback position is twofold. It's the hardest position on the field, and it's the hardest position to fill when you're looking for one.
Sure, I agree with that.
And Jalen, for whatever reason, with all his misgivings, his miscues and everything like that, he did enough to win and keep you alive in those games.
Well, the team won.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying, Joe. That's where we tend to split hairs, but he is the most important cog in the wheel.
See, his by position, he's the most important cog, right?
Yes.
You have a bad quarterback, you're in big trouble. I think where we see it different. In 215-592-9494, as you said, he got better as it went along. I know his last 2 games were the best, but his third to last game was horrendous at points. He took 7 sacks in a playoff game. Before halftime, he took them out of field goal range with a sack. He took a safety. I mean, he basically flipped the game by 5 points.
He had some bonehead plays.
Yes, but that's why I can't say he got better. If he got better as the season went along, that game would have never happened. I mean, he took 63 yards worth of sacks 2 games before he won the Super Bowl. I just feel like he had a good season on a great football team. And I don't think that's offensive. 215-592-9494. All right, listen, this is a public service today. It's not just a radio show. I am here. I will diagnose you with amnesia if I feel that's what you have. Hugh has a partial case of amnesia. He's got some things right in there. Obviously, he's missing some things. Jalen Hurts' 2024 season was good or was great? Because the way the reaction has been to these top 11 lists since yesterday, the reaction is as if he had a great season and he's being slighted. I don't think he's being slighted at number 9 on my list. I don't think he's being slighted if he's at 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 on your list. Now, did Cameron not have him on the list? You could say that's a slight. I had him on my list, but I don't think Joe's perspective is outrageous. Now, I think he's got some wrong players up there. I don't think Ranger Suarez is a better player than Jalen Hurts, but I just think player for player, there's a lot of players like Saquon Barkley's better, and Zach Wheeler's better, and Jalen Carter's better, and A.J. Brown's better. I just think they're better players than Jalen Hurts. Hugh, you had him at number 2, so you don't think all those guys are better.
No, I think that the position that he plays, the contribution that he brings to the table, and just his makeup as a whole, I think all of those intangibles warrant him to be the number two player in the city, in my opinion.
Let me ask a question, because I heard a caller mention something similar to what you just said, the position he plays, right? He's the Eagles quarterback, so that's going to bump him up. What do we do future years from now? We have a top 11 list, and we have an average or bad quarterback. Does he just make the list because he's the Eagles quarterback?
No, he'll be. What's the quarterback that was in New York? Like a lot of teams that don't have that guy.
Yeah.
Like when perfect example, when the Rams didn't have that guy, Aaron Donald was the face of the franchise.
Sure, I understand. Yeah, he was. He was the best player.
Yeah, but a lot of times when that guy shows that leadership quality and has that ability, he is the face of the franchise.
So you could be a face of the franchise and not be a great player.
Can I say this? Because I think that this is where you are. You could. There are some guys that are leaders by default. Mm-hmm. There are, but I don't think Jalen's that guy.
So I don't think I don't have him knocked down because I don't believe in the leadership stuff. That doesn't resonate to me as good or great player. Right? That's part of his job on the team. I understand that. But I'm not boosting him up because he's a great leader. He's got to play better for me to be as high as some people have him on the list. 215-592-9494. What kind of season did Jalen Hurts have last year? Let's have the conversation today, because I think that is at the root of this. If you believe he had a great season, I think you have amnesia. But if you think he had a great season, then I understand where you're ranking him really high. If you think he had a good season, then you can't be upset that guys that had great seasons are above him. Kyle, where do you come down as unfortunately, we have a lot of people around here that are suffering from some amnesia today and this week.
Some worse than others.
Yeah.
I mean, Hugh yesterday with he was the reason they won the Super Bowl thing.
He was
out of control.
Well, he was not.
By the way. First few drives started off, let's see, what was it, a 3 and out. He had an interception.
So you want to point out the bad stuff. I just remember him when they blitzed him.
I'm just saying how it started and then how the defense.
I just remember
made it
how they when they blitzed him, how he dropped a dime.
Yeah, but the game was over.
The defense chasing Patrick Mahomes around for the entire 60 minutes, basically,
like a clutch.
The game was over by the time he made his biggest throw.
And look, he was good in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
He was good in the NFC Championship game. I mean, you could even argue great. MVP. That's the only reason, though, that I would even say his season was good. If he didn't have those 2 games, you could say it was a bad season. They were 29th ranked passing offense.
Yes.
With the 2 best receivers in the league, one of the best tight ends in the league, best offensive line in the league, and a damn good offensive coordinator, and then, the number 1 running back to boot. He was efficient. That was fine. But if you just look at his production over the season, the simple fact that the wide receiver was so upset that he went to the media and called out the passing game, the regular season was not. It was not a good performance by him. It was fine. It was okay. It was good enough with the rest. He was a good player on what, like Joe said, a fantastic team. Maybe even a super team when you put it all together. And that's okay. It's fine for him to have been a good player on that because they won the Super Bowl. That should be enough for people. But when we sit here and say that Jalen Hurts had a great season or he was a great player,
he did not have a great season.
He absolutely didn't. I mean, we're just losing our minds.
But how many quarterbacks had great seasons?
Jalen had a great season because he won the ultimate prize.
The Eagles won the ultimate prize.
Every year, you go into the season with the ultimate goal.
Yes.
To win the Super Bowl.
As a team.
Jalen was the leader of that team. Jalen was the straw that stirred the drink for the most part. I know we can argue semantics about Saquon.
But Saquon was.
No, Saquon did his part. He played a big role. And I'm not trying to diminish Jalen's role, or Saquon's role, I should say, in this. but Jalen deserves the credit. He really does because he held it together. Like, I don't think – see, for me, this is almost like the LeBron, Michael Jordan debate. You know, because people – this is one of those things that it's just not about their contribution on the court. This spills out into other intangibles that are unquantifiable for some people. Like, I know y'all get mad when I say it.
You know what?
But it's the absolute
I misdiagnosed
truth.
you. You have full-blown amnesia.
No.
You have full-blown amnesia.
It's the absolute truth.
It's not.
And I believe that. Like, Jalen has something. Like, when you talk about all those other quarterbacks' ability, he might not measure up with those measurables.
Yeah.
But he has something that those other guys don't have.
That's fine, but he's not as good as the other players in Philadelphia.
But that's what puts him over the top for me. Like that's what that is. It's one of those things, Joe. We can sit here and you're arguing some valid points. I can't deny that, but the unquantifiables for him is what puts him over the top for me.
All right, so I get it. I understand to an extent, but some of those there's luck involved and happenstance. Let me give you an example.
Sometimes it better be lucky than good.
But that doesn't make you great. That's fine. I agree with that. In life, I'd rather be lucky than good too. It doesn't make you great. Like, a lot of times it comes up, well, he won this many games, and he's I mean, if the kid from Carolina doesn't drop that pass, they probably lose to the Panthers at home.
If was the fifth.
No, but he didn't play well that day. That was the day that led to the AJ and BG thing and the whole blow up that week. He didn't play well. He missed open receivers. Because his team's so good and Carolina stunk, they got an extra win. I mean, that's the truth of it. They probably should have lost that game on merit. They got an extra win. And then part of the defense is, well, he wins all the time. Well, that game, he almost cost them the game. If he threw the ball better and they have a bigger lead, we're not worried down the stretch. 215-592-9494. Sometimes I know it probably feels like I'm very critical of Jalen. I like Jalen. I think he's really good. I think it's fair to put him in the 5th, 6th range of all the quarterbacks in the NFL right now. I'm happy he's here. I wanted him as the quarterback from the day he got drafted and get that other guy off the field because he was a stiff. I like Jalen Hurts. But the idea that he has to be ranked 1 or 2 or 3 right now among all Philadelphia athletes is ridiculous. I think it's crazy. Where do you guys come down? And I will help you if I do feel you have amnesia. I'm trying to help you. I mean, you need help, man.
I see you wear your lab coat and everything.
It is a excuse me. I'm not a scientist. I am a doctor. Okay,
you're a doctor.
Now, that's
Dr.
a good idea,
Julio.
though. We might do a day where I'm a scientist. Right now, I'm a doctor, and you need a lot of help. Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Chris!
Happy Pick Your Side Day, man.
Chris, that is what we do with WIP. Chris, what's up?
Guys, this Jalen thing has always got legs of its own. So let's keep them running here. Jalen was good last year, but in the last two playoff games, he was great.
Yes.
But because we say that, Joe, we're going to be slandered. We're going to be called haters. We're going to be called everything under the sun by, some crazy people. But let's explore his year. All right. The first 4 games, you guys hit the nail on the head. I mean, he was bad. He was just flat bad. They went into the bye week. They said, all right, we got to change the game strategy. They turned to Saquon, and then, that's what the pivot point for the season was. But if you remember, they started the first drive of every game, still came out passing the ball left and right. And it made me crazy because I was like, why are we doing this? We got the best one rushing offense in the NFL. Why are we coming up? Because they kept trying to give Jalen the shot, give him the shot. And it never materialized. And then they would fall back to Saquon the entire year. This was the main reason why. I don't know if people forgot this, but we had the worst first quarter scoring.
You know what, Chris? It is another symptom of the amnesia this city has. We have forgotten that. Remember that was the story of the first, 8-10 weeks of the season? That our scoring in the first quarter was bottom of the last 2 decades. We didn't score points ever in the first quarter.
Yeah, and then, Hugh, in all seriousness, I need help here. I really need your expertise. Who are a few of the elite quarterbacks that you played against in your day? Just
elite? I would say Dan Marino would be considered elite. Jim Kelly, back in the day, I would say, yeah.
Peyton,
played against Peyton before, yeah.
So let me ask you this. when you went in and the defense started scripting the game plan for that week, wasn't the elite quarter number one priority that, hey, we got to stop this?
Well, it was more.
Dan Marino, it's how do we stop the passing game, stop, his number one targets?
Well, it was more, you knew what he could do, and it was more, I would say, use Peyton as an example, because I remember we played Peyton, and Edgerrin James was hurt, but they had James Monroe. And Peyton did enough to keep us honest and allow James Monroe to do his thing. They came down here and they carved us up. I'll never forget that one. It's the quarterback is the one, like there are certain things you could do in the game to take away his ability to do certain things. But when you have a quarterback of that caliber, that when you take away his main things, he still has the ability to matriculate the ball down the field, that's when it becomes a problem.
See, and this is the point that I wish the Jalenites can just hear. When he said that he's the top 5 quarterback, and you got Olive Garden Wade that's going to call in and proclaim he's the number one quarterback. He's not the number one quarterback, because if he was, when they went into that Super Bowl, Steve Spagnuolo did not say, we need to stop A.J. Brown, we need to stop Devontae Smith, we need to stop Jalen and this high-powered passing offense, we got to contain Jalen. He said, we need to stop Saquon. I will sell out to stop Saquon, and we will make Jalen beat us. And for whatever reason, the Jalenites don't want to admit that was arguably the best NFL defensive coordinator in the NFL, if not top 3's way of telling you where he really lies. He's a good quarterback. He is not the number one quarterback. Hugh, you know what this kind of reminds me of? I'm going to make a quick analogy on my way out. It's like, when there's a girl pursuing you, right? But she's just not interested, so you stop her advancements. So she goes and starts dating your boy. And then he starts peacocking around saying he's the best, because he's got it. It's like, bro, you only got her by default. And in a way, it angers me about the Jalenites, because they want to, Jalen won the Super Bowl MVP and all that. Don't you think maybe that was by default? Don't you think it was because the defense was so distracted by another threat?
And he took advantage. And Chris, he took advantage of it, which is great.
Joe, the best player in the city is clearly why we were barking to get him here. It's Saquon. We are B-A-R-K-L-E-Y. Give the man his shot.
I was waiting for it. Chris, we appreciate it. Yes, Saquon Barkley is obviously the number one player in the city. Zach Wheeler, for me, was an easy 2. Jalen Hurts on my list. He's number 9. I'm sure he'll be higher on everyone's list, except Joe DeCamara. But that's all right. Hugh's got him at 2. I have him at 9. The bottom line is this. He had a good season last year. Great team, great year for the Eagles. Jalen Hurts had a good season. Hugh thinks it was great. Where do you come down? And I will, if I want everyone to be there at their best. If I have to diagnose you with partial or full amnesia, I will. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. With Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/JOHNR, JONR, to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Colonial Hyundai, it's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Tom
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stamfel, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. As I'm trying a different thing today. We're trying a new way. This is a public service. I'm willing, with my doctor's coat on here, Hugh, to diagnose people with either a partial or a full case of amnesia. And unfortunately for you, you went backwards in that first segment.
I did.
Yeah, at first I thought you had partial amnesia. You have full-blown amnesia.
No, not at all.
Well, I don't think you're. I think you're you're misremembering what happened last season.
I'm not misremembering. I remembered it perfectly.
I
remember how it ended. I remember how it started, and I remember how it ended.
What about the middle? What about the whole?
I do remember the middle.
That's where I think we have some issues.
I remember the middle, and I remember how there was a whole lot of angst.
Yes.
For the way that he played.
That means he wasn't playing great. That means he didn't play great.
But you know what else I remember?
What's that?
I remember Jalen Hurts, the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, sitting on the floor in a Michael Jordan-esque, majestic pose, a Kobe-esque pose, sitting with the trophy.
Just like I remember Nick Foles with a trophy, and Joe Flacco, and Trent Dilfer, and Eli Manning, and Mark Rippon.
This is how this works for me, and I'm going to sum it up
Brad Johnson. Seen it.
I'm going to sum it up for you in a way that everybody understands, and I'm going to sum it up for you people because I'm going to look right at the camera.
Oh, well, now are you people and people?
I don't care about the labor pains. Show me the baby.
You know what I think that is? It's disrespectful to the other 52.
It's not disrespectful.
Yeah, we're saying we have created
it's
this.
Not.
It's disrespectful. We have created this idea that Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl and the other Eagles were just there. The Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Defensive ways.
It fits though. This guy has. Not only do you have amnesia, you forgot who you are.
How many times? Let's just go back in time, and let's remember, because I'm not so much you, because I know you remember, because your kids are kind of young. But let's go back in time for the people that are listening to this station, Ken and Jeff, and everybody who called in,
Keith and Brahim and Kenny, everybody, and Tony.
If you have children, remember when your beautiful child was born, and you held your baby for the first time, and your wife might have told me, "Ooh, I was in labor for 4-5 hours, and it was real painful, and I was having." Don't nobody care about all that.
You want to tell the woman that?
No, I'm telling her that. That's what I'm saying. Don't nobody care. Like, listen, no.
May I steal a line? That dog don't hunt you.
No,
that.
No, I'm just keeping it a bean. That works when you're guilting your children into getting you something for Mother's Day. Yeah. But and on the whole. Don't nobody care about the labor pains?
Yeah.
Show me the baby.
Just not true.
They don't. Nobody cares.
Very much care about the labor pain.
No, the women care, but
you can't say you don't care.
That's 50% of the
population. Don't talk about, I remember when I couldn't wait till the doctor came and gave me that. Don't nobody care about that.
Listen,
where's little Charlie or little Billy? Let's see
I'm
little Billy.
Avoid ever doing that.
This is bad advice, buddy. Don't listen to him.
Nobody
listen to this.
Listen, again, don't want to hear about the labor pains. Show me the baby.
Our first was a 36-hour labor. 36 hours. I wouldn't be here if I said I don't care. It was 36 hours.
I don't know, Joe. The way I'm pretty sure your wife's been getting kind of printouts of how we act on this show. You probably want to stay out of this conversation. I don't want to get you
I'm not taking
trouble.
your advice.
Yeah, well, especially if you're going to tell the woman that we don't care about the labor pain.
Don't care about the labor pains.
Wow.
Show me the baby.
What does that have to do with it?
Jalen showed you the
analogy,
baby.
to be honest.
Jalen showed you the baby.
The Eagles showed the baby. He didn't win it by himself.
Jalen Hurts showed you the baby.
You know what? Doctors are not supposed to yell. We're supposed to keep our composure. But I'm losing it already.
Show me the baby.
You know what? Let's help everyone, because if someone I'm learning as I've become a doctor today, the best way to get you through amnesia is maybe to remind you of some of the things you used to know to kind of spark that memory. Can we go back, Kyle, to December when the Eagles passing game was, as you heard from A.J. Brown, the problem with the offense? Here it was.
The offense wasn't good enough. What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
Hey, Jay, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm. And Devontae was acknowledging that. You know, receivers, just like running backs, want to get in a rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball like 20 times?
Incredibly tough.
Problem was the passing, but I'm being told I misremembered a great season. You guys, I feel for you. I mean, you forgot. You forgot what the season was.
The first voice you hear there
is Elliot.
Yeah. Which, he might need to be checked.
I have a whole list of people here. I have a whole list of people here that have amnesia. It's actually a shame. I don't know how this happened. All right, can we hear from the quarterback about a week later when he did play really well against the Steelers, and he wanted to tell us about it?
So that's what y'all wanted to see, huh?
Yes! That's what we wanted to see, because we wanted to see you guys could do it, and we saw it then, and then we saw it again in the playoffs. Look, Jalen Hurts had some great games last year. Overall, I thought it was a good season that ended in a great way with the Eagles winning a championship, but I would not call his 2024 year overall a great year. 215-592-9495. All right. Hugh, before we get back to the phones here, we do have a prize to give away today.
Hey!
Yeah, we do have a prize to give away today.
Are we doing it my way?
Well, so let me tell everyone what we have. We'll take a couple calls and then we'll set it all up. But today we have, just so everyone out there knows, we have a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Padres with us. We're hanging out with you guys watching the game Tuesday, July 1st, 6:30 first pitch. So we'll meet late in the afternoon at Citizens Bank Park, hang out a little bit, go watch the game. And then after the game, it's a fireworks night. Phillies.com for tickets. We have a pair to give away today. We'll get to that coming up in just a couple minutes here. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Keith in Philly has a question for me. What's up, Keith?
Yeah.
Keith.
Joe?
Yes.
Okay, look. You was talking about Josh Allen, right? What, 11 games with 100 rating, right?
If I said it, then that must be, yes. Okay.
And Jackson, the same thing. They in the same boat. They do that. They all had them great regular seasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but when the game is on line, when the big games come around, they don't play as great and they lose.
So I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you with Lamar. Lamar has been a lesser player in the postseason. I don't agree with that with Allen. I mean, he's played great in the playoffs. His teams just haven't won the game.
A couple playoffs, he stunk a little bit. One of them games,
he has a better interception percentage and sack percentage than Jalen Hurts in the playoffs. He plays at a higher level in the postseason than Jalen does.
Who, Josh?
Yes.
Okay, but to make a long story short, but like Hugh said, just show me the baby, because in the middle of the season when all that's going on,
show me the baby.
Every team's had their peaks and valleys. But when it comes down to the big games, Jalen shows up each and every time.
Did you think the Rams game was a big game? Divisional playoffs at home against the Rams. Was that a big game?
It was a tough game. It was a tough
But no,
game.
No, we can't do this. We can't say he shows up every time. It was a huge game. He took 7 sacks.
Okay, now you can't say 7 sacks is all on him. What about the offensive line?
No, I don't. Sacks are a quarterback stat, Keith. Quarterbacks take sacks.
What about that great offensive line supposed to be protecting me?
Quarterback sacks. I'm trying to help everyone. Okay, I'm a doctor. Sacks are a quarterback stat. Quarterbacks either get rid of the football, they run away, or they find an open receiver early. Great quarterbacks don't take a lot of sacks. Mahomes doesn't take sacks until the Super Bowl because the Eagles' defense was that great. But overall in his career, doesn't take sacks. Josh Allen doesn't take sacks. Jalen Hurts took too many sacks.
Well, that's coaching. Because you need a hot spot on them sacks when you know they're coming. So he can have an outlet to get the ball to somebody.
So they coached well in the next game, but not that game.
Okay. Well, the coaching dropped the ball on the field and played.
Can't you just say he didn't play well that day?
He did. He didn't play well. I give you that.
But then you can't tell me he always shows up in the big game. He played like crap for half that game, and they still won. So the whole point of he shows up in the big spot every time, it's not real.
Okay, listen. He showed up in a big spot 75% of the time.
Okay, all right. Then I'm with you. Okay. Yes, I agree.
And you got some quarterbacks that ain't even close to that, and that's supposed to be so good all regular season.
And that's probably Lamar. So, Keith, we found some common ground. I'm going to let you off the hook, Keith. I don't think you have amnesia. I'm going to let him go. I think he actually he wanted to make a point, which I appreciate, but then he found his way back to reality. I'm waiting for Hugh Douglas to find his way back to reality.
I mean, I am being realistic.
Never going to happen.
I agree with everything that you said, but at the end of the day, Jalen Hurts showed you the baby. Now, I'm not going to go down the route and say, he played well in that Rams game. 7 sacks. Some of those sacks was on him.
Including a safety and one to knock out a field goal.
Yeah, some of them was on him.
So you know what you were doing today? I noticed this. You went to the doctor's office, right? I'm the doctor. Mm-hmm. And you agreed that I am acknowledging all of your symptoms, and you're saying, Doc, you're right, but I don't agree with your diagnosis.
No, because
maybe you should listen to your doctor.
Because Doc, because you don't understand. It's more to it than that. We're fundamentally having the same conversation, but I think that some of the things that you're talking about don't fit what I believe in.
Well, but yeah. But I'm rooted in reality as a medical professional, and you're rooted in wherever you are.
You're rooted in semantics because you're playing semantics.
Semantics?
Yeah, a little bit. But the bottom line is this. Jalen Hurts had a phenomenal season because it culminated in him winning the Super Bowl.
The Eagles had a phenomenal season.
Jalen Hurts, okay, let's do this. Because, see, this is where the road disconnects. Okay, when we talk about that first loss in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Who do we lay that at the feet at? Is it Jalen or do we lay it at the defense's feet?
I think the defense.
Okay. We lay it at the defense's feet, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So Jalen played phenomenal.
Yeah. He had one bad moment.
So
he played great.
So if the defense played better, we would have won that game.
Yeah, just like we saw in the most recent one.
Yes.
Yeah, but Jalen was but Jalen played well enough. Jalen played well enough to win, right?
Yes, of course.
But why do we split hairs when Jalen went out there and he threw the immaculate pass and he had the MVP and everything? Why can't we give him credit for doing that? Why got to be back on the defense?
No, he does get credit.
He isn't the reason though.
But he wasn't the reason they won. He's part of it. But I don't think he was the reason they won the Super Bowl.
I think he was because this is how it went for me. Going into that game, everybody and their mama knew that Saquon Barkley was going to be the focal point of that defensive front. Correct?
Yes,
they were going to stop Saquon Barkley.
See, that's why I still think deep down it's only partial amnesia. You have moments of clarity here
because they did that. Correct? They did.
They took him away,
and Jalen Hurts made them pay for it.
Yes,
because they went into that game thinking that he couldn't do exactly what he went out and did.
I agree with that. But the defense played so well that Jalen could have done almost nothing, and they still would have won.
He capitalized on one. Well, first of all, the defense put 7 points in the end zone.
And then the Bond interception set up them on the 15, 11 whatever it was, 11 yard line.
I would say most of that, only thing that did was change the way that the Kansas City Chiefs attacked, but they still came after. They still came after.
With 5 minutes to go, it was 40-6. That means the Cooper DeJean touchdown was all they needed to be leading with 6 minutes to go in the game. The offense could have literally not moved the football, and they probably would have been up with 5 minutes to go. It was 40-6.
Jalen Hurts was the reason why they were in that game, correct?
Well,
no.
See, that's what we disagree. Well, I don't agree with that.
Because you're stuck on a well enough thing. If Tom Walker goes out there, throws 6 innings for 4 runs, but the Phillies win, you could say he pitched well enough, but you can't say he pitched great.
No, I'm not. This is rooted for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, when it comes to his accolades and his accomplishments, it's. Nobody wants to give him his props.
Because we're going too far. I think that's all it is for me.
See, so what's going too far for you is when people say he's the best athlete in the city.
Well, because the
Never
idea.
said that.
I know. Well, you put him 2.
I put him 2 because he deserves to be 2.
He doesn't.
No,
he does deserve to be 2.
Zach Wheeler is pitched like a Hall of Famer from the moment he got here.
And he was number 9 because he pitches every 5 days.
There's something more than amnesia going on.
You know what? I'm going to give you an analogy with the Wheeler thing. They basically put Jalen Hurts on a pitch count last year. It's like if Wheeler had to come out after the 4th inning because they don't want to face the order a third time.
Okay, let me help you. Who is the most scrutinized athlete in this city? Philadelphia.
Quarterback.
But for whatever reason, and when he steps up and gets it done, we don't want to give him his props. Now we want to say, well, it's because of this, that, and the third.
He's getting his props.
He's
taking
number 2.
It a step too far.
That's it.
See, how is he taking it too far?
Because you said he's the second best athlete in the city. We've lost our minds.
Who's the second best?
Zach Wheeler!
How many championships does Zach have?
Stop. He's a pitcher.
It's ridiculous.
Listen.
It's honestly ridiculous.
Listen.
Do you think Brian Dawkins was the best athlete in the city for a time?
Here in Philadelphia.
Because he never won a championship.
He didn't.
Right.
He didn't.
Neither did Allen Iverson. He was probably the best athlete in the city for a time.
But here in Philadelphia, we love hard-working championships, right?
Yes, of course.
Jalen has both of those.
Jalen is part of a team.
Jalen makes it to the Mount Rushmore of athletes because of that. You can say what you want about Zach Wheeler. Zach Wheeler hasn't had a parade down Broad Street
because the Phillies have failed.
See,
Zach Wheeler,
unfair to Zach Wheeler.
But to your point, Since
totally
Zach Wheeler's the number one athlete in the city, then it should be on Zach Wheeler to get them to the World Series.
Zach Wheeler's a pitcher. He can only pitch once every few days.
That's what I'm saying. But that's the same argument that you have for Jalen. Jalen is the straw that stirs the drink on this team.
Here we go.
You know what?
Jalen is what's the most important position on the football team?
But we're overdoing this. I
don't think so.
Hold on a second. But how far are we willing to go? I'm going to paint a quick scenario, then we got to tell you about this prize we're giving away, and I want everyone to be mad at Hugh for a few minutes so we can start Hugh's Clues, okay? How far are we willing to go with the idea of this? I'm going to paint a very extreme picture, and it's probably not going to happen, but just play along.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say week 1, Eagles go out there next year, and they run the ball 75 times. Jalen Hurts throws one pass. They win the game 40-0. Are you going to come in here the next day and say he's a winning quarterback? He won that game yesterday.
He did win the game, though.
No!
And I would say, Joe,
that doesn't make any sense.
To be fair, if they went out and did that and they won the game, people would be probably excited about the fact that we might go back to the Super Bowl.
But that's not the question. Does that make Jalen Hurts a winning quarterback on that particular night?
Was he the quarterback under center when they won? It's that easy. But see, Joe,
it doesn't make any sense.
It's that easy.
Yeah.
See, you don't want to admit, but we
you don't want to admit that would be an insane thing to say.
Sometimes we make this harder than it needs to be.
I agree. That's why I had to buy a doctor's coat to try to help everyone out.
It's a nice coat, by the way.
Thank you.
It's a really nice coat. You should have ironed it first, though. It's a little wrinkled.
Well,
but it's brand new.
You got your Amazon on last night. All right, let's before we go any further, I need everyone to be mad at Hugh for a couple minutes. So why don't we start a little game we like to call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with a tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
So, full disclosure, we're probably going to have some angry people at me after I give this first
Well,
clue.
then I guess it's just going to be angry for everyone today.
I'm not going to lie. It's going. I'm envisioning with this first clue that I'm about to give.
Okay.
I'll probably get some angry tweets.
Okay.
And you people are probably really going to let me have it on the thing. But are y'all ready?
Yes.
This is something that you see almost daily.
That's all you got?
That's a good clue.
I see a million things a day.
You see this almost daily.
Okay.
I see delusion almost daily.
that is a staple of WIP. Okay, playing today for a pair of tickets, Phillies Padres on Tuesday, July 1st, 6:30 p.m. first pitch. It's a fireworks night. All right, Kenny in West Philly says Joe is insane. So let's have that conversation. Kenny?
Yes, Joe. How are you?
Kenny, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, Joe, you're a doctor, but you're a quack doctor.
I was waiting for that one. It's good. It's a good start.
Here's the thing, Joe.
Yes.
Ultimately, what is the goal of a sports team? What's the ultimate goal?
To win.
Win, right. So when you win, you've done something that no one else has done. Correct?
Correct. In that season, there's one champion. We're on the same page.
Control the team, yep.
Stop extrapolating. Let's answer one question at a time.
Kenny, who's the doctor?
Too.
Yep.
All right. So, again, you mentioned the Kansas City defensive coordinator. He made a mistake. He said, we're going to stop Saquon. And Jalen lit him up.
Lit him up like a Christmas tree.
I agree he lit him up. Okay, we're on the same page.
So, wait a minute.
Show me the baby.
Lamar Jackson won the MVP for the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the entire season, including the playoffs, Jalen Hurts wins hands down because he did something no one else has done.
His team did that.
Take him away from his team because he's part of the team.
Right.
And wait a minute.
But we're attributing the whole success to him. That's not fair to the other guys.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But somebody's got to be the leader. And wait a minute, did the team win the MVP or did Jalen win it?
Kenny, did you think this about Nick Foles when he won? Or was it the team?
No, it was Nick Foles that won, and that's why he was MVP.
But did you think he was the best athlete in Philadelphia and the second best quarterback in pro football?
Wait a minute. No, I didn't think he was the best athlete. Not at all. He was a one-trick wonder. But Jalen Hurts has been there twice. You mentioned Allen in Buffalo.
Yes.
How many times has he been to the Super Bowl, let alone win?
Yeah, none. Kenny, do you think the Eagles would have been to all these Super Bowls and playoff games if they were in the AFC? I don't.
Oh, now we're extrapolating again.
No, but that's part of it, Kenny. It's part of it. The Eagles get to. Is it not part of it? Lamar and Allen and Mahomes and Burrow have to play each other. That's part of the story.
But wait a minute. Mahomes has to pay them all, and how come he always wins?
He's the best. He's the best one.
Best.
Yeah.
And Jalen is the best in the NFC. And then when they go down to the Super Bowl, they'll go to what did he do?
So let me ask you this. So what happens during the regular season, all those weeks where he didn't play very well, that doesn't matter?
No, it does. It just accumulates those till you get to the final thing. Let me ask you, when you cook a meal, do you look at it when it first started boiling, or do you look at the end result?
You look at the end result, yeah.
Right.
Show me the baby.
Correct.
But Kenny, that's not the way we are as sports fans. We don't say we're not going to talk about the team until the season is over. We do talk about. You're right. We talk about the team throughout the season. Yeah.
But at the end, that's why they have parades down Broad Street, because we want to see who is the winner.
Yes, and the team won the championship. You'll never hear me say the 2024 Eagles didn't have a great season. They had an all-time great season. Jalen had a good season on a great team. He had a good season. All right, Kenny, what do you got? We want you to come to the game with us. What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
It's something that you fix every day.
No, it's something that you see almost every day.
See?
Yes.
See.
Your reflection.
That's a good guess. Kenny, that's not
a really
it.
good guess.
But Kenny kind of pulled that out of nowhere.
Yes, he did.
Because it seemed like he didn't really have an answer. That's a good guess. Not it, but a good guess. All right, 215.
That's a good one, though.
592-9494. Yes, I think we are combining the Eagles' team success with the Hurts season too much. I understand they're intertwined. Jalen didn't play great for most of the season. The team was a great football team. I think that's where I differ from a lot of people.
No, I get it. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to see. We're having – you make some valid points, and I can't deny that. But I think that there's a lot of conversation intertwined within one another, so that's why it's kind of hard for people to pull out exactly what they're talking about.
Well, that's part of it. That's amnesia. You don't really remember correctly.
No, it's semantics. It's semantics.
It used to be semantics. It's become amnesia. So, all right, here's what we're going to do on the other side. I want to help everyone. Okay,
Kyle, you okay over there? Kyle is thoroughly upset.
I want to help everyone, not just our callers. I want to help my coworkers here.
So days like these, I feel like I'm going.
Yeah, we're going to round up a list next of all the people here at WIP who I believe have Eagles amnesia. That's next. 215-592-94.9 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield just dropped something special, everybody. They have marinated carnitas, and they're boneless. It's a boneless pork roast. That's what it is. It's tender, juicy, flavor for days. You know, as a matter of fact, when I get home, I'm going to throw mine in the crock pot. I ain't had a chance to cook it yet because, I've been a little busy. But going to get that carnitas today. This new Hatfield carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero. I feel like a hero right now because I'm winning this argument. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco Brut from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mixed with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V20 6-tool power tool combo kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Knicks coaching search isn't over, and somehow neither is Jason Kidd's involvement. Despite locking down the number 1 overall pick in the draft, Dallas hasn't fully closed the door on their head coach walking. Why? Maybe Kidd's angling for more money. Maybe the Knicks are still starstruck. But the question isn't just why New York is hanging on. It's why the Mavs, fresh off trading Luka Doncic and staring down Cooper Flagg, are letting the conversation stay open. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Second down and 6 for the Eagles. The ball at the 7-yard line. Hurts again in the gun. Barkley to his right. Does he come back to Barkley again? He doesn't. He backpedals. He steps up. He looks. He is tackled. It's a safety. He's tackled in the end zone for a safety. The 6th sack. Oh, that's the worst thing that could happen.
Mero was not happy.
Well, no one was.
Oh, my gosh, it's awful.
Can't be taking sacks in playoff games. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, JoJo, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. It's how you hot board. We do have a pair of tickets today to give away. Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st. We're going out to the game. Hang out with us. Watch the game. First pitch at 6:30. And then after the game, it is an Xfinity fireworks show. It's a big night, big game. Excited to have tickets to give away this week. Today with Hugh's Clues. First clue today, Hugh, was what?
It was
something you
see almost daily. I see this thing daily.
I did like the first guess of your reflection. That
was pretty good.
I did like that one. All right, I'm diagnosing people today with either partial or full amnesia because we just misremembered the Jalen Hurts season. Look, it was good. You obviously have it.
I didn't misremember.
You misremember a lot because it was a good season, and you're trying to tell me it was a great season.
It was.
Unfortunately, more than half the people in the city right now have amnesia. Jalen Hurts' performance in the 2024 season was good or great. It is our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile, the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. 60% said great. Before the show today, Kyle asked me what I thought the breakdown would be, and I think I nailed this one on the right on the head. I said it's going to be 60-40 great. I mean,
it's a disaster.
That's it. I knew it. You can feel it. I mean, that's what's going on here because that's where the reaction to the top 11 is coming from. It's a misremembering of his season.
It's not a misremembering.
Wow. You have him number 2 over Zach Wheeler, over Jalen Carter. I mean, you have him over some great players.
Yeah, because he deserves to be right there.
See, that's unfortunately that's where the issue
Can I just put this out there too? Because I'm starting to get like side conversations that are being like people slide in my DMs want to argue. Listen, I only can argue with one person at a time. I have enough trouble paying attention. Well, you and Kyle with 2 people have enough trouble paying attention on the show on a daily basis. So I don't need all that extra in my DMs asking me questions. You know what I mean?
Are they DMing you about how they're mad at us?
Well, no, they're DMing me. Some of them agree with you, and then they're throwing in the fact that what if so-and-so was here? We ain't talking about that. That is not the argument we're having. See, that's why I say it's hard to have these conversations because there's so many like this Jalen lane.
Yeah, it's a big lane.
So many different lanes that you could be in. So I get it. That's why I'm not mad at anybody because we can parse this all up however which way you want to.
Agreed. Listen.
So it's just one of those things.
I think it's simple. He had a good season. He played well. He played great. He played great at the end in the final 2 games, and he was part of a great team. We should all be happy, but he individually did not have a great season. There was way too many downs for it to be a full great season by Jalen Hurts. Or where do you come down on that? But before we go back to the phones, quickly, I'm helping Hugh out mostly today. I'm helping out all our callers that do, potentially have, amnesia. But unfortunately, this is become a thing here at the station. So I'm looking at these lists. I'm listening to the different shows, and I wrote down some names here, Hugh, of people that we work with that clearly have amnesia. All right, so we have James Seltzer, who has, I believe, Jalen Hurts at number 1. Am I right about that? I think Hurts is 1 on Seltzer's list, amnesia. John Ritchie, amnesia. Elliot's going to unveil his list coming up at 3 today on the afternoon show.
Yeah, they were mad at him about that.
I already know he's going to have Hurts very high. That's amnesia. You obviously have amnesia. Last night, Broads filling in for John Johnson overnight. Love Broads had Jalen Hurts at number 1. Clearly a case of full amnesia. And then I heard Ike Reese yesterday as I was leaving, driving out, and I heard him. I mean, listen, it sounds like amnesia to me. Here's Ike yesterday.
We've, as a Philadelphia sports fan base, as an Eagle fan base, have often complained about the guy who lines up under center in that position as to whether or not he has the chops to get it done. We've had great players play at that position, right? Like we've had the Randall Cunninghams, the Ron Jaworskis, the Donovan McNabbs, Michael Vicks, Wentz, Foles. It's great players that have played that position, and they've all been under that scrutiny. I get that. But this dude has been able to accomplish something that those other guys have not been able to accomplish. Now, we want to go through all the I don't know, ancillary sort of reasons as to why his resume looks the way it looks and why he's viewed the way he's viewed. And even I've got caught up in that debate. I've gotten caught up in that debate. But here's what I don't do. I don't disrespect the man. And I feel like this is flat out disrespect. You don't have Jalen Hurts in your top 11 athlete in this city. The guy just won the Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl MVP. How is he not one of the top athletes in this city? He plays the most critical position, the most scrutinized position, the most difficult position to play because of the scrutiny, because you're never satisfied with what he does at that position. I don't mean him, I mean figuratively, the quarterback position. We're never satisfied unless you win. Then this guy goes and wins, and we're still not satisfied.
I am satisfied. And to be clear, he's talking about the camera, who has him off his top 11 list. I have Jalen Hurts at 9. He's on my list. He is one of the better athletes in the city. He is a good player. But it's okay to have him under 5. It's okay to have him 7 or 8 or 9. That's not disrespectful. I mean, it's not. I think there's other players that are better than him. I almost think we're giving him extra credit because of the past. And we want a quarterback that wins. It doesn't make him a great player.
You know what it is? I'll give you that, Joe. It's an overcorrection.
That's it.
It's an overcorrection. That's why I say this is a lane when it comes to Jalen where there's a lot of people. Like I said, I sat there and I listened, I ear hustle, and I listened to some of the conversations that were had. You're right. Jalen has some what the hell is he doing moments this year.
Yes.
Not denying that. But at the end of the day, he got the job done. And here's another thing about that. I feel you on the overcorrection because there's a lot of people that feel that he has been scrutinized more than others. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to that and the ultimate goal, because the bottom line is this, and I think this is why, and if I'm wrong, people correct me, but this is why the people feel the way that they feel and they're a little bit upset, is because we're a city that wants championships. Regardless of how we got them.
I all agree here.
All agree. You know what I mean? So
it's
we
the
got
most clairvoyant you've been in a long time.
As you take a shot. But still, that's why this is one of those arguments that it's tough to have because like the points that you and Kyle make are valid points. Even the points people say, well, what if so-and-so play here? That might even be valid. But the bottom line is they don't. Jalen's here. He got it done. Give that man his flowers. I don't care about the labor pain. Show me the baby. Here we go.
The team provided the baby.
Show me the baby.
The team provided the baby.
Well, Jalen was a part of the team.
Well, of course he was.
2 times that went to go get the baby.
I understand
and he brought the baby. He brought the baby home.
So was Avonte Maddox.
He brought the baby home. Jalen brought the baby home.
It was Jake Elliott. He's been in 3 of them.
That's right.
The guy's he's a winner.
Brought the baby home.
Brahim in Jacksonville is up. Brahim, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
Me and Joe, when Joe was on at night, me and Joe used to battle because I was a big Carson Wentz guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when Jalen Hurts was getting ready to take, when that 2020 season,
mm-hmm.
Joe always, one of Joe's biggest arguments was, it's
with the thick tongue, not with the thick tongue.
My bad. It's his intangibles. It's his intangibles.
Mm-hmm.
Joe used to say that all the time. The team just rallies around him, right?
Yes.
And that used to drive me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing was, Joe was right. So this is what I'm going to say. Jalen Hurts had an average statistical season. I won't even say good, Joe. I'll say he had an average statistical season.
Yeah, that's a hard word. Don't worry about that.
It is. Shut up, Hugh.
No, we got you, dog. We got you.
But he had a great quarterback season, and I'm going to tell you why. Because he had to take on, now, Kelsey left, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had to take on more of the calling the protection.
Yep. Responsibility.
Calling checks at the line.
It's a good
right?
point. Good point.
And then so he was adjusting to all of that. But then you add in Saquon to the equation, right? A lot of those runs that we saw Saquon do, case in point, the very first play of the Washington game, of the NFC Championship game. The reason why Saquon had a lot of those home runs, dude, is because of Jalen Hurts. It's because of his threat to run. I liken it to Eric Snow. I was always a big Eric Snow fan. I called him an elite point guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
His numbers were terrible. But he played the position exactly the way you needed to be. He set the offense up. He got the team in the right plays. He made the right play. And then when he had to hit a key shot, a lot of times, Eric Snow made it. And that's what Jalen Hurts did. I'm not saying he had the best regular season, right? There were games where he was driving me crazy, too, as far as the passing game goes. But as far as playing the position, getting the team in the right play, and even look at what Spag said about Jalen Hurts. Key plays, even on games that he played terrible, there would be a key third down that we needed him to make. There would be a key throw that we needed him to make, and 9 times out of 10, he made them.
So, Brahim, I agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying.
And I used to be on the other side, Joe. You know me.
I know. Oh, I remember.
I was completely on the other side. You know what I'm saying? But you have to step back and look at exactly what the games dictated. Sometimes those games did not dictate him to throw the ball.
Agree, Brahim. I agree with a lot of this. You make a lot of sense. I'll go to the Baltimore game, which I brought up a lot because that was a very blah game, right? But that game was low scoring. The defense played great. They held Lamar down. He didn't need to throw it 30 times that day. Brahim, I agree. And Brahim, you make a good phone call. And we used to battle a lot. I'm glad Brahim brought those points to the table. But I want to go back to one thing Brahim said in the beginning. This is my point of contention. He's right about all that stuff, right? Jalen puts him in good spots. Jalen's running ability helps Saquon.
Mm-hmm.
He's a smart quarterback. Once he got the turnovers in check, Hugh, after week 4, he really didn't put the ball in harm's way very much at all the rest of the season. He took care of the football. All that's winning football.
Mm-hmm.
But Brahim brought up when Wentz was at the end and I wanted Hurts to play, I brought up all the things that I thought Hurts could do better, right? They rally around him. He's got intangibles, all the stuff you say now, right? And I saw that early too. And I thought Wentz was a stiff. But I remember saying then, I never thought that Jalen Hurts was going to be, John Elway. I never thought he was going to be Peyton Manning, but I thought you can win with him.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a good quarterback. That's what he's become. And what I don't understand is why that's not enough. It feels like we need to elevate him to a level that, what's the point? Like, I don't understand. Why do we have to say he's the second best athlete in the city? Why can't we just say he's 6 or 7 or 8 or 9? Like, it's not a slight on him.
Well, to some people it is.
I'm not trying to slight him.
I know you're not, Joe. I know you're not. But to some people it is because he got slighted so much.
So it's an overcorrection.
Well, you could say that, or you could say it's like, you look at him as the total package and how he was disrespected and how other athletes. This is what I think it is, Joe. We in Philadelphia, especially when it comes to athletes that are heavily scrutinized, they either go one or two ways. They either, rise to the occasion and they play well, or they stink and they say they can't stand being here and they can't stand the fan base. Jalen not only rose to the occasion, he did something. When you talk about those athletes that were heavily scrutinized the way that they were, he still won.
Yes.
And he did it with grace. I think here in Philadelphia, and the reason why people feel the way that they feel is because a lot of those people know that they were slinging rocks at Jalen. And he never once cried about it. He never once said anything negative about the fan base. And not only that, he brought one home.
So I hear you on that. For me, I'm going to try to compliment him here. I think he's too good for us to treat him like the little engine that could. He's not the last pick in the draft. Jalen Hurts is a heck of a football player. Like, I don't view him anymore as this like underdog story. He's a tremendous player. So when I make my list or I look at the top 11s, I just rank him next to other tremendous athletes. I don't know. Part of this feels like we're we're disrespecting him by like, oh, he overcame all this adversity. He's not 5'4", 120 pounds. He doesn't look like me. He's a great athlete. He dominated college
second
football.
Round pick.
He's
Yeah,
second, but like I know your point. And people were hard on him when he was young, and they didn't want him here, and they didn't believe in him. Like I feel like we're treating him like he's this like rags to riches
Just a
story.
little engine that could.
He went to Alabama and Oklahoma and was a second-round pick.
But think about it like this. Like, I understand your perspective, but think about it like this, because I think this is what it is. Now that we're here,
now we're getting in the weeds. Now this is psychological, and I like this.
No, because it is, Joe.
Are you a doctor too?
Well, I've been known to diagnose some people.
Oh, jeez.
Give out a few. Never mind.
Okay.
Could you imagine Hugh he's delivering a baby? He's like, don't care about the labor pains.
Don't care about the labor
Just
pains.
pop the
Show me the
thing out.
baby. But no, this is what it is, man. Jalen's a unicorn in the sense that he brought us the championship, and we scrutinized him heavily. And I think that's why there's somewhat of an overcorrection. I'm with you, Joe. He's not the best athlete in the city. I had him at number 2. But I think that there is some level of people look at that, and they say, well, I talk bad about him and he still got it done. That's something that when you think about Philadelphia and the way that the fans are portrayed, never happens before.
So there's a guilt trip going on.
Well,
a little guilt trip.
See, you're playing semantics. I don't think it's a guilt trip.
I hear guilt.
I think it's more of a respect thing, and that's why people feel like you're slighting him.
So, I think there's a lot going on here. The bottom line is he didn't play great for a lot of the season, and that's the reality of it. Matt in Germantown is up. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How you doing? I see Kyle from FedEx because he like lining them up like boxes. Joe Giglio, you diehard Joe because you love dying on something crazy. And then we got Herculean Hugh because you love busting out the clothes.
Kind of like this.
So, first, Jalen was great, and I'll say that only because is he an all-pro quarterback, yes or no? Yes. Okay.
Well, he wasn't this past season. He wasn't this past season.
Oh, I didn't ask that. I just asked in general.
Okay, all right. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Go ahead.
We are. He's an all-pro quarterback. Has Jalen been to a Super Bowl before? Yes. Has Jalen performed really well in the Super Bowl? Yes. At that point in time, for me, that's a franchise quarterback that we can believe in, and he did everything that we needed to do. I think, personally, we don't give Jalen enough credit to know how to take the back seat. Because one thing we notice, everybody wants these gung-ho plays. They want all these crazy numbers, but they got to equate the wins, i.e. Joe Burrow. When you have a really stacked roster, you have really great players, you got to put players in position to be successful, and that's what Jalen does as the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, i.e. why he outperformed Patrick Mahomes twice in the Super Bowl and brought one home. He did what was needed and asked of him without doing too much. People want him to do more because we have so much, but then that oftentimes leads to us making mistakes and errors that we should have never made. Just be cool how you be cool. Everybody, he got the proverbial monkey off his back.
Yep.
He's about to run it up and get another championship because we got a young defense that's going to be in year 2 of a really great system. And we also have an offensive coordinator that's been here since he's been here in the beginning. So now they can really put together 4 years of how we want to put our best passing packages together. And my guess is the sun.
Oh, Matt, it's a fun guess. Not it.
Matt, that's a really good guess.
We got a couple good guesses so far.
I like the fact that people are starting to, they're getting to know me a little bit, and they're starting to think a little.
They see the crazy.
outside.
Yeah, they see the.
He said they see the crazy.
They pick up. So a couple good callers in a row, making some good points, and I agree with a lot of that. But isn't there another side to this? I feel like the Super Bowl, you could look at it a bunch of different ways, which is, one, you could say, look, he has the ability to do this, right? Jalen did it. Okay, that's a good way to look at it, and he obviously has the ability to do it. There is another side to it, though. Like, you know what came clear in the last 2 games?
What's that?
How great the Eagles were, how dominant they were, how overall, if they hit on every cylinder, right, no one could be close to them. The Commanders were playing really good football. They went to Detroit, they went to Tampa, and they got smashed here, right? The Chiefs had won basically every game the whole season, and they got smashed. So when the Eagles played at their best, including Jalen, nobody could top them last year. But doesn't that make you think about the other games where if Jalen had played better, they would have blown teams out all year? Like, the reason the Panthers game was close is he didn't play very well.
Yeah. I mean, you always think of that, Joe. But the bottom line is, and I think that's for most people, that's how they feel. The bottom line is he got it done. Like, there's a lot that you can say, oh, man, if he wouldn't have did this or if he'd have took, like, just say, like we always talk about this, the Rams game.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter don't make that sack. we might be having a different conversation. But he did.
So I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about this during the Rams game, right? They team had a really good year. They won a playoff game. That game against the Rams is back and forth. The snow game, it's dramatic, right? One of the things I was thinking of as that game was going on, and we all agree, wasn't playing great that day. If they had lost, would we have had conversations in the offseason about them drafting a quarterback?
Yes.
Right? Because his season was up and down.
Yes.
He got hurt in that game. Remember, he hurt his knee, and we didn't know how the next week was going to go. And I'm not saying, like, in the first round. I don't mean to replace him. Like, he was going to probably be their quarterback this year no matter what. I just mean, like, would that have been a thing people brought up? I think it would have been. And that, to me, illustrates he wasn't having a great season. Like, he finished great, and from there on, he took that conversation and threw it out the window because of what he did. But I didn't think it was a great season. Aaron in North Philly. What's up, Aaron? Aaron?
Moment too big.
Aaron going once, Aaron going twice. Aaron back on hold, and we go to, what do we got here? We got Tony in Willow Grove. Tony.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Tony, what's up, buddy?
Listen, man, first and foremost, I'm not attacking all you guys, just the ones that's always talking negative about Jalen Hurts. See, what you need to understand is maybe we are overcompensating with all the accolades and everything, and I'm gonna tell you my opinion. I remember being an Eagles fan back in the late 70s and 80s and watching Pittsburgh and Dallas constantly win, and we was always sitting on the sidelines. I remember the 80s when it was always Dallas and San Fran. Then you got New England. Now it's our turn.
Yep.
Now it's our turn. So give this man his props, for everything he's done. We went to Super Bowl. McNabb went, couldn't get it done. Jaworski went, couldn't get it done. We've been in purgatory ever since. Now we're the cream of the crop right now. And he's part of it. I'm not saying that he's the greatest quarterback of the season, but I got him ahead of Josh Allen, and I got him ahead of Lamar Jackson because they get all these accolades, and they haven't won anything. Winning does matter for some things, especially for the city of Philadelphia. As fans, we've been miserable as far as our sports teams not winning and not getting there, watching the Bostons and the Lakers and all these other cities win. Now it's our turn. So give him his props. Give him his props. He's ours, and, yeah, he was MVP of the Super Bowl, and he got us a chip.
So, I agree with all that. I understand where it's coming from, Tony. Like, it is the Eagles' turn, right? They have a chance here, Tony, to be the team of this decade, right? The way you mentioned all those other teams were the teams of those decades. But it just feels like, why are we elevating him to a level that he doesn't have to be just because the team is great? Like, he's a huge part of it, and I'm a huge fan of him. But, like, doesn't mean he's the second best quarterback in pro football or the best athlete in Philadelphia.
But the part of it is you got to understand another part of the narrative, too, as far as fans like me. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking for fans like me, like my friends, my family, and so forth. We hear a lot of them all his career. The Chris Sims, who, by the way, never played anything, and he wouldn't be in anything if it wasn't for his dad. These guys, everybody nationwide critiques him. Everybody nationwide's always got something bad to say about the city of Philadelphia sports teams. We don't care. Nobody likes us like they say with the Eagles, like they always say. But at the end of the day, Jalen Hurts is ours. He did something that Bryce Harper hasn't done yet, JoJo, who I love, hasn't done yet, and the Flyers haven't done yet. He's won us a championship. He got there twice, and he went back the second time, and he trashed them. He won. So let's see where this goes. So if we overcompensate him, yeah. Because you know why? Everybody's over-bashing him. And it's been like his whole career. So as a Philadelphian, and he's one of ours, yeah, we're going to give him his flowers because he won us a Super Bowl.
I think we've really uncovered something this segment. I get it, Tony. I understand your perspective. All right, Tony, what's your guess here for Hughes Clues? What's he talking about?
All right, it was just said, but I'm gonna try a little bit. How about clouds?
Clouds.
You know
Tony,
what? That's a good guess.
Good one.
That's a good
Not
guess.
it. Oh, we got a second clue coming up for Hughes Clues. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls with Jalen. I'm trying to do a public service today. I have a doctor's coat on, and I am diagnosing people with amnesia. Hugh, again, you're a difficult patient for a lot of reasons. But one is, first I thought it was just a mild case of amnesia. Then I realized it's full-blown amnesia.
Well, no,
You've forgotten a lot.
I had this third eye has been working overtime, especially dealing with you and Kyle these last couple of weeks, and I just have vision.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to school y'all.
No. Well, that's
trying to get you.
It's not happening. All right, your calls on this. A lot of amnesia. We'll get you a second clue for Hughes Clues. Pair of tickets to Phillies on the line. And Phillies, they won their 5th straight last night. Some takeaways from the victory over Miami. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Check.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it. Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Who loves burgers? Wild Fork has a burger for everyone, from Angus beef pub style to white truffle veggie burgers. Or try my favorite, the Bison Burger, made of 100% bison meat. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Clouds with a shower possible through the afternoon. High 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
3-2 pitch. Swung on. It hit high in the air, deep right field. Back is Sanchez looking up, and that one is gone into the second deck. Max Kepler goes deep again. And Kepler with home run number 9 on the season. A solo shot puts the Phillies back on top. It's 2-1.
Good night for the Phils. 5-2 win down in Miami. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We'll get back to all your phone calls. Another clue for Hugh's Clues as well coming up as we discuss Jalen Hurts and whether or not he had a good or great season last year. I'm sensing a lot of amnesia out there. People are forgetting the details, including Hugh Douglas. But Hugh, last night, we shouldn't forget what happened. It was just last night. Phillies win 5-2 over the Miami Marlins. That was a good win last night, because they came off the great homestand, 5-1. They swept the Blue Jays. It's like, all right, let's not have a letdown in Miami, right? And that game kind of close, back and forth for most of the game. But look, Mick Abel pitched well again. He continues to pitch well. Max Kepler, who's heated up a little bit here after being down for the month of May, now up to 9 home runs, including that one last night. He's
big play Trey.
Big play Trey
Did
with
the party started
3
last
hits.
Night?
Yeah. What about your this when you mentioned your parlay that
well,
didn't
no,
hit?
I missed it. The other 2 guys.
So close.
Kim didn't give me no love, and
who else?
Castellanos.
Would you them for hits last night?
Yeah, I had them for hits.
Okay, so you get what? You hit 2 out of 5 hit
I hit
legs.
3 out of 5. I hit 3 out of 5.
That's so close.
So close.
It's not an almost.
It is.
It's not.
No, I feel pretty good tonight. I'm gonna run it back tonight. I might run it back.
Okay, well,
tonight.
maybe you should bet on Alec Boehm to get some hits because he keeps hitting and he has been on a heater.
I should have did that.
He had that hit in the 9th inning to put it, give a little breathing room. And then thought a couple of things I thought were interesting. One, Kerkering was the closer last night, his first career save, and he was pretty, I would say, down in the month of April. He didn't pitch very well. He was part of the issues in the bullpen. He's pitched well since the beginning. I'd say like 2nd week of May, 3rd week of May, whenever it's been, right around there. His season has turned. He might be the closer of this team now because they started to use Romano in more of like 7th, 8th inning spots, and they just kind of slid Kerkering to the back end now. So that is something I think people were hoping for before the season or thinking could happen. We might be there now. I'm good with it. I trust him more than I trust Romano or Strom. Like I'll roll with Kerkering as the guy in the back end. So he pitched the 9th last night, first career save. Couple things though on the injury front that are worth noting though. Hugh, did you notice that they said over the weekend Bryce Harper would accompany the team on the trip to Miami? And then yesterday they reversed course. They said, he didn't come. He's going to stay back for treatment. So the Bryce thing continues to be
perplexing.
That's a good word for it. Perplexing. Well, what do you think that means anything? Or is it just, hey.
He just probably didn't want to go. Didn't they just have a baby?
What do you mean he didn't want to go?
I'm trying to. First of all, don't get upset.
Here we go, company man Douglas.
I'm not trying to be a company. You ask me a
Just
question. I'm trying to
go.
give you a valid reason,
No,
or
you're just making excuses that you have no idea if they're true or not.
Or a reason. That's what I do. I recklessly speculate
That's
about
true.
stuff.
That's what he does.
So why are you getting mad? No,
I'm laughing. It's just absurd.
He probably his wife probably wanted him to help with the Similac or something. Yeah,
he's on the team.
Listen. You asked me a question. I gave you an answer.
Can I give you another theory?
Do what you got.
The wrist is worse than they're saying, and they didn't want him to leave the treatment here to go on the road trip.
Well, normally when the trainers go on the road trip, they usually want to see him.
Yeah.
So he would probably get treatment there.
But so they said that what they said yesterday is they wanted to keep him back here so he could stay with the treatment here. Like that was better for his wrist. Is the kind of the idea they gave off.
Well, I would assume that whatever treatment he's getting, they couldn't pack the machine up and bring it with them.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Like, why can't he go on the trip? I mean, is it worse than we think? And they want him here with the doctors here? I have no idea.
I'm going to go with the latter. I'm going to say they couldn't pack up the machine. Yeah. I want to be optimistic.
Okay.
Listen.
You just didn't want to go.
Well, no. And here's another thing. This training staff, they've taken a lot of heat. They've had some miscues.
Yeah.
The last couple of weeks.
Well, that's why I'm skeptical with the Harper thing.
You know, I, as you should be, they've had some miscues. They're flying under the radar a little bit. But I'm going to say, in which I don't know what machine he's using, and granted, haven't played football in 20 years. I'm pretty sure the medicine has advanced since then.
Right.
But normally, when a player is hurt and he travels, he gets the treatment. He still goes with the training staff and the trainers to get the treatment there.
Sure, and if we were dealing with a lower body injury, that's different. You don't hopping around the city and like hotels and a plane ride. Like that's not necessary. But this is a risk. You would think this is the kind of thing you would travel with the team. But he didn't, and he stayed back here. So we'll see when we get the next update on Bryce Harper. The other injury issue was last night. Late in the game, it sounded like Bryson Stott hyperextended his elbow again. Can we hear Topper after the game on the Stott issue last night during one of his at-bats?
Hyperextended his elbow, so we're checking in on him. I might give him a day tomorrow just to be precautionary.
Is it related to what he dealt with last year?
I'm not sure. It sounds like it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so just check him out tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's not great to hear. I mean, we had him on in spring training, and he talked about that injury he had last year, which ironically was down in Miami as well, a game against the Marlins. But he talked to us about how frustrating that was for him during last season, Hugh, because he didn't like, it was almost like it was like in the back of his head, fully extending his arm after that happened. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not great. I mean, he hasn't been hit well anyway. And now if he's dealing with an elbow issue, it kind of compounds the tough season that Bryson Stott is having here.
Yeah, man. And this is a time where it feels like some guys are starting to come out of it a little bit, and for you to be, somebody that's kind of held back a little bit, that's not a good place to be.
Well, no, and I'm starting to look at his year as a whole and wondering if they're going to add something to the second base mix as the year goes on. I mean, he's a great defender. He made a play last night where the ball went off of Kemp's glove, and he got it, and they fixed the problem but boy, he hasn't hit in forever. If everyone else is hitting, you could get away with Bryson Stott in his glove the way we used to get away with, kind of Rojas in his glove in the outfield. Yeah. But, boy, it's been a while since – I can't even think of the last baseball that he drove. Was it that game down in Tampa, Kyle, when he hit the home run? It feels like it's forever.
Else, it's like a feeble pop-up to the back of the infield. It's brutal.
I think that series in Tampa was like the first week of May. He drove that ball out in the ninth inning, and they're trying to come back. It's been a while, so it sounds to me like he'll probably be out of the lineup tonight. We'll keep an eye on Stott and the Harper thing. But a good win for the Phillies last night. We'll get to more Phils coming up in a little bit, including the latest All-Star voting. And if a guy should be there that's not right there up near the top right now. Let's go back to the phones. 215-592-9494. But, Hugh, before we do, you going to help everyone out with a second clue? What do you got today? Because we got a great prize here. A pair of tickets. Phillies, Padres, July 1st, 6:30 first pitch. Hang out with us at the game. Hugh, what do you got for everyone? Second clue.
This was at the height of his popularity in the 60s, early 60s.
Okay, so this is something you see almost every day.
Almost every day.
And it was at the height of its popularity in the 60s.
Yes.
Okay. You think people are closer or further away
probably
after that?
Further away.
Okay.
They're probably further.
Is that their fault or yours?
Well, I mean, if they've been listening to the show, they should. It should be a no-brainer.
Really? A no-brainer?
Yeah.
This answer today is a no-brainer?
Yeah,
it's not.
To me.
I mean,
I don't know about that.
To me.
Yeah, to you.
Yeah, well, that's the problem right there.
It's in my brain.
Is that why it's a no-brainer?
Yeah, because it's in my brain.
Yeah, that's true. It is. All right, Jeff in Wilmington's up. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
So the thing with Jalen Hurts, so I think those that don't have him in the top 10 or top 11, whatever it is, or even higher than 5, I think you're looking for him having big statistical years. And there's an awful lot of quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have had big statistical years. Some are the greatest of all time, like Dan Marino. He's up in the top 10. went to the Super Bowl once and never went back again. So, and I guess I agree with Hugh mostly on this. Is think of all the things that he had to overcome to get to this point. Name me one other quarterback that's not named Patrick Mahomes that has been to the Super Bowl in the last 5 years twice and won one. There is nobody else.
Yeah, it's just him, right?
Yeah, and the whole argument of, well, look at the team he has around him. You can put any of the other quarterbacks, Mahomes, Jackson, any of those guys, and they would probably win the Super Bowl too with this team. I'm not saying they wouldn't. But to not have him in the top 5 of athletes in Philadelphia is criminal, in my opinion.
Well, I think that's strong. I mean, criminal. Yeah, I mean, let's just go. All right, let's go through it one by one and see where the line of demarcation, like where you think it's crazy. All right, so who's the better athlete or player or whatever you want to say, him or Saquon?
Well, I'll just give you my top
go
three.
ahead.
And it's
Go ahead.
Obviously Saquon.
Yep.
Number one. I mean, that's no argument. I'm not going to lie.
Right. Well, I think most of us are there.
Number 2 is Wheeler.
Okay, so we're on the same page.
Because of his consistency and then my number 3 is Jalen. Because he's the only one of all those dudes, except for Saquon, because they're on the same team, that has won a championship. Nobody else has won a championship in this city besides the Eagles in the last 13, 14 years.
Well, other Eagles have.
I know that. I'm talking about besides Eagles. So all these other players, any of the baseball players,
sure.
That has to count for something.
So my 3 was Jalen Carter. Who's a better football player, Jalen Carter or Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Carter had probably a better season, but it's, again.
Come on, Jeff.
Just
say it. It's all right.
I said Jalen had a good season. I did not say he had a great season statistically, but when you add it up as a whole, what he had to overcome in the beginning of the season, playing bad because he did not play well in the first 4 games, he made it work.
He did make it work.
This team yeah.
I agree with a lot of that.
Counting that.
No, I don't think so. I just when you said criminal top 5. I mean, we and Jeff, good phone call. We got caught up on the Jalen. I mean, who's a better player? Just a better football player right now, Jalen Hurts or Jalen Carter?
I would say just off of right now, Jalen Carter. But who's the most important player between the two?
But all right, so I think my thing is, are we just going too far with the quarterback? And earlier I brought up what if we have a bad one? Let me take it back in time. Hugh, I know you weren't here, but you know the 2 players well enough that I can ask you the question. In 2015, the quarterback of the Eagles was Sam Bradford. Their best defensive player was Fletcher Cox. Okay? If we're using the importance thing, Sam Bradford was more important. He's the quarterback.
Because he was.
Right, but he was not a better player than Fletcher Cox.
No, he wasn't, but he was more important.
But that's not I know we all have different criteria, but it's not just importance. It's who's the best players in Philadelphia sports.
Also,
that's what spawned all this.
The defense was the most important unit on the team, and Jalen Carter was the best player on that unit. You could argue Jalen Carter was more important.
I agree.
That's by happenstance. Nobody.
Happenstance. The Super Bowl was happenstance.
Let me tell you, and this is a fact, because you can't find me one person in Philadelphia, if they're being honest with themselves, that said that they thought this defense, with all the new pieces that you had, was going to be.
We're not dealing with what we thought. We're dealing with the reality.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. When we looked at this team, and we looked at them going to the Super Bowl, who was we going on the back of? Jalen Hurts.
But that's not how it played out.
I know it didn't play out that way, but that's the way it happened.
But it doesn't matter.
So that's the amnesia thing.
It does.
We're forgetting what actually happened.
No, it's not the amnesia thing. It's you thought the quarterback was going to carry you there.
And he didn't.
Yeah, Joe thought Saquon wasn't going to be an impactful player.
The defense played well.
They played phenomenal.
At the end of the day, Jalen Hurts was the reason why. One of the biggest reasons why I should say
Kyle brought that up.
We won the Super Bowl.
Let me give you an example. If I had amnesia, I'd be on here all off season saying, you know what? Yeah, the Saquon signing, they didn't really need him. That's amnesia. That's as if I forgot what happened. Just because I didn't think he was going to be as great as he was as an Eagle, I have to I can't pretend he wasn't.
What we thought before the season doesn't matter.
It never matters.
Look at it like this. Everything that we talk about is a piece, right?
A piece of a puzzle?
Of a puzzle. Like Saquon's a big piece of that puzzle.
Yeah.
But we also see what Saquon was when Saquon was with New York. Saquon, he had some good seasons, but he didn't have the kind of season he had here.
Of course
that was a piece.
Of course, yeah.
The piece to me that orchestrates all of this. And he played, and I'll be the first to admit, Joe, he didn't have the greatest season when you talk about there were games when he played bad. But at the end of the year, he had the last game of the season culminated to me in him having a great season.
I agree.
It's Jalen Hurts.
I want to throw out something I've thought of for a while.
What you think?
There's a double standard. You just said something totally fair. And I don't think anyone will call in and disagree with Saquon. Look, when he was with the Giants, he didn't do much. But if I sit here and say, if you put Jalen Hurts on the Titans, he wins 6 games next year, people will say, oh, Joe, that's ridiculous. He's a winner. He would elevate the Titans. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but maybe he wouldn't, right? Isn't it the same thing? Isn't that the same thing? Like what you said is totally fair, that Saquon's career was kind of
blah,
even though he was a great talent, right? It wasn't going well in New York. But that's the Jalen thing that's also part of it. If Jalen ended up somewhere else, all these things we say about him might not be real.
That's fair, but we don't know that for sure. We know this for sure about Saquon.
Well, because there's evidence.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's evidence of that. There's evidence.
Yeah, that's real.
And I don't think, it's fair to say that because that's a lot of times that's the argument that people are having. Well, if Josh Allen was here,
yeah, right,
he'd be a better quarterback. Josh Allen's not here. Josh Allen
still
has
a better quarterback.
He could be there, but what does Josh Allen have to show for it except a nice-looking wife?
He's got an MVP.
That's it. Okay, but
And a
what's
lot
more
of production.
important is an MVP or a Super Bowl?
Well, doesn't it just illustrate the fact that teams win Super Bowls and not individual players?
See, this is what
it does because if Jalen Hurts was in Toledo in college, he's not. We're not talking about him as though he has all this pedigree coming out. He went to Alabama, right? So he was surrounded with a great team, and he went to the national championship, and got benched. By the way, just wanted to point that out. But the team is what makes the winner. The team is what makes the winner.
This is what I don't think. I can sit here and try to tell you this all day. I don't think you will ever understand or anybody ever understand is Jalen on every level has won, regardless of you want to talk about the talent around him or whatever, at a position where it's hard to find guys like him.
So I agree, and he's won. He's been a winning quarterback.
And
This was his first championship.
Yes.
But he didn't win in Alabama.
No,
he didn't
but
win in
he's
Oklahoma.
He's been a winner.
Yeah, winner. Yeah,
Yeah,
winning quarterback.
and this is what I think people can't wrap their mind around because we want to base a lot of what we say about Jalen and things that we find tangible. Because we always want to talk about what Josh Allen's done and the team that he's on and if this, that, and the third. Bottom line is this. Josh Allen is way more talented than Jalen. I'll say that to a man.
Well, anyone with eyes would say that. Yeah.
But Josh Allen ain't accomplished as much as Jalen had, and he has more talent. So what does that say?
The Bills haven't accomplished as much as the Eagles.
No.
Yes.
No, we're talking about quarter. See, this is the thing. Because when we talk about Josh Allen losing, we talk about him as an individual.
No, we don't bring that up. Only people who want to say that Jalen Hurts is a winner and he's better than all these people bring up Josh Allen losing. The Bills lose.
This is the problem with this whole conversation that we're having, is that when we talk about Patrick Mahomes and his greatness, and he's shown that he is great, but he's always looked at as a separate entity from anybody else. And when we talk about Jalen, in order for it to make sense to us and for us to feel comfortable in whatever argument we're having, we have to include the team in it because he's not as accomplished he hasn't had moments.
Here's the difference.
Backwards.
No, it's not.
Here's
That's exactly what it is. That's what I hear when I hear it.
The difference is, and I didn't feel this way in 2022 when they got there. For the most part, Mahomes is the driving force of the Chiefs. Jalen wasn't the driving force last year.
The Chiefs without Mahomes are not. They're not in that game.
Jalen played well in moments, and in the Super Bowl, you could say offensively he was the driving force. But for the season, he wasn't.
He's not the driving force as far as you know.
No,
like you looking at
it's what I see this year.
We all watch.
You are looking at it. It's not amnesia. It's from your purview because you can look. Okay, say you can look at you look at the Kansas City Chiefs and you look at the success that Patrick Mahomes has. And you say, "Oh, that's him," but I can make an argument that hell he didn't do nothing in college. Andy was the driving. I could say Andy was the driving force behind Patrick Mahomes' success. But don't nobody do that.
But you could say it.
Nobody does. Nobody does that. But for whatever reason here, we want to penalize.
But
Jalen.
on the field, just the games we watch on the field, most weeks you didn't. This is what I mean by amnesia. And obviously some of this is tongue-in-cheek. I do like my doctor's coat. I might wear it again one day.
I mean, it's a nice coat.
Thank you. But I just think about Monday mornings on the morning show, midday show, afternoon. Or Monday afternoon, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the conversation most weeks the next
Jalen.
day? Or Saquon.
Or the lack of Jalen's ability to do.
Defense, Saquon, and then I'd say 4 or 5 times, wow, Jalen. The rest of the times, So how can I say he was the driving force if that wasn't what we said all year?
Because for whatever reason, whatever plays he called, whether it was good or bad, he was the man under center. And for me, I can't take that away from him. I just can't. I can't take that because he was the guy that every week, as bad as he played, they still stuck him out there. And for whatever reason, he still was able to win games. And on the absolute biggest stage where everybody was watching, he came up big.
Well, but so I guess why that doesn't work for me is, let's say CJ doesn't get ejected against the Commanders and they win. Well, are we going to say that Kenny Pickett was the driving force?
No, we'll have a conversation saying that Kenny Pickett should be the starter. That's a conversation that would have been had.
Maybe. What does that tell you?
No, that's the scrutiny.
If your head even goes there.
No, but that's the scrutiny that the quarterback is under. And to your point, to both of you guys' point, there is somewhat of an overcorrection here because he got all those arrows slung at him all season long. And for whatever reason, when it comes to him, it just feels like we want to split hairs about his accomplishments.
I think we just, I'm, again, kidding with the amnesia to an extent. I think we're misremembering because of the ending.
Oh, I'm not. Like Joe, I'm definitely not.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day.
More than anybody I know, you're misremembering.
At the end of the day, I'm going to break it down for y'all as simple as I can.
Oh, boy.
Don't want to hear about the labor pain. Show me the baby.
Yeah, we know.
That's it. Show me the baby. He showed you the baby.
The labor pains were us watching 11 of 19 in December.
The baby's here, and his name is Lombardi.
You know what the labor pain was? AJ with his hand up wide open against the Panthers.
His name
and Jalen throwing to somebody else.
His name is Lil Lombardi.
Oh, jeez. Kyle and Gilbertsville. What's up, Kyle?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, Kyle.
What's going on,
Do I sound better?
You do, yeah. We're good now, Kyle. We'll find out after you talk for a while.
Well, I'm just like in my last call a little while ago, I kind of lean on both sides of the fence in the argument. But I think that Jalen is being a little bit underrated and underappreciated here. There was a previous thing that I think it was you, Joe, that you said that if Jalen, or I don't know if you said just Jalen, but the Eagles, if they were in the AFC, that they probably wouldn't go as far.
Well, I don't know if they'd have been at 2 of these Super Bowls. Maybe 1, but maybe not both.
I don't know, man. In the Jalen-led teams, and I kind of looked at the win-loss record. And I know, I'm using quarterback wins as a quarterback stat here. I'm guilty, but since I think it was November 14th of 2021, his record against the AFC was 15-4. So I'm just going to just put that argument to bed and say I think he could have gone both times and even won 1 or 2 of those Super Bowls if he were playing in the AFC.
Potentially, I'm not saying it's crazy. My point was Allen and Lamar have to face off for the right to face Mahomes. Meanwhile, we've gotten playoff games with the Eagles the last few years against
Tans.
Well, I mean Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy and Baker Mayfield. It's different. The NFC's different with depth of quarterback. That's all.
That's fair. And again, I totally agree with you. And I think, and let me ask you guys all this question. You guys all had Jalen on your top 11.
Yes.
Correct?
Well, Kyle did.
Okay.
Actually, but Hugh and I both did. I had him at 9. Hugh had him at 2. So we both did.
So you both did. Okay. Yes. I guess just I understand that football is a team sport. We all got to contribute in one way or another to win the ultimate prize, which is the Super Bowl. But Jalen is the quarterback. And you just can't. I just feel like he can't be omitted from the list if Jalen and the team, again, I recognize the offensive line, the defensive line, and everybody else involved contributed to this win. But without the defense playing its part, which, again, the defense played its part, Jalen was able to drive down the field on every drive on offense in that most important game. And you have to think, we as Eagles fans have wanted a Super Bowl for so long, and we waited, obviously, till 2017 to win the ultimate prize, to win the Super Bowl. And now we've gotten to the point where we've been so spoiled going to the playoffs over and over again that we're nitpicking the quarterback.
Well, Kyle, I think we see eye on this. This is first world problems from a football fan perspective. We're debating how good our Super Bowl winning quarterback that's been to 2 is. I get, Kyle, I'm with you on that. That's real. Kyle, what's your guess for Hughes' clues? What is he talking about?
So that second clue kind of threw me off a little bit, but I guess I'm just going to stick with my answer, just maybe see if maybe I'm right on this. How about the sun?
The sun has been guessed.
That's a good guess.
Has been guessed a couple times now. I think
that's the second time.
It's not the sun.
But it's a good guess.
215-592-9494. We'll continue this on the other side. Plus, while we're diagnosing people today, CJ who is still talking, I'm not sure what he has.
See what the kids call crashing.
We'll figure that out next. Maybe Dr. Douglas will be on
in case
charge.
of the crash outs.
Yeah, in charge of that one. It's Amnesia Day. Hugh has it. We'll discuss it next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Ipe Mizuhara reported a federal prison Monday, bookending one of the strangest, most surreal stories in modern sports. Shohei Ohtani's trusted interpreter, his friend, stole $17 million to cover gambling debts. Through it all, Shohei kept winning. Another MVP, a World Series, a legacy still intact. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 1, we got to get into really big rumor with the Sixers and what they might do at number 3. The draft is next week, by the way. This thing is sneaking up. The NBA draft next week. Sixers own the number 3 pick. They might end up with the guy I've wanted all along, which would make me very happy. We'll get to that. And the latest on Ace Bailey. It sounds like that. If you were in Ace the pick, Elliott Shore Parks Camp, that's not going your way. So we'll get to that coming up. We have to intervene here with a couple people we work with, including one that's in the studio right now that's just having. Well, some people just need help. You know that. So we're going to help some people out as the show goes along. Your reaction to the whole Jalen Hurts thing, good or great? I mean, really, did he have a good season or a great season last year? That's all. I mean, the truth is he had a good season on a great team. Hugh Douglas over here, unfortunately, touch of amnesia, and believes Jalen Hurts had a great season.
Great season.
I'm not spinning that incorrectly, right?
Great season. Yeah, great season.
Great season.
Great season.
First 4 games stunk.
And it's like I said, it's not how you start, how you finish.
Rams game in the playoffs stunk.
Not how you start, how you finish. What was his last game like though?
That was a Super Bowl.
Because
his teammates got him to the title game.
Balled out.
Yeah.
Defense was great.
He was in the backseat of the car the first whatever weeks. Then he drove. He took the wheel. Finally, everyone else was tired. He took the wheel in the title game in the Super Bowl.
They blitzed him and he made him pay.
Yeah. Well, the defense won the game in the Super Bowl. We established that yesterday.
Best quarterback in NFL at the end of the season last year.
Oh, gee. What?
Won the Super Bowl. Makes him the best.
Are you on drugs?
I mean that we don't talk about those personal things on the air.
Okay.
We're not allowed.
Well,
but best who's the last quarterback standing at the end of the year?
The team is standing. Yeah, this is what we're doing.
I'm just saying, who was the last quarterback standing?
This is why.
I keep it simple. Show me the baby.
We know.
Show me the baby. He showed you the baby. That's it.
So what if we have a run of the next few years where like a lot of average to pretty good quarterbacks win the Super Bowl on great teams?
You mean like Brock Purdy if he'd have won it?
Let's play it out. Let's say Jalen Hurts won this past year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say this year it's Brock Purdy, right? And then the year after that, I don't know. You pick a quarterback in that range on a great team. Are we going to stop? Are we just going to say, you know what, like Mahomes and Allen and Burrow, they're not the best quarterbacks anymore?
If you got those mediocre quarterbacks that go to the Super Bowl before Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, no, the better question is, what are y'all going to say? Because, I mean, that just shows that, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to have
if anything,
a quarterback.
it proves our point that teams win Super Bowls and not just the person at quarterback.
I mean, it's
like exactly what
unquantifiable
it's,
intangibles.
There we go.
But the part
unquantifiable
that makes my brain explode is we've done this already. The NFL history is littered with this. Dan Marino didn't win squat. No one thinks Phil Simms is better than Dan Marino.
Squat.
He didn't win squat. No one thinks Troy Aikman's better than Dan Marino.
I have not sat here once and said that when you talk about those caliber of quarterbacks, that Jalen is better than them. The top five. I didn't like when we had the top five list.
Hold on.
You said he was number two.
He's number two in
now
the
you're
city.
Just lying.
No, you're number two in the league.
Number two in the league.
No, number two. Yeah, because he won the Super Bowl.
So,
but that's the same
he
thing.
won. No, y'all missed the point because we said athletically. When we said athletically, that he's not matched up with those other guys. But you know what made him number two on my list? Is because he won the Super Bowl.
Well, but that would mean
Super Bowl.
If we go back in time,
how many of them other dudes win to go to the Super Bowl? How many of them did go to the Super Bowl?
Only two get to go each year. That's the way.
That's what I'm saying.
The whole thing works.
But the two that y'all have him in front of him ain't never sniffed the Super Bowl.
So 1993, Hugh Douglas would say Troy Aikman's better than Dan Marino.
Well, at the time, because they were winning Super Bowls back to back.
At least you're consistent.
No, I'm just saying they were
consistently crazy.
It's
not
unbelievable.
When did this become a personal attack? I'm just telling you how I believe it and how it plays out for me.
And you,
it don't play out for y'all
insane.
that way. I mean, you know, I've heard worse, but it don't play like that for y'all, but it does for me because I like I said.
Yeah, Joe and I live in reality.
I know the way you start isn't necessarily how you finish. That's probably the problem. Y'all live in too much reality. Mm-hmm. Y'all need to step back and think outside the box just a little bit. Y'all need to work y'all need to work y'all third eye a little bit. Y'all need to get in touch with the third eye. Yeah. I can help you with that.
I actually think I might be
the witch doctor in Egypt.
I might be the wrong doctor for you.
I might be able to help y'all with that. Holler at me after the show.
Well, don't you have a thing for witches? Didn't you say that once?
Wiccans. They're not witches. They're Wiccans.
Whatever that means. I don't know.
It's the same thing. Okay. It's just a nicer way of saying witch.
So now I guess I'm curious. Like, then what do you say if, say next year, Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl?
Then Josh Allen will be the second best quarterback in the league. He got. You know what I would say? He broke through. Mm-hmm. He finally broke through. If Lamar Jackson goes, he finally broke through.
I feel like this city will be in shambles if that happens.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
What happens when this quarterback who's clearly better than Jalen Hurts finally gets the ring that everyone says, well, Jalen can win and they can't?
You know what's funny about this whole conversation that we're having? Because y'all been here longer than us. Been here longer than me.
Okay.
I should say. But y'all don't get how it works here. How do y'all not get how it works here?
People here are out of their minds.
Exactly.
Right.
So why are you
Well, that's the point. I'm trying to tell you that the reality is different than what
my question to you is this, Kyle. Quiet, Kyle.
Sounds like his dad.
Why are you trying to have rational conversations?
This is literally what we sit in front of a microphone and talk to lunatics.
No, you're the irrational one.
No, you guys are. I'm in line with the people.
I'm trying to help everyone.
I understand these people way more than you do.
So you know what? Maybe you do, and maybe I am.
That lab coat don't make you right.
See, how many doctors have you told that to? How many doctors?
I'm telling it to you.
You know what? I think you're right on this. That maybe I have grand visions of changing people's minds when it's impossible.
It's impossible.
But all I'm trying to do is get people to see the truth on things.
But
okay?
it's not the truth, Joe.
No, it is because I listen. I have a track record of a lot of things, but I try to find the truth in things, okay? I try. And I sat here years ago, and I said, hey, this quarterback you love, he sucks. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. And everyone got mad at me. And he stunk, okay? And then I tried to say, they can win with Jalen Hurts. I've been painted as this non-Hurts guy. I was one of the first Hurts guys. I said, they could win with this guy. He's a winning player. But now you've got me painted in the other way because you're telling me he's the best quarterback in the league.
I didn't. First of all,
well, not you, but
I
some.
didn't say that.
And I have to once again try to find the truth within the nonsense. That's
That's
what I'm tasked to do.
This is the problem because again, I'm trying to tell y'all, you are trying to have a rational conversation with irrational people because at the end of the day, here in Philadelphia, in Philly, I'm not talking about nowhere else.
You're the irrational.
I mean, you're literally conceding your own side by saying it's irrational.
Going to let me finish, Kyle Quinn? Can I just have the floor?
You just said you're irrational.
No,
what your point is.
What I'm saying is this. I understand the pulse of this city. And at the end of the day, when you win a Super Bowl, that elevates you over everybody else.
So you're telling the people of this city who believe that Jalen Hurts is as good as he is
that
they're
irrational.
irrational and
no,
crazy.
I'm telling them, hey,
That's
you know what I'm
exactly
telling them?
what you're doing
you know what I'm
right
telling
now.
them? See, because you're trying to break it down and just keep
You said it.
You're trying to
You're the one
you're
saying
trying to
it.
make
These are
me
your
sound
words.
disrespectful to the people.
These are your
No,
words.
what I'm saying is this. People, because I ain't even talking to you and Kyle no more. I'm talking to the people now. Listen, y'all. Live your truth. Live your truth.
I mean,
do not to let Kyle Quinn and Joe Giglio
well, now let me talk to the people.
get in your head
This is
and
appalling.
keep you from living the truth that you want to
This
live.
is why I called you a shock jock yesterday.
The person
You're a
who was
shock jock.
fronting this whole operation here is telling all of these people that they're delusional.
What does the poll say? What does the poll say? Let's go to the poll.
We're going to go to polls?
Yes.
Imagine if Philadelphia sports ran on WIP polls.
Well, this one probably skews.
The Phillies did sign
more in my
Harper over
favor.
Machado.
I mean, you let
based on
all
the
of your
Twitter
people
polls,
down. You basically just told them that they're crazy.
No, I'm
but
just saying.
live their
Okay,
truth.
what's the poll say?
60-40. It's 60-40.
Who's winning?
No.
Wait a minute.
Great over good. Who's winning?
I just asked the question that I can't get it. Who's winning the poll?
I can't believe you told all these people that they're
I
crazy.
know.
See, Kyle's stuck on the wrong thing now. See, he wants.
I think it's a pretty significant development in the show today.
We are kindred spirits.
So they're just as crazy as you.
See, y'all like to use them words, those negative keywords. I don't choose to use
am a
those.
medical professional.
You're
okay?
telling
and you're not.
these people that they're
What
just
does the poll
not
say?
living in reality.
What does the poll say?
60-40, great over good. That's what the poll says, right? I hate the dumb poll. All right, let's. Before we go any further, speaking of crazy, can we hear the latest from CJGJ? What is it? I want you to diagnose him because he's got his own issues. Here's CJGJ on the future of the Eagles here.
I'm going to tell y'all that now. You won't see another ring without Philly. That's crazy. They probably won't see one without me. You talking about? You saw what happened when I left. I'm going to pop it now. Y'all talking about? I'm glad I'm in Texas.
Oh, somebody said you'll never see another ring, and he retorted. So, yeah, he's crashing out a little bit.
So that's what this is?
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, because somebody said something. It's kind of like those times where those random people say accountability is like my enemy, and I get a little, in my feelings a little bit.
Yeah, well, you do. Yeah.
Not really. But that's kind of the same thing. Somebody said you'll never win a ring. He got
saying they'll never win again without him. I mean, I would bet against that. I think the Eagles will win another ring.
You know what's funny?
Moving forward somewhere.
I was listening to the morning show this morning, and they were equating it to like a girlfriend that's really, she's hot, but she's not, she's on a different plane.
He's the girlfriend in this?
Yeah, and you can only take them in spurts. Or boyfriend. Let's not be misogynistic here.
We're inclusive.
It could be, we're all inclusive. So it could be a significant other. Let's just say that.
But they're a little much.
But they're fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're fun to be around.
Bursts.
Yeah, but it's like in short bursts.
You're not going to marry them.
No.
Yeah.
But you can hang out with them a lot. You just got to give them maybe 3 months on, 6 months off type deal.
Are you saying we're bringing him back one more time?
I mean, he might, and he'll come back. Because let's not forget, he crashed out when he left.
Yeah, well, he was mad at everyone in
he was
Philadelphia.
mad at everybody.
And then his car gets stolen or something?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
Good potential in that clip, though, for this entire conversation.
You talking about?
That's a good. Yeah, that's
I
a good
might
one.
take the rest of the show off. We set up the calls, you play that, and then we just take the next call. All right.
You talking about?
Jamel in Norristown is up. Hey, Jamel.
Yo, what's up, fellas? What's up?
Jamel, what's up, buddy?
Man?
What's going on? Hey, Hugh, I'm with you, big dog. I'm with you. And if y'all can, just give me a little bit of time on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Jim, he want to long talk a little bit. Let him long talk.
You long talk, Jamel.
You feel me? All right, look. I say he had a great season, and I'm going to explain why. Jalen Hurts had a great season because Jalen Hurts did what was needed to be done to get that chip. And what I mean by that is he's first off, He's the first Eagle quarterback to start a season, get to the Super Bowl, and win it. And when you look at Josh, you look at what's the boy's name? Joe Burrow. Right? Let me ask you a question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Who got a better O-line? Eagles or the Bengals?
Eagles.
All day.
Okay. Who got a better O-line? Eagles or the Chiefs?
Eagles.
Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at that, now you said you had Saquon number 1, right?
Yes.
Saquon, if you look it up, if I believe, Saquon was averaging almost 3 to 4 yards before being touched.
Yeah, he was.
Right?
Yep.
No, so nobody's saying, well, he's only getting 2,000 because of the O-line. He's not that good. He's only that good because of the O-line. It's like, no, everybody does their part. We keep saying it's a team. Everybody's doing their part. Joe Burrow, he may have 34, 45 touchdowns and have 5,000 yards because he got to throw the ball more. He got to get the ball out faster. O-line is trash. Running back's not as good.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
He still got stuff on the outside. The same thing with Pat Mahomes. We know Pacheco's nowhere near Saquon Barkley. Right?
I agree with everything so far. Yep.
Right. It's not that good. But he had receivers. Jalen Hurts has 2 great receivers, a great tight end. He has a great running back, a great O-line, a great defense. His job is to not screw it up. He can sit there and say, he can throw the ball 20, 30, 40, 50 times a game. That ain't going to win you the game. Win you the game is saying the coaches, the team, everybody's saying, here's what we need to do. This game here, we're killing them on the run game. Keep running that ball. Run that ball, runs that clock. When we need you to pass it, make the throw. He's going to have bad games. We played a lot of games, 17-game season in the playoffs. He's going to have a bad game. I don't mind having a bad game. We can't lose because of him. He didn't have a great game against the Rams, but we didn't lose because he didn't have a great game against the Rams. When we all know, basically the NFC Championship game, that was nothing but some payback there. That was BTA.
Yeah,
right?
It was. Yeah, and he played great that day. Yep.
Yeah, we get to the Super Bowl, right? Everybody knew they're going to focus in on Saquon, and they dared him to throw the ball. And you said earlier the defense was so great. First off, my man Hugh keeps saying it's a team game, but the most important position on that team is the quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you made a comment, Joe. You made a comment saying the defense was so good, anybody going to play. We're not going to act like if Kenny Pickett was in the game, it'd be the same result.
Well, my point was this: with 6 minutes to go in the game, it was 40-6. So what I'm saying is, the defense scored a touchdown. They literally didn't have to score a point, and they would have been winning with 6 minutes to go.
But you said 6 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm saying it's also because of the work that Jalen Hurts did to get you there. The defense did their job. They came in and took over against Pat Mahomes on the defensive side of the ball. On the offensive side of the ball, we still had to move the ball. We still got to score. He had to make those throws. He only had one bad throw because he got hit.
I know. Yeah, he played great in the game. And Jamal, he played great in the Super Bowl. He was awesome.
So what I'm saying is this. So when we're talking about, if you're talking about your top 10 or top 11 athletes in the city, he don't got to be number 1. That's fine. But if he's outside your top 5, you're insane.
Well, I don't think I'm insane. I'm the doctor around here, Jamal. I don't know if you're a doctor. Went to medical school.
You a quack? You a quack doctor?
Medical school. I went to WIP Medical School. It's tough to get in there. All right, Jamal, what do you got? What do you got for us? We want you to go to the game with us. What's your guess for Hugh's clues?
Hugh, you're my guy. Your clues are trash. I cannot think of anything. I'm gonna say satellite. I'm gonna say satellite because it's the 6.
Satellite, the 6. That's an interesting one.
That's not a bad guess, man.
Yeah, we're trending towards a tough day for you, Hugh. This might go down in the end.
No, I won't.
So I need to say something. I didn't want to use this term today. I didn't think it was a day I needed to use it. But our last caller kind of led me here. I mean, did I hear him correctly? A couple times he said they didn't lose the game because of him, right? He said that?
He did say that. And when he said it, I was like, damn, Joe about to use that.
Are we ranking the top game managers in Philadelphia, or are we ranking the top players in Philadelphia? He manages the game very well, especially from week 5 on, right? He protected the football for the most part. He put them in good plays. He put them in good spots. He obviously reads the defense well to decide, what kind of defense he's seeing in terms of 8 men up or whatever, and should take one of them. I mean, he's good at that. I feel like he puts them in the right spot a lot. That's his job, to manage the game. We're not That's not only his job. Like, his job also is to go out there and score a lot of points. And a lot of weeks, they didn't do that on the back of the passing game. I
knew that was
not a game. Are we ranking him as a game manager or a quarterback? Because I feel like we're doing different things here.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. This is one of those conversations, Joe, that it could lead you down a bunch of different paths. That's why you really can't get mad at it, because it just all depends on on two things.
Mm-hmm.
What you believe and what do you think you're hearing. You know, because a lot of times when you talk about Jalen, people hear the vitriol and the hate because he isn't of the caliber of those other guys. But you can make an argument that neither are those guys the caliber of him. They might have more athletic ability, but, and I know you hate this word, unquantifiable intangibles.
Uh-huh.
Jalen has those.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
I think he does have great intangibles. I don't disagree with you. It's just.
And it's served him well in his career. Because I look at it like this. Been around a lot of quarterbacks, man. And the guy that you see in front of the camera, a lot of times isn't the guy that's you see when he's not on camera. Like it's the Jekyll and Hyde thing going there.
Yep.
He feels it feels like he's the same all the time. And I think that serves him well for the position that he played. And especially
he's
being
uniquely
here.
built for this.
Yeah, he
built.
is, man, because, like, listen, play with 5. We all know that there was a love-hate scenario with 5 and the city. Jalen is the same way, but Jalen does not let it affect him.
Let's just call it for what it is. You brought it up. Donovan was more talented than Jalen. Jalen is better built for the city.
Yes.
And I'd rather have Jalen. I mean, if you tell me right now I could start their careers over and I get to pick one and we restart their whole thing and you start from scratch, I'm picking Jalen.
Man, I was trying to tell somebody last night. Like, I was trying to describe Philadelphia. And I couldn't. I just kept saying, I said, Philly's different. And they were like, what do you mean by that? I was like, the people here are different. We watch sports different. We are different. Everything that we do is different. And it's you have to be in it a while to understand it. That's just like this conversation that we're having right now. Outside of Philadelphia, this makes no sense. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It makes no sense, but it makes sense to us.
Because it doesn't.
See, there we go with the personal attacks.
To those without amnesia, it doesn't make sense here either.
Like, people who watch it objectively.
This was not the moment that we had to make personal. I'm trying to make a point.
I'm not trying to make it personal. Like, I just think there is something to.
I am.
There is something to watching it objectively, is there not? Like, you're telling me that people outside the city view it differently. What does that tell you?
That they don't have
maybe
a clue.
we go over the top.
There might be a little bit of that,
fans.
but there's
a lot of it.
But he's ours, and we're gonna uplift him.
But that harms people's view of just how great they are.
No, it just means everybody else don't understand Philadelphia.
So he's our overrated quarterback,
right?
I didn't say that.
If I had a son who was a jerk. But I think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Still your son, though.
Right, exactly.
Oh, that was a great
analogy.
Because
I love him.
Because your dad loves you, but he feels some kind of way about some of the stuff that you do.
That love might be getting lost.
The crunchy socks leaving around the house and whatnot, he get mad about that, but he still loves you.
It's love, but the objective reality is I'm a jerk.
Nah.
No, he is.
Oh, you're
he
great.
swung on a cop.
Kyle, you're great.
See?
You're a great person.
So you just lie to everyone.
What you mean? He has some good.
You can't see anything straight.
Kyle has some good. He has some good saving graces.
He's got great qualities here, but obviously to his dad, he's a mess. I mean, the guy called.
You swung on a cop.
Yeah, he told us that he has resisted arrest or whatever that was. All right, 215.
I don't see that from Kyle.
59. Well, he was drunk. 215-592-9494.
I don't care about the fans.
Your phone call's coming up. All right. We'll get back to everyone's phone call. We got to give you a third clue for Hugh's clues because obviously Hugh didn't do a good job. You know what?
Awesome job.
So when you win the poll, you did a good job. When no one can get your guesses,
they don't understand.
Yeah, right.
They don't understand.
That's a masterclass in spin. All right, your phone call is the third clue for Hugh's Clues. Plus, first round of MLB All-Star voting, it's out. We'll tell you which Phillies are near the top, if any, and should one be there that is not there right now. We'll talk about it. It's a midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you could bet on moonshots and you take all your winnings to a new height. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO and gear up to go yard all season long. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply. Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, there's a bad case out there of amnesia. Jalen Hurts amnesia. We just forgot. And I'm not. It's not your fault, Hugh. I mean, it happens, right? This isn't your fault. I don't want you to feel bad about this. I'm just here to help.
I don't.
It's kind of Hugh's fault.
I mean, I feel pretty good about this. I mean, because you know
why?
I mean, I'm winning the poll. That's number one. And
so because other people are suffering from what you are, you feel good?
I have my fingers on the pulse of the city. I think you guys are like,
You called them crazy.
Yeah.
You people.
You basically said they were delusional.
Yep.
What Philly fan doesn't know they're not crazy? I mean, you act like I said it like it was disrespectful.
Well,
they know they're crazy.
I mean, it was about. It was more about in their opinion of this. Like you're front manning an opinion that you think people are insane to have.
Because I understand where they're coming from.
I know.
This is a little bit like to Joe's point. It's a little bit of an overcorrection, but it is. This is where we are.
I appreciate the passion, and I like
because the baby's name's Lombardi. That's the baby name, and Jalen showed us the baby, Lombardi. And he course corrected because we killed him the first year when he lost. Remember that? Then he course corrected. He took us back, 3 years later, 2 years later?
I don't think people killed him for losing that.
Well, no, it helps me.
It killed him when he played horribly in
making more stuff.
It helps my story. It helps, the legend grows. I'm growing a legend here.
So you're telling stories, we're telling truth. That's what
you're not telling truth. You're basing you have some good points. You've made some good points. But you don't understand the way it works around these parts.
I do understand. I do understand. We are overdoing this.
We have a certain way of doing things in here in Philadelphia. You just don't get it.
No, I get it, and I just fight it. I mean, I'm not surprised. In fact, I guessed the poll perfectly this morning. I knew where this was going. I knew what you were going to say because you have maybe the worst amnesia of anyone.
I don't have amnesia. I see it for what it is.
You don't. You see it for the end result and not the full scope.
He couldn't wait to play that drop. It was a good drop.
Yeah, you have complete amnesia. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that suffer from this. All right, 215-592-94.9. For Hugh, why don't you give everyone a third clue?
Third clue.
Yeah, the guy that sees everything clearly can't give clues out to get an answer here.
This object that you see almost every day has no official owner.
What?
Yeah.
All right, so you see it almost every day.
Okay, I might give you all of this one. That was probably a bad clue.
It has no owner. And what is the second clue again?
The second clue is it was in the height of popularity in the 60s.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think it's an interesting set of clues so far. I don't know when we're going to get a right answer on this.
Maybe never.
We've told you we don't go home until we give away these tickets. So hopefully this happens. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to the All-Star Game voting and where the Phils are and where they're not coming up in a few minutes. Sean from You People is up. Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's going on, Joe? What's going on, Hugh? What's going
up,
on,
man?
Kyle?
Hey, Sean, we got one of our you persons here, Hugh.
You person.
Yeah, I am the you person.
All right,
not
Sean.
Any.
Wow.
I am the you.
You're the king of the people?
I'm the king of the you people.
Okay. What do you got for us?
Dude, if I hear you complain about, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen has to go through Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs every year.
Did he just make you sound like that?
Try.
It's true.
Try, Joe.
It did sound like
All right, if Jalen Hurts was on the Bills last year, you can argue that they would have won that game against the Chiefs because Jalen would have converted that tush push.
I mean, maybe, but he probably wouldn't have scored as many points before that. Yeah,
he would have.
But they might have been down 10 before that.
Super Bowl?
With the players he had around him. I mean, you realize the difference, right? Like, Josh Allen's throwing a Khalil Shakir, a Keon Coleman. Like, how is that?
Whose fault's that? Whose fault's that? Is that Jalen's fault?
No, it's the Bills' fault. It was the Bills' GM's
All right,
fault.
then maybe the Bills should draft the number one receiver and not trade him to Patriots like Stephon Diggs. Like, why would they do that?
Well, you put that loss on Josh Allen.
No.
But you realize the Chiefs
all I
scored.
Said was if Jalen was the quarterback in that situation, they probably win.
What about
that
in
game.
the game? What about in the game? If he's the quarterback in the game,
they win.
No.
He's beating them.
There's no way.
So if the Eagles,
Sean, do you see the difference? Do you see the difference between the Chiefs got to 30, whatever, with 32 points in that game, 31, whatever it was, and the against the Bills defense, and in the Super Bowl? Until garbage time, when Tristan McCollum came in, the Chiefs had 6. Like, don't you see that difference?
Not really. No,
do you realize why Josh
really
Allen was the MVP? Because he was on a
because he had stats in the regular season.
Because he basically
he started off the season.
He dragged the Bills to where they got to. Without Josh Allen, they're not anywhere close to where they are.
Well, maybe the Bills should get some more players around Josh
I
Allen.
agree.
So now we're just deflecting.
Then you can. Then are you going to use the same argument against Josh Allen when they put talent around them?
Well, I don't know,
Sean, because
if they get a number one receiver,
because he's also going to produce.
Have a top 5 line.
Yeah, because Sean, because he's not going to be the 29th.
Is he going to get the same slack?
No, because he's not going to be the 29th ranked passer in the league.
How do you know that?
Well, because I just saw him be the number one with less.
When he had the number one receiver, it didn't matter.
What?
Well, it didn't matter in terms of winning the Super Bowl. Is that what you're saying? When they had Diggs?
When he had Diggs, yeah.
I mean, I agree, Sean. But is it the only thing that we evaluate these players on is if they won a title or not?
Basically,
I think it's the most important thing, isn't it?
It's a huge thing.
Like, do we evaluate
not as
Michael
individuals,
Jordan being the greatest because he's 6-0 in the finals, or what he did in the regular season?
Because his production and he won.
Thank you. Say it again. I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
It's the
finals, right?
But it's also the regular season. He wasn't some player in the regular season.
Nobody talks about. Nobody talks about.
Nobody talks about the regular season.
But Sean, hold on. Here's where you lost me. I'll go down your path. Let's not do that. Michael Jordan was 6-0 in the finals. Hold on. 6-0 in the finals. Jalen Hurts has already lost a Super Bowl. Like I'll play along with your analogy. It doesn't work. Like that's not who he is. Right? Like it doesn't work anymore.
Obviously he's not him, but it's just we don't talk about MJ's regular season is my point.
He was the best player in the world.
He was nothing.
I mean, technically, Kyle, not really.
Well, but hold on a second, because this is what I think people miss. When we talk about the all-time greats, Brady, Mahomes, Michael Jordan, they have the production and they have the wins.
And consistency and years.
There's the combination.
But it's the championship.
But that's what that's what makes them like just a great player from like all-time great,
but
right?
Here's where I disagree.
But they also have the production.
Yes. No one does this with Troy Aikman. Like no one does it. I mean, no one says Troy Aikman's a top 10
because he doesn't. But he doesn't have the production, so nobody puts him at the top of any all-time great list.
Like Sean, Troy Aikman has 3 rings.
So why is Tom Brady at the top?
Oh my goodness, because he played for 22 years at the highest level and won 7 Super Bowls.
Here's what I think we're moving around timelines. Around 07, like early in his career, Sean. There's parallels to Jalen and Tom. There is. They're different kind of players, right? One's a runner, one wasn't. But like they had a lot around them. Obviously, they had Belichick. But around 07, it all flipped. It became Brady as the driving force. Now, if that happens here and Jalen becomes the GOAT,
I think
I'll be all for it. But that hasn't happened. We're creating it.
I think it's unfair to say that it won't happen. Like you think that it will never happen.
Well, I think it's unlikely, but I'm not.
There's a very good chance it will happen.
But okay,
he's been a winner ever since he's been playing football.
Maybe you're right, and if we get there, that'd be awesome. I'm just saying we're obviously not there. Sean, what do you got for us? What is your guess for Hughes Clues?
Oh man, I'm not even gonna lie. Can I have the clues again?
All of them.
Let him hear it too.
I'm sorry.
You see this almost
daily. You threw me off with the last one.
No,
you did throw me off with the last one.
You see this almost daily.
Okay.
It was the height of popularity in the 60s.
In the 60s?
Yes.
Oh, God.
It's an object with no official owner.
Oh man. Is it a plant?
It's not a plant, Sean. We
actually
appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, like I love Sean's passion. I do. He's a good caller, and he's self-proclaimed king of the YouTube audience, the you people, which is great to hear. I mean, the Brady thing. I mean, we gotta get there first.
Well, it's see, again, I understand your argument, but here's the reality of everything that we're talking about when we talk about Michael Jordan, we talk about LeBron James. The championships are a part of a lot of the conversations that are had about all of those guys.
Of course.
And to his point, when you talk about Michael Jordan, nobody talks about Michael Jordan's regular season. They talk about the playoffs.
But it's implied. He wasn't scoring 15 points a game and then dominating the finals.
I mean, I get it, but the championships matter. And another thing, remember when Peyton Manning came out, as good as Peyton Manning was, until he won that first one, you know what was all? Oh, I can't beat Tom Brady. Oh, I can't do this.
Well, that's Josh Allen. I mean, I think there's a lot of parallels to that.
Like, it goes without saying how good these players are, like when they play as an individual. We watch them and we know they're dominating everybody else. They're men amongst boys.
If we want to use an NBA example, I know it's before all our time. I think the more parallel thing is Bill Russell. Bill Russell had very pedestrian numbers. If you go back and look, he scored like 15 points, right?
Yeah, he played in a ton of championships.
Well, he won every year, right? He was the winner and the smart player and the dirty work guy on the dynasty. I mean, if Jalen Hurts becomes the Bill Russell of football and they're 28th in passing every year and they win 10 Super Bowls, we'll love him forever. But does it mean that he's better than, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes or Joe Montana? I don't know. But no one thinks Bill Russell's the best basketball player of all time.
All depends on who you talk to.
Well, no.
I mean, like
he's not better than Michael Jordan.
Like, it all depends on who you talk to. Some people feel like those championships carry a lot of weight.
Right, but have you ever spoken to someone who says, I think the GOAT player is Bill Russell?
No.
No, neither have I. I mean, he doesn't mean he's not great. And he's part of those conversations, right? You win enough. To your point, Hugh, if you win enough, it does supersede the other stuff, right? Like you get wedged into the conversation. If Jalen Hurts wins 4 Super Bowls this way.
Yeah,
he's in very small company.
Right.
And that's undeniable.
But until we get there, then I don't know. Terry Bradshaw won a bunch of Super Bowls. Terry Bradshaw wasn't as great as those other guys.
Kind of the same thing with Tom Brady.
No.
Well, it kind of is, Joe, because when you look at Tom Brady when his legacy started, is when they did the snowman game or whatever it was against the Raiders.
Yeah.
And then it started in his first couple seasons, people were like, oh, well, it's the defense that won.
Yes, and Belichick.
Yes. And then as he evolved and he started winning more, then it started, well, maybe he can play for real. Like, maybe he's legit. He's a legit bona fide quarterback.
But he played different. He threw 50 touchdowns then.
Yeah. And Jalen's story is still being written.
Right. And I'm, to our last Carl's point, I'm open to it changing. But we're changing the story before the story changes. That's what I don't understand. Like, we're deciding he's this all-time quarterback or all-time player before he does those things.
Jalen has been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
It for
a guy that, okay, for the sake of this argument, has a air quotes limited skill set.
I don't think he has limited skills.
No, I'm just saying. And compared to those other guys that have been in the league a little bit longer, he's not them.
Well, Aikman went to 3 in his first 5 years.
I mean, the era that he's in now, he's not those guys that we put in front of him, but he's accomplished more than those guys have accomplished in a shorter period of time.
But isn't that kind of it right there? Like you say, he's not them. Like that's what we are talking about. People take it too far by saying he is amongst them. He's not them as an individual player. Like he's not.
Well, then to spin it back to the list here this week, right? Top 11.
Right.
He's not Wheeler. He's not Barkley.
Like, it's
he's just
okay.
not.
But you know who else wasn't them in my mind and still is considered one of the best? Joe Montana. Montana won that. See, this
he won MVPs of the league.
It's still the same thing. You talk about, yes, it is. When you talk about the era that he was in and his contemporaries, he wasn't as talented as most of those quarterbacks, but he won.
So I agree with you. That's fine. I think you make a fair point. His arm wasn't right the same as but Jalen. You know what? No one can explain to me. Why doesn't he produce more? Right? Like everyone says, well, the conversation is almost as if he was throwing for 5,000 yards and I was saying, hey, he's not that good. He has helper on him. He doesn't produce. They were 29th in passing with the best O-line and the best receivers. Like your point on Joe Montana, Hugh, he was winning MVPs. He had the best passer rating. Jalen doesn't have any of the statistical markers. Like, I don't get it. Like, if he had the statistical markers and we were saying, I think you could say, well, that's not fair. Joe Montana did the same thing. Joe Montana won MVPs of the league.
Yeah, the production's not there.
Jalen Hurts doesn't have MVPs. We don't have him. I mean, maybe he will one day.
Not yet.
Maybe, is this the year?
Yeah, I'm thinking so.
All right, Black Gritty's up. What's up, Black Gritty?
So, first of all, I take Doc McStuffins over your doctor and Joe Giglio.
Well, you know what? I have had so many patients today. I'm not even sure I can accept anymore. So we'll see. Go ahead.
So after I defend Jalen, I want to give my top 11, and I'm going to go fail with Hughes clues. So, it's funny because when the team was in the collapse and they were losing all those games, it came out in the offseason, well, Kelsey's retiring, and he calls a protection. Jalen won't be able to handle the blitz because he's got to call his own protection. Lo and behold, he calls his own protections. And when the Bills play Spags, they get dog walk. When the Ravens play Spags, they get dog walk. Every time Jalen goes up against the vaunted Spags and the crazy defense and all the protection and all the things, he learns how to read that defense and play well against him in the biggest moments. He shows up in the biggest moments in the biggest games. Lane Johnson and Jalen Hurts, if they're not playing and starting on the team loses. Everybody else is interchangeable. Those two dudes are the dudes that are winning for this team. And if that's the biggest thing, is that when it comes down to the Super Bowl or the biggest moments, Jalen Hurts doesn't fold. Bills quarterback, they fold in the big moments. They can't get the touch push. They can't do all that. In the Super Bowl, Spags said, we're going to take away Saquon Barkley. Now, what if I told you Saquon Barkley's trash? He never did anything without this offensive line. If he didn't have his offensive line, what's Saquon Barkley? I sound like a hater, and that's how most of these people complain sound like. In the Super Bowl, my Saquon Barkley has 57 yards. How many rushing yards did Jalen Hurts have?
70-something.
Okay. Did he have a touchdown, too? Was it a touch push? No, I don't think so. That guy showed up in the biggest moments in Philadelphia and had to deal with people like you every single day, and that's why he's top 5, dead or alive. He's number 1 on my list. I don't care what you say, Doc McStuffins.
All right, dead or alive?
Dead or alive.
Doc McStuffins is strong.
Number 1, dude.
Yeah, hey, bro, Kyle, watch it. So let me give you my top.
Let's hear it.
All right, so coming in at number 11, Kyle Quinn, just because I'm going to put him on the list because he's something. Oh, this is my top 11 list at the station there. The top 11 at the station.
Just 11?
So it's yeah. I put Kyle Quinn at 11. You keep talking, I'm going to knock you off and put Abe on there because Abe is real blue of the city. Number 10, I'm putting John Johnson. I'm with them snacks in the middle of the night, okay? Number 9, you're lucky you made the list.
Orange snacks.
Yeah, you're lucky you made the list, Joe Giglio, at number 9, okay? Because you're coming in after Sean Bell. He gets on my nerves more than you do, and I like fighting with people, as you know. So y'all both there at 9 and 8. Number 7 is Elliot Flip-Flop Parks, because he always flip-flop and can't keep nothing straight. Number 6, John Ritchie. I always love John Ritchie. Lead through his nose. He's a grown man. Number 5 is the news. Devin, shout out to the ladies out there. She moving up the world. She handles all kinds of business. Number 4 is Jack Fritz. I know a lot of people don't like Jack. Y'all better leave Nola alone. He's annoying and a horrible person sometimes, but he's number 4 on my list. Number 3, we're going into the top 3, okay? Top 3, this is where it gets down, clown. You want to do? You at number 3, buddy. Let me tell you something. You always in my top 5, you. I don't care what you do. Number 2 is that smooth butterball Ike Reese. I've been with Ike Reese since he was at the shop right when my power bombs out. And the best person going on the airwaves that gets to use their voice at that radio station is James Baby Mama Susser. I trade him for all y'all all day, every day. Now, this Hughes clue is one of the worst Hughes clues in America. The first clue, I thought it was my feet because, I'm big and it's cousin season. I couldn't see my feet. I see every once in a while, you know what I mean? The second clue, the 60, was it alarm clock? No. The fourth clue, is it, I'm stealing this from the chat. Is it the moon? Is it the moon, Hugh? What is it?
It's the moon!
100%, man.
You got it, Black Gritty. After all that.
Thank you, Jack. I like it.
You did all that complaining about my clue.
And he got it.
And you got it.
Yeah.
Top 3, Hugh. I love you.
Oh, now he loves me.
Oh, yeah. We
But
did
I'm
put you at number
number
3, yeah. Well, you want to be 1?
Yes.
We'll see you at the game, Black Gritty.
Yeah,
Good
we'll see you at
stuff.
the game.
I was a little hurt I was number 9. Then I realized the camera and Spike didn't make the list.
The way he did that, though, was pretty cool because I didn't think he was going to get it. Then he guessed the moon. Yeah, it's the moon. The moon.
I actually thought it was a fun one.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but most people are probably getting ridiculed.
Well, of course you're getting ridiculed.
It's kind of the thing.
I mean, you ripped the people today. And
I didn't rip the people.
You kind of did. You
I don't
did.
think they felt that I was ripped.
You said they didn't understand.
Oh, wait till you hear some of the YouTube comments were very left out.
All right,
you two people don't. They don't.
We did promise we would talk about something here. Hugh, the first round of All-Star balloting update came out. Like
Yes.
the vote totals. Do you know how many Phillies are currently in position to start the All-Star game?
2.
0. Are you surprised? I'm not. I mean,
well, I thought. Put it like this: I thought Trey was playing better, and I thought he might be one that would get votes.
So Trey has obviously has some votes. He is third in the National League shortstops. So Trey's obviously played better this year, right? And I think for the most part he's played pretty well. I mean, the last night 3 hits. He was a huge part of why they won. I'm not surprised though. Just look at the voting that no Philly is atop the balloting. I mean, I think Schwarber's got their best case, but the other DHs in the NL. I mean, Ohtani's a DH, right? So he's not going to win that vote. As far as Turner goes, he is right now third in the National League. Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets and Mookie Betts of the Los Angeles Dodgers. So Turner is third. Hugh, I don't think Turner's going to win the vote. I don't think he's going to start.
Like it might be the case.
I don't think he should start, but I will say this, and this might surprise people. I think he has a fair case to make the All-Star team this year. I think he has a case to make it. Now, the question is how many shortstops will be on the team because Lindor's going to start. Mookie is probably going to make it. And I think Ellie De La Cruz has a case to be there too. So are they going to take 3 or 4 shortstops? I don't know how many they take. If they take 4, he clearly should be there. If they take 3, I think it's a maybe. You think he's an All-Star this year?
I think he should be. But to your point, yeah, he got started a little bit late. And those guys like, Mookie and them cats, man, they've been kind of rolling a little bit. So yeah. And the Phillies as a whole, they've been kind of up and down a lot.
Well, and they don't have anyone other than Schwarber that's having a great offensive season.
Yeah, and then Bryce, with doing, having the situation he's got right now.
Yeah, Bryce is not an All-Star this year.
Boom, getting off to the slow start that he got off to. So yeah, I guess he's your bet. Trey's your best bet.
Trey's the best bet. If I had to guess right now, I don't think they're going to have a starter unless maybe Wheeler starts the game as the starting pitcher. But I don't think they're going to have a starter in the game. But obviously they're going to have some All-Stars. I mean, Schwarber should be an All-Star. I think Trey has a real case. Wheeler should clearly be there. Is that it? Is it just those 3?
I think so.
Wheeler and Schwarber feel like locks.
Yeah, and
Trey's.
I feel like
would you say for Schwarber as far as the home run derby, or are you talking about the actual game?
The actual game.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know if I want him going to the game.
Why?
Schwarber can do the home run derby, but everyone just take the week off.
Oh, because last year they sent 8 and then they stunk in the second half?
How many Mets were there last year?
Probably not that many.
And then what happened?
I mean, they're going to go for one day to Atlanta and they play in a game. They'll be fine.
You never know.
It's fun watching the Phillies play in the All-Star game.
Is it really, though?
Yeah, you get to see listen,
All-Star game's weak now.
I like the All-Star game. Don't crap on the All-Star game. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here on the Phils, on the Eagles, on Jalen Hurts. Listen, we'll talk through it. Good or great season. What did Jalen Hurts have last year? I thought it was a good season. It ended great. Are you all right over there?
No, I'm just laughing. You say we'll talk through it.
We'll talk through it. I'm here to help. I mean, I'm trying to help you. You've gotten worse as the day has gone on. I thought this would be better. All right, we also have a big development with the Sixers in the draft. Latest mock out at ESPN with intel from executives. And there is big loser energy coming from potential Sixers draft pick, a guy that I've been saying the whole time. He's got some loser vibes in his game. He might have them in his brain, too. We'll talk about that next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show right here, as always, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving even more reasons to love home runs this year every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's an Oppo Boppo or a wall scraper, FanDuel's got all the home runs covered, and of course your spot to bet the home runs. Visit FanDuel.com FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Gear up to go yard all season long at FanDuel.com/hammer to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel Sportsbook, America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months.
Philly, get ready for an unforgettable weekend. Cheerleaders Philadelphia proudly welcomes the one and only Ember Snow. She's bringing the heat for 2 sizzling nights, Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st. Famous for her jaw-dropping stage presence and captivating performances, Ember Snow is ready to ignite the stage. This is your chance to experience one of the industry's brightest stars, live, up close, and personal. Don't miss Ember Snow, June 20th and 21st, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Oklahoma City's Jalen Williams is starting to get a lot of comparisons to an all-time NBA great. Although their styles of play are different, Scottie Pippen keeps coming up in comparison to Williams. Pippen might be the most famous Robin in NBA history. Williams put up 40 to give the Thunder a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. If OKC can finish the job, the Williams-Pippen connection will just grow stronger. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
High heat like you out there scorching foods. That's pretty impressive, though. But you don't work out, though, dog.
Don't you think, Joe, what's missing here in all of this is because we get the tag, you're being disrespectful to Jalen Hurts. It's disrespectful to Saquon and the defense. Some of this conversation.
It's crazy. I think
luxury, not a necessity.
It's disrespectful.
That's disrespectful.
It's the whole thing. The Eagles' defense dominated the best quarterback or one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the history of the sport. Dominated him. Dominated
they
him,
well.
and we decided to give credit to the other quarterback.
Right. They play well.
It's like
if I ask somebody in 20 years to go through every Super Bowl team winner, right? Like somebody who's from planet whatever,
or the moon.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
they play well.
I say look at every single Super Bowl winner and tell me what the most notable thing about that team is. I think they would be stuck between Saquon Barkley or how dominant the defense was.
No, they'd be like, "Woo, look at those dimes that he dropped." Like,
they would not. No, they wouldn't.
You are out
no
your
one
mind.
would say that.
They would say
they would not.
All right, so hold on. When we go, the fun thing about this is we have like comparisons. We have not that long ago history. If I bring up the Seahawks team with Russell Wilson that blew the doors off of Peyton Manning and the Broncos, you say Russell Wilson, or do you say the Legion of Boom?
If I'm being honest, I think about him in the plays that he made.
He didn't do anything in that game.
But he was a quarterback. I do think about, and he was young, and he was the quarterback of that team. Now, the one that he lost, you know what I think about? That stupid play that they called on the goal line.
He threw the pick.
Yeah, that's what I think about.
So basically they should have run the ball because
that's what I was thinking.
They were better when they ran the ball.
And you know what? I didn't even see that game. I remember I was in the car driving, and I remember listening to that and hearing it. So, yeah. That's what I remember about that one. But no, I give him his props. It's one of those things, man, that position, knowing how hard it is to accomplish what he's accomplished, that's what it is for me. And that's why, I know it might sound crazy to you guys, but I look at Jalen at the beginning of the year, and I look at him at the end of the year, and two different quarterbacks. And I understand that, you could say that, well, he's only 2 weeks removed from looking crazy.
He was.
But on the biggest stage, he stepped up and he got the job done.
So can I add something here? Because remember when Saquon Barkley was saying we're a top 5 team of all time?
Mm-hmm.
You know what he brought up? The defense.
Of course.
And how dominant they were on the offensive line.
That's the truth.
That's him and the defense. Hurts' name didn't even come up.
He's right. I mean,
of course he is.
I mean, that's his opinion. That's not mine.
He was on the damn team.
Don't make no difference.
I'll tell you what, they could have been a top 5 team of all time if the quarterback played better. I mean, they would have won every game like the Super Bowl. What I saw in the Super Bowl made me happy and also scratching my head at the same time. It was in them. It was there. It's not. The thing with Jalen, it's an inability. He has all the ability. We see it every 5 weeks. It's a lack of consistency of excellence. That's why I think this is nuts. Zach Wheeler's way more consistently excellent. Jalen Carter's a better player. I mean, we've lost our compass here, and I'm trying to help. Obviously, it's amnesia because I know you're seeing it. You're just forgetting what you're seeing.
I just don't see it from your perspective.
Well, the first step is admitting you have a problem.
No, we haven't gotten that. 3 hours in.
I think we kind of did when he said that people are delusional.
No, I'm saying I don't see your perspective.
I think you do.
I think your vision is kind of clouded.
I just think you're ignoring the bad and highlighting the good.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm definitely not ignoring the bad. I cannot forget because, like I said, when I was telling the story, I was sitting there and we would watch the games together, me and Ike, and I was like, you would hear people say, "What is he doing?" There was those conversations.
So that means it wasn't a great season.
Well, it was a great season because the season culminated.
Because of the team with him.
Well, because he won the Super Bowl.
They won the Super Bowl.
He won the Super Bowl. Okay, the team won the Super Bowl, but Jalen was at the helm. He was the quarterback.
I'm going to start arguing for the defense and Saquon the way you guys argue for Jalen. It's total disrespect.
It really is.
It's the best defense in Eagles history. It's like, Jalen Hurts is Super Bowl champion. No, they're Super Bowl champions.
And where are they now? They're all over the place. They've been scattered to the 4 winds. They didn't keep everybody.
All of the best defense in the league.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting here trying to figure out whether or not we could duplicate or replicate what we had last year. And
filibustering now.
No, I'm just saying. The quarterback that won the Super Bowl is still here.
Well, he's under contract.
And he's on a rocket ship that's going straight to the moon.
He took 3 games ago. He took 7 sacks in a game. 3 games ago. And he's straight to the moon.
What did he do in the absolute last game of the season?
So I guess Saquon's not that great of a season because his last game
sucked.
Only as good as your last game.
Well, he got 57 yards. It's okay.
That's not very good.
Right. What did the quarterback do?
But no, what is Saquon? If his last game is what we count.
What you're only as good as your last game.
So Saquon's not that good.
So he did. He was present. But the quarterback was the MVP.
So wait, time out. So during the season, when I said Jalen Hurts was along for the ride, present in the car but not driving, everyone cried. You just said Saquon was just present.
No,
it's
I said
the same thing.
At the end of the year, in the last game of the season, Jalen Hurts was the MVP and he played phenomenal.
Agreed.
Okay, so why can't we just leave it there?
Why can't we leave it there?
Why can't we just leave it there?
Because there's a totality of everything that happened.
It's not in the totality. The totality is he won the Super Bowl.
No, the totality is his entire season and including the Super Bowl, yes.
Don't care about labor pains.
Yeah.
I know you don't.
This is why you are the easiest case of amnesia I've ever seen.
I do not have amnesia.
You forget all the other stuff and just focus on the end.
This is my third eye working overtime trying to get y'all right, but y'all just don't see it the right way. Doesn't help that I'm blind. Y'all are just you're not Jalen haters. You're just living in way too much reality right now, and that's not what we need. This is not what this is.
It's over.
What are you talking about?
You're saying I'm living in reality. Then where are you?
No, because you're thinking about this
realistically.
No, it's not. It's not the realistic way to
Logically
think.
and realistically.
It's not the right way.
You know
You're
what?
not thinking
of all
about
the
this
insults
the right
I've
way.
ever gotten in this radio station, that's my favorite one. You're too realistic and logical.
No, because
Moron.
you guys are. You guys are. You're just being really too realistic in this situation.
Well, you know what? I feel good about it because if you're telling us that we are on the logical side
Doc,
here.
I know you're diagnosing me. You're living way too much in reality, Doc.
When we get to this, all I gotta say is this.
Quack.
What does the poll say?
I don't care.
What does the poll say? The polls tell me that I'm right on this. And I've been trying to tell y'all all day what this is. Unquantifiable intangibles. Y'all just don't want to hear it. Because you know what it is for you guys? If y'all don't see it, it ain't real. That's what it is.
You just told us we're living in reality.
But that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't see what I see. So it ain't real to you.
Delusion?
No, I'm not delusional. I am on point with this one. What does the poll say, Kyle? You won't even tell what the poll
You
say.
know what?
The poll says I am right on this.
What did the poll say yesterday? When you said that Jalen was
I'm not living it. I'm moving forward.
Yeah, another sign.
I'm moving forward.
Another clear sign of amnesia.
Yesterday was
Short-term
yesterday.
memory loss.
No, yesterday was yesterday. Don't know what the poll was
What's
yesterday.
today? You know what today is? It's Tuesday.
Wait a minute.
It's Tuesday.
Okay. I thought it was Wednesday.
No,
But
it's not
anyway.
Wednesday. It's not Wednesday. I thought it was Wednesday. Let's go to OG Wade, who's up next. OG.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on?
OG, how are you? What's up?
I'm on my Jalen Hurts support tour.
Okay.
Since y'all on the Jalen Hurts tear down tour, I'm going to back. I got to bring some logic to certain situations. I started out early this morning on Joe DeCamara's idiotic, not even having Jalen on a list. But the guy Sean just got off. He wasn't able to defend his argument too well. In terms of when you said did Josh Allen lose Buffalo the game? Absolutely, he did. They all out blitzed him, and he threw a Hail Mary up in the air when he had a receiver out in the flat that could have either got the first down or won the game, because that touchdown, if he would have ran it in, that would have won them the game.
With
and
the ball
Josh
that was
Allen
dropped?
would have been in the Super Bowl, and then. What? No, the ball wasn't dropped, Kyle. The ball was thrown up in the damn air.
And then what happened?
The tight end was running it out. And he came back
hit him in
trying
the
to
hands?
get into it, and three other players.
Beat him up, ball.
No, Kyle. That's bull crap. Okay, that wasn't even a pass to the damn. If you look at the play again, I know you got your blinders on because you want Josh Allen to be so great.
Well, he
but
is
they
great.
lost the game because of Josh Allen.
Well, OG, if
The
Jalen
team
Hurts made that throw and the receiver dropped it, you'd be sitting there going, Jalen Hurts put the ball in his hands.
Right.
He just dropped it.
Why
I
you
would
gotta
have
sound
said,
like
why
that?
no? You know what I would have said? Why the hell didn't you throw it out to the open
No,
receiver?
you wouldn't. You know you
So
wouldn't.
I know how to criticize Jalen when it's warranted. But see, here's the deal: the difference. Jalen Hurts is Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and all them guys can't beat Patrick Mahomes because they in his conference, right? Jalen Hurts is not even in their conference, and he beat Patrick Mahomes more times than all three of those quarterbacks.
Well, that's not
beat him.
true. I mean, Allen has beat Mahomes many regular season times. Many regular season games.
Wrong.
What are you talking about wrong?
I mean,
They gave him their first loss last year. The only real loss they had in the regular season was in Buffalo.
Yeah, it
That's
was.
okay, now, when did he beat him again?
He's
beat him.
4-1 against Mahomes, OG Wade.
Hold on, OG. You know Jalen Hurts is 2-2 against Jalen Hurts is 2-2 against Mahomes. We have now alternative facts. He's 2-2 against Mahomes. He lost to Mahomes. I remember every single moment of it. They lost to Mahomes here in 21.
Oh my God!
Did he lose to him here in 21? Yeah, they lost here. Okay, then they lost him in the Super Bowl.
Alternative facts.
So
That's
he's
crazy.
2-2, right?
Yeah, and the last two times he's beat him.
He's 2-2.
2-2.
I can't hear you. He's 2. Okay, what is Josh Allen?
4-3 overall.
Okay. All right.
You blew it.
It's playoffs, right? No, I'm just
Overall,
saying.
we're doing
So if
both,
that's
just
the
like
case,
you're doing
but
for
my
Jalen.
point- Here.
Move on to the
Here's
next
my
point, because this
guys.
one was wrong.
Here's my point. Jalen Hurts comes up in the biggest moments. And that's not only the only thing. Jalen Hurts has done the things that y'all say he could not done. And y'all say in order to beat the best, you got to do what? Beat the best, right? In order to be the best, you got to beat the best.
That's the Ric
So he
Flair
beat the best. And you also said he couldn't win throwing the ball 21 times. Well, he proved you wrong there. So when are you going to get – and everybody said, oh, you know what? I'm going to take Saquon away, and if Jalen can beat us, I'll give him all his credit. So when is Jalen Hurts going to get the credit?
When he
'Cause they
plays
damn sure
great
took Saquon away.
when he plays great consistently, then he gets credit for being great. It's easy.
Okay, so like the other quarterbacks that play great consistently but can't win the Super Bowl? That can't even get to the Super Bowl?
So what did you think of Dan
Is that what we
Marino?
doing?
What did you think of Dan Marino, OG?
I'm glad you brought that up. I think Dan Marino overall is a Hall of Fame quarterback. Jimmy Johnson himself said that Dan Marino had a problem with Dan Marino because Dan wanted to throw the ball, and Jimmy said, Dan, if you want to win a Super Bowl, we have to give the ball to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Dan Marino refused to do that. So he is the reason why he don't have a Super Bowl. You listen to all you got to do. See, I know it's hard for y'all to do, which is go out and do some research. Just go and listen to coaches and say what they say about Jimmy Johnson, about Dan Marino.
Yeah, not that good.
Do you think any coach in the how many coaches in the NFL would take Jalen Hurts over those other guys?
I'm sure it's a lot of them.
No, I'm sure it's not.
But guess what? I mean, them coaches would have been wrong. I mean, them coaches would be wrong, though.
You said listen to the coaches, and I brought up the coaches, and now they're wrong. I mean, like, that work both ways. That work both ways. We create these stories that are unreal. So he brought up the Josh Allen thing. Did Josh Allen come up small in the last play against the Chiefs? I think he did. I think he did.
Yes, he did.
Was Jalen Hurts asked once after week 1 to win a game where his defense gave up 30 points? Not once. Or he was, and they failed. So the Chiefs scored 32 points in the title game. So Josh Allen had to get to 33 to win. How many times did Jalen Hurts have to get to 33?
To your point, he didn't. He was always, for the most part, they were always in a great spot.
Yeah, they're ahead. Now, it doesn't mean he's not good. It doesn't mean he didn't play well. But we credit this boogeyman stuff now. Like, when was his game-winning drive against Patrick Mahomes? Well, I don't know. I mean, first of all, they were up the whole time in the Super Bowl, so we didn't need one this year. And if you go back to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, I can't point out on the third down before Sirianni punted for no reason in the fourth quarter, Jalen missed on a blitz. I do have an example. He's not.
Yeah, he's made some.
This is your fault.
What you mean?
Your fault.
Live your truth.
You're empowering people.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You told him to live his truth, and he's bringing up things that aren't actual facts to make his point.
Now, I don't subscribe to that.
Yes, you do.
Not really.
Yes, you do.
No,
You just told us we're living in reality too much.
I subscribe to unquantifiable intangibles that I can make tangible, but you just don't understand them. Now, I don't to all due respect,
I'm the wrong doctor. You need a different doctor. I'm not the one for you.
I don't know what OG. Sometimes it's a little much. It's a lot.
All right,
but I mean, he's living in his truth.
Can I bring up my truth about the Sixers and the NBA draft a week from now?
What you about to say?
Run far away from Ace Bailey. All right, here we got the latest mock draft of ESPN, and every mock draft has different. Some are just guessing, right? Some are doing one
reckless speculation.
Some might do one on what they would do, but then you have ones that get intel, right? Like they're talking to people around the NBA, they're gleaning stuff. So that was today's over at ESPN. Their latest mock draft. All right, so the Cooper Flag goes 1 to Dallas. Everyone knows that's happening. Dylan Harper goes 2 to the Spurs. That feels pretty locked in. Hewitt, number 3, and I was excited about this, but it's what was written underneath that stood out to me. So number 3, the Sixers, latest mock at ESPN. VJ Edgecombe, the shooting guard from Baylor, the kid.
Yeah, that's the guy you wanted.
I've wanted him the whole time. That's great. But the whole story was
another
guard. Listen, you got to get the best player. You can worry about the fit later. So they went on to why it could be Edgecombe right now instead of someone else, including Ace Bailey. I'm going to read from you what was written here about Ace Bailey and why the Sixers are kind of leaning towards VJ Edgecombe. Quote, Edgecombe takes over the spot from Ace Bailey in ESPN's mock draft after a positive visit to Philadelphia, where sources say he made a strong impression in a private workout as well as in meetings with the front office and ownership. He appears to be the leader in the clubhouse, with Bailey losing momentum after refusing to visit, initially unsatisfied with his search for a proven pathway to development. They add in he's probably going to come visit this week, but he refused the initial ask on a visit. So then I scroll down to see, where's this Ace kid falling, right? The kid Elliott wants. They have him at number 6, but this is what caught my attention. So his strategy has perplexed some observers. It's all from the article today. Sources say Bailey's camp has informed interested teams. They believe he is a top 3 player in the draft, but he also seeks a clear pathway to stardom. Perhaps feeling comfortable a team will trade up to get him. Some teams question whether Bailey has received assurance of being a top player selected, and if he wants to go to a situation more advantageous from a playing time perspective. You know what my read on that is?
He want to play.
He wants to play for a losing team. He wants to play on a team that there's no other established players that are going to score. He didn't want to be here.
He want to be that dude.
Yeah, so he wants to lose.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the way the NBA is constructed now, and you talk about the youth movement in the NBA, yeah.
Well, I don't want any part of him then. I'm not if
that's a bold move because you're talking about, I would think, a couple $1 million swing from the 3rd pick to the 6th pick.
Yep, I'm sure.
And endorsement deals and stuff like that. But maybe, and I'm just playing devil's advocate because I can't imagine coming out of school, having that kind of pool where you just tell people don't draft me or whatever. Because that's kind of what we're talking about. Don't take me because I want to play.
Well, if you don't show up for you don't agree to come to a meeting, you're basically telling that team I don't want to be with you.
Yeah, you're putting yourself. I mean, you're taking a chance. But you're kind of betting on yourself in a sense.
When we first brought this up, and I argued with Elliot one day you were out, he strikes me as a losing player. And I don't mean it like a personal thing. He shot the ball a lot, and he didn't take good shots at Rutgers. They didn't win. And now he basically...
He wants to be a star.
On a bad team. Like what I read this as, the Sixers have too many other veterans that will get shots, right? Like Maxey.
He wants to be the focal point.
On a bad team. Right, like because the Sixers aren't your typical third pick in the draft, right?
No, they have some talent.
Yes,
they have some guys.
So
and you could be a piece.
Right, if he's trying to find his way onto a team that doesn't have much talent, it tells me he'd rather score and lose than be on a team with some talent. I don't want that guy.
I guess that's the way you read it. Like playing devil's advocate. Kids nowadays, Joe, in the way that they digest all of this, and they take it just like, for instance, the defensive end for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Shamar Stewart.
They're more in tune to the money that they're making and the contract situation. I can't remember ever being in a situation where I felt that empowered when I was coming out to tell a team no,
sure,
or anything like that. So it's one of those things where maybe he feels that his best path to becoming a star is going to a bad team and getting the money on the back end.
And that's his prerogative, and I don't care what he does. I don't want him on my basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, I get that because you would think that coming in, I kind of look at it like most kids wouldn't want that pressure. They would probably want to go somewhere where,
they could blend in a little bit,
yeah,
develop.
But he might be one of them cats that want all the smoke.
He might, and you know what? I think it's probably going to work for him. He's probably going to get what he wants, and he's going to end up on the Wizards.
I hear what you're saying because it's an odd thing to want.
It just feels like I'm watching a story that's good. He's destined to score 25 points a game on a team that wins 25 games.
Yeah.
So go do it. I mean, that's cool.
Maybe he feels that this is he could be the guy that be the start for something good for that team.
Like he's the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I mean
you take it anytime you do anything like this, you take a chance.
Refusing the visit
is a lot.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I get the Sixers are a mess, but they still have the third pick. Like if you don't want to be here, you don't want to be here. So we'll see where it goes. There is a report today. John Clark said he is going to visit. So maybe at first he said no, and then he changed his mind. Who knows?
Because of the optics.
Well, and the story's out there today, so maybe his agent said we should probably go to Philadelphia. So we'll see. But I'd be very happy if it's Edgecombe at 3. All right, Paul in Northeast Philly. What's up, Paul?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Paul. What's up?
Listen, Hugh, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
If there's 32 NFL teams and one wins the Super Bowl, what are the other 31?
Losers.
They're losers. That's how an athlete thinks. They're losers.
I try to tell them this every day,
the
Paul. They
best
don't understand. I try to school them. They don't.
What does Kenny Pickett have that the other guys don't?
Super Bowl ring.
He's got snaps in a Super Bowl. Josh Allen don't have no stats.
Don't have none.
So do you think
your point.
Kenny Pickett's
Big
better
Dom.
than Josh Allen?
No, he's see. Paul has vision.
You're
Paul
a loser
has
if you
vision.
ain't making the big game.
That's right. Kenny Pickett's better.
So you're a loser if you don't make it or you don't win it.
49th in passing. So you want Justin Herbert, I guess, right?
Justin Herbert didn't have many passing yards last year either. They ran the ball to the playoffs. So no, I don't want
Justin Herbert. Look at his passing statistics.
But not last year. Not last year.
Come on.
But
you know the thing. This guy's a winner. He's a winner.
Does that make him a great player? I never said he wasn't a winner.
Because he's a winner, he's a great player.
Oh, wow.
Kind of go
He's
hand.
a winner. He makes the right
Live your truth, Paul. Don't let them deter
Paul,
you.
I got a question, Paul.
That's so bad.
What do you think of Brock Purdy?
Meteor.
If the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year, he's a tramp. He's a great player. He's just like Jalen Hurts.
He's a tramp.
What? No, he ain't making the Super Bowl.
He just did. They
Bowl.
just made it. They were in overtime a year ago. If they won that game, he's the same as Jalen Hurts.
If he didn't win the game,
the
winners win. Winners don't get stuck at 4th and 1.
You heard.
You know why? You know why he didn't get? Why didn't he get stuck in 4th and 1, Paul?
Jason,
Why
quarterback-
didn't Jalen Hurts? Why wasn't Jalen Hurts stuck in a spot where he has to convert a 4th and 1 in the fourth quarter? Why? What
Now
happened
you're
in
going
the
to say they're lying?
The defense dominated the Super Bowl.
It does. 2 weeks ago, we put them down as the top 5 football team of
Get
all
him right.
time. You said no.
Get him right, Paul. Get him
But
right.
you know why I
You
said
said
no?
no.
Why I say no?
You said they weren't a top 5 football team of all time 2 weeks ago.
Why?
Now you're leaning on the defense.
Why did I say they can't be a top 5 team of all time?
You're saying because of the quarterback.
They didn't throw the ball well.
Get him right, Paul.
Paul,
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Don't let
Paul,
him.
Russell Wilson's a Hall of Famer. I didn't think he was better than Peyton Manning.
So is Eli Manning.
Right. Eli Manning wasn't as good as Aaron Rodgers. Like, why are we pretending all these things that we know?
Lean on
Eli won
something,
2, though.
We lean on something someone else don't have. I love Dan Marino as a guy, but at the end of the day, he never won a Super Bowl.
Get him right, Paul.
So Jalen's better than Dan Marino.
He never won a Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts is better than Dan Marino.
Jalen went 2.
Yeah.
Oh
he
my
won
God.
A Super Bowl.
Oh my God.
Oh,
He won a Super Bowl.
I feel like that's the end of it then.
I got nothing. I got nothing. Terry,
Hey,
Don't
Paul.
take the quarterback down from Pittsburgh.
Terry
He won
Bradshaw.
4 Super Bowls.
So he's better than Rodgers.
Who?
Terry Bradshaw is better than Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers? Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Great call, Paul. Call
This makes a lot of
anytime.
sense.
You worry about statistics
Yeah,
that
he
don't
do.
mean
He do.
nothing.
I worry about completing passes when
You
they
know
have a
what
chance
the
to.
best statistic for a quarterback
Oh,
is?
my
Great
God.
call, Paul.
Oh, my God.
Great call, Paul. Call anytime you get ready.
This is where he becomes a problem.
Yeah, this
because
is
he's
it.
encouraging that
Paul,
nonsense. That's ridiculous.
Hey, Paul.
Hugh's
Great
nuts.
minds thinking like
Paul,
Paul. Great
I love
Paul.
you,
Great
but
call.
Hugh is at fault here.
Great.
You know what?
That was unbelievable.
Here's what
What
we're
are
going
you
to do.
talking about?
Here's what we're going to do. No, this is over. You know what? Paul just ended.
Why?
Paul ended.
Why you being so
No,
hostile?
I'm not hostile.
That's
You know
it.
what Paul just did?
What do you do?
He ended sports discussion. You know why?
Why?
There's nothing else to talk about. Whoever wins is the best. Whoever loses stinks. It's over.
That's
Just
kinda-
hold on. No, it's not.
It's over.
No, it's not, because there's obviously nuance to all this, right? So Terry Bradshaw's got how many?
He got 4.
Okay, so he's the GOAT, right? And then so Brady's the
Well,
GOAT.
Brady's the GOAT.
Brady's the GOAT. And then we go to Bradshaw next, right? Bradshaw's better than Peyton Manning?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
He won 4.
we're just going to count the rings
means he's
for the
better.
quarterback.
Yep.
He's better.
I mean,
Okay.
that's kind of like Peyton
We'll
was.
rewrite
That's
the
right.
record book.
Yep.
So Bill Russell's better than Michael Jordan. This is all Hugh Douglas's takes today. This is what Hugh Douglas thinks, okay? Who's a better baseball player?
It's Hugh's fault. It's Hugh's fault that call ever came through.
What you talking about? Why
That
you
was a
being so
joke.
hostile?
Derek G-
That is the
it
world
was-
we live in.
Dude.
You know what's amazing? If
What's
the
that?
Pacers win this series, TJ McConnell better than AI. You guys know that?
yep,
He's better
that's
because he'll have a
right. I
ring.
mean,
AI
he
didn't get
got a ring.
I mean, that's all that matters.
I mean, he got a ring though.
Uh-huh.
I mean, but that's the world.
How do you guys sleep at night? I mean, seriously, how do you sleep at night?
Yeah, you gonna let me finish?
No,
That was outrageous.
I might retire from being a doctor.
That is the world we live in.
You guys are the
man.
worst patients. All right, 215-592-9449. I am mad. It's ridiculous because you encouraged it.
Live your truth, people.
You egged him on for that
Lie.
nonsense.
Live your truth.
Lie to everyone.
I'm not saying lie. Live
you
your truth.
are
No, you know it was a
ridiculous.
lie.
Midday show.
It was not a lie.
All right,
That's how he felt. That's how Paul felt.
We need to intervene with a couple of our coworkers here, including this guy to my right. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today, we're taking the Reds in the first 5 innings against the Twins. Cincinnati comes in with 4 straight series wins, and they've got their best pitcher starting today. Andrew Abbott is 6-1 with an ERA under 2. Plus, Cincinnati ranks 4th in all of baseball in runs scored in the first 5 innings. Take the Reds in the first 5. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Baseball fans love the long ball, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. Going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home. Now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I do need help. I came here to help you guys, and now I need the help today.
I think we made some progress today.
I think we made none.
I feel good about today.
We went backwards as this went on. Yeah.
I feel like today we have accomplished a lot.
I feel nauseous.
Because you don't understand. We're trying to get you to understand.
I just
do you see the error in your ways? Do you see what you might be missing here, or no? Okay.
No.
That's about.
We're living in too much reality.
I know.
That's the problem.
We need to be delusional, like you people. I mean, I'm sorry to do that, but Hugh and you people are obviously delusional today. I don't even know what they're saying, but I'm sure they are. Before we go any further with your phone calls, we'll check in with you people coming up in about 10 minutes. We do have to intervene. Sometimes you step into an intervention, right?
Yes.
And this isn't me as a doctor today. It's just me, just as a friend. I'm trying to intervene with some of our coworkers here, Kyle. We have a couple that need some help. Let's start with you, Douglas, all right? Then we'll get to Mr. Ike Reese. So, Hugh, you posted before the show today that you almost won a parlay.
Almost.
You missed 2 legs out of 5.
Yes.
It's not almost.
That's almost.
It's not.
That is. That's an almost.
No, missing 1 out of 5 is an almost.
Well,
2 out of 5 is almost half.
It's I got 3 of them right. It's just that matter of fact, I need to make another parlay, but I almost hit it, and I did that.
It's part of the problem.
What do you mean?
I could see this brewing from a mile away.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
You got 40% wrong. Yeah. That's not almost. If you get a 60 on a test, you didn't almost ace it.
Well, I look at it like this: if
almost got
that was like what? I missed 2 questions. That's like a 60%, ain't it?
Right, but is that almost acing the test?
No, but I passed.
That's a D, Hugh.
But I passed. But I passed.
Mom, I almost had an A. You had a D.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I almost had an A. It's just like I needed.
No. But
you know who didn't come through for me? It was who didn't come through? It was
Kemp and Schwarber. Right?
It was Kemp. Yes, they did not. Come
But a parlay is not a pass like a 60% or one thing. It's 100% or nothing.
I'm just saying.
Pass fail.
See, listen.
You failed.
This is the thing that you guys fail to realize when it comes to me.
We don't know.
I am forever optimistic, and when I look at this, because I'm looking at it right now. This settled bet sheet. And I'm like, oh, man, I almost hit it.
No,
but Kemp and Schwarber didn't come through for me.
Right.
Were you
so
like
that's
this?
Almost.
Were you like this in the Jets locker room after you guys lost 45-0? Boy, we almost had him today. Play here, play there.
My faith is unwavering. Yeah. It's unwavering.
This is part of the issue. I mean, I do admire your optimism, but you didn't come close.
I did. I was close. Ooh, I was close.
You were.
2 more. So if I had
Didn't you need 2 hits from one of them too?
What's that?
How many did you need 1 hit from each of them?
I just needed 1 from each.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run it back tonight though. Let me see what we're gonna do.
Good, man.
Let me see what we're gonna do tonight.
Okay. Are you really going against your boy? Cal Quantrill's pitching for the Marlins tonight. Remember you told us how good he was last year.
No, I said he had a good moment. See how stories get twisted around here.
No,
did he not have a good moment against us?
You said he pitched really well.
You know what? I'm not going against the Phillies. I'm not.
That's good.
But
you're going to bet on Cal Quantrill tonight?
I'm going to go under 8.5 runs. I'm going to do that.
I think that's actually a decent bet.
I mean, I'm going to go under 8.5.
Well, Luzardo's pitching for us. So yeah,
I'm going to go under 8.5.
Feels like a 4-2 kind of game.
Now, here's the thing. Because Trey Turner did me right the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Do I run Trey back?
He's hot. Trying to make a push for the All-Star game. What are you doing? He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
You know what? I never thought we could use that for Trey Turner.
Oh, hell.
No one has to know.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay. Now what?
17.5 sacks. But you just cut the I like Trey. He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
I like Trey.
See, this is where I know I'm right because then it becomes a ridicule. Wow. Okay, what about Alec Bohm? I'm thinking Alec Bohm is good for a hit tonight.
Probably, yeah.
Probably he's good
he's
for a hit.
Too,
okay,
yeah.
we got that one.
Okay.
So
So this is just, a segment of you putting together your parlay live on
Well,
the air?
I'm just saying. I'm trying to get y'all input because, if I win, I give you props. I give you some props.
Why can't you say props and not cash? You don't share the money.
I don't
share
know
the props.
I don't know how to
Cash out?
Yeah, I don't know how to cash out yet. I haven't gotten to that point.
I never cash out. It's just fun. Like
because it's just the betting money.
Yeah, that's what I do.
It's not like I'm trying to,
Yeah, I think I could figure it out. I've never done it.
We're putting $2 down.
I know.
Anyway.
Why do you like to ridicule
because
the way
you're
that I
talking
bet?
about cashing out. That's not we're not doing that with $2.
Well, I did ask him
not?
why he only gives me props and not cash when I help him, and he said he doesn't know how to get the
Why
money
not?
out of the account.
Let me see who else.
All right, while you do that, can we intervene with someone else around here? We need.
Who you got?
Well, some people around here need an intervention. So I've always joked that big NBA fans don't know how to count, because if you talk to an NBA fan, they'll tell you there's like 9 top 5 players. Like everyone's top. You can only have 5 top 5 players, right? Or 10 top 10. So I was listening yesterday to the afternoon show, and I realized our guy Ike Reese did this with his top 11 list. Did you see the stunt he pulled yesterday?
No, but I heard about it.
So Ike yesterday, let me read this to you. So I'm going to read you his list, his top 11 athletes of Philadelphia sports, and I was excited to hear where he had everyone, right? Because he's been defending Jalen on that show against those guys, and I was like, he's got to have Jalen pretty high, right? And then he did, but when you redo the math on it, he didn't quite have Jalen where you think he does. So his top 11 is Cooper DeJean, number 11, which I had him too. Number 10, Devontae Smith. Number 9, A.J. Brown. 8, Bryce Harper, which is right around where I had Bryce. 7, Schwarber. 6, Bond. 5, Jalen Carter. 4, Jalen Hurts. 2, Zach Wheeler. At 1, of course, he had Saquon Barkley. At number 2, he had the entire Eagles offensive line. You can't do that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's 5 people. Even if we want to say the 4 mainstays, right? The Mailatas and Dickerson and Juergens and Lane. That's 4. So can we redo the math on Ike's list? So
sure,
Saquon,
you have to bump some people off.
well, say if we're adding 3 people, right? I'll let the right guard slide, okay? So let's just say that's 4 offensive linemen he wants to put together, the 4 mainstays. That means I got to knock the last 3 off the list. That means Cooper's on the list. Devontae's on the list. AJ is not on the list. Bryce Harper's 11. And Jalen Hurts gets bumped down to 7. It makes that whole list look a lot different.
It makes it look a little different.
It
makes
does?
it a little different. I don't know why he tried to circumvent the rules like that, but it just feels like that's just,
Yeah,
he's living in his truth.
Did they fight back on that show? Because we wouldn't have let you do that.
No.
Yeah, they let that
I don't
slide.
think they
did let it slide.
Yeah, we wouldn't let that slide with you.
Well, so
what?
It makes me want to change my list and put the entire Phillies pitching staff.
Now you want to change your list.
What, can I include AJ and Devontae? The
Well,
Eagles
it's too
receiving
late.
corps?
We're already here about arguing about this list, so you can't change the list. It's simple. You can't do it.
Why?
What about it's my truth?
Well, I'm reframing the list.
Okay, since we want to go that route, then Kyle, live your truth.
Thank you.
Live your truth, Kyle.
That's his
Kyle
favorite thing to
Quinn.
say.
I mean, because it's the truth. Live your truth.
I'm going to live my truth.
There's been very little truth said on this radio station.
I've been dropping knowledge all day, especially started with my Hughes clues. Started with that.
No, I did not.
Did start that.
Yeah.
And then it's like we still got to work on this parlay.
There's no we here. There's no we. Jay in West Phillies. What's up, Jay?
We got to work on this parlay.
Hey, Jay.
Oh. What you up to now, man? You ungrateful, man.
Tell him, Jay.
What are you talking about now?
Jalen. You was at the parade and everything, and you're ungrateful behind you talking about Jalen.
Ungrateful
like
behind.
He ain't do nothing. Like
he ain't
do
nothing.
He did now. He played really well in the Super Bowl.
Oh, he played well in the championship game too, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, okay.
How about the other games?
You had to get there. You had to win those games to get there, right?
Yeah, they had to help him. They got a lot of help to get all the way there.
So yeah, help with the defense and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you this: is he the best Eagles quarterback ever?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because he's been consistently really good, and he won a Super Bowl.
Oh, now he won a Super Bowl. You just yelling about it was the defense and all that.
Well, he was part of a Super Bowl winning team. Is that better?
Okay. So you say he's better than Donovan, right?
He is better than Donovan.
Is that because the great Brian Dawkins, ain't show up in big games?
No, Jalen played better in the Super Bowl than Donovan did twice.
Oh,
you're lucky Hughes cooking up a parlay right now.
Where was the big?
Oh no, this is
players. Everybody defense. Where was Dawkins at in the Super Bowl?
You know what I'm wondering actually? Where was Hugh Douglas in that Super Bowl? Why didn't he do anything? Why didn't he sack Tom Brady?
No, we talking about the.
Does she
talking
do
about the
anything
Hall of
for us?
Fame. You talk about better players and all that. How come the Hall of Fame ain't show up?
He should have. I mean, what am I going to tell you?
Huh?
See that this is the path that this argument leads us down because we
This is your fault.
It's not he's living his truth. Jay brought his truth to the table.
Yeah, but Donovan didn't play well enough, right?
Every time we talk about Jalen, they say, "Oh, the defense." Okay, so where was the Hall of Famer at?
But I don't understand your point. Did Donovan play well in the game? No.
But if the defense had played better, you would have won. That's what you're saying. You're saying that's the only reason Jalen won.
No, but Jay, you're making my point. If the defense had been better, if the defense if the defense had played better, they could have gotten through a game with Donovan playing like that, like the Eagles did in the Rams game.
But Dawkins was better than Donovan, right?
Dawkins is a better player than Donovan McNabb.
Okay, so how come where was his plays at in the Super Bowl?
Do you are you trying to be? I think they're better than Dawkins. I don't mean to offend anyone. I think they're higher level. He's great. They're greater.
They made plays when plays was there to be made.
Sure.
Just like our defense did. So they won as a team, right?
But they didn't win. But
Jay,
Jay, that team didn't win the Super Bowl. We realize this, right? The Hughes team lost.
No,
Dawkins lost.
That you just want to keep being ungrateful about Jalen about.
I'm not quite sure what your point is.
You know exactly what
No, I actually don't
That's
understand.
what I said. You might as well trade him. Every time we come to Bryce
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm grateful.
Talk about that's baseball.
No, see, you miss it. I would always trade our players for an upgrade. I sat here 3 years ago, and I said in the middle of the season, I'd trade Bryce Harper for Juan Soto in a second, and everyone had a conniption.
You definitely said
I would do it again. Soto's better. Jay, that's not offensive to you because you don't. Hold on. You don't.
This list of WIP hosts.
Hold on. You can trade me whoever you want. If they make the trade, they make the trade. I don't want to get offended. Jay, you don't like Bryce Harper, so you don't get offended. But you like Jalen Hurts, so you get offended. I would trade Bryce. Hold on. I
like winners.
So do I.
Win.
So I would trade Bryce Harper for Juan Soto in a heartbeat. I said it years ago. I still say it today. I would trade Jalen Hurts for the quarterbacks I think are better. You just get offended by one. One bothers you, one doesn't. That's how we're different.
No, that's because you're ungrateful. I appreciate them if they play well and they do what they're supposed to. He contributes to win.
Well, he didn't do what he was supposed to some of those games.
At 27, he done been in 2 Super Bowls. You keep naming all these dudes you say is better than this. Herbert ain't been there.
I don't think Herbert's better. I don't think Herbert's better.
Chargers being there. Okay, I don't remember the Chargers.
I don't think Herbert's better, Jay.
I don't remember the Lamar Jackson being there.
Yeah.
Did he play on Super Bowl Sunday?
Did not. You think Lamar's a worse player than Jalen? Yeah, all right, we're done. This guy. Your fault.
We're living our truth.
What are you talking about?
You tell people to live their truth.
I'm just saying he's living his truth. He brought,
it's very
different.
Hey, Jay, you did. That was a pretty good call, man. Call back in.
It was an atrocious call.
Some people's
You sat there while he ripped Brian Dawkins and you put your parlay together.
I'm trying to put this parlay. I'm trying to figure.
He came after your teammate and called him a loser, and you did nothing.
I don't believe that. But listen to this though.
You do get off scot-free that you were in that Super Bowl. No one ever says anything to you.
No, because I was hurt. I was hurt. If I was healthy, though, we would have definitely won that game.
There it is.
Hey, if I was a Hugh Douglas, I used to be.
Yeah, if you weren't washed. All right, can we hear from you people? What do they got to say today?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Before you do that, though, how about this Kyle Schwarber home run? How y'all feel about Kyle Schwarber home run?
I kind of like it. Yeah, I think it's a good spot.
I kind of like it.
Good spot.
What about you? Think Tracy? Okay, fine.
We're in the middle of a segment here, buddy.
I know. This guy.
You want approval? Post it on Twitter or something.
His own rules over here. Go ahead.
So as I predicted, the people were very let down. You told them they don't live in reality.
All your supporters.
We don't.
At least you said it as a we now, not a you.
Well, they don't. First of all,
no.
I mean, first of all, let's be honest. The segment is called You People, right? Mm-hmm. We're basically on YouTube spewing hate every day.
Hate?
Mean and hurtful things every day. That's not reality. Is that reality?
There's a lot of hate out there.
Well, I'm just saying, but when let's be honest. None of those folks, none of you people would spew that hate if we was here, because y'all be hugging us and loving on us because y'all love us so much. Am I lying?
This is your battle to win. I mean, you
insulted
your
people.
It's also a spin because you're telling people that you're championing this idea that Jalen Hurts is whatever category you're putting him in, and then telling all the people who agree with you that they're delusional.
No, we when we argue this argument, it's based in he's one of us and how we ridiculed him for the most part. And now we're trying to uplift him because he did bring us a Super Bowl. That's all. And if you don't understand that, then I don't know what to tell you.
Uplift him? He's the champion. What does he need us to uplift him
I'm just
for?
saying, though, because he's been ridiculed a lot. He took a lot of sling and arrows today and stuff like that.
No, he really
We're
did.
just living in reality. Too much, apparently. But,
yeah.
Yep. So
Phillies over 4.5 today.
Oh, my goodness.
Enough.
I'm just trying to get
You've been told, Joe, before that you look like Dr. Evil. You are the real Dr. Evil
today.
though.
I just see the cat.
Yep.
Yeah.
You also got Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
Doc
Kind
Brown.
of that vest type thing.
Yep. I like that.
Joe woke up and said, "How can I look even whiter today?"
Well, that's.
Is that what
I
it
mean,
was?
when you search for a doctor's coat on Amazon, you're not going to get like different color ones. And this is. I did wear maybe the white shirt underneath wasn't the best idea. That's on
maybe,
me.
Maybe not.
Maybe that's on me.
We do get a high variance of people and their opinions in the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle is on point. Kyle is useless.
See, that's what I'm talking
Save
about.
that one. Yeah, I like that.
Yep. Hugh needs to give you guys a clue. You have none.
Yeah, we're the only ones with clues around here. I mean, honestly, you're today you are Hugh clueless.
What are you talking about? I think I served the people well today. I really do. I think I came in on point, and I think that the poll reflects.
They followed you right off that cliff.
They reflects how much in tune I am with the
Pied
people of
Piper over
Philadelphia.
here. Yep.
Yep. Hugh looks like the static on an old TV.
Well, I mean, what is
Like
it?
the white
the
noise.
gray, the gray,
The gray and the
gray,
beard and the white noise.
Salt
Yeah,
and pepper, yep.
it's good.
Hugh looks like a dust bunny today. A dust bunny Douglas.
That's a good one.
Add that to the bracket for next year.
That's a good one.
That was pretty good. Very first comment at the beginning of the show. This first clue is going to be brutal.
But I knew, but I said it was.
So I think you people got it today, right?
Yeah.
That Black Gritty said he saw the answer
they
in
were
you
all-
people.
Yes.
They were on it.
They often get it a lot earlier than
Well,
the
it's-
No, they did.
phone.
Oh, so they got it in you people? Okay.
I think it helps they could talk it out with each other.
Right,
There's a group to discuss.
Yep. Something we see every day, terrible clues.
You are consistent with those. Yeah, every day. They're there.
Yep. Last one, and this is the best one. Forget a doctor. You guys need Jesus.
We do need Jesus.
Well, that's
I
a
will
good one.
admit, if I will admit one thing today, it'll be this. This was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
This was pretty ridiculous.
And I don't think we got you cured. I mean,
No, because I believe what I believe.
Yeah. Well, you have amnesia. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people out there. I wonder if the memory will ever come back, or are we always going to remember? Because Kyle mentioned earlier, like how we remember the Russell Wilson season or whatever when he won. I wonder if it's over. I wonder if this is the memory ingrained that Jalen Hurts dominated the season and led them to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's how it's gonna go.
It's useful.
Yeah.
Ooh, I cooked up me a banger today. I got a banger over here, brother.
Yeah. How many legs?
Oh, this is a 6-legger.
6-legger.
Well, if I hit, hey, listen.
So what's almost on a 6-legger?
If I get all but 2.
4. Well, 4 out of 6 is certainly closer than 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I got the under 8.5 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Turner, quarter hit. Alec Bone. Kyle Schwarber to knock it out the park. Phillies over 4.5 runs, total runs.
What's the
Nick Castellanos get a hit.
What do you got for the plus what? What's the payout?
What is it? $88. $2 bet, $88.
44-1?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was always said. Yeah, 44-1 for Hugh Douglas to finish us up. All right.
Well, if I hit this $88 bet, ooh, y'all ain't gonna be it. That's gas money.
Yeah.
That's
How many
gas
times? It's 4 different trips to the gas station with you.
That's 4. Yeah, it's about that much.
$20. You put 40.
I've been doing 40 lately.
Oh, it's about time.
I've been doing 40.
It's about time. All right. Well, that's it for us today. We everyone we couldn't get to on the phones. We'll talk soon. Can I see you? Joe's guilty of malpractice. No, I'm the only one around here practicing honesty and reality. I mean, you guys are living in la la land. All right. Fun show today. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Phillies, Marlins tonight. Afternoon show unveiling a couple more, I believe, of the top 11 athletes in Philadelphia sports right now. They're next. We'll talk tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Hey, navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Take advantage of limited time leasing offers on select Acura models, but don't wait. Offers in June 30th at Elite Acura.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer? It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying imported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Connor McDavid scored his first goal of the Stanley Cup Final in Game 5, but the Oilers are down 3-2. Not to put pressure on McDavid, but he needs to rally Edmonton in this series. He's playing well with 7 points so far, but when you're Connor McDavid, capturing the cup is the only expectation. If they lose, there will be a lot of hockey fans waiting for McDavid to take the next step. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're back. Top 11 week on the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, another day of the chaos of the top 11. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Well, Brother Spike, I got my list out of the way yesterday. I thought I laid out a blueprint for you guys on what the list should look like. Drew some reaction, but not as much reaction as some other people's list have drawn. So I'm ready for day 2 of getting into this. It's awesome. Overshadowing 5 straight wins by the boys in red pinstripes, even though they're on the road. Jackie, baseball, come on, man. 5 straight. Ride the Boomer with me. I'll let you, boy.
Still, no thank yous from anyone around the station.
Oh, for calling him a 0?
No. For top 11 week.
Oh, yeah.
No thank yous from the morning show, midday show, program director, blogs around the city of
I was going
Philadelphia.
to say blogs around the city who feel the need to write about what we're talking about because they don't have anything else interesting to write about.
It's so dumb, everybody's got to talk about
Everybody has an opinion on it.
I have not seen a thank you note either, Jack, from anyone else at the radio station. Or anyone on Twitter fighting about it. Rage bait. So it is a big show. Top 11 week continues at 2:30. We will reveal numbers 9 and 8 on the official list. Mm-hmm. By the way, the official list is 50% your vote, the listener vote, and 50% staff vote. So we'll reveal 9 and 8. It is Tuesdays with Elliot. I have to thank Elliot. He has not revealed his list at all, not online, not anywhere. So Elliot will reveal his list at 3. Then we have Jack's list at 4. Then we have Rhea to defend her list, and that is at 4:30. It's just like, it's a big show. And then we have the top 11 at 5.
And I will say, I'm excited for the top 11 at 5.
This might be the listiest show we've ever done today.
A lot of lists.
Today.
A lot of lists. Is Jalen elite?
Yeah. So,
it's not a part of this week's programming.
Well, not until tomorrow. I don't know what tomorrow's show is. But, you know, Ike, you did mention the Phils have won 5 straight. Mm-hmm. And this team, I'm starting to get scared. And I'm putting the target, not target, but I'm putting the focus directly on Dave Dombrowski, and John Middleton, because those are the people who will decide what to do with the Phillies at the trade deadline. And this team continues to prove that they are specifically the kind of team that you invest in at the trade deadline, and I'm worried they won't. They continue to win games with not only without their best player, but coming into this year, Aaron Nola was probably the second most reliable pitcher they had, at least in terms of innings and quality starts, all that sort of stuff. They haven't had him either. They won't have him until the middle of August. They continue to win games now without Bryce Harper. They're 2 games out of first place. They have a core, all these reasons, by the way, continuing to say this is a team you invest in. They're 2 games out of first place. They have a core who is telling you, basically begging you, that a window that you thought was closing is at least open this year. The window is open this year, but we don't know how long that window is going to stay open. They have an aging core. Kyle Schwarber's a free agent. JT Realmuto's a free agent. Ranger Suarez is a free agent. And more than anything, they've earned it. They've earned it by winning playoff games. They've earned it by winning regular season games. They go through, peaks and valleys, but they're always there. And most importantly, their deficiencies are clear. Sometimes a team maybe doesn't have it, but you don't know quite what it is. But their deficiencies are clear, right? They need a bullpen arm and they need a bat in the middle of the lineup. They don't need the best bat, you know what I mean? They just need a solid bat and they need a solid bullpen piece, and they can win the World Series. And the final thing is that every time Mick Abel pitches well, and every time we go into a trade deadline, everybody starts to get all prospect huggy. Oh, I want to trade for somebody, but I can't trade this guy, or I can't trade that guy. And you need to trade something to get something. And all I heard when they brought up Mick Abel was that this was a showcase to trade him. And then he pitches well, which is what you want somebody to do when you're showcasing for trade. And everybody's like, well, we can't trade Mick Abel now. Well, what did you want him to do when he came up here?
Right.
He's doing exactly what you need him to do to trade him for somebody.
Could be changing minds, though.
But
no. I'm with Spike on this.
I'm not saying you have to trade. He's who you have to trade.
Right.
But you have to be willing to trade somebody valuable to get something valuable. Yeah. And this team I think continues to prove that they are worth a shot. I don't think with an addition, they're by far the best team in baseball or anything like that. I just look at the Dodgers and their entire starting rotation is on the injured list. And
Shohei's back, though, pitching, so you can give him the MVP because he's doing both now.
Because he pitched 1 inning. By the way, his ERA is 9. His ERA is 9 right now. I just think this team is good enough to invest in a serious way at the deadline. And Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton have to think that way going into the deadline. I'm not saying trade every prospect you have. I'm not saying, but they have to make the upgrades that the team needs at the deadline. They deserve it. I think this core deserves it.
No, I agree with you. If they've shown me anything, they've shown me that they're worth investing in. We had this, I don't know if it was last week or the week before that we had this discussion about whether or not you invest in this team or you just let it play out and basically saying just let it pillar out and when we're going to start over when this core is gone. No, we want a chance. Listen, they won the World Series in 2008. That's what? My math 17 years.
Yeah.
17 years, man. And we know they were back there in the World Series in 2022. And then we didn't take advantage of 2023. You mean to tell me you'd be willing to let this core die on a vine and not get back to the World Series? Because if we're regressing, we're going the other way.
At least in the playoffs.
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
what I mean,
Yeah.
like in the playoffs.
Yep.
So I look at this. I look at where they are in the standings, and it's great that they're 2 games behind the Mets. But this is where you can get caught up in the standings thing and thinking you're really better than you really are. You're good right now, but you want a chance to beat the Mets, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Cubs, like these other teams, and I think you're going to need firepower. You're going to need firepower. You got the pitching, in my opinion. You got the ability to put Ranger in the bullpen. It's an option there, right? But to me, you need that bat in the middle of this lineup because I look at the offenses of those other teams, and, man, they score runs in bunches. I mean, you just take the Cubs their run differential is 105 runs.
Yeah, what's ours, 30?
33, it's 105 runs. The Dodgers, the Mets is 80. And 80. There's 80 run differential for those. That lets you know what their offense is doing when it's clicking. We need to do that. And Mick Abel becomes a tremendous asset. Jack, I don't know. Listen, you know these pitchers better than I do. He reaches his potential. What is he? 3, 2?
I think he's a 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay. So us moving him isn't going to keep us from winning.
No.
It's a nice young arm for another team.
Sure.
That may be looking to restock their farm system, add some young talent, and we may be able to get a bat in this lineup that can help us come September and October.
Well, and truth be told, I'd rather trade Abel than Ranger because, I agree. Because my thing is that I'm going to take Ranger Suarez and trade him because a non-contender doesn't want to trade for Ranger.
A contender is trading for him.
Right. So you're trading Ranger Suarez. You're trading to another team who you may have to play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'd rather trade Mick Abel. This is why you build up your farm system, not just to have a future, but to be able to be in position to make your current team better. And this team is good, and they can be better. And even you look at the Dodgers last year. If the Dodgers don't make the trade for Tommy Edman, maybe they don't win the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was a role player that they got that ended up being the difference. So I look again. I don't think they need to trade for a superstar, but they do need a bat. They do need a bullpen piece, and they should be willing to trade prospects to do it. 215-592-9494. Do you think these Phillies are worth investing in?
What does Abel and Crawford get us?
That will get you a pretty damn solid player.
Good player right there.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to... See, the problem is, and I hear you, I just don't know who that guy is that's going to all of a sudden...
You don't have somebody you target.
Like, that feels like too much for a Luis Robert type. But again, if you want to take a swing on a possible really big upside like Luis Robert, I agree. But I think that's too much. So those guys would get you a frontline bat, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a frontline bat is good, right? And I think, by the way, I think they need to do both. Like I don't.
You have to do both.
You have to do both. If you're going to do one, you have to do both of them. You need a bullpen because I don't. Again, you go and you invest and you put a bat in this lineup and you get into a position where your thin bullpen ends up costing you a series, and you live with the regret of not doing everything that they could do. And I just they've spent $300+ million on this payroll for multiple years in a row now. And these guys, I just for all of their flaws, and they're not a perfect team, but for all of their flaws, I think they've earned the organization saying you're good enough for us to believe in you. You know, for not to think about 3 years down the line or 4 years down the line. You can do both. Every good organization does both, and I think they need to do both. Jack, what do you think?
Yeah, so obviously I've been very cautious about wanting to give up the prospects. But the more and more, first off, I'm proud of the way they're playing right now. I'm proud of how they've rebounded after the Pirates series without Bryce. I think it shows good intestinal fortitude.
There you go.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah.
So I think that's been impressive. I like how they've played. And the thing that I'm starting to really get worked up about or think about is two things. And I don't know if you mentioned this, but there's probably going to be a lockout with baseball next year.
I did not mention it.
So in 2026, we might have a limited season. We might not have a season. We might have a shortened season. Who knows how next year looks? And on top of that, you're 2 years away from Zach Wheeler no longer being here. Like, that's the one thing that it really hammered home when that story came out. We've heard about it. We knew about it. I know Ike will say, we'll see. You know, he can change his mind.
I still agree with you, though. I mean, you're still 2 years away, though. I agree with you.
You have 2 years of what should be a dominant frontline big game pitcher that if he doesn't win a title, you feel like you look back on this whole era as regret.
Yeah.
And I think that the one thing with the prospects is if you feel comfortable with where you are drafting now, and you feel like you are developing as a draft and develop type of organization, then you should be able to get more talent. Like, you shouldn't be like, we can't give up these guys. We're never going to be able to get them again. So I am starting to go more and more into let's push the chips in, and let's try to win a title.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And remember, this is not, and it's not just baseball now. This is this is all sports. This is all sports where, because you're seeing it in the NBA now with the Pacers getting to the finals, and football has been this way for the last 20 years or 25 years, where the best team doesn't necessarily win the title. And baseball, when they opened up the playoffs to more teams, became the ultimate just get us in there. And like this starting staff, as long as this starting staff is whole, this starting staff gives you a chance to win a World Series. I don't care who you're facing, this starting staff, every single one of these pitchers can go 7 innings and can allow 2 or fewer runs. Every single one of them. So all you're asking to do is make sure you're not losing those games, and by not scoring more than 2 runs, right? Which is why you need the bat, and make sure you're not blowing the game. And I think the other thing, the final thing here is, like, if Kerkering can establish himself as a real bullpen piece, then all of a sudden, like, maybe your bullpen isn't quite as far away as we thought they were a month ago.
Or you don't have to trade real big prospects for a closer.
Right. You just have him be your closer.
If he can just take the closer's job and run with it, that'd be huge. Again, he's only 123 saves now behind Papelbon.
Isn't that crazy? That was his first save opportunity yesterday?
Well, so not only his first opportunity, I think it was his first
save.
conversion.
Okay.
And it was funny because I guess they talked to the players after the game. No one seemed to know. They were like, really? That feels insane.
Yeah.
He's been here for a good stretch now. But Kerkering definitely knew.
Yeah, you would have thought accidentally he would have had a save at some point, especially the way they operate their bullpen without like a specific closer.
What's your ideal, not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
What's your ideal rotation in the playoffs?
Oh, as of right now, it's a good age-old debate.
Because we're going to have pitchers that may not be in the rotation. I'm just wondering, where do they get used at in the bullpen if we don't make a bullpen move?
What are Sanchez's home road splits
this year?
Yeah,
versus last year, I don't know.
Yeah, because if it was the same as last year,
you could tell last year. This year, I think he's been good on both fronts.
Yeah, I think for me, if Luzardo doesn't blow up the way that he does, he's my number 2.
Okay.
Now, if he is shaky here and there, then I think it's definitely Sanchez. But like, I think that's the decision.
You go with those 3?
Yeah.
Those 3?
Yeah.
So Sanchez actually had a 2.84 on the road and a 3.24 at home. So
okay, all right. Well, then
normal.
I would trust Sanchez. I think I trust Sanchez.
Are we leaving Nola off the playoff roster?
Nah, he'll be there.
I just got to see him.
The pitch.
Maybe we'll still have the stress fracture and we won't be able to. Rats. We can't get to you.
That's what I wanted to. I just wanted to see where you was at.
Well, if they trade Abel,
you're in for leaving Nola off the roster, not pitching him. That's what you're saying.
No, it might have to be like, man, the stress reaction fracture thing. We couldn't get you back. Oh, no, your ankle's hurt again?
By the way, if they trade Abel, they're going to need Nola.
Right.
They are.
Yeah.
But Abel in the bullpen.
All right. Okay.
Come on.
If he's here.
Come on.
If he's here. Prospect hugger number 1 in there. All right. 215.
Only Aiden.
Prospect hugger. No, Aiden,
Painter, Arun, Eduardo Taillon.
Yeah, all right, see?
Arun, I don't even know these guys.
You'll know him. You'll know him.
You'll know him in 2028. We're all alive, hopefully.
No, 2027.
Okay, all right. 215-5.
Hope we're still alive. That's 2 years away.
Again?
You never know, man.
You never know.
You're not even 50 yet.
You paying attention to the world today?
Exactly. People dropping like flies out there, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Age doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If I don't live in a world where I see Arun Escobar, Aiden Miller, and Eduardo Taillon in a Phillies uniform, I don't want to be living in it.
Arun Escobar.
Yeah, he's Ronald Acuna's cousin.
Is he a pitcher?
He's a second baseman that could win a Gold Glove one day.
Oh, okay.
He's sick. I'm letting everyone know.
All right, 215-592-9494. Do the Phillies need to invest in this team at the trade deadline? Have they earned it? Because I believe they have earned it. Joe in Ben Salem, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
Yo, what's up, Spike?
What's up, Joe?
I just wanted to say I finally agree with you. They need to go all in on this team.
There you go.
It's about time. What do they have to lose? The core is getting older. They're going to lose about 3 free agents this year, and they just need to go all in and just go for that World Series.
Yeah, I don't want to live with the regret of thinking, because they've half-assed it they half-assed it at the trade deadline last year. They half-assed it at the trade deadline the year before. And at some point, this core is either not going to be here, or you're going to have the year where they're not good enough to do it. And they're good enough to do it this year. They're winning games without Bryce, which everyone was worried about them doing a week ago. They've stepped up without that. I just think they as a core of team, and I have to imagine looking back on last year, I don't know how players feel about this, this, but when they don't go all in at the deadline, do the players say to themselves, maybe they don't believe in us the same way? And I wonder if
they were flat after that.
Yeah. They were flat before it.
But hold on, I'm making a point.
Okay,
they were,
all right, good.
They were
Yeah,
flat
they were
after
flat
they didn't
after.
make a.
Yeah.
They could have maybe used some wind at their sails because they were flat heading into it and then
Sure.
came out flat.
Yeah, tell us you believe in us, And I you could say, well, that's what the paychecks are for. But I think that the team going all in may have some juice.
No doubt moves like that ignites a clubhouse. And they're like, okay, let's go, boys.
Well, when you guys went and signed T.O., I know that's not a mid-season move, but that's we believe in you guys. We want to win a Super Bowl as badly as you do.
Yep.
And I want to know that Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton said all the right things, and I think he believes this.
Mm-hmm.
But like this whole thing where you're making sure that the window is open, the window is open now. And if you win a World Series now, then in 3 years, if it's not, if there's a guy that you traded that ends up being good somewhere else, you feel a little bit better about it.
Hell
if,
yeah.
if you went and won the World
Yes.
Series.
It's all worth
It's
it.
definitely their main trade piece. That will come with the highest price, the return on investment, I believe, because he at least proved it on the major league level so far, unlike their prospects.
You're talking about Abel would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. Thank you for the call, Joe. I don't know that baseball teams think about that just because he was good for 3 out of 4 stars that he's your most valuable guy. But there's no way that these starts haven't helped Mick Abel's value across the
he's
league,
pitching
right?
at the major league level. Yeah.
It's been good for twofold. He's helping the Phillies.
Yes.
He could be valuable if they do want to put him in the bullpen.
Yep.
And he is more valuable in the trade market.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies go all in at the trade deadline? Kay and Cherry Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Phil? Kay.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Of course we got to go all in. We got to make up for the offseason. We got Luzardo. We got to go all the way in. Chapman, we're going to get everything here. Schwarber's taking Bryce's place as the leader right now, but if Bryce awakens, we got to go all in right now. We got to go all in until our stars are done. We got to go in this year, next year, until Schwarber, these guys are ready to retire and done. We got to keep putting pieces around it.
Now, Kay, everyone says this until it's time to trade one of their important prospects. So you're okay trading important prospects you've heard about to get better.
This is the move that will change the team. And I know it can't happen this year, but I wish it could. If Trey can go to left, if he can go to left, we can win the World Series. We can fill the holes in the right spots. Like,
who's playing shortstop?
That's the move at the deadline. That's the move.
Trade for Lindor.
We get a real defensive guy. If we don't make a move with Trey, we are going to lose in the playoffs through balls through the gap.
5 errors on the year, by the way.
Oh, wow.
980 fielding percentage. Just want to point that out.
Fielding percentage? What are you, my grandpa?
Best fielding percentage of his career, by the way.
Fielding percentage, that's what we're doing.
What, do you want me to break out the OAR?
Well, we don't believe in defensive.
The OAA?
Come on.
The RS? No, they stink.
Yeah. Well, there's no way, by the way. I can't think of any shortstops they would go and get anyway.
Bichette.
Okay. All right. Do you think that they would move Trey?
I would be more interested in Bichette playing second if they wanted to do it.
Right. Do you think they would move Trey? Do you think they would consider?
I don't think they'd do it midseason. No.
No.
Let me tell you
You're
this.
not moving Trey Turner to the outfield midseason.
Not happening.
Especially with the way he's hitting right now.
Not happening.
And he's not a good defensive shortstop. He's not like a disaster out there right now.
Sure.
You saw that play on Friday night.
I saw it. We're going to be talking about that play for 3 months.
Just like the Kyle Tucker strikeout with Abel?
Yep. Still talking in a game where he allowed 3 home runs.
Yep.
We're talking about the one guy he got out.
But you saw how it translated last night when he got out of that jam.
Even Barry Bonds was out half the time,
Well, 7 out of 10 times.
Well, no. Out.
Oh, you meant half the time.
The OBP nonsense.
Yeah.
How about you hit the ball?
Okay. All right. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies go all in at the trade deadline? Coming up next, it is Top-11 week on the WIP afternoon show, which has caused some civil wars. I heard there was some fighting on the morning show today.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? He's not on the list. What do you mean? Like some real actual fighting.
Somebody got James mad?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
The camera.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about old QB1.
Yeah. Didn't mean to do it. Just meant to kill some time, you know. Fun little exercise.
We'll talk about our quarterback, man.
No. So we will reveal. We revealed 11 and 10 yesterday. 11 and 10 Devontae Smith and Joel Embiid. We will reveal 9 and 8 coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. So happy to be able to tell you about Adam Kasebe, the only realtor you need. Ksebe. Adam's been an advertiser on the rights to Ricky Sanchez for years now. And now he's here on WIP.
Are you doing a good job or something?
Wow. Come on.
He wants to be in the spike business?
Come on.
Wow. Not bad.
He wants you to be in the Delaware beach house business. Because, like, it's the summer, right? So you're probably, if you don't have a place, you're probably spending thousands of dollars to spend a week down the shore somewhere. It's ridiculous. So what Kasebe helps you do is he helps you get your own shore house down the Delaware beaches. The official realtor of the Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast, now here with WIP, Adam Kasebe with Long & Foster, Ksebe, have known Adam for years. And when it seems like it's impossible, like right now, market's crazy, to get yourself a shore house, he's a guy who can get you into the house you want. Then you have your own shore house at Delaware Beach whenever you want. You rent it out the other time. They're paying your mortgage. Delaware property taxes, super low. Jersey, highest nationwide. If you've never been there, Delaware beaches are great. So when it's time to take the leap, you got to use my guy, Adam Kasebe, Ksebe. You can call or text him directly at 302-864-8643 or go to processrealtor.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. June means road trips, beach weekends, tailgates, you name it. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car's ready. Right now, when you buy 2 or more tires, you get $50 off any service your car needs. Maybe you need an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it is, United's got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand new tires, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. Visit UnitedTire.com to schedule your service today.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between, on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree. What's chirping?
Hey, Robin. Still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I like pretty girls.
Come on.
I love pretty girls.
No. We're not doing this.
Not every day at 2:30?
No. It's
He's trying to get this embedded in our brain.
2:30 Will Smith?
No. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Have you seen online, though? One guy was like, the problem with this song is that it needs to be a little slower, a little faster. And I heard it 25% slower and 25% faster. It works way better both ways. It might be the wrong tempo. I listened to it online, and I was like, the guy might have a point.
Wow.
Yeah. It might be something as simple as that.
I can't believe you went through the trouble.
Yeah,
of doing
seriously.
That.
Yeah, they did it. They did it online. I'm telling you,
Don't
go
even
listen
like to
it.
consume that kind of content.
Oh, come on.
It's a horrible song.
Why do I don't have any friends. I don't go anywhere. You know, I'm just waiting for the Phillies game to come on. And then once it's over, I'm just waiting to go to bed. Might as well listen to the sped up Will Smith song. So we will reveal numbers 9 and 8 on the top 11 list. Right now, the Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget. Visit the home team at Mark's. Experience a difference at marks-jewelers.com. Question, Ike, is the way the Phillies are playing make you want to go all in at the trade deadline? Yes or no? What do you think the answer is?
Yes.
And what do you think the percentage is?
I'm going to go pretty high here because I think people feeling good about the team. Let's get something in the 73 range, 73.
Yeah, you're close, 69.3.
I was starting to say 69, but that's just a number I'll stay away from.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
For obvious reasons.
It's just like, here's what I want everyone to do, and then we'll get to top 11, I swear, and then we can argue about Jalen Hurts if you want the rest of it. It's fine. I could do it for 100 years, you know. I was born to do this. It's fine. But I want everyone to remember what they're thinking right now if they lose 2 straight games.
Right.
You know, and the thing is, you can be upset with the way they play. Like, I feel like this season, I personally have been upset about the way that they've played, but without saying, okay, this is over. You know, like I just want you to remember this feeling when they've won 5 straight or whatever, when they lose 2 out of 3 or something like that, because it's the same team. This team now, even in the regular season, produces. The first couple of years, they weren't even a good regular season team. They were fine. They've been a good regular season team now the last couple of years. So I do think they should go all in. 215-592-9494. All right. We ready to reveal numbers 9 and 8? What do we think? Let's do it.
The Top 11. Number 9.
Number 9 on the list of the top 11 athletes in Philadelphia is Jordan Mailata.
All right. Okay.
Now,
Jordan Mailata.
Now, as you're trying to figure out, and I have no problem with Jordan at 9. You took Eagles offensive line as one spot.
As a unit.
Seltzer very upset about that this morning.
It's okay.
Well, you know what, Seltzer, I'm upset that you have Hurts number 1. You know he's not the best athlete in the city. So you know we all have our issues.
Yes.
But as you're figuring this out, now that you saw Mailata, you have to figure there's one other guy who will probably be on the list.
Sure.
As you're trying to figure out who's going to be on there and who's not going to be on there. So Jordan Mailata.
Unless he was left off the list.
I would be surprised. I'm not telling you that he's not on that he's on the list or not, but I would be.
Right.
I would be surprised.
I just didn't know. You never know.
And what I don't think
Lane doesn't sing.
He does not.
He does.
Oh yeah, he's a background singer.
He's not the singer Jordan is.
Yes.
Lane doesn't do regular appearance on the radio station, all that sort of stuff. It is Jordan Mailata's path to becoming one of the best offensive linemen in all of football is pretty interesting. Like I would love maybe one of the times we have him on this year, maybe get him in for a little bit longer, because I would love to dig in on the fact of, like, when he got here, he wasn't really a football player.
7th round draft pick.
Yep.
That was never played football, played rugby.
Yep, and he was just like
and was a running back, by the way.
And
on the rugby team.
It was just like, hey, this guy has the physical tools to do it, has the mental makeup clearly to teach himself an entire new sport to be able to play at this level. But to go from where he was, he's been on the Eagles 5 years?
Longer. 18.
He was drafted after the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
okay,
after the Super Bowl,
so 7 years.
Yeah.
But to go from what he was to what he is, really impressive, and has become an incredible leader for the Philadelphia Eagles, which they needed, having lost Kelsey and having lost Fletcher Cox. So congratulations, Jordan Mailata, number 9. Feels like the lowest he'll be, by the way, for the next several years.
Yeah, it's good because I thought in 23 he had a down year. I didn't think he had a great year the year after the Super Bowl. Yeah. And last year was the first. He's always been a really good left tackle. That's why he got paid the contract. But I thought last year was the first fully. That's an elite left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's gotten better, and he's not natural at it, but he's been able to be taught to play the position. Right?
Absolutely.
So from some of these guys have been playing O-line all their life. You know, Jason Peters wasn't an O-lineman.
He was tight end, right?
Yes, he was a tight end. You know, I remember blocking Jason. Jason Peters used to cover kicks.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what Ross Tucker said.
With the Buffalo Bills. Yes, I remember having to block him. Like, we had to double him because that's how, like, dude, you look at him on film all week, you're like, dude, that's a tight end running down the field that big? And you had to double team him.
It's almost not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, I'm like, the Eagles traded for this guy. This guy was a tight end. And he's a Hall of Fame tackle.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah.
All right.
When I first met Jason Peters, that dude was running down the field on kickoffs.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah. Wow. I can't even imagine him running down the field.
Undrafted, too.
Well, and by the last thing, it just shows, specifically with that position, how you can be one of the biggest draft experts in the world and not know, because you don't really know until they get in and they have to work the way you have to work as an NFL player, the things that they're not quite good enough at yet that everyone just imagines they'll get better at if they're young. But it takes a different kind of thing to actually succeed. So congratulations, Jordan Mailata at number 9. So just to recap, 11, Devontae Smith, number 10, Joel Embiid, number 9, Jordan Mailata, and let's get to the next one.
The Top 11.
Number 8.
All right, battle.
What the hell was he doing?
The hell was
The Top 11.
Number 8.
Is that a burp at the end?
Why is that a spoof?
Is he messing with us
what the
or
hell
something?
is that?
What's he doing?
I don't know.
That sounds like a mistake or
Yeah,
something.
do we know who it really is, eh?
I'm just saying, like, what is Battle doing with the open?
Yeah, why?
the open.
Yeah, why is it a burp in there? Can you do it one more time?
The Top 11.
Number 8.
That's so weird. What is he doing?
Should we call Battle?
Yeah, he must be screwing with us.
Yes.
Or he's sloppy. All right, number 8. The first Philly of the list is, now this could be anyone based on some of the lists we've seen.
Seriously.
The first Philly on the list is Kyle Schwarber.
Nice. Was not on it last year, right?
I don't believe he was on it last year, no. Now, I actually think it's a little high for Schwarber in that I have a problem with DHs in that I don't give them as much credit as someone else.
Sure.
But Kyle Schwarber at 8 is great. You know, like I think it's fine. I think you could have Schwarber higher or you could have Schwarber lower, depending on.
Feels like he should be a little lower.
What do you mean?
I think he should be lower.
I mean, like closer to 10, 11.
Yeah, I think Schwarber should be lower.
I don't think he should be higher than 8.
Yeah, I think he should be lower.
I had him at 8. Or did I have him at 7?
No, I don't know.
Well, I have him and Bryce next to each other.
Right next to each other, right? Yeah, I think it's a little high. I know people love Kyle Schwarber.
I do.
He has an incredibly high Q rating in the city, in that everybody loves him.
I got Schwarber at 7.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Bryce at 8.
So, we haven't revealed this yet, but I'm going to reveal somebody who's not on the list based on Schwarber being on the list there. Is that okay? Can I reveal somebody who's not on the list?
Yeah.
Okay. Trey Turner's not on the list. And I think Trey.
There's no way he's higher than.
No, I'm telling you. Yeah, there was no. If Trey was getting on the list, it would have been in this range, the 8 to 11 range. So I think it's safe to tell you that Trey Turner's not on the list. I think Trey Turner deserves to be on the list more than Kyle Schwarber, and I really do. And the fact that I know he's not a good fielder, but he plays the field. Yeah. He plays the entire game. And the fact that when a player also plays the field, this is what I want to you to think about, is that it allows you to put somebody else as DH. It opens up a position. It gives you flexibility to put somebody in. And not only has Trey Turner had a great year, and he was having a good year last year until he got hurt. He's having a great year, but he also plays the field. He does both things.
Well, he stands there.
He doesn't just stand there. He plays the field.
Year, he played the field, and it was a negative.
Who's a more impactful player, Schwarber or Turner?
Turner.
No, without question, it's Schwarber.
I think it's Turner.
Give me some metrics that may tell me differently, but just from the eye test.
Yeah, what is your eye test?
Yeah, I'm going Schwarber.
There was a lot. Listen, I think Trey should be in the All-Star game. I think he's had a great 2 months. But before that, there's a lot of singles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Schwarber's making big impact.
Yeah.
He's making a big impact, but you can only have so much impact if you don't play the field. This was always my argument with Ohtani and the MVP. I don't think you can be the MVP if you don't play the field. They're DHs now. I get it. But not playing in the field makes you half a player. So I cannot have Schwarber saying he has the amount of production he would have to be. Now, look, if you compare Kyle Schwarber to I don't know, Brandon Marsh or a player who isn't as productive, but Trey Turner is producing at the plate and plays the field. So I think Trey Turner deserves. I think Trey Turner not only should be on the list, but I think he should be ahead of Kyle Schwarber. I have no problem with Kyle Schwarber being on the list, but I think Trey Turner is a better player than Kyle Schwarber is. I do.
Better overall player.
Yeah, which is why I think he should be higher on the list.
But he's not a more productive player.
I think he is because he plays the field.
Yeah, but even if Schwarber played the field, where's he going to play left field?
Well, but that's the entire point. The fact that he can't play the field.
Well, he could play left field, but you can put a better left fielder out there.
Yes, but
we watched him play left field in 22.
But to me, that's a detriment to Schwarber that he can't play the field. That's why I don't think he's as good a player as Trey. Again, if Trey wasn't producing, it would be a different conversation. But when you're the National League leader in hits, your OPS is 820. You're the fastest guy on the team, so you're a danger on the base paths. You play the field, even at a sub-average level. He's not
Who would you rather see at the plate if you're a pitcher?
Oh, I would rather see Trey.
Okay.
But again, that's only half the game to me. It's not the full
But his
game.
defense isn't that great yeah, he plays defense.
But he's playing it.
Yeah, but I understand that. And he also has led the major leagues in errors since he's gotten here.
Yeah,
or is he
of
second?
course.
Is he second? Is it second?
Second.
Yeah, he's second most errors in baseball.
I hear you.
That's a negative. So that's not a positive that he plays defense.
It is, though, because...
Well, here's why it's not. Because, and I understand that he plays it. And I understand what you're saying. But when you're a negative there, that isn't a positive. If he was so good at playing defense, we wouldn't be trying to move him out of his position.
Yeah, but I hear that. When I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about it in terms of roster construction.
Sure.
And when a guy is taking, those are two separate things he's doing. And Schwarber's only doing one thing.
But he's great at that one thing.
He's really good at that one thing. But, and again, if Trey Turner was not productive at all at the plate, I would have this conversation. But he has been the second most productive Philly at the plate this year. And he plays the field. So
Who's been number one?
Schwarber.
Oh, okay.
Yes. But only he's a DH. I hate the DH. I hate the DH. I think Trey Turner should be higher. Whatever. Kyle Schwarber makes the list at number 8. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 3, we will have Elliott Shore-Parks' list.
The funny thing is that I was close to having Trey on my list.
And you did not.
And I did not.
You did not. The list is the list.
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 All right. Hey, like you drive around now, you see graduation parties everywhere. Oh, kid, so proud you're graduating. And no one congratulates you anymore because you don't get to graduate. Well, right now at Colonial, you can graduate to a brand new Hyundai. They're not going to make you take tests. No, absolutely. You just got to show up there. They have a great supply of brand new Hyundais. They saw that they had this brand new dealership. Hyundai made sure they were stocked. And right now, to help you graduate to a brand new Hyundai, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Only at Colonial. So that's up to $10,000 you're saving on a brand new Hyundai. Also at Colonial, $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. It's a piece of junk. They don't care. They want to take care of you at Colonial. They're also going to take care of you when you buy a brand new Hyundai at Colonial. You're going to get 3 full years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online, 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. They're hooking you up. It's the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai at Colonial. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. Y'all put me up quick. I want to talk about top 11.
But you up quick. You're supposed to be the first caller.
Yeah, it's 2:45.
Yeah. Well, you're Corey. I have respect for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about top 11. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, look. Real quick, let's break this down real fast. Like, when I sit here and I look at, people's lists or whatever, I still don't understand how you can sit up here and say Trey Turner over Kyle Schwarber, like,
Because he plays the field.
But that don't mean okay. I mean, Brandon Marsh played the field.
Yes, but I said I'm not comparing him to Brandon Marsh. You're talking about a guy who has been the second best hitter on the Phillies, who is the biggest threat to steal a base on the Phillies, or at least one of the couple, has been the second best hitter, and he plays the field. Like I can't get over the people not acknowledging what an enormous addition that is. The fact that he is not just sitting in the dugout for 3 hours.
All right, so let me ask you this: if you took Trey Turner off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you think will be a bigger loss of impact if you remove one of them from the team right now?
Trey Turner.
No.
You say you think Turner?
Yes.
I think you crazy.
And by the way, it's a lot easier to go get a DH than it is to go get a shortstop. Like, you're talking about potentially the most valuable position in all of baseball, the shortstop. Defensively, and to have one that also produces on offense. Like, there are DHs all over the place. Like, you can get a 38-year-old guy who can OPS 780 or something on the, like, they're out there. But shortstops who hit 300, who hit 25 home runs, who steal bases, they're not out there. They're not. I'm just telling you, it's easier to replace Kyle Schwarber than it is to replace Trey Turner.
I mean, I disagree with you on that. Now, let's get on this Joel Embiid front. Look, I personally feel like Joel Embiid should be in people's top 11.
Yes.
Like, I personally agree with Spike on that. Like, I mean, I'm a big resume guy, and when you sit here and you look at the resume, I personally feel like Joel Embiid should be in the 7 to 1 range, 1 to 7 range, like somewhere in there. Like anybody, I this is what I don't get about Joe DeCamera's top. Like I don't know what his criteria is. Like what is his criteria? Like people he like, because it's all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at some of these people's top 11s, it's all over. Like I think some people when they do their top 11s, not our show. Our show, I'm cool with what y'all doing because y'all all got Jalen in the top 11. But certain people, it's like they trying to make a point by not putting Jalen in the top 11. Like he said yesterday when he was arguing or talking to y'all, like he didn't even have Jalen till like 15 or 20. Like what?
The thing for me, Corey, with the problem with it is that he has Bryce too.
That's that thing, right? 100%.
Like if he wanted to say, I think part of his argument is sound. If he's just saying, I think this player is better at X than Jalen is at Y, at his position. I actually buy that. And he's mostly talking about the last 12 months. I buy that. But Bryce Harper has been fine the last 12 months. He hasn't been the second best player in Philadelphia. So I think that's the problem with Joe's list. I understand why Joe's reasoning to not having Jalen on it, but I don't think his whole list adds up to that reasoning. That's the problem.
Exactly. And like I said, I love Bryce Harper. I got to put that out there because I don't want people to think I'm no Bryce hater. I love Bryce. But it's like we didn't put Saquon Barkley on the list last year. Why?
Some of us did.
I didn't because he hadn't played here.
Because he hadn't played here. Yeah.
So Ike's criteria is over the past year. So you look at but it's like when you put Bryce Harper in the top 3 to 4 of your guys, you know what I'm saying? Like that means that you feel like he had a good past year. I can't say that. Like I mean, he had game 2 versus the Mets, but like that's it. Like he really like. I mean, Jalen Hurts balled in the Super Bowl. So if I'm talking to Joe DeCamera, I'm like, so you think that is bigger impact than the Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah, and that's one game though.
But so was game 2.
You're right. I think if Joe is going to have Bryce too, he's got to have Embiid on the list. And if he's just talking about the last year, Bryce can't be 2. You cannot have Embiid on the list. You could not have Hurts on the list, but you can't have Bryce 2. I don't understand.
I just realized this. The camera had Embiid and Hurts off his list.
Correct. And he had Ranger on it.
Number 11.
And Landon Dickerson. No offense to Landon Dickerson. He's a great player, but like he's a guard.
I didn't even put that together that he had Embiid and Hurts off the list.
Yes. He's something special,
I
man.
love Quinyon Mitchell, but I mean, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, part of the list, it is, as much as we may try to put a criteria out there, and we didn't put a strict criteria out there.
To cause this.
A list, Corey, is a personal preference.
Exactly.
So, yeah, some of his personal thoughts are a part of his list. Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Man, I just can't wait for this upcoming season, man. Like, I was enjoying baseball season, but, man, like, I'm telling y'all, man, listen, y'all.
Every week.
Yeah.
Enter into the cage match.
We won a Super Bowl last year, and my man still can't get respect. Oh, next year, y'all, what's he say, bow the knee? When he went, what did he say when they win, bow the knee?
Bend the knee.
Bend the knee. Well, the thing is, and we haven't seen where, when we talk about respect, we haven't seen where he comes on the real list.
Official list.
And that accounts
if he's
for
on it.
If he's on it, that accounts for all of the staff and all of the listeners. So we'll see from a respect standpoint, we'll see where he's respected, because I do think to an extent, Corey, I think this whole thing about him being disrespected is a little made up. We'll see where he comes on the list, and maybe he's high, maybe he's low. Who knows? But we'll see. All right, thank you for the call, Corey. People love Schwarber.
People do love Schwarber.
Good reason.
Now they slept on Schwarber.
Good reason.
They slept on Schwarber for a good bit there.
We did.
There was a couple truth tellers around here trying to tell everyone.
Yep.
Now maybe.
But he's earned it.
Yeah,
he's earned it.
Yeah. Great player.
Extend
him.
And so when are you
extending?
I'm not going to ask you who you think you should have higher, because your list comes out at 4. So I want to know your position on it, but I feel like if I ask your position on it, it will. Who do you think's more valuable, Trey or Schwarber? Actually, let me just ask you
I would say Trey.
Okay.
I would say Trey.
How?
Because does it all, man.
He does what all?
Does it all.
You guys wanted to move him out of shortstop.
Yes.
Don't lump me in.
Yeah, you were one of them.
No, I was the
You were
first,
one.
and then I backed off.
Yeah, well, the wind. You know how we do the wind during the weather report? We should do the Fritz report.
So here's my last, before we go to break.
Yep.
My last ditch effort for Schwarber. He's so much more important because I don't know how many runs Trey saves over there at shortstop, right? Compared to how many runs Kyle Schwarber adds to your offense. Protection in the lineup, the ability to hit 1 through 4.
Sure.
So he's good for Bryce. He's able to move up to the 2-hole when Bryce is not in there.
Trey can hit 1 through 3.
Sure. I don't know if he does it well.
Well, he's done 1 and 2 well this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And Cal can hit 1 too.
He can.
He doesn't hit for average, but doesn't.
He gets on base. He gets on base. Yeah. Coming up next, the top 11 list you've been waiting for, Elliott's. Now, last year he had a 14-year-old soccer player on it. We'll see if he's got any surprises.
Let's see if that guy's still on the list.
Yeah.
I hope not. Can I, one projection?
Yeah.
He's not going to have Harper on it. That's my first big take.
You don't think he'll have Harper?
I don't think he's going to have Harper on it.
He claims his list is the best.
I know he does.
All right. Well, we will
There's
find.
no way. Never mind. Yes.
We'll find that out next
Yes.
with Tuesdays with Elliot on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Frisk. You know who has to be on your list? Dogs and cats rule because your pets are on their list. Their list to be happy, healthy animals. You adopt your pet, your job, keep them happy, keep them healthy. It's summertime. Your dog's probably outside more. Maybe they need a cooling bandana or a cooling vest when it's hot outside, when it gets above 85. Spend a lot of time outside. Maybe you go on a boat or something. You need a life jacket for the dog. When you take them out there, they have that at Dogs and Cats Rule. Whatever you need. 7 locations. And if you need help picking it out, whether it's a toy, whether it's supplements, whether it's pet nutrition, which is where Dogs and Cats Rule really shines, top of the line, cutting edge pet nutrition. The staff at Dogs and Cats Rule is excellent. The lead dog, George Perenni, has made sure in every one of the locations there are people who can calmly and confidently answer your questions. 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger, packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. I want to take a second to acknowledge our friends at Family and Company Jewelers. I always tell you, they're the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. Well, now it's official. Don't just take my word for it. Family and Company Jewelers was named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. You can get her the best ring, the best diamond. So why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Go to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Florida Panthers can win their second straight Stanley Cup tonight in Game 6 with the Oilers, partly because of the heroics of Brad Marchand. It was a stunner to get the lifelong Bruin at the trade deadline. Now Marchand has scored 10 postseason goals, including 6 in the final, including 2 Saturday in Edmonton, to give the Panthers control of the series once more. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Top 11 week. Tuesdays with Elliott is here, brought to you by Groundworks. If wet field conditions are causing havoc on your home, book a free inspection at groundworks.com. I will always say this. I thank Groundworks for getting rid of my anxiety about my basement. My wife laughs at me because every time it rains, I go into the basement and I feel relieved that it looks good. So
it's the top 5 feeling in the world, honestly.
Yes, it's what you and I really connect on.
It's almost worth getting rain once just to feel the next times, like the joy of a dry basement.
Oh, I feel so good. Yeah. So Elliot, I have to thank you. I think we owe you a little bit as the only people who held back their lists for Top 11 week are the members of this show and Elliott Shore Parks.
Yeah, I was on the morning show this morning. They wanted me to talk about it. I said, I can't do it.
You can't do it.
Gave them
First
my
off,
word. Gave them my word.
Disgraceful by them
Yes.
To try to one-up us, per usual.
Yeah,
that's all they were trying to do.
Now,
bait you into it.
Now, real quick, Elliot, do you have a scheduled tweet ready to go out when you do unveil your list?
Yeah, I have a graphic ready to go online on all my social platforms that I've been waiting for.
Is that Threads and Blue Sky?
Yeah, it'll go everywhere. Threads,
okay.
Blue Sky, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
No, you don't call it X. I thought you would.
Honestly,
Blue
it goes
Sky
back
guy.
and forth.
Okay.
I'm
all
not
right.
a Blue Sky guy, to be honest. I hate Blue Sky, but
all right.
The game's the game.
The game's the game.
Yeah.
I got it. So let's vote here. Do we all, Ike, Jack, do we want Elliot to just give us the list right off at the top here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well.
And are we interrupting or are we just going through?
Depends how ridiculous.
Yeah, we'll just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
All right.
Then do you want to give, we all talked about what criteria we used. Do you want to talk about the criteria
so
first?
For me, there was no criteria. It was just how I felt. I didn't
Okay.
go pure resume. I didn't go
Vibes.
the last year. Yeah, I just did what I thought was right. It's kind of like with tipping with me. With tipping, I just tip what I feel is correct. I don't do the certain percentage.
That's another show. That's another show.
Yeah, if it's a $40 bill, I'll still whatever.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Elliot.
You ready?
Here it is. Elliot's top 11 list on the WIP Afternoon Show.
All right. Coming in at number 11, not controversial. I think he belongs on all these lists, but I have Devontae Smith. Great player. He's not a number one receiver. The 1 year he was, the offense obviously wasn't great. Maybe it would be better now. But had the biggest play in the Super Bowl along with Jalen. His resume speaks for itself.
This is already annoying.
Yeah, he's already made one of the biggest plays in the Super Bowl. It's definitely the biggest play. It ended the Super Bowl. So number 11, Devontae Smith.
It was 27-0.
Yeah, it was 27-0.
And they themselves
quarter.
said, if we get this, the game's over. So they did not feel the game was over.
Bleep. It was. Were they going to lose the game if they didn't get that play?
Devontae Smith, number 11.
All right. Now, right now, you're chalk with everybody because Devontae was number 11 on the real list.
It is interesting. Sorry.
Okay.
Number 10, Joel Embiid.
Wow, it's the same as the list
I was
so far.
shocked by that yesterday.
Okay.
So I originally had him 11 when I just went through it, but he's just a better player than Devontae. No shot at Devontae, but Joel Embiid has the best resume of anybody on this list. Now, the issue is his career is over. So I don't think that he...
Might be over.
Probably is over.
Okay, that's fair.
So it's a little bit of a, Oscars in memoriam. Got to give him credit. But I have him number 10 because he is still... His resume is just so much better. I can't not have him while he's still an active member of the team.
So you think his resume is better than Jalen Hurts' resume?
That's number 2 to me.
Okay.
I think Jalen has the second best resume. And then you could... Well, I'll get to it.
All right. So far, the same as the official list.
Yes.
Elliot has Devontae Smith, number 11.
Joel Embiid have a better resume than Jalen Hurts?
Well, he's definitely in the Hall of Fame already. He's one of the best players. He's probably a top 50 player of all time, top 60-ish. You could debate that. And I think he is one of the most talented players to ever play basketball. Jalen's resume...
on his resume.
Okay. Well, that is... he has an MVP. He's led the league in scoring. He's one of the best scoring players of all time.
70-point game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, it's compelling saying he's already a Hall of Famer, and Hall of Fame is based on
resume. He's the only
resume.
player on this list that's probably already in. We could debate the next guy.
Let me just say this about the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Not a hard Hall of Fame to get into.
It's the worst Hall of Fame of any Hall of Fame.
I agree with you 100%, but I think Joel gets in on any.
Flexing that Joel Embiid is going to be in the same Hall of Fame with the likes of Andre Iguodala.
No, I agree with you.
Or Draymond Green. Come on, man.
I'm with you on that, but Joel is a legitimate NBA Hall of Fame. Even if it was a real Hall of Fame, it'd be hard to get
he's a legitimate Hall of Fame. I'm sorry.
All right. Number 9, Bryce Harper. So I have Bryce the lowest of all the 3 Phillies on this list for a couple reasons. One, I don't think he's been their best player over the past 3 years. He has come up small in the playoffs. He has not been a good player this year. He is injury prone. And I grew up in a time at WIP where we used to punish the star players for bad playoff losses. Last year when I did my list, I had Jalen 8 because of how bad that season ended. Bryce Harper deserves to be punished for how this Phillies team has choked the past 2 years, and he had a bad series against the Mets, or the team did, and he deserves to be punished for that. So I think him and Joel are on similar career trajectories. Joel's just 2 years ahead. Bryce is breaking down. His chance to be like an all-time great Philly is probably past, and that's why I think they deserve to be right next to each other. Joel has a better resume, but Bryce, in theory, is still an active player. So I have Bryce number 9.
That's great, Elliot.
I love you said Bryce in theory is still an active player.
Yeah.
In theory.
Meanwhile, Embiid played 18 games this year.
We'll see when Bryce comes back.
Yeah.
We'll
Don't sound
see.
so happy.
I'm just saying, like Bryce. Okay, well, I'll keep going.
He's the third highest OPS in playoff baseball history. But
you don't
never,
think he's been their best player for the last 3 years?
I don't.
You're talking about everyday players or pitchers?
Everyday players.
Who's been their best player?
He'll come up on my list in a little bit.
Oh my God, because of the home runs. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, yeah, the home runs. What a silly stat. Okay,
Well, yeah. in totality, yes.
Number 8, Zach Wheeler.
8.
Zach Wheeler is better at pitching and is closer to the best pitcher in baseball than Bryce Harper is to being the best player in baseball, non-pitcher.
sure.
Oh, right. So I think Zach Wheeler belongs ahead of Bryce. Now, the issue with Zach Wheeler is he doesn't have a championship like a lot of other players on this list. And while he has been awesome, I'm not sure what it's really accomplished they got knocked out in the first round last year. Not his fault, but it is what it is. And he's a great player, but other players on this list have accomplished more for the city than Zach Wheeler has.
Well, he can only do what he can do.
Well,
He
that's
doesn't
true of
even
every
have it
player.
at
That's true of
bats.
every player.
Well, it's true of every player, but they're like he's
a great player. But
he can only hold the other team to like the runs he can hold.
And he's
them to.
awesome at that. He's very good at it. But in 20 years, when we look back at Zach Wheeler, I think we'll go, yeah, he was a great pitcher. Like, what else is there? What's his defining thing right now? With all these other players in 20 years, I can look back and go, I remember this great thing or what they did for the city. I remember this
he's
championship.
He's arguably the best big game pitcher we've ever seen here.
Yeah, he's been great. That's why he's on my list at number 8.
Number 8
Yeah, but I
is
feel like
crazy.
you're trying to like troll here.
No, I'm not trolling.
He's closer to being the best pitcher in baseball than almost any player at their position on the list in the city. There are a few others, maybe 3 or 4.
You're talking all sports right now?
Yes.
It's a good debate. I mean, I think the Eagles have a lot of players that are probably top 5 at their position.
Sure.
Right? And Zach Wheeler, you guys could probably say better than me. I would think he's top 5 pitcher, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
9 is crazy for Zach
Well, I have him
Wheeler.
8.
8.
Yeah,
8 is crazy for Zach
He's a great
Wheeler.
player. I agree the talent is probably better than 8, but that's where he ended up.
Here's what it is.
Yeah. Number 7. Number 7 is Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh, you're stupid.
I think Quinyon.
Dude, you're so
hold
stupid.
on. Quinyon. We all
Quinyon
talk,
over Zach Wheeler?
Yes, Quinyon over Zach Wheeler.
That's dumb.
Quinyon contributed to them winning a
Oh
Super Bowl
my
last
God.
year. He did.
This is what we talked about with the Super Bowl overrating.
Well, guess what? I hate to
Bowl is
break it to you,
legit.
too.
There it
The
is.
Super Bowl
Then don't
matters.
put any Phillies on the list then. Then don't put any
Don't put
Phillies
Embiid
on
on
the
the
list.
list. Don't put Embiid on the list.
Yeah, guys put
I have Joel
1 year.
Embiid 10. Well, hold on. Quinyon Mitchell, I think, belongs in closer to the same conversation of Jalen Carter than we give him credit for. He came in as a rookie last year. He played a critical position every snap. He was lined up against great receivers every week. We talk about how the defense went from 2023 to 2024. Vic's a big part of that. Obviously, Jalen Carter is a big part of that. Quinyon is also a big part of that. Quinyon had a better rookie year than Jalen Carter did.
It's still just a rookie year. And you said you hold resume the same as the last year. Zach Wheeler was excellent over the last year and has been excellent for 5 years.
I agree. Zach Wheeler's a
better
great player.
pitcher than Quinyon Mitchell is a cornerback.
Quinyon Mitchell helped the Eagles win the Super Bowl.
But he has won.
It does matter. It matters. I hate to break it to you. The players that helped them win a Super Bowl are propped up on this list because it's the Super Bowl and they just won it. Zach Wheeler is a great player. He is, absolutely. Zach Wheeler has not won a World Series. These other players have won championships in their sports.
Okay, so if you took Quinyon Mitchell and put him on a different team, would he have the same effect? Because I can tell you this, Zach Wheeler on every single team you could put him on. You could put him on the worst team in baseball. You could put him on the Colorado Rockies. You could put him on the Los Angeles Dodgers. He would have the same impact.
And so would Quinyon.
Quinyon Mitchell is dependent on every other player
Zach
on the
Wheeler's
defense
also
being
dependent
good.
on other people. He's dependent on
Just for
defenders.
wins.
He's
Just for wins.
Well, but he is dependent on the defense for what it's worth.
They have a horrible defense.
You're right.
They have the worst defense in baseball.
But he's still dependent
and
on
he's
them.
still dominant.
Is he dependent on the defenders on the
could be
field?
dominant.
He absolutely is.
He could be dominant
I agree,
on
but
the
Quinyon,
Rockies.
Quinyon was dominant
Mitchell,
last year. Quinyon was
because
dominant
he was
last year.
playing with a lot of other great players.
Zach
you
Wheeler
have
plays with great players.
Dude, you putting Quinyon Mitchell ahead of Zach
because
Wheeler
Quinyon deserves
is
more.
psychotic.
It's not psychotic. Zach Wheeler
Just because the
Zach
Eagles
Wheeler
won
is
the
a great-
Super Bowl. Well,
you keep just saying just because they won the Super Bowl,
Yes.
we're talking about a 9-8 season or a playoff
Well, then put
game.
Jake Elliott on there.
Well, Jake Elliott is not on my list.
Well, you should put it. He won the Super Bowl.
He does. But
he won 2 Super Bowls.
Right, but he has less of an impact
He
than
won
Quinyon
2 Super
Mitchell
Bowls.
did. He did. And he's probably the
Last
best
year
kicker
wasn't
of all
one
time.
Jake's better years.
No, but
But he won
clutching
the Super Bowl.
He was clutching
He
the
did
Super
win the
Bowl.
Super
He
Bowl.
was
Just
clutching
put
the
Nakobe
Super Bowl.
Dean on there. Put Nakobe Dean on there.
I don't think Nakobe's
Might
a
as
top
well.
11 player.
Might as well.
Zach Wheeler is a great player. Zach Wheeler has really not done
But
much. Where in 20 years, I'm talking
What
about
do you
this.
mean he's not done much?
He's a great pitcher. They've not won the
what
World
did
Series.
Quinyon do last year?
He won the Super Bowl, and he was one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL.
What did he do that you're going to talk about 20 years from now? Oh, my God, that was an amazing play Quinyon made.
Yeah, so he was one of the best corners in the NFL.
No.
Well,
What special moment did he have?
I did not say Zach Wheeler has no moments. I said he doesn't have a ring.
You said he hasn't done
I said
anything.
he doesn't have
basically.
no.
You said he hasn't done anything.
I said he's a great player that has nothing in 20 years. We'll look back and say we have to
Besides
talk
being
about.
one of the best
yes, he's
big
a
game
great pitcher.
pitchers we've
We have
ever
lots of
seen
great
here.
athletes in this city.
Well,
but
what
the,
is Quinyon
the ones,
Mitchell? What are we going to talk about that he did?
Quinyon Mitchell was one of the best corners in the NFL that helped completely turn the defense around. He was the best player in the secondary. Everyone wants to tell me they only won because of their defense. Jalen's not because of Jalen's. Like they won because of their defense. Well, then the guy that was one of the best players in the defense deserves to be high on the list.
Not higher than the best pitcher in the National League.
Would you put Jalen Carter ahead of Zach Wheeler?
On my list?
Yeah.
No.
But do you think they deserve to be around each other?
No.
Like, Quinyon Mitchell is right there with Jalen Carter.
No, he's not.
I think he is. He was a rookie year, one of the best.
Can I tell you this? I sat next to Javon Curse. Wow. And I said, what did you think when you were watching the Eagles this year? And he said, I would love to play with Jalen Carter because what Jalen Carter does would help me be a much better player. There is nobody. You could go to any retired NFL player in history and ask them what they think watching the Eagles, and none of them was going, oh, put me on a team with Quinyon Mitchell.
Well,
no,
that's
but
fine.
there's no chance.
Javon Curse can feel that way. I could see why he would want to play next to him. That would help him a lot. But when you have a bad secondary, the pass rush is almost pointless because you can get rid of the ball quickly.
Well, and he was cornerback 2 last year, by the way. Slay was CB1. So
no,
didn't even
Quinyon was CB1. We know Quinyon was.
He was CB2. He was CB2 last year.
No, he wasn't.
He was on the other side of the field.
They stayed on the same side. Who do you think was better last year, Quinyon or Slay?
I think Quinyon.
There you go. So he's cornerback.
But he wasn't cornerback.
But they didn't
Slay was
move
CB1.
around. Slay didn't travel really either last year. Quinyon played all his snaps on one side of the field. So there was no cornerback
Quinyon
one. There was
Mitchell
just
had
the
a
best
great
corner.
year.
He
shouldn't be
He's saying
higher than Zach Wheeler.
Most number one receivers line up to the left in the offense.
Right, but I'm saying, regardless, we all know he was the best corner on the team. You can say Slay was that, but he wasn't.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Number 7, Quinyon Mitchell, for the reasons I just said.
All right.
Won the Super Bowl.
He did. Oh, the Super Bowl.
Must have been a
Wow.
really hard.
Wow, what
must have been
a
a
small
really hard
little accomplishment to bring up.
It is, but he is one of many. They don't have the same impact on the game.
I don't get why.
And you can't be all resume, and then pick out a guy who's played one NFL season.
And in that 1 year, he had an amazing resume.
Yes, but Zach Wheeler has been amazing for 5
I agree.
years.
That's why he's on the list. He's a great player.
So dumb,
I agree
man.
with you.
This is so dumb.
All right, number 6, Jalen Carter. For basically the same reasons as Quinyon. Jalen Carter is an awesome player. I think next year he will be in my top 5. I think you could argue he's one of the best defensive players in the league. I'm just not ready to give him top 5 yet.
Okay.
So I got him 6.
Okay.
You ready for number 5 spike?
Yeah, sure. Keep it
You
going.
ready? Okay.
They need time to calm down.
I know they're so mad about Zach Wheeler.
Well, no, it's just
he's
like,
a great player. He's a great player. I agree with you.
You have to do more.
You just don't get it.
You have to do more this offseason than running around and trying to make everyone love you because the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
But this
the
is what
Eagles
you're-
won the Super Bowl,
Right.
not you.
I agree
The
with that.
Eagles won.
I
Zach
agree with
Wheeler.
that.
Zach Wheeler has a better resume and is a better player than Quinyon Mitchell. This is crazy.
But also, do you want me to keep going or do you want to do this?
I want you to keep going.
Okay. Take a deep breath.
All right. Number 5,
Yes.
Kyle Schwarber.
Schwarbs!
Over the last 3 years, Kyle Schwarber has more home runs, he has more RBIs, he has more walks. If you look into postseason since he got here, they started to win when Schwarber got here. In the postseason, he has more home runs, he has more hits, and he has more RBIs. And he's way better this year, like markedly better this year. I think if you look at just who's playing at a high level right now.
Him this year.
What?
I don't know where we would be without him.
So if you look at just how they're playing right now, Schwarber might be playing as good as anybody else in the city. So I have him number 5.
Well, nobody else is playing right now.
Well, I'm saying in the seasons. Do you want me to move Zach Wheeler up? Would that make you feel better?
Well, it just doesn't make any sense to have Schwarber ahead of Wheeler either.
Why?
Well, Schwarber hasn't won anything here.
You're right, but Schwarber's having an unreal season.
What has he won here?
He's not won anything.
Has he won the Super Bowl?
I agree, but
has
again,
he won the Super Bowl here?
But this is what you guys do. You want every single one to be for like this exact reason. It's a blanket thing. Schwarber is playing at an unreal level right now. I think he deserves more credit than Wheeler is awesome. Wheeler is 8. 8 is not disrespectful to Zach Wheeler.
It is disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful.
Well, it is compared to
Wheeler.
when you have a DH who also has won nothing here.
Well,
who also has been
He has
part
won a
of
World
the
Series,
failures.
though, for what it's worth.
And not here.
No,
and
agreed.
As part of the failures. And by the way, he has had markedly worse postseasons than Bryce has.
Well, I just said he has
has.
more home runs, hits, and RBIs.
What did he do
Harper
last year?
He wasn't great last year. I
He
agree
was
with you.
horrible.
But
Yes.
you said with Bryce.
I agree with
you
that.
said with Bryce,
but Bryce is the best player on the team.
Right, but
last
you
year,
said- but
I
you
said
said-
not according
Jalen.
to
You just said Schwarber's the best player.
Schwarber's the
But I'm
best player
saying
on the
Bryce is the guy on the team.
No,
you
but
know
you said
that.
Schwarber's the better player.
Schwarber has been a
And he
better
didn't get
player
a hit
over
after.
3
He
years.
didn't get a hit
He
after
has been a
game-
better
he-
player over
he-
3 years.
He did not get a hit after game 1
You're right.
last year.
He
at the
didn't have a
NLDS.
good Mets series. I agree with you, but he has been so much better
But
than
he
Bryce
doesn't
this
get.
year.
But he doesn't get blamed for the
No,
Mets
he
series.
caught blame,
Only
but
Bryce
he
gets
has.
blamed.
He's what, like top 5 in the league in home runs this year. He's carrying the team. He's better. He's been better over 3 years, and he's been
He's not
better
been
this
better
year.
over 3 years.
Then why does he have more home runs, hits, walks?
Because
and
there's more than he's an overall player. Bryce is a better overall player. That's obvious to everyone involved. We don't need to really argue.
but
you can make whatever case you want. That's fine.
Well, but I'm not really
he's not
making
a
it.
better.
But I'm not really making a case. I'm just saying his stats. I'm not like breaking down like what he does. I'm saying the stats. He has more home runs. He's walked in. He's put in more runs, and he's walked more.
He put in more runs.
Yeah, I know. I misspoke there.
He did. I'll let him
break it down.
Okay, number 5,
Nick
Kyle
Abel.
Schwarber.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 4, AJ Brown. Great player,
there's AJ.
leader on the team. I don't
Yep.
think that's a controversial one.
I'm okay. Go ahead. Something ain't adding up to me here. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I'm sure. All right.
Yeah.
Number 3 for me is Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
Oh.
I originally had him 2, but I swapped after this. So I'll just go to number 2. Number 2, I put the Eagles' offensive line. I know it's
Smart
a group.
man.
If you want to say lane 2 to like represent the line, I'm cool with that. I don't think, and this is truly not to knock Saquon, I just think we don't talk enough about how Saquon was also a product of the offensive line. If you look at what this offensive line has done for running backs, Miles Sanders made a Pro Bowl. DeAndre Swift made a Pro Bowl. Saquon is better than those two,
Swift
which is
made
why.
the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, he made a Pro Bowl in 2023.
Okay.
Oh,
which is
interesting.
crazy.
Yeah.
Did
Must
the
be pretty
quarterback-
easy to make the Pro Bowl.
Did Jalen make the Pro Bowl last year?
So let me ask you this, right? So you turn to Jalen.
By the
right?
way,
But why-
Saquon had great seasons, 2 great seasons behind a horrible offensive
Correct.
line in New
Saquon's
York.
a better running back than both of those,
Okay.
obviously.
All right.
But the point I'm making is I think the Eagles' offensive line, we don't talk enough. We talk so much about how Jalen's a product of everybody. Saquon is also a product of the offensive line.
Yeah,
Nice
but,
burp.
but
Thank
Saquon has been excellent behind bad offensive lines too. I agree with
Correct.
you. I think having the offensive line too is completely fair.
Yeah.
Is it safe to assume Jalen is number 1?
Yeah.
And number 1,
Yeah.
the
I
easiest
don't think you're
decision.
gonna leave him off the list.
The easiest decision I've ever made. I'm honestly surprised. I'm truly surprised this is controversial. I don't see what the issue is with Jalen at number 1. He's the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team. We always prioritize the quarterback. When they lose, they get blamed. When he wins, they get credit. And now he's a Super Bowl MVP, and we're talking about the regular season. I agree. I agree the regular season was only good, not great. I agree with you. But when you look at the totality of his season, he obviously had a great year, and the playoffs matter more. For so long, everyone has said Donovan is not a great player, or Donovan's not the best Super Bowl.
Was he great the whole playoffs?
Hold on. For so long, people have said Donovan's legacy here is not great because he never won in the postseason. He was great in the regular
Well, we
season.
never won the Super Bowl.
Right.
We won in the
yes,
postseason.
Right,
yes.
exactly. So with Donovan, we prioritize the postseason. With Donovan, when we want to ding him, we talk about how he didn't win in the postseason, the ultimate Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Jalen, it's the opposite. Jalen was not great in the regular season last year, but in the postseason, he was great. He objectively was a great player in those playoffs, and they have a Super Bowl because of it. He's the quarterback of the Eagles. They have the Super Bowl. I think it's super simple. He's number 1.
Okay, just before I jump in with you guys, we've done the Jalen number 1 debate thing already.
Correct, yeah.
I got a question.
All right.
Where the hell is Zach Bond?
So I didn't put Zach Bond.
Well, no,
But
yes, I
Quinyon
did.
Mitchell's on there.
Huh?
Just so you know, Quinyon Mitchell's
Quinyon is
No,
on
that's
there.
what I'm saying.
Cooper's
That's
also
what I'm
not on
saying.
Right, Cooper's not.
That's Zach
Well,
Bond not
who
on
would you
here.
take off? You could debate Devontae, right?
Okay, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Well, Zach Bond deserves to be
I'm
on there
trying to
ahead of
think that Zach
Quinyon
Bond
Mitchell.
should be in your-
So I have Zach
Bond
Bond
at?
14.
I had him at number 6.
I did through 20 just to do, and I have
Sure.
Zach Bond 14. Great player for sure. obviously.
He was arguably the defensive MVP last
Yeah,
year.
he was a
Player
great
of the
player.
year. Defensive player of the year.
I agree with all that.
Yeah.
There's
So
a lot of good choices. The Eagles are really good.
here.
Well, he was better than Quinyon Mitchell was last year.
Well, he probably was.
He
I
was.
agree with that.
Right.
But,
so
but
they
again,
both have 1 year
Quinyon-
here.
So, but their arguments are somewhat the same. They both came to the team and helped turn the defense around.
I know,
think
and one was better than the other.
I think Zach Bond probably did have a better year, but I think Quinyon, that entire secondary was made by him because of how good he was. So that's why I put him on there.
He wasn't the playmaker that Zach Bond was.
He wasn't the playmaker, but I think he helped shift
no doubt.
that
Yes.
entire secondary.
No doubt about it. That's my only gripe with the list is that Zach Bond's not on your list. Yeah. Like
I have him 14.
I mean, you asked me who I would take off. The guy who didn't make my list is Embiid.
You would take Embiid off. So Embiid, obviously,
that's the only guy you have on here that I don't have on my list.
Because of where he's at in his career, I get it. His resume is just better than everyone else's.
It's understandable. Yeah, and I did more of the 1 year thing.
Yeah.
I just did the last year. So, yeah, that's my
Did
only...
Zach Bond win the Super Bowl? I could have sworn
He
he
did.
won the
He
Super Bowl.
did win the
And
Super Bowl.
didn't he cause a turnover in the Super Bowl?
He was awesome.
He turned that Washington game around.
He did, and
He
he played in those games too.
He did.
And he won the Super Bowl.
He did, which is why
Helped
he's
set up
which is
7 for the Eagles. He got
right, which is why
interception.
he is
And
14th on my
He
list.
won the Super Bowl, and Schwarber didn't win the Super Bowl.
He didn't, but I think Schwarber is having a great year, and I think honestly Schwarber is also kind of like a hat tip. I don't think he's gotten enough credit over the past 3 years.
Oh, everybody loves Schwarber.
But he's
if
never
anything, he
discussed
gets
as
too
better than
much.
Bryce.
Because he's not.
But his stats are better than Bryce's.
Right, but he doesn't play the field. And
that is
and
part
Bryce,
of it. I know
Bryce
you
is
don't
a
like
plus
DHs.
fielder.
I get
well,
that.
because they don't play most of the
I think
game.
that's a fair point.
Okay.
But I'm just saying his stats as a hitter, which is more important, are better.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would have had Zach Bond.
And just I think it was ridiculous that DeCamera didn't have Hurts on the list.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it is just as ridiculous to have him number one.
I know
he's
you do.
not the best athlete in the city. Everybody knows he's not the best athlete in the city. Nobody thinks he's better at quarterback than Saquon's at running back, that Lane's at tackle. Nobody thinks that. But like, so is it crazy that Joe didn't have him on the list because of the importance of the position?
Mm-hmm.
For sure. But by your definition, whoever is the quarterback of the Eagles is going to be top 5 because it's the most important position in the city.
Yes.
And even if they're bad.
No, not if they're bad, but he's not bad. So you're right. If there is a quarterback that is bad, he won't be high. But if there is a quarterback that's good, because of everything the job
I kinda agree
entails,
with
he
you there.
deserves to be higher up. That it is what it is.
It's a harder job.
But
He shouldn't be one.
But wait, can I just ask you, like,
Can we get to this next? Can we finish it next? Just because.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I see
Yeah,
that
yeah.
time.
All right, so we'll finish this next. Also, we'll finish this next.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. I'm not going to act like we're going to talk about anything else.
Well, I
This is
do
the
have a Phillies take off your top.
I'm sure you do. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
All right, fellas, you know how much I love summer, right? So get ready to enjoy a season of savings with limited time offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Now, every trip becomes its own destination in the 2025 Acura RDX, now available to lease for just $459 a month for 36 months. Now, you know, I'm a huge fan of Acura's style and powerful performance. This premium sport crossover is engineered with comfort, handling, and cargo room to put it in a class all of its own. Make every mile a moment to remember. In the 2025 Acura MDX, ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. The premium performance of the MDX delivers power-packed precision and up to 7 unique driving models. Experience endless Acura possibilities with the special offers. Plus, during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade, that's today. And make sure you tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put their Heinekens back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the Summer of Shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know. 94.1 on the radio. All right, let's go. Dial it up 215. Speak your mind. 592-9494.
WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
More than hot takes, it's Philly sports gold.
Oh no, we're playing the Tom Kelly song. Is that
is that what this is?
Yeah. The Tom Kelly AI song. We're using the Tom Kelly song now?
Yeah. Too good.
It is kind of good.
Dude, this might be the song of the summer. Come on, man. You roll the windows down, drive down the shore, listen to the Tom Kelly show open?
It's good, but then when I heard it and I realized it was created by AI, I can't have an
it's
AI
created
song.
by AI?
It has to be.
Well, Tom
I thought
said
that was like a
that
human saying that.
Some guy did that for him.
Some guy called up, and then 2 days later, magically had singers, a rapper, a song written, produced.
So do we think Tom Kelly wrote it?
No, I don't think anybody wrote it. I think somebody went into AI, said, "Here is the person," and it wrote it and produced it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a scary future for sure. But yes, that is my belief.
I think you guys are a little off on the Will Smith song. Not saying it's a great song, but the chorus is kind of
sketchy.
Yeah.
Now, have you heard the sped up and slowed down ones?
I've not. I saw the tweet, but I didn't watch it.
It's worth it.
I think this is kind of good. Just the chorus. I haven't heard. Look, see Ike's going. Put it on a boat. Put it on like outside when you're drinking.
Well, you are a Drake guy.
Yeah, I think this would be a fun party song.
What party?
It kind of reminds me of the Eddie Murphy song You Make Me Play.
Yeah, but that song's funny.
Party all the time.
Yeah.
Well, this could be funny.
I don't think he was trying
I like
to be
the Tom
funny.
Kelly song better than this song.
Yes, I agree.
I've not heard his rap in it for what it's worth. I'm just talking about the chorus.
So Elliot Shore
Wouldn't
Parks,
be in my top 11, though.
Elliot Shore Parks has debuted his top 11. Do you want to give the list again?
Yeah, you can be able to contain yourself.
I'll be fine.
Devontae, number 11. Joel Embiid, number 10. Bryce Harper, number 9. Zach Wheeler, number 8. Quinyon Mitchell, number 7. Jalen Carter, number 6. Kyle Schwarber, 5.
It just made me mad again.
I know. Well, he almost did win Rookie of the Year for what it's worth. Let's not act like. Well,
almost.
Did
Bond,
a second.
You're Mr. Almost. Like, Bond did not win Defensive Player of the Year. Whenever people say this person almost won MVP, you dismiss it.
Yes, but being almost Defensive Player of the Year is certainly more than being almost Defensive Rookie of the Year. It's a higher standard.
In some ways, I would agree.
Well, you're going against every player in football as opposed to just the rookie.
Well, what about Cy Young?
What about
Which
Cy
is
Young?
harder, Defensive Rookie of the Year or Cy Young?
Probably Cy Young.
Okay, well, it came in second in Cy Young.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. All
Hang
right.
the banner.
All right.
Number
Wow,
4.
this is by your criteria.
Yeah.
No, I hang banners for MVPs other than Bryce's. I was thinking about this. Is Bryce's MVP the most meaningless MVP in Philly sports history?
Yeah, because he made it meaningless.
Well, it is.
I didn't make it meaningless. He played on a bad team in half the league. Joel would have 3 of those MVPs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a meaningless MVP. It's still an MVP.
Yeah, congrats to him.
In
But
20 years when they're,
it just doesn't do anything for
We
him.
didn't even make the playoffs, Fritz.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's
I'm
not a
aware.
great MVP. But that's baseball.
Number 7, Quinyon. Number 6, Jalen Carter. Number 5, Kyle Schwarber. Number 4, A.J. Brown. Number 3, Saquon Barkley. Number 2, the Eagles' offensive line. And sitting in number 1 where he should, Jalen Hurts.
By the way, you can vote now, and we will reveal the results of this poll at the end of the week for your favorite current WIP personalities, 1 through 11.
Nice.
At
That
90.
ought to be fun.
Yes.
Who did this? This is a.
What's that?
Who did the list?
No,
Oh, it's
no
a
one.
fan
I'm saying
vote.
it's just fan votes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll
You
reveal
already
on
did it.
Friday.
Okay, yeah.
No, we didn't do it. You can vote at 94WIP.com/top11. One final top 11 list.
Vote ESP.
Yeah. Jack, could you tweet that out from the afternoons account so people can vote? You can vote for Elliot. You can vote for Tom Kelly. You can vote for the Tom Kelly song.
You can vote for Spike.
You could vote for me. You could.
Yeah.
You and I are probably not going to be leading that
I think
list.
me, you,
buddy.
and Gilio will be in the. They almost didn't make the list.
Yes.
But yeah.
Scrounging for other.
Their last year hasn't been good.
Yeah. Who else? Buzz. Can I put
Yeah,
Buzz
Buzz,
on?
yeah.
215-592-9494. Big Joe in Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Big Joe?
Yo, boys. What's going
Yeah,
on?
Joe. What's up, Cause?
Long time no talk. Sorry for been a working man, But I had to call in. I just got to ask like one question, if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
Is it too late to engrave biggest bonehead on Elliot's Insider of the Year award too?
Yeah, it is because it's at my house.
Yeah. Now he could win biggest bonehead in 2025.
I could
if we have that award.
I don't think I'll be winning Insider of the Year in 2026 or 5, if I had to guess.
Doing?
Well, what do you disagree with?
How do you literally have a guy who's got a 2.18 ERA in the postseason over 70 innings just chilling at number 8? then you just go, oh, Bryce is just sitting there at number 9 too. He literally saved the team from destitute. I remember back in the days when I was in college going to go watch Michael Saunders and Daniel Nava in the corner outfielder duo, and I just don't even know. Like,
to be fair, Schwarber, they started winning when Schwarber got here. Bryce was here for 3 years, and they didn't make the postseason.
Oh my God, that's so cap, dude. Because literally,
what is Bryce? A Ponzi scheme? He gets credit for everybody that comes in after that.
He's the reason that he literally has brought everybody here. Bryce came here. He wins an MVP. He gets JT. He gets his boy Kyle. He gets Trey. He brings.
I agree. He had something to do with it. I agree with that.
And yes, and then you just say, oh, like I remember the days in the WIP when like the best player gets held accountable for when he doesn't perform in the postseason. He hit 333 when the only other person in the series last year.
And at the biggest at bat of the series, when the whole problem of the series was chasing, he chased on 3 straight pitches and went out.
Okay, that's baseball. Dude hitting 333 in a series. What do you want to do?
If Jalen Hurts had a great game but threw an interception that ended the game or was in the fourth quarter, would you more heavily penalize him for that?
Yeah, I would. And also, Bryce,
okay, so that's what I'm doing.
Probably besides Max Stairs, has the second greatest home run in Phillies franchise history.
You might be right about that. I agree with you.
I know I'm not just right about that. I'm absolutely right about that.
Yeah, you might be. I agree.
I don't know how he can justify anything. And then he got Quinyon Mitchell just chilling there in front of both of them.
Yeah, I don't get the Quinyon hate. Quinyon,
it's not hate. Don't do that.
No, not hate. Whatever. I don't get the Quinyon, whatever you want to call it. Like Quinyon came in, and they've been searching for a corner like Quinyon for a while through the draft, and they got him. He had an outstanding year in week 13 or 14. Everybody was saying, he's defensive rookie of the year. What a great player. Now I have him 7, and it's like an affront to the list. He is a huge part of that defense, and everyone tells me the defense won the Super Bowl.
Well, it's not that you have him 7, it's who you have him in front of.
Yeah.
I know Spike doesn't want to hear this, but I do think winning the Super Bowl props up Eagles.
But it didn't prop up Zach Bond. See, here
it didn't. You're right. Well, I can't have a list of straight Eagles.
My problem generally with the people that do this list is they do not have a cohesive set of values that they do the list by. So it's this for this guy or this for that guy. Not cohesive among people, but within the list.
Yeah.
I don't think your list is cohesive given your criteria to judge
I said prior to the list, it's not really a cohesive list. It's where I think people belong.
Okay, but like they both played here 1 year. One guy was better than the other guy. It's just they both won the Super Bowl. So
no, Bond is a fair point. Okay. If you wanted to swap out Bond and Quinyon,
and Schwarber and Zach Wheeler also not comparable.
Well, but Schwarber has been outstanding this year. And again, the Schwarber was about.
So Zach Wheeler's
also been great. I agree with you. Zach Wheeler's been great this year. Schwarber has been better.
But if you're also doing the Schwarber's been the better player the last 3 years. Well, Zach Wheeler's been great this year. Was second in Cy Young last year.
I agree.
And is dominant in the postseason.
That's why I have him number 8.
But he should not be number 8.
I disagree with you.
But
we act like this Phillies team won the World Series in 2022.
They separate winning.
They choked in the NLCS the next year.
But Zach Wheeler didn't choke.
He didn't. I agree, but he's still part of the team that has been a playoff disappointment the last year.
Because you can't separate talent and winning. That's the issue here. That's the issue.
Yes,
with
because winning matters.
But it's a team thing.
It is. I agree.
But Zach Wheeler's a better talent than Quinyon Mitchell. Why is Quinyon
Mitchell? First of all, I don't even know
up?
if that's definitely true. Right now, Zach Wheeler is awesome, but Quinyon could be one of the top 5 corners in the NFL for the next 10 years.
Could be.
He could be. He could be.
But Zach Wheeler's already been.
I agree. We're talking about talent, though. And I think Quinyon has the talent to be at the top of his field for the next however many years. And he was last year.
See, I think people use talent the wrong way. To me, it's about your play and your production. So when people say that you just like, when we talk about quarterbacks, Burrow or whatever, because he's more talented. It's not talent. Mm-hmm. Talent's part of it. He also produces with that talent. When we say just talented, I think normally what we're talking about is players that are talented that don't also produce. Mm-hmm. Like these guys have produced.
And so is Quinyon, to be fair. So is Quinyon. I'm not making it up.
Yes. For 1 year.
But it was an outstanding year.
But it was 1 year.
Correct, but it was probably
it wasn't like a record-breaking year or something.
No,
like
but
Saquon was.
He was an extremely special cornerback in his rookie year on a defense that helped him win the Super Bowl.
All right, 215-592-9494. We will get to another ranking, by the way, that came out right after Ike tells you about Mark's Jewelers.
That's right. I want to tell you about my friend Jim over at Mark's Jewelers. Now, you've heard me talk about Jim and the team at Mark's for years. Did you know Jim is a diamond nerd? You say, what is a diamond nerd?
Tell me.
Guess what? Yes, it's true.
Sorry.
All right. Well, Jim hunts the world for diamonds that he's proud to sell. Diamonds that will set him apart. That's because before you ever visit Mark's Jeweler stores in Montgomeryville, PA, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Jim has purchased your diamond and put it in his inventory. Mark's Jewelers, for diamonds that will make you proud. Start your journey at marks-jewelers.com.
215-592-9494. We'll get to Aaron real quick, and then we'll get to this other list. Aaron in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Aaron? Ooh.
Come on, hey. Where you at,
Hold on, that might have been me. I had the thing potted down.
Okay, all right. Aaron, go ahead.
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Come on,
What up, Aaron?
Treating you like an other. We're going to get to him real quick.
Nah, I'm trying to tell the listener we're going to get the... Come on, man. No, you don't do anything quick.
Nah, I don't. I got 3 kids. But
Yeah, I did.
But everyone got a problem with Elliot right now. Of course, this is his hour. Everyone was arguing. No, I got a problem with Fred.
Oh, boy. Okay.
I'm tired of him being uncultured. Listen, people get married, and then at a later time they have a wedding because maybe they want to get married on a day that's significant to them. But a wedding, because you invite other people.
So what Aaron, hold on, Aaron, before you finish. What Aaron is talking about here is we're talking about Jalen Hurts' wedding yesterday, and Jack doesn't know why he had 2 weddings. Continue, Aaron.
And his wedding. He didn't have 2 weddings. He got married, and then he had a wedding. Like my homie, he got married on his anniversary date, so now his marriage and his anniversary are the same day. And he's going to get married later this summer. It's 2 different days, Jack, but you're so uncultured. And then here's the thing I got to get Jack about. Because when he mentioned Jason Pierce yesterday, he said he kind of like the end of Jason Pierce's career spoiled him. And then when I re-listened to his list, he omitted a name, Jimmy Rollins. And that got me thinking.
Right.
Because he's a Chase Utley guy. He's taking what he perceived to be Jimmy Rollins fans and how they talk about Chase Utley.
Mm-hmm.
He's taking out Jimmy Rollins. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Rollins, above any other Philly, from 2000 to now, is the best Philly. He is.
No, I agree with that.
No.
Him or Ryan Howard?
Well, he's certainly in the
Well,
conversation.
he had, just for what
he's
it's
in the
worth,
conversation.
Jack had Ryan Howard ahead of Chase Utley.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, and he's above Chase Utley. Well, no, not Ryan Howard. Well, no.
Jimmy
I put
is.
Chase Utley above Ryan Howard. I put Chase Utley above Ryan Howard. But Jimmy Rollins, he filled it. He stole bases. He could run the base, and he hit. Did he hit for average? Okay, you can say.
Well, not really.
Sure, pop.
Not really.
For a shortstop, he did. For a 5'8" shortstop,
Well, for some power. Yeah.
Well, he has 420 home run seasons. Chase Utley has 5. So I was like, it's not like
Utley also has a
you
30-plus
talk
home
about
run
Chase-
season in there.
Okay, you talk about Chase Utley like he's Jeff Chick with the bat. Yeah, and then when it comes to fielding,
Well, hold on.
he's a below average fielder.
Not
even
by the
same
numbers.
Well, he's not in the same class defensively as Jerry.
I know the defense. He's a great defensive shortstop. He's an okay offensive shortstop.
For his time or for all time? For his time, he's very good. He's just as good offensive shortstop as Derek Jeter was.
But Jeter has 3,000-plus hits.
Come on, man. No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. But Jimmy Rollins is a good
He's a better
player,
defender than
but had a
Derek
very short peak offensively. Derek Jeter did it for like 2 decades. Like what?
Derek Jeter is so overrated. I don't want to get to that right now, but you're a Yankees fan. So
I'm not a Yankees fan. It's just
How
like
many Yankees hats do you have?
Jimmy Rollins. I might be a little bit of a Yankees fan, but Jimmy Rollins is not better than
I was
not
going to say,
better
you
hitter.
woke Spike up with the,
not
Jeter
a better
reference.
Well, the Jimmy Rollins stuff is like.
Well, I just say he was better than Derek Jeter. During his time, you had Miguel Tejada, Nomar Garcia, Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez. Jimmy Rollins was right there with him.
Hanley Ramirez.
Not with Alex Rodriguez. No, he's not.
Nobody's with
No.
A-Rod, no.
How many MVPs did Alex Rodriguez win? 3? 2?
A-Rod, how many MVPs
I don't
A-Rod
know.
I think
won?
he's got 3.
Yeah.
3. Miguel Tejada has 1. Nomar Garcia doesn't have any. Derek Jeter has 1 that doesn't have any MVPs. See, that's like I just thought during his time, Jimmy Rollins was a top 5 shortstop in my opinion during his time, and you got there.
Yeah, but Utley was the best second baseman.
No, he wasn't.
Yes.
Jeff Kent was a better second baseman than
Jeff Kent. First off, Jeff Kent was done by the time that Utley was starting to hit his peak. If you're in 2000, 2004, of course.
Also, Jeff Kent was a loser. I mean, it is what it is. Teammates hated him, loser.
Good mustache, though.
Great mustache.
It's okay to be. It's okay to be hated. You don't have to be like this. We're not friends with this.
Amen.
Second highest WAR in all of baseball from 05 to 14, Chase Utley.
You don't even know what war means. When do we start?
Just saying.
Start war?
Valuable player.
How high is King Griffey Jr.'s war?
Probably really high.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Where does it rank?
Did you rank what?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you don't know. You don't know off the top of your head. He's probably top 10 or more. But most people say he's the greatest player to ever touch a baseball bat. But he's not. Never. I don't care about.
Well, nobody says that about Ken Griffey.
Oh, he's my favorite player.
He's a great player. He's not the greatest player.
Well,
my favorite player.
Fans of his says.
Yeah. Just like you're a fan of Jimmy Rollins.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jimmy Rollins because the one thing you need is confidence. He instilled confidence. Remember, he was there since '96 when we were garbage. He was there for the stretch.
'98.
Chase Elliott came in 2001, 2002. When did he come?
Well, he started in 2003, but he really started in 05.
There you go. And then we got good. 2 years later. Jimmy Rollins, he trekked the whole from the beginning of his career to when he was done. He was the face of the Phillies. The face of the Phillies. I don't care who we what's that word I'm trying to think of? Who we gravitate to because that's how we would play. That's how Philadelphia would play. He busted the bases, yeah. And then we turned on him. And what year we turned on him because he faked that injury, or he didn't.
We didn't tell anybody about the injury. He didn't fake.
About the injury.
Yeah.
Then we turned on him. But Jimmy Rollins, for that stretch of baseball. Wait, he led the league led the MLB in triples 4 times. Led the league in runs once. Won 4 Gold Gloves. Led the league in hits once or twice. But he
all-time leader in hits for the franchise.
He was also
Great
the leader
compiler.
of the team.
Great compiler. And in the year that he won MVP, Granderson did the same thing. So that doesn't get brought up. Utley was better that year.
But how good were the Tigers though?
I'm just saying he did when people talked about the 2020 and 20, Granderson did the same thing.
And you got that from Howard because Howard said with Matt Holliday should have won.
Well, Matt Holliday would have won it, but Utley should have won it if he didn't get hit by John Lennon.
All right. I don't want to do this argument from yesterday. All right.
I agree, Aaron.
Yeah. Ike's a
Well, it's
big.
like everyone now.
J-Ro's my favorite Philly.
Now we got to dump on Utley.
I didn't dump on Utley.
Oh, that's everyone. Everyone now. Utley sucks. Harper sucks. Why don't we just move the franchise?
You didn't have Jimmy Rollins on your top 11?
No, it was top 11 athletes.
Wow.
Of 20 to 25.
I mean, it's a long. That's a long
hard
stretch,
list.
but it is.
He had Bryce higher than Utley.
Yeah.
And
that's
Bryce
crazy.
higher than Ryan Howard.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Real quick, just
one home run 3 years ago.
a quick other list.
He's had plenty of other moments.
A quick other list before we get out of here. Pro Football, or before Elliot gets out of here. Pro Football Focus. No, we're not going anywhere. Pro Football Focus released their list of best wide receivers.
Yes.
And A.J. Brown, number 1, which is great. Certainly an argument to be made
He
there.
won the Super Bowl.
They have Tier 1, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. What was most interesting to me was where they had Devontae Smith as 17th.
Wow.
And just some of it, they had rookies ahead of him. They had Brian Thomas Jr. ahead of him. They had Malik Neighbors ahead of him. Drake London ahead of him. Terry McLaurin.
Drake London?
Yes. I mean, Malik Neighbors, I could see.
I can understand
yeah.
Malik Neighbors.
Drake London's a tough
Brian Thomas Jr. put up a lot of numbers last year.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. Do you think... I guess that could be right for Devontae. Devontae's a hard guy to really get a beat on as to where... Do you think that's too low?
You know what it is? How many of those guys, and I haven't even seen the list, those guys in front of him are all probably number 1 wide receiver.
Except for, T. Higgins is ahead of him. He is number 2. But I think T. Higgins is better than Devontae. I don't know. Yeah.
I like T. Higgins a lot coming out. He's been awesome. I agree with Ike. I think the Devontae thing is just he's not the number 1 receiver.
Yeah,
and
that's what it boils down to.
such a difference. Honestly, it's not much dissimilar than when we used to have the Maxey and Embiid debate, right? Where Maxey is awesome, but when you're not the number 1, it's just a different burden. So now Devontae's 1 year as the number 1 did not go great. It's fair to say it was Jalen's essentially rookie year. All those things are true.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So now if, AJ was out for the year, we would see how it would go. But I think until Devontae has a full season being great as the number 1, he is going to get dinged on these lists.
How do you think he would be as a number 1 right now with Jalen right now?
I think he would. I don't think he'd be as good as AJ. I think AJ is better than Devontae
either.
I think the passing game would really suffer if AJ went out.
Well, it always does.
Yeah.
I don't know if you mean to tell me, now listen, they're going to do it 2 different ways. AJ is a more physical wide receiver. Devontae is a precise route runner and with great hands.
And a great deep threat, too.
You're telling me Devontae couldn't put up the numbers AJ put up if he's the number 1 wide receiver in this offense? I think he could. If he's getting all these targets every game.
Yeah.
I think Devontae, again, it's not going to look the same. AJ does it a little differently.
Right.
But Devontae rarely, Washington game notwithstanding, he rarely drops a ball.
Yep.
He makes tougher catches than AJ. Not that AJ can't make tough catches.
Yeah, I think they make different catches.
No,
I think
AJ makes the contested
Yeah,
catches.
exactly. Oh, yeah.
Listen, we haven't had many receivers with toe drag swag.
No, I agree.
And he has toe drag swag. That catch he made against the Jags, have we had a receiver make a catch like that around here?
Alshon in the Super Bowl.
That was not the same type of catch. That was a great catch he made in the Super Bowl. That was nowhere
Yeah, I can't think
near.
of many toe drag catches from Eagles wide
and
receivers.
that's what Devontae does.
Yeah.
So he can work that side. I'm just saying. I don't think
Macklin
he's-
against the Cardinals.
I don't think he's better than AJ. I'm just saying if he were a number one receiver, I think he can give you the same numbers.
Numbers, maybe not the same sort of effect.
That's what I'm saying.
I think when you're not like the big, strong guy that you can go to over and over again. I also think
He's not a big red zone guy.
Yeah, Devontae might wear down if he was getting that many targets per game.
that's fair.
It takes another sort of
And
physical.
he is a great deep threat. You know, not to gloss over that. He
I
makes
was
big plays
critical
on the field.
of his size. He has far surpassed
Yeah.
what I thought he would do at his size. He is a lot tougher than I thought, and quite frankly, other than some soft tissue injuries,
He's been healthy.
he's been pretty much
And
healthy.
just as healthy as AJ.
And what's crazy is, because I remember we got into this, he is as small as everybody said. When you see him, he's
is
not
that
like
small,
he's bigger
yes.
in person guy. When
It's
you
actually
see him,
stunning
It's
how small he
insane
is.
how small he is.
Yes.
But he's
especially his legs.
But he's
yeah.
But
he gets it done.
He gets it done.
All right.
I'm a big, and I like Slim Reaper, the skinny
Great name.
Batman. I hate.
Yeah, I don't like skinny
I like
Batman.
Slim Reaper. Yeah.
Slim Reaper's better.
All right. Thank you, Elliot. Great
by.
job. You can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcast. Go Birds Daily will come out tomorrow. Like
Every
it
day.
comes out every single weekday. Wherever
Some
you get
Saturdays.
It. Wow.
I mean, during the season, I did 6 days a week.
Wow. Look at that. Look
Why
at
don't
this
you like
guy.
have Seltzer do one?
Seltzer is busy. You know, he's got the morning show.
All right. Coming up next, it is Top 11 week. We get Jack's Top 11 next.
Finally.
He hasn't done it?
Stick around?
I mean, I put extra time in my meter because I figured we would.
Jack's Top 11 is next.
Right.
Yeah,
He reveals
Rip
it.
his top
I was about to
11.
say, let me guess, Wheeler 3.
I have mine tomorrow, and then man, we have re-up 4:30. We're really top 11 in the hell out of this.
Wow.
We
And
really
then we
are.
got another list at 5.
Thank you guys for putting this
the
together.
Top 11 at 5. Thank you, Elliot.
Oh, finally.
There
Someone
we
said
go.
thank you.
First
Yeah.
one. All right, this is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at
Married at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey, show the camera. Make the smart move for your car. Choose United Tire and Service. Schedule now at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the brainchild of Sam Presti, the idea that he dreamed up years ago when he tanked and got draft picks and understood the value of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, are on the verge of an NBA championship. Behind defense and depth and finding a way to develop young talent, the Thunder are about to not just win an NBA championship, but perhaps start a new dynasty. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's Top 11 week, which has not only taken over the station, it does feel like it has taken over the city. People
taking over the city for sure.
You know what I love? When people don't hate us, but are like, oh, fine, I'll give my top 11 list.
This is so dumb, but since everyone else is doing it, here's my 11.
Here's the correct list.
Yes, exactly.
And it's usually an ass list
Yes.
that you got to get picked apart.
I wish people would just accept lists are the best.
Yes.
They're the best.
What
They're the
the
best.
hell else are we going to talk about?
We do a top 5 every day.
No,
Yes.
People enjoy doing lists.
They're the greatest.
They don't like the list.
Right. Yes. But that's what makes it great.
Yes, that's what they don't get. Like,
All we're trying to do is have a little fun. It's the middle of June.
Yes.
Can't get anybody to care about the Sixers draft. The Phillies win. They got 100 more games. So it is time. Jack, do we want to give this Phillies thing now?
I think you should give the Phillies thing first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to get to Jack's top 11 list in a moment. But an interesting thing, as Nick Castellanos is out of the lineup tonight. Now, that is notable on its own because he's not hurt, and Nick Castellanos doesn't miss games. We were all begging last year for Rob Thompson to give Nick Castellanos a game off. Nick Ripken, as
I already posted the photo
Jack
of Ripken, 21-31.
Yeah, so the streak is over. So Castellanos is out of the lineup tonight. Now, this is from Lachlan March, due to an, quote, inappropriate comment he made after he was taken out of the game last night for defense. Rob Thompson said this. Follow up here. Castellanos said he was unhappy with being pulled from yesterday's game, then spoke his mind. Thompson told him he had crossed a line. Quote, it's his decision. He's the manager. So notable that Thompson would take a step like this because Thompson is generally a laid-back, not punish anybody for anything guy.
Yep.
You know, this is in the 2 years I've been here, this is the first time we've ever heard of anything like this out of the Phillies locker room.
Yep.
Like any sort of discontent, anything like that. And like it being it. Also, what's funny is Castellanos is a terrible outfielder. Taking him out for defense is a completely reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially when you're offensively challenged, as they are at the moment, and every win counts that they can get without Bryce. But,
And you're down in Miami. It's a huge outfield. It's
Yeah.
a 2-run lead. You just hit that inning.
Yeah.
This is super interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's super interesting. They ended the Castellanos streak. Which
Yes.
and Castellanos is a very proud, veteran guy. I mean, he talks about how he's got 10-year service time. I think he views one of his veteran status. I mean, it is what it is. And the fact that they're public about it, they didn't just say, he needed a rest day. They're clearly trying to send a message here. This is the first thing, like you mentioned, we've seen out of the Phillies clubhouse.
I love it.
From which side?
I love it from Topper's side.
So do I.
First of all, Topper, I'm going to give him credit because, in the last couple of years, we get to this first part of the season, they seem to be dragging a little bit, and we want moves to be made. We want changes to be made, whether it's in the lineup, whether it's sitting the guy, whether it's doing something defensively. And Topper is more of a let the guys figure it out. We get along we go along to get along in the clubhouse, so we keep everybody happy. We don't try to ruffle feathers. Mm-hmm. He's not done that this year. And it started early, started with Bohm. He's done it with other players, got Rojas out of the lineup when he wasn't hitting. He's moved Stott down in the lineup from where he was leading off, right? They got Schwarber to buy into hitting where they needed him to hit.
Yep.
And what it sounds like is that Castellanos disrespected Topper.
Yep.
And you can't have that. You can't have that. It sounds like it may have happened in front of the other guys. You got to do something about that.
Well, and there's a fine line between this is the tough thing about being players manager guy. There's a fine line between being able to talk to him more freely and disrespecting the position
that he has.
Gotta be respectful,
man. Yeah.
And Rob Thompson reminding everyone, I'm the manager. You don't do that. When I make a decision, you have a problem with, look, it would have been one thing if Castellanos went into his office afterwards and they had it out in the office, which I bet Rob Thompson would have been 100% fine with. He's not gonna sit him because of a fight they had in the office. But something you do in the dugout afterwards, I think that matters.
So I understand the positive of sending a message if you're Topper, but to me, this is without question a negative. And to tie it back into what you led the show with, it's why I wouldn't double down on this team. Like, it is falling apart in front of our eyes, and we just don't want to see it. Castellanos, hold on. This is not the first time. I'm sure this is not the first time Castellanos has done something. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it. You're benching someone who I don't think will take it well.
Didn't
You're
they
making
bench
this
Jalen
public.
Carter last year?
Yeah. I'm not saying every time you bench someone it's bad, but
Well,
what
they
I'm saying
benched
is
Jalen Carter.
the team's whole thing is supposed to be good vibes, good locker room, and we're seeing that there's an issue there. Now, last year,
That's
the
a
Eagles.
great example, Spike.
Yeah.
See,
it worked.
I pay attention.
Great example.
Well, and the other example
about that.
Yep.
That's a great example.
Thank you. Before
It's a
I
great
turn,
example.
I've
It
only
is
got
a
a
great
few
example.
years left.
But the other
things.
example I was going to use was when Brandon said that Jalen and AJ had issues, right?
Yes.
And that worked out to be a positive. They rebounded from it. So maybe this will be a positive for him. But I do think this coming out and this being a thing could go one of two ways, just like
sure.
everything could.
I agree
and
with you.
I think it's just better if this doesn't come out.
Well, Jalen and AJ's thing is completely different than Jalen Carter.
Yes, agreed.
Right, that's completely different.
Yeah.
And Nick needed to set a line, right, that you don't cross. I'm still the head coach of this team. And quite frankly, I think Jalen Carter responded from it.
Sure, yeah.
And I think Vic honestly had a lot to do with Jalen Carter becoming a professional athlete next year.
And
last year.
Last thing before we get to Jack's top five, because this is the important thing, the top five, is I think
Top 11.
Top 11. One of the, I'm sorry, there's so many lists.
Yeah.
One of the, you say their whole thing is good vibes, blah, 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 blah. I think that's one of the problems.
But I don't think that's changing. So I'd rather go down swinging how they do things as opposed to change it on the fly.
But you can't just let players.
You can't do that.
Just disrespect the manager. You know?
Yeah, but you can keep it in house. You could try.
Yeah, I think
I just don't think it's ever
But
positive when.
So here's the thing, and I agree with you. And,
Yeah.
and there are times when teams do that. But the manager is also saying that this is something I'm not going to hide.
But I think it's indicative of a larger problem, is my point. Because I doubt it's the first time.
But by the way, they also probably went through the calculus. Okay, we could lie. Castellanos ain't going to lie. So we could say.
That's another good
You know
point.
what I mean?
But just quickly, but
Yeah.
does Castellanos strike you guys as someone that'll handle this well?
I don't know.
He strikes me as someone that will not.
But
I don't
maybe-
know him. I don't cover him. But
I
just
tell
from
you
the
what he won't
outside
do.
looking in.
He won't do this again.
Yeah, probably
Maybe.
not. And if he does, then he's going to be Devers.
He's going to be gone.
Yeah.
He's also not good enough, so who cares? Like,
Exactly.
He's fine.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's fascinating.
I'm okay with Topper on this. And I like Casty, but
And
you can't. But him to publicly say, what did they? He
said
didn't use the words he disrespected.
He said an inappropriate comment that crossed the line.
Yeah,
crossed the line.
like, so who knows what that comment was?
And he's also clearly in denial of how his defense has gotten worse this year. By OAA, I know you're a huge fan of, and DRS, he's the worst defensive outfitter in baseball. So
Well, eye test, he looks slower.
Yeah.
He looks slower. He looks like he has trouble getting the balls. But God forbid a ball get to a corner. That guy ended up with a triple last night because, Castellanos is goofing around and can't get to a ball. All right. Jack, are you ready to give your top 11 list?
Finally, the correct top 11.
All right.
Finally, the honest top 11.
Listen, for it to sex, I always say an honest hour of radio. You have to take a pledge before you call, hand on the Bible, all that good stuff. So here we have it. Top 11 Philadelphia athletes. What I tried to do was mix eye test, hierarchy in the city, because I still appreciate that, and also what they did last year, which I think is the correct way to do it. Number 11 is where I put Trey Turner. Had I done this yesterday,
I can't believe you're admitting that you changed your list.
well, he was like 12, man.
Sure.
He was 12.
I want to be clear. Jack has access to my list. I have not changed my list and will not change my list.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations. So Trey Turner in there should be an all-star for the second time as a Philly. And the player he is right now is the player they try to sign. Like, he's making baseball look easy, which is great. Led the game off with a home run yesterday, and then he had that easy single to bring a run home. He's sitting over 300 with runners in scoring position. He's been great.
By the way, if he played like this all the time, if he had played like that, there would be no conversations about his contract and probably very little about his defense.
This is true.
If Jack didn't make the ovations happen, is Trey 11 on this list?
Well, Trey's...
No.
After what happened over the weekend, Trey's lucky to still be on my list.
I was going to say,
yes.
yeah.
We won't even talk about that. Production, for sure, yes.
All right. I'm just kidding. Number 10 is Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber, I love Kyle Schwarber. I just think that it's right for where he should be.
You just told me you thought Trey Turner was more valuable than Kyle Schwarber an hour ago.
But also Schwarber hits dingers. So you got to factor that in.
Doesn't play the field.
And he's been clutch in the postseason. Trey Turner has not been.
Well, he's been clutch after the first 2 rounds the Phillies get them through. He hasn't shown up to the
important
NLCS.
rounds.
Yeah, well, you got to get there first.
Yeah. Getting there matters.
Yeah, but
people forget
they
that.
are the more important rounds.
Number 9 is where I have Zach Bond. Zach Bond has to be in the top 11. Like, what are we talking about? Zach Bond, I know it was only one great year, but if Saquon had one great year and he's going to end up being number 1 on my list, we'll get there. But, like, Zach Bond deserves to be on this as well. He was fantastic last year. They paid a linebacker the first time in 20 years.
And paid him a ton.
Yeah. What does that tell you how important Zach Bond is? What are we talking about? Over Quinyon and Coops. Stop. Anyway, number 8 is where I have Jordan Mailata. I think Jordan Mailata is great. I have no idea where. This is why we should have just made it offensive line. Like, he's great. I think he's one of the 3 best left tackles in football.
You had
you could have done
to do that if that's what you wanted to
But
do.
you were changing your list
I think
anyway.
that's a cop-out.
Wow.
I think it's a cop-out.
Wow.
Have a take. I could have said Philly starting pitching.
Jack Seltzer over there.
I know. Well, I'm not going to say, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Number 7 is where I put Jalen Hurts. So he is in my top 11. He's in my top 11.
That's big of you.
And it's trying to marry. I understand his hierarchy in the city. I understand what he does on the field. And I'm trying to marry those two things. So play-wise, he wouldn't be in my top 11. But for the importance of the position and the hierarchy in the city and the importance of the quarterback position, he is in there at number 7.
I mean, obviously he shouldn't be 7. And I know you put him in there because you knew if you didn't, it would be a big deal. But
Giglio had him at 9.
No, but I just think both of you guys, or Giglio, and greatly underestimating what he did. There's been this narrative that he did nothing during the regular season.
Did you say narrative?
Was not what you would call it?
Yeah.
You're saying it's not true.
I'm saying the idea that he had a bad regular season is not true. He made a lot of really big plays for the team during the regular season.
So did CJGJ. He's not on your list.
Yeah, he's not the quarterback.
Okay. All right.
Also no longer a Philly athlete. Number 6 is where I have Bryce Harper. So 6 is actually low for me with Bryce. I think people would expect me to have him higher, but I'm an honest man.
Yeah.
So I have Bryce Harper
I can
at 6.
respect that.
Last year hasn't been the same Bryce Harper, but I'm not putting him in the grave like Elliott is. Number 5.
He doesn't belong ahead of Jalen. But
Number 5 is where I have Lane Johnson. Again, offensive line, boring. Guy's a lock Hall of Famer in this conversation for a top 3 right tackle in the history of the game. I mean,
if it was a sexier position, he would be one
easily.
Yeah, I think.
What's the? No, when you do the nostril thing, I know you're about to do something.
I'm not doing it. Right. Because I'm gonna take that as a slip up that you said in the history of the game.
Yeah, you don't think he's one of the 3 best right tackles? All right, so
in the history of football.
Yeah. Who are the most notable right tackles?
I'm not doing this.
I personally can't even.
I was going to say, Jack, who are your favorite right tackles from the 80s?
You know, I'm a Runyonsman.
Yeah.
John Runyon, Michigan. Listen, we threw it out there.
I'm just saying, did you know how long the game has been around?
Yeah, but
yeah, bro.
Yeah, but
the 70s.
How many are bald and have a 6-pack and make all pros every year?
Yeah, loves wrestling, fun guy, Travis Mannion Foundation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Number 4 is where I have A.J. Brown. If he didn't have a liability at quarterback, he would be higher on this list.
Yeah.
And PFF, I'm glad they're still using their eyes over at PFF because he is probably the best receiver in football, if not in top 3. And he's a generational talent. He's a generational talent.
What do we think his Hall of Fame track is like? How many more years does A.J. Brown need?
I'm going to tell you, wide receiver may be the hardest position to get in as a Hall of Famer.
Because there's so many guys with huge numbers.
Torrey Holt still isn't in the Hall of Fame.
When you told me that, I couldn't believe it.
And he should have been in the Hall of
Why
Fame.
is Isaac Bruce in and he's not in?
By the way, when A.J. Brown...
Because they were on the same team.
When A.J. Brown's thinking about his Hall of Fame case, there's no doubt he's looking at number 1 when he's thinking about, his legacy and,
looking at number 1, like the quarterback?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But his numbers have been really good the past few years. If you compare his numbers to other receivers, they're right there with him.
Yeah. What you include, if you do it the last 2 years, it's a little less.
I included 3. I know you had an issue with that, but that's
I
when
didn't
he
have
got
an issue
here.
with
But
it.
that's when he got here. He's been here 3 years, so I did since he got here.
Okay.
Which always reminds me, when we do, instead of being a prisoner of the moment, it's when T.O. is one of the 3 greatest wide receivers in the history of football.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing to sneeze at when you go down a list of great wide receivers that have played.
Yep. Even just in
it's
the
like
last
being one of the
15
three
years.
greatest basketball players ever. Like when you think about how many great basketball
like
players
if you
there
just think about the last 20 years, you go, okay, Randy Moss, Megatron, and like that's two
That's two
receivers.
right there, yes.
That's just two. That's before you get to the Jerry Rices and
Larry Fitzgerald and like
Is AJ the best receiver in franchise history?
I'm not going there yet. Harold Carmichael was a Hall of Famer and was the receiver of the 70s, one of them.
Well, how many years did Mike Quick lead the league?
I was about to get to Quick.
Yeah.
Quick, before he was injured, he played 7 years. First 5 years, he's a Pro Bowl wide receiver. 5 years.
Yep.
So if not for injury, Quick was on his way to the Hall of Fame.
Yep. And I think he led the league in yards for several straight, or receptions for several straight.
To your point, E, he may have all the numbers when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
But I got to the big dog, 17. I'm still mad his jersey ain't retired.
Well,
and I'm still mad Harold Carmichael's jersey is not retired.
Just quickly, I do think AJ will be here beyond this season, but you brought up the point, Spike, of maybe next offseason they have to move money around.
Yeah.
I mean, AJ is probably the one. So his stay with the Eagles could end up being relatively short, too.
It could be. I hope
think
it's
it
not,
won't
but
be,
it could
but
be.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, Jack.
Number 3 is where I have Jalen Carter. I think Jalen Carter on everyone's top 11 list has been too low. I mean, when I watch Jalen Carter, I feel like we're watching the best defensive player we've had here since Dawkins. And
I had him at 5.
I think I think he should be top 5. I think Jalen Carter should be top 5. And I don't know where he's going to end up in the top 11 rankings overall, but I think I've seen a little too much like 8s for Jalen Carter.
I think the thing that is the most impressive is not his performance. I can't get over how much he played last year.
It's crazy.
Like playing that, and it was every single game. And it's not just that sack on Matt Stafford is not just...
There it is.
Well, there it is. Every show.
Yeah.
I haven't said... There's a couple other things I haven't said, though.
I know.
Like, that it's when it happened. The fact that he still had that in him on the snow after that game. After, by the way, they had he must have been, the entire defense must have been winded. What had just happened to them 5 minutes before.
Running down the field after that. Yeah.
Yeah. So all right.
They have a lot of players on the team that it's going to be very hard to be as good as they were last year, even just from a snap perspective.
100%.
But I think Jalen Carter's only scratching the surface of how if he's not top 4 consensus next year, I think that something went wrong.
I almost think it's you're saying he's being disrespected. I think, and maybe it's because of the Super Bowl so early in his career, I feel like he gets more respect than Fletcher Cox ever got.
I agree with you on this.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
You know, like it took Fletcher years to get the sort of credit that Jalen Carter's gotten after 2 years. So,
number 2 is where I put Zach Wheeler. Correct ranking for Zach Wheeler. And number 1 is where I put Saquon Barkley.
Not an outlandish list.
I think it's a good list.
No Smitty.
I think Smitty's I think Smitty's good. I think it's a really tough list to crack. I think that if he maybe had a different quarterback, he'd put up better numbers. But there's a lot, I didn't have Quinyon Coop, Smitty. I mean, there's a lot of great Eagles that didn't make this list.
You go to 15 easy, by the way.
Which is why Elliot and I did the smart thing.
You do the Eagles O-line.
You all are hating on, as we did an offensive line as a group, because they were outstanding as a unit. And by the way, they would tell you can't single us out. It's one for one, one for all for one. Is that how it goes? All for one,
until
for
one
all.
of them doesn't make all pro. Then they care about being singled out.
I just have a hard time with. I think the best part of the defense last year.
3 of them should have been on the list anyway. How do you not have Dickerson on the list?
Yeah, so Dickerson gets underrated in these conferences.
If you have the other two.
I mean, Dickerson is right there with Mailata.
I agree.
Career accomplishments, level of play, up, down, all that. My issue with not having anyone from the secondary, Quinyon or Cooper, is I think the best part of the defense last year was the secondary. I think they made the defensive line more than I think the defensive line made them. So I think if you took Quinyon or Cooper off, they would suffer more than if you took Nolan Smith or Jalen Carter's an interesting one, but I just think that secondary was better.
Jalen Carter,
interesting one.
I mean, like,
well, I'm saying both versus one.
But when you look at how talented they were at edge last year, which was they were deficient from a talent standpoint, and the fact that they were able to compete, they were able. When you watch the Super Bowl, just putting the funny arguments aside about Jalen or whatever, what was notable about that was how they kept getting to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen without Carter. Like, those edges are not able to succeed the way they were without Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I think Carter is the most important player on the defense, but I think the secondary is better than the defensive line.
What do you think of Jack's list? Do you want to grade it?
I mean, again, the Jalen thing is low, but I know Jack's not going to change his mind on that. Zach Wheeler's a great player. I agree with you. But again, he's not won anything here. And you can say I'm prioritizing the Super Bowl too much, but it's the Eagles and it's the Super Bowl. So I think it does deserve, those players that helped them win that deserve priority over individually great players.
I need to throw this in there to support what we were saying about Fletcher Cox.
Yep.
We tend to forget 6-time Pro Bowler, All Pro. When Aaron Donald, the 2 defensive tackles of the decade.
Yeah.
He made the all-decade team.
Right, yeah. That's what I say. Yes. Like, he was never talked about here.
Team.
And he was drafted high just like Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I think Jalen Carter gets not propped up, but gets more credit because he was viewed as the best talent in that draft, but he fell because of off-the-field concerns. But I think coming in, people thought he could be the best player. And I think with Fletcher, what did he go, 13, 16, something like that?
No, it was like 12 or 13.
Okay, so yeah, it's just not the same as being viewed as the best guy.
Sure.
All right. Elliot's actually going to leave now.
Yeah, I'm
because
actually
the meter's going to run out. But
Wasn't
thank you,
Rhea
Elliot.
on next?
Rhea is on
see,
next.
after Rhea got me in that debate, I don't do on air at the same time.
You're scared of Rhea.
Yeah. I need a little bit. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rhea,
I wonder if she has Embiid.
Has she had to guess? Yeah,
if I was making an educated guess,
I'm going to go no.
Yeah, I would say no.
All right, fun time, guys.
All right, thank you, Elliot. Rhea Hughes joins us next for her Top 11. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, baseball fans, we know you love the long ball. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. Now, that means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an oppo-boppo, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Alec Bohm way back into the lower seats and left.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No Rafi Devers? No problem. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Boston Red Sox won their first game without Devers last night, and they're back to work in Seattle tonight. This team has won 6 in a row. Everything is clicking, and you can get plus 150 at BetMGM. Let's ride the wave. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Even when you just need a little something to get you right. Popeye's new chicken wraps cap those in-between on-the-clock cravings that just kind of sneak up on you like a parent's birthday. Classic, spicy, honey mustard. That's 3 flavors for $3.99 a pop. Sounds like a fantasy, but this is the realest deal you've ever tasted. Nobody wraps like us. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Limited time only at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show. Like Spike and Fritz. Early Phillies game tonight, by the way. 6:10 first pitch. So we'll have leading off for you a little bit early, right after the top 5 at 5. It is Top 11 week on the WIP Afternoon Show. Joining us now to discuss her Top 11 list of the WIP Morning Show, that is one Rhea Hughes. Rhea, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, I just have to tell you, this has been awesome. I've absolutely enjoyed listening to it. The fighting has been fantastic. You know I love fighting.
Yes.
And I think it's awesome.
Well, apparently there was some fighting on the morning show today between James and Joe about the Jalen Hurts thing. It sounded. I didn't hear it, but I was told it got a little testy between the two.
Sounded a little personal.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Anytime I can get some.
When James gets upset, it's outstanding.
Yeah, well, he is. People don't know this about James because James is a kind soul. He's a good person, but
unbelievable.
But when Seltzer gets mad, Seltzer has like a stubborn like jerk bone in his body that like once you awaken it, oh boy, like you don't even know what's coming.
I shut my mic off and I step away from the microphone and I go, let those two go at it.
And especially with Joe, because Joe can do it with him, and Joe feels like he is almost the Seltzer whisperer as much as Seltzer is the DeCamera whisperer. It feels like it works that way for both of them. So, have you revealed your list on the morning show at all?
I think I did. Yes,
Okay.
I did. I did this morning. Yes.
Okay. So here, to recap, do you want to say the list, or you want me to say the list?
Whatever you want to do. I'm cool.
Okay.
It's your show, Spike.
No. Well, everybody talks here. So number 11 is, so here's the list that you had, because I do have some questions for you. So we'll just go over it real quick. Number 11, Quinyon Mitchell. Number 10, Zach Bond. Number 9, Bryce Harper. Low for Bryce. Get to that in a minute. Well, actually, why don't we do that?
To take some oxygen.
Well, yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Actually, going into it, when you're thinking about your list, how much are you thinking about this year as opposed to their entire body of work in Philadelphia?
So 100%. And I was listening to what you said earlier about there's no cohesiveness with a lot of people's lists. I will be very honest. Outside of Zach Wheeler, my Phillies picks were pity picks. I felt like I had to put a Phillies person on the list. I wasn't putting a Sixer. I wasn't putting a Flyer. So I felt like I was required to put them on the list. Otherwise, so mine is based on this year.
Okay.
And the Eagles won the Super Bowl, so they were going to be heavily weighted.
Okay, and you don't. So talking about that, because Bryce Harper seems low to me, given his performance up until maybe even because he was good last year too. It wasn't even like it's just really been the beginning of this year. It just feels drastic to drop him to 9.
So the beginning of this year I didn't like, and obviously he's injured. I'm not holding that against him, but I'll be honest, and I get it, Jack, that throughout their very short postseason run, that at bat has stuck with me. So I will be honest, that at bat really has bothered me. And I'm a big Bryce Harper fan. I'm absolutely thrilled.
Well, it doesn't sound like it.
But no, but I'm just going to tell you, listen, I'm not over all the things Topper has done, and I'm not a big fan of him.
Oh, but hold on. Now he's holding Castellanos accountable. He's back. He got a backbone. He's Canadian. Now he's American.
Topper finally decided to hold somebody accountable. Let me hold on. Let me go out and run on Broad Street. I'm 4 blocks away.
Hang a banner for Topper.
Yeah.
Number 8, Jordan Mailata, feels about right. Great player. Number 7, Kyle Schwarber. Now, you don't have Trey on your list. We have been debating Kyle Schwarber versus Trey. What is your argument for Schwarber over Trey?
I'm stunned that he was on. What did you have him at 11, Jack?
I had him at 11, yeah.
Okay, all right, but you're a baseball guy. I get that. No, listen, what Trey has done, about the last month, 6 weeks, is what they paid for. Not defensively, because he still frightens me. He makes the great defensive plays. He doesn't make the easy ones. I would not have put him on my list. I would, much like Joe DeCamera around Jalen Hurts, I'd have him around 15. So It's not that he's not up there. He is performing extremely well right now, and I will give him all the credit for that.
Okay, Zach Wheeler at number 6 also seems low to me.
It is a little low. And all I will say is I weighted this towards being great this year. And I am, Jack, you're going to make fun of me again. I'm a little bitter about him not saying I'm not coming out of that 1-0 game. So, but Zach Wheeler is phenomenal. I will.
Well,
say
I think they envisioned them having a deeper run than losing the Mets in the first round because I think he's at what 105 pitches.
But you know what? But at that point, you can envision it. You have to get past that. And when everybody goes, because I know I had and Ruben and I talked about this. In the moment, I had a fight with Ruben by text, and he goes, "Well, how often are you going to win a 1-0 game?" And I'm like, "Pretty sure the St. Louis Cardinals did it to you against Ryan Howard and Chase Utley, and they won 1-0."
That's
so,
a tough one, Rio.
Yeah, how did Rube react to that one? I mean, the Stones to text the general manager, that is absurd.
Punishing Zach Wheeler for that game, nobody holds a grudge like Rhea. Holy moly.
There's been 3 postseason. Hold on, Rhea. There's been 3 pitchers in the history of the Phillies postseason that have gone 7 innings of shutout baseball with I think 6+ strikeouts. Wheeler has 2 of them. The other one, Halladay threw a no-hitter.
Here's what I'm saying. If I really wanted to do this without trying to be fair and putting Phillies on it, Zach Wheeler would have been the only Philly I put on it.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 2 teams on there. Big surprise, Embiid's not 5.
Are you stunned I didn't put Embiid on there?
Shocker,
No, not
shocker. Yeah, one of 2 guys in Philadelphia who has actually won an MVP, not on your list. But okay, whatever. If you're just doing the last year, there's nothing I can say. Like on Embiid, if Bryce Harper's 9, and if you're really just concentrating on the last year, there's nothing I can say about Embiid or Maxey, honestly. Number 5, Jalen Carter. Number 4. Yeah,
ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. Number 4, A.J. Brown, which seems to be the sweet spot with A.J. for everyone. Jalen Hurts, obviously way too high at 3.
Can I say something? Like, and Spike, I listen to you guys every day. I am a P1 with you guys.
Appreciate it.
Love it. Love it, Rhea.
Probably annoyingly, but I just have a sense that you and Jack do not like Jalen Hurts.
Hit the breaking news sound.
I know you guys hate that, but I'm just saying, just as a listener, I get the sense that you don't like him.
There's no like issue for me. I mean, I don't dislike him. There's nothing about his personality that it's never been my kind of guy. I think he has a similar outward personality to Simmons, honestly. He reminds me of Ben Simmons.
He doesn't give you much.
He doesn't talk. When he does, sometimes it's condescending. But it's fine. I don't punish him for it, but I also don't love him for it. If we're talking about the last year, he had a so-so year last year. He had a great finish to the year. He had a so-so year. I don't think you have him ahead of A.J. Brown. I don't think he's a better quarterback than A.J. Brown's a wide receiver. I don't think he's a better quarterback than Jalen Carter is a defensive tackle. I don't think he's a better quarterback than Zach Wheeler is a pitcher.
So here's my reasoning. I'll give you my reasoning.
Yeah.
Obviously he played phenomenal in the 2 greatest games. The NFC Championship game, the Super Bowl, he played phenomenal. But I also hear this notion all the time, and Ike, I'm not throwing any shade at your teams, but I've always thought Donovan was the greatest quarterback that I've ever seen in an Eagles uniform. Jalen Hurts may surpass him, but he could never perform. It took 5 tries to get into the Super Bowl. He didn't perform in the Super Bowl, although in that Super Bowl, I believe the Patriots are the worst cheating dogs in the history of mankind. So I give him a little bit of a pass on that. He performed in those. Where I get upset about is when I hear people say, you could stick anybody behind that line. You could stick anybody with Saquon Barkley, with A.J. Brown, with Devontae Smith. My premise is he's part of that because of the dual threat he presents. He can throw a 40-yard bomb. He did it several times in the Super Bowl. He's done it. He throws again. He can throw that. He can run for 40 yards. He extends plays. I think the dual threat aspect of him is not considered enough because, as much as we complain about the tush push, it is a part of the NFL until they take it out. And Josh Allen could not do it in the AFC Championship. He had 4 tries because he's not as strong as Jalen Hurts. So to me, the totality of him as a dual threat quarterback puts him at 3.
Well, Jalen couldn't do it against the Jaguars.
Yeah, but okay.
I mean,
Are you really going to pull out the Jaguars?
Well, I'm just saying he's not.
I'll go back to a game that Patrick Mahomes had against the Raiders this year, where they should have lost the game, and he's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
All right. Fine.
Did I get him on that one?
You did, Rhea.
I have no qualms.
Awesome list too, by the way.
I have no qualms. Yeah, I think Wheeler's too low. I think, but again, and 2 and 1. I don't think there's anyone who can debate. It's not.
Who's 2?
2 is Lane Johnson, and number 1 is Saquon Barkley.
Oh, for Rhea's?
Rhea's.
Oh, she did individual O-line.
Yeah.
Individual O-line.
I got to tell you, it's a little lame. Little lame going with it. Because first of all, I didn't know I could do that.
See?
You can do whatever you want.
Listen, my son came down right before I went on, and he goes, because he's 15 years old.
Yeah.
15-year-old boys love Cooper. He goes, how's Cooper DeJean not on this list?
Yep.
He goes, what? Please explain this to me.
Yep.
And I'm trying to, and he walked away from me. So he's very upset with me.
Well, I'm just saying I had to do them as a group because I had to fit other guys on the list, including Cooper DeJean.
You should have just put the Eagles second there. Put the exciting whites.
I thought that might have been a little extreme, so I didn't do
I
that.
should have put the exciting lights on it.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. I don't think it's an outrageous list.
No.
Yeah. By the way, Elliott didn't have Zach Bond on his list and had Quinyon Mitchell number 7.
See, that's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the guy came in as like a player, like we're all like, yeah, they signed Zach Bond. Who cares? Whatever. And Vic Fangio looked at him and went, and he just had one of the greatest. We have been dying for a linebacker in this town. Dying.
By the way,
for
he
him
had.
to not be on that list is outrageous.
He also had Quinyon Mitchell ahead of Zach Wheeler. So it's because he won the Super Bowl.
Okay, on my list, I did not.
You did not. All right, good list. I really not
That's
many
a good
qualms.
list,
with
yeah.
this.
No issues with this list.
Do you think Embiid belongs on the list?
I do, but I did my list different than yours. Like we actually had a conversation last Friday about how much you're weighing resume versus the last year. So the way I would say is that like resume is 75% of what I haven't done my list yet. My list is tomorrow. Resume is 75%. The last year is 25%. So Embiid gets dinged. I had Embiid in the overall list last year was 2. On my list, he was 1. He gets dinged for it. He gets dinged for last year, but it doesn't take away what he's been. So I don't think Tyrese Maxey should be on the list. I
didn't put him on.
Yeah, and I don't think he should be on the list. I think Embiid should be on the list, but if you're just talking about the last 12 months, you can't put him on the list. So I think it's fair. Yeah.
But to be fair, Spike, I was never going to put him on the list.
Oh, right.
Even with a resume,
Okay.
you know that.
Well, yeah, he unfortunately, you're not even going to put the best Sixer who we've seen in our lifetimes on the list. That's a you problem, not an Embiid problem.
That is a me problem, and
Yeah.
I'm completely okay with it.
Well, you can hear Rhea's Her Problem on the WIP Morning Show. We appreciate you coming on with us.
Thank you, Rhea.
You got it, guys. All right, take care. Bye.
There he is. There she is. Rhea Hughes, a WIP afternoon show P1.
The queen.
I love hearing that.
Of WIP.
I think I heard there she likes our show better than the morning show.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Come on, everybody does. I mean,
That's
what
why
are we
everyone's
doing?
talking about our list.
Yeah, no thank yous, publicly at least. From
Well,
the
Rhea
camera.
had a nice, mostly a thank you.
Yes. Well, from
Elliot,
her.
of course.
Yes.
He has to suck up to
I
the
mean,
show.
from morning show, and I'm not counting Rhea because she's as
Ours,
much
yeah,
a part.
yeah,
Yeah, she's ours.
she's part of our show now.
Yeah. All right. 215-592-9494. Oh boy, is it a good time to call Guida. Your windows and doors are going to be exposed this summer when it gets hot out and your energy bills go through the roof. I tell you about Guida all the time, but this time of year is the absolute best discount you can get at Guida. Right now is the time. I suggest you don't wait. How about 40% off? That's almost half. 40% off summer sales events. So 40% off every expertly installed window, 40% off any expertly installed door. By the way, any kind of door, insulated front entry door, sliding patio door, garage door, whatever door you need, 40% off. Any window, 40% off. Your energy bills are going to go down. The value of your home is going to go up. And you're going to be sitting there knowing you did it for 40% off. And not just that. You can start your project with not $1 out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to a year and a half. That's 18 months. Go Guida right now. This deal only until July 31st. Call them. 877-GO-GUIDA. Get all the details. and schedule your free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuided.com. That's GoGuida.com. By the way, quick update as we've been talking about top 11, but an interesting note in that Nick Castellanos is not in the Phillies lineup tonight. Notable because Castellanos does not miss games, but he is being sat by Rob Thompson because of something that Castellanos said last night after being pulled from the game that Thompson said went over the line, crossed a line, and Castellanos, and I didn't hear or see Castellanos' response, but when you look at it, it looks like a cold response. Here was his response. This is per Lachlan March. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said I crossed a line, so my punishment is I'm not playing. And this goes one of two ways. Either the message is received. I think Castellanos receives the message, goes like on a hot streak, or if this goes bad, we could see Nick Castellanos not on the Phillies after the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I think,
both are on the table.
Yeah, I think so. Wow, what a crazy development. Not something I expected.
Because he got pulled as a defensive replacement, by the way.
Which he should be. It's fair.
Yeah. Come on, Casty.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
These games are important.
The team's paid you $100 million.
Yeah.
You've been a average, I think that's being fair, player since you've been here.
Yeah.
And just because, listen, I know Thompson's whole thing is honor. I think he's fair to veteran players.
Man, he was more than fair to Casty last year.
He could have pulled him multiple times last year.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want to ask. Where's the respect, Casty?
For not pulling you.
Yeah. Like the manager did you a solid last year, let you work your way out of your slump. We didn't do anything for the first 2 months of the season because the team was winning, and it didn't affect the team negatively, but he stuck with you. He didn't take you out the lineup. That didn't earn his respect from you for him? Like, come on, bro. Like Rob Thompson has been mistreating you or something.
Well, I wonder if some of that goes through Rob Thompson's head. When Nick Castellanos says that to him yesterday, he's like, are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? This guy? Yeah.
I took you out for an inning and a half. Meanwhile, you're hitting $130 last year, and you're starting every single
game.
He's clearly sensitive about his defense.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very sensitive.
What is the manager supposed to do? Lose a game because of it?
It's an obvious move.
Yes.
I mean, dude, Pat Burrell got replaced.
I was just getting ready to say that.
In 2008, in every game, there was close, or they had a lead late for Bruntlett. I mean, what are we talking about?
And by the way, these games are meaningful. I know we talk about that every single Phillies game, is smaller than every Eagles game. But when you look at how competitive the National League is this year, and the Phillies are not front running this year, they're 2 games behind the Mets. Every game is important, especially when Bryce isn't playing. I think.
Well, also down there. I mean, it's a huge ballpark.
Yes,
it's one of the biggest outfields in baseball.
And by the way, not in front of home fans. You're talking about being down there.
Now, like his family was in attendance yesterday. They're going to be fine if you're out for the last inning and a half.
Yeah,
that's what.
You put the pride away for a second.
Yeah, I think his feelings got hurt yesterday.
Yeah,
and people are saying like, well, Thompson's soft for this, or Thompson's feelings got hurt. I think he's just like, I think he's making a stand.
I'm the manager.
Yeah.
And for all of the criticisms we've had of Thompson in previous years, he has certainly been quicker to make moves this year that might upset players.
Yep.
And by the way, for positive results.
Positive results, yeah.
Positive results.
He kind of removed Romano from the closing role.
Yes, quietly. Yes.
Quietly.
Yeah.
Kirkering had the spot last night over the weekend. He pitched in like the 7th. That wasn't a closing situation, but still, I mean, he's been different this year.
He has. Yep. 215-592-9494. OG Wade, you're on WIP.
Oh man, been waiting on you, OG. Where you been?
What's up, OG?
Man, listen, y'all just had the GOAT on, man. Do you understand what that is?
The face of the morning show, yeah.
The greatest woman of all time, the GOAT.
Yes, but people don't understand this, and I'm not being smart. Rhea is the first woman in sports talk radio that I can remember being on air. And I've been around, WIP over 30 years now.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no proof of that.
Yeah. That sounds doubtful.
I took the lie detector test and I passed.
Well, that's true.
Well, one thing.
All that makes you is a good liar.
And a psycho.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut both of your mouths.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Yes.
But listen, man. I'm going to say this to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I need your expertise because you're the only one that played baseball up here.
Yeah,
that's true.
So, listen. Jalen Hurts has gotten how many offensive coordinators, head coaching jobs? 2?
2 of them. Yeah.
And the last one, he
Is
got,
that what he did?
What was they,
By himself.
What was they,
Yeah.
what was they, the 29th rank passing? Who the hell hires a head coach who had a 29th rank passing, game?
A team that no one else, the team that couldn't get anyone to interview for the job.
Yeah.
That
And
too.
it's absolutely the first time Kellen Moore's ever been mentioned as a head coach in the NFL. First time.
And Spike, I think you might learn something from this.
I never
What y'all
learn
got
anything.
to understand is that you guys are being educated. You know what I'm saying? Jalen is educating you guys and showing you what a real quarterback is capable of doing. Everything that he's doing right now, everybody said you can't win a Super Bowl doing it. You don't give him credit for that.
What are we? Are we talking about anything we've talked about today? Or are you just? Is this? Am I talking to Robo OG? Is this an AI OG? Are you just playing a call from 4 months ago?
Talking about y'all lips.
You didn't even hear my list. I might have him.
Guess what?
I might have him in number 1.
Well, yeah,
That would be a shocker.
First of all, especially it much goes backwards. You know
I
what
might.
mean?
Yes. What a crazy concept to believe that the Eagles have a tough time winning a Super Bowl with the quarterback who's asked to do less than any other quarterback in arguably the history of football. I mean, what a crazy concept.
I like hearing people say that, and I know you adopted that from Spike, which is making
Well, he
you
took
look
it from
like
me.
a double-
Yeah, I don't ever
took it
say
from
that
me.
actually.
But to say less, the man calls his line protections. Josh Allen doesn't do that.
How do you know?
Yeah, there's no.
How do you know?
Because
How do you know?
no football.
No, how do you know? You're making that up.
Both Creed Humphreys and their center are veteran centers. They're not going to be allowing Josh.
Oh, that's a
is the
shame.
phone giving out? That's a
Yeah,
shame.
oh,
No. What are we supposed to
Wow,
do?
what a bummer.
Oh, man. Where's Justin?
Man.
Did the phone give out?
Poor timing.
Where's
Dang.
Justin?
Yeah. Where's that little mustache? I'm going to start calling Justin Mustache.
The stash?
Yeah, the Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Which player, where is it? Who is the more impactful Philly, Kyle Schwarber or Trey Turner? 75.9% at Kyle Schwarber. By the way, speaking of top 11, you can get your votes in now. One final list you need to vote for. The top 11 current WIP personalities. We'll reveal that on Friday. It's only your votes. We're not letting the staff vote on this one, are we? That would be funny to let them vote.
Yeah, and make them all public?
Yep. You can vote at 94WIP.com/top11. Now, Jack, for the top 5 at 5 all week, we're doing the top 11 at 5. What are you doing coming up?
The best afternoon show bits.
Ooh. Oh, man. I feel like we need even more time than we're going to have.
To
for this.
narrow it down.
Top 11. Hard. Top 11. Speaking of afternoon show bits, the top 11 WIP afternoon show bits are next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
And if you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, just let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery. And that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards, and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit gladhairmm.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Is your home ready for the summer season, storm season, summer heat waves? Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you're comfortable fast. And if it's a bigger job, say a new home whole generator, take $500 off installation. Horizon Services is available 24/7. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. The Oklahoma City Thunder secured their 83rd victory last night, and that 11-point win was their 63rd victory this season by double digits. The Thunder are now 1 win away from winning it all, and Jalen Williams was the star of Game 5. Williams' story is incredible, as he never received a Power 5 college basketball offer and was once a 3-star recruit who played his college basketball at Santa Clara University. He ended up becoming the 12th pick of the 2022 NBA Draft, and now has a 40-point NBA Finals game to highlight his resume. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The DNA of the Delaware Valley is always with you. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the Odyssey app.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. First pitch for the Phillies tonight against the Marlins is 6:10. 6:10, which where we used to be.
Oh, nice.
There you go. You can listen to us at 94.1 on your radio, the free Odyssey app, or stream it on YouTube. Hi, YouTube, folks. The one day, that one moment during the show where you like me when I say hi to you. Let's get to it, Jack.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So, full disclosure, so I'm doing the best afternoon show bits. I'm not labeling the top 5 as one of the best bits on the show because it's GOAT status.
Yeah, it's its own thing.
Not interesting to argue about.
Yeah, I would agree. I give you credit for that.
Thank you. All right, so that for you as the top 11 at 5 is the best afternoon show bits. Starting at number 11, and it's been hotly contested 3 times in the show. It's gotten a lot of engagement on the phone lines, is a ship a boat. Every time it gets brought up, everyone gets passionate about it, a little too passionate about it. We haven't settled it yet.
Well, a ship is a boat. It's settled.
A little too passionate about it.
Will feels you calling in, talking about, like, I was in the Navy. You know, but we've got to thank them for their service, of course.
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, that's getting, you know, we're bringing the branches into this equation.
A ship is a boat.
Of course,
it's
a ship's
fine.
a boat.
Of course it is.
I'm not doing that today.
Not today. Not today.
Is a boat a ship? Not necessarily. Is a ship a boat? Yes.
The 10th best afternoon show bit is Spike's deep sigh at the first sign of trouble on a remote.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, seriously.
It's just a...
You know, he's almost prepared for it. He's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, there's the first one.
Well, I'm trying, when that happens, I'm trying to not explode, right?
Exactly.
Like, you know, like, how I can be. You know what I'm feeling. So when I'm going...
Yep, the first little sign of issues.
Yep.
The deep sigh.
Yeah. Wow.
And then the glare at Fran.
Yep.
And Fran's
or
like,
whoever it is.
Yeah, it's Fran.
Well, unfortunately for Fran can take a punch in that way. Like,
he can.
Like the new kid, like Jack Miller, I can't do that to him yet.
No, what happened with him?
Yeah.
We're not sure. We got to know him better.
Yeah.
Seems like a good dude.
Yeah.
Destroyed top 11 with a horrible list.
Yeah. He did a new one.
That's great.
But did he do a new one?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But he still almost sabotaged the entire operation. That needs to be talked about. The 9th best afternoon show bit is Ike versus the delegation. You know, just making sure
it's a great bet.
Making sure that he can keep the card. You know, I mean, it's an ongoing war.
Let me tell you the worst thing about this bit. It did not start off as a bit. I just made a statement, and it just won't go away.
Well, now, anytime we do a next question, I could start, there's the math. It's like, well, I really liked old school, but Bad Boys.
I got to put Friday.
Yeah, just say Friday. Just say Friday. Now, part of that is also the delegation versus Spike and I when Ike's not here.
Yes. There's no war. They just leave.
Yeah, they just don't show up.
Yeah. You know what we should do when Ike's not here? Just say he's here. Just say, man. You know, just act like you're here the whole time. See if there's a change, maybe.
A bunch of Ike drops.
Yeah.
You know, just do this for 4 hours. Come on, man. And they'd still say Ike made the most sense.
Yeah.
On the show that day. The 8th best afternoon show bit is the show versus pop culture.
Yeah, our war on pop culture.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah.
Always wrong. I don't think there's been one time where we just were like, we got it.
We nailed it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, we're right.
No issues. No one getting the phone out, a tweet or call.
Yep.
Never.
No.
We really struggle with it.
Well, the problem is I'm never confident in what I say now either.
Yeah, and I don't know
I'm
anything.
second guessing everything.
Well, the only stuff I know in pop culture is stuff nobody cares about. Like, I'm like, hey, I loved Evil Dead 2. Or like, all right, idiot. Who cares? You know? What movie was Jessica Alba in? And it's like, I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Was it Save the Last Dance?
I don't know.
What, like new Jessica Alba or old Jessica Alba?
This is the point.
Honey.
Here we are.
She was in Honey.
Okay.
That was a dancing movie, I think.
She was in.
Really? Also a Mariah Carey song.
What was that movie she was in with Dane Cook?
There it is. Here we are. The show against the. I don't know.
When Chuck and Larry. One of that. I think she's in that movie.
If you say so.
Yep. All right. The seventh best afternoon show bit is the Ike Reese Masters check-in. It was only
been
once.
here for a few months at this point.
Yep. U.S. Open. I don't think any of our golfers were making us any money. Stupid JJ Spawn. He's not
seriously.
stupid. Congratulations, but like no one bet on JJ Spawn.
I agree.
We need some action for the Masters check-in or the golf check-in to really hit.
What's the next major?
We got one left.
Yeah, but it's the British Open. I mean, it's on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's early in the morning, too.
Yeah, it's on like 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
so.
that one starts.
We'll talk to John Johnson, see if you can hop on at 3:30 a.m.
Ooh. He loves a good bet, too.
Yeah, while he's eating peanut butter, you can do your
Is Johnson turning a list?
What's that? I think he did. Okay. Let me double check.
I haven't seen John Johnson in over a year.
Yeah, I know. There's no way it was a good list either. There's no way it was a good list. The sixth best afternoon show bit is when Baldy dismisses Spike's football knowledge. Now,
that's not good. That pisses me off, actually.
This one hasn't been around in a while because obviously you know football. But man, whenever just Spike asks a question to Baldy, gets dismissed pretty quickly.
Well, and if he doesn't dismiss it, if he happens to like the question, he just addresses Ike.
I know.
I'll go, hey, Baldy, what do you think they did this thing on third down? He'll go, Ike, you know.
Ike, you played. You get it, right?
Baldy doesn't respect. I think he respects me as a person. He definitely doesn't respect me as a football guy.
No, I think he views you as a gnat.
Yes.
A gnat.
Which is, by the way, one of the reasons why I like Mayock so much is Mayock does.
Yes.
I don't know if he respects me as a football guy. He at least pretends like he respects me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's nothing better. There's nothing better inside the radio show than me and Spike making eye contact after Baldy just moves it on to Ike.
Well, no, or sometimes he'll go, well, yeah. They're a good team.
Dismissive of the question.
They're a good team, Spike. Here's something else I want to talk about. By the way, John Johnson did not turn in a topic.
Wow.
But
yes. I think Broads is doing his show this week, so
oh, you know what?
Maybe he's
right.
off.
Yes.
I sent the email last week. To the staff.
All right.
So he's the only full-time host to not turn in.
Well, Jolly didn't either, but that's because he's revealing his live.
And he's not a full-time host. I'm saying a full-time host.
Right.
The only full-time host to not turn
Also, speaking of Jolly real quick, during the Elliott hour, he didn't tag Elliott. All he tweeted was, Elliott makes no sense. That's it.
There we go.
That's it. The fifth best afternoon show bit is Silver Spoon Spike. Just everything. He grew up, he's at Game 7 of the 1986 World Series.
Yeah.
He was there for the Buckner play.
WrestleMania.
Yeah, what else was he on the first trip to the moon?
Was it Schmitz and Hall of Fame induction ceremony?
Yeah. Yep, Silver Spoon Spike.
Yeah,
man.
well, there I am. Well, what people don't know is my butler took me to all of those events. I know. At our gold-plated Rolls Royce.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. Ike was having rock fights.
Yep. Rock sandwiches.
Yep.
Yeah.
The fourth best afternoon, the fourth best afternoon show bit is asking callers for their favorite Ike play.
Oh, it's so good. And I don't do it because I know Jack will do it.
Right.
So
he's always ready to go.
As soon as somebody goes, Ike, I loved you as a player. I just look over at Jack. He's biding his time.
What was your favorite play?
And then they'll go, I just love the way he played.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, just one, though.
Yeah, just one. Just one. And Ike had memorable plays.
He did.
I just sometimes got to call the listener on the carpet. Because I think they're full of it sometimes.
Cold-blooded, man.
It is cold. It's me. I feel bad sometimes when I do it because they're so excited to talk to Ike.
Yep.
And then I'm just like, yeah, well, what's his best play, idiot?
Yeah.
The third best afternoon show bit, and I think this top 3 is going to be hotly contested.
All right.
3 is Tornado Shapiro.
Whoa!
Tornado Shapiro has been a great addition.
Wow, that's high.
It is high.
Yeah.
It is high. We have a couple regular segments, you know, and he is definitely a big part of the show now.
Jumped up, yeah.
But he's made a statement. I mean, we get a lot of conversation when we're out about Tornado Shapiro.
I get a lot of people asking about Tornado Shapiro.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do we feel like there's some Tornado Shapiro haters,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And any good bit has haters.
Yeah,
of course.
But I get a lot of people, they tell me they look forward to 3:30 at Friday at 3:30.
And it's created buzz quickly, too. I mean, like, my one buddy's changed his work schedule around, and he's like, who the hell is that at 3:30? You know, so.
By the way, it's gotten dirtier as the show has gotten on.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah.
And a little long. But
yes, I agree with you.
To trim it down.
Well, every time whatever, I don't want
I know. The second best afternoon show bit is Flyers in 50. I love Flyers in 50.
Wow, that is.
I can't name 5 Flyers.
I was wondering what you were going to do with it. Yeah, no, I didn't expect it to be number 2.
But it's going to eventually turn into just bros ranting for 8 minutes.
Well,
and that's funny to me.
Yeah.
Like, it's an entertaining 8 minutes of radio. I love Flyers in 50.
Yeah, you know I love when Bros comes
Oh,
on.
my God. Ike loves it.
He's a maniac.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and now that there's no Flyers to talk about, right? I mean, the only Flyers update we're going to have between now and when they play is who they pick.
The draft,
and free agency.
Well, great. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying. That,
Guys! They didn't get Slorkin-Bar the Florkin-Blorkin! He's scored 40 goals 4 straight years in Edmonton!
Danny!
What's his name again?
Florkin's Slockin' Morgan!
Man, that's so good. That's so good.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That sounded like that could have been a real name.
It could have been.
Kyle Sorgenbaum! Why didn't they sign him?
Bros is list tomorrow at 3:30, by the way.
Yes.
Where he's going to have Jalen at number 1.
I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
But the number 1 best afternoon show bit, and it was on display yet again today, is Tuesdays with Elliot.
Yeah.
I mean, Tuesdays with Elliot is just.
Oh, my goodness.
It's A+ pretty much every single week.
I stayed out of the fray today.
I just can't believe
how dumb he is
and how he gets me every time. I go into it saying I love Elliot. Like Elliot is one of my favorite people at the radio by far. Yeah. And I go into it all the time going, I'm not going to kill Elliot. And then 3 in, I'm like, you're just shooting this at Eagles people like you.
Yeah, that was like. Yeah, you should have been benched.
I apologize.
Like Castellanos.
Honestly, I was going to text Elliot after the show. This is my on-air apology. I'm sorry, Elliot. You're
just doing this so people like you.
I
mean, holy cow.
Well, I go, you didn't win the Super Bowl. They did.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And I love the criteria for which players it matters that they won the Super Bowl and then which doesn't matter that they won the Super Bowl.
Yes, yeah. Oh, my God. Do we have to do leading off right now, or do we still have text line?
No, we don't have text line.
Oh, okay.
I canceled text line. I figured there wouldn't be time for it.
Okay. Well, then we got to get right to leading off because an Eagle early Phillies game. Let's do it.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
All right, it is Leading Off, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. A professional win from the Phils last night, I think we could all say. It was
I'm sorry.
It was just like, there was nothing sloppy. They just went in, and it sounds dumb. It's going to sound way dumber out loud than it sounded in my head. They just went in, scored more teams in the scored more runs than the other team.
Than the other runs,
scored more runs than the other team, went home. Yeah. I just thought it was...
I wish it was that simple.
It felt that simple watching it.
It didn't to me.
Oh, really?
Well, I felt elated.
Oh, you must have hit a parlay.
No.
And Bomer had the big hit late to give him a 3-run lead.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, is that not big?
Yeah.
No, it's big.
Yeah.
Is that not big?
This dribbler through the infield.
I mean, that wasn't a dribbler, man.
Oh.
That was a good hit.
Yeah, a little more than a dribbler.
Man.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what I wanted you to point out right there.
Yeah.
Bone with the big hit.
Would have been the last thing I pointed out. Trey Turner had 3 hits, lead-off home run. Did his little Kyle Schwarber impression. And Mick Gable back to, wasn't like great or anything last night, but gave him,
solid.
what, 5 solid or 6 solid? I can't remember. 5 solid.
Yeah.
And we saw Taiwan last night, I don't know.
9-pitch inning by Taiwan.
Yeah, look at him.
It was an interesting bullpen usage.
Yeah, we keep talking about bullpen help. Are we just leaving out Taiwan?
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
Just stop. Just take it easy.
There's
in there.
no chance.
My lord.
Yeah.
I didn't say
relax.
closer.
Yeah, no.
Did you say what?
I didn't say closer.
Yeah, he can get the 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
He's not helping the bullpen.
And by the way, Matt Strom, I don't care if, Matt Strom, there's something
wrong there, Fritz.
Yeah, it wasn't like the greatest. It wasn't like the worst inning of all time.
Well, against a better team, it could have been.
Yes, it was like he just doesn't have it this year. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't have it. Matt Strom does not have it this year.
Time to have a conversation about him.
What's that? I think so. Wait, what was that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, all right. The player to count on, and a great outing from what's his name, Orion Kerkering, got a first save of his career, but. Nice little professional win from the Phillies last night. The first of 4 against the Miami Marlins. Tonight, it is Jesus Luzardo versus Carl Quantrill. Now, I feel like Carl Quantrill was on the Phillies. Cal Quantrill. He was on the Phillies.
No.
I keep thinking these guys were on the Phillies.
Cal Quantrill?
Yeah, for some reason.
Interesting.
Maybe I'm thinking of Paul Bird.
Paul Bird was in the Phillies.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm confusing Cal Quantrill.
Are you trying to go around the horn with some? Did you look up some Marlins?
No, I wasn't. Phil's minus 185 favorite. The over/under is 8.5. The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. I'm going with whoever is playing right field for Casty. Who's in there? Is it they put who they put in right field?
If I had to check, I assume it's Kepler. Yes, it's Kepler in right field.
Okay.
And Kepler's batting cleanup, by the way.
Okay. Well, then it is Max Kepler is my player to count on. Ike?
Well, I feel like we're rotating these same 3 and 4 players.
Well, they don't have a lot of players to count on.
Line up. Now Casty's out. You know what I'm going? Is Otto in tonight?
Otto's in tonight.
Otto. Let's go Otto Kemp.
Oh, there you go.
I would have predicted a home run, but that ballpark is pretty big.
It is pretty big.
It's a monstrous. It's like the opposite of that Sacramento park.
Were you surprised? That's why that home run from Trey T got out of there. That was just straight center field, right?
Yes.
That's a tank shot by old Trey.
Surprised at that.
Did you give your player to count on?
No, but I'll go with Geppy. Kepler.
Well, I think Kepler.
The Kepler?
Yeah.
Damn, that's my bad. Hold on.
Yeah,
I was gonna go Otto Kemp too.
Okay.
All right. Well, whatever.
Go ahead and take it.
No, JT. I'll take JT.
All right.
I'll take JT. I'll stay off the Bomer because I don't deserve to be on the Bomer. And I'll take JT. He's been swinging a better bat recently.
Yes.
Coming up next, we will get you the audio from Rob Thompson about why Nick Castellanos is not playing tonight. Cal Castellanos takes the night off. Nick Ripken. Yeah, we will get to that. We will get to that next. This is leading off on 94 WIP.
All right, listen. Time talked about my friends at National Appliance Warehouse. Spike's friends as well. We're all friends with National Appliance Warehouse.
I friggin' love them. I do. I love them.
That was so intense.
Well, dude, it can be so much pressure. You're going in.
It was just like, hold on. You were just like, out of nowhere. I
freaking love them. You go in there. I needed appliances for my whole kitchen.
Yeah.
I walked in there, like from the information to the process of buying it, like it was all very, very easy, which is what I wanted. I like things to be easy. The delivery was right on time, as they said it would be. And if I wanted a choice of hundreds of brands, they have them, but I didn't. I only wanted a choice between 2 brands.
You wanted to narrow it down.
I want people to make things easy on me, and National Appliance Warehouse made them easy on me.
Yeah, and that's the great part about National Appliance Warehouse. They're there to take care of you. And I know the weather's besides, it's been kind of hoodie weather recently, but we know that summer's right around the corner. You got to get the right grill for outside, and they have all the major grill brands at National Appliance Warehouse. So get down there today. They take care of your outdoor kitchen, your indoor kitchen, kitchen. Again, over 100 brands from sub-zero to budget. But on top of all that, the great experience you're going to get at National Appliance Warehouse, you're also going to get a great price. And that's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. Their tax-free Delaware helps as well. And great savings events like the Friends and Family Savings event that's going on right now. So get that on National Appliance Warehouse today. Visit their showrooms in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware. Go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com, and when you go, tell them Fred sent you.
So, I was just parking my car, and then I saw you. The gecko. Huge fan.
I'm always honored to meet fans out in the wild.
The honor is mine. I just love being able to file a claim in under 2 minutes with the Geico app.
Well, the Geico app is top-notch.
I know you get asked this all the time, but could you sign it?
Sign what? The app? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that means so much. Oh, it rubbed off the screen when I touched it. Could you sign it again?
Anything to help, I suppose.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is Leading Off on 94 WIP with the WIP Afternoon Show. Leading Off sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars a thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. What to watch for is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. The thing to watch for is this conflict between Nick Castellanos and manager Rob Thompson. So Nick Castellanos not in the lineup tonight. Everybody gets a day off except for Castellanos, but Castellanos got a day off tonight, and Rob Thompson explained why.
Last night when we took him out for a defensive replacement, he had an inappropriate comment in my estimation, and so this is the punishment, and he's going to sit today. He'll be back in there tomorrow. We want to get by this, and because we got a game tonight, we got to keep moving forward.
Dude, even him saying punishment is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to know what he said. Like, I almost need to know what he said. I mean, what could you possibly say?
So I wonder, I know people think it's like at Rob Thompson. I think that's the first
Maybe
thought.
It's something about the player he put out there.
That's what I was thinking. Like it's something about a teammate.
Yeah.
Well, who did you put out there?
We put Kepler in right, Rojas in center, and Marsh in left.
Which is a much better outfield than any outfield that includes Nick Castellanos, by the way. Max Kepler, a much better right fielder. I mean, Max Kepler, I think, is their best outfielder, actually, defensively. And is there any audio of Castellanos' response?
No, I don't see any.
Okay.
Here.
All right. Wow. That is...
We've never seen, I mean, in the Rob Thompson tenure, we've never seen this.
No.
I mean, it's happened around baseball, but this has been one thing that certainly hasn't happened.
The injury report, sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. You know who's not injured? Nick Castellanos, but he's not playing. We have not heard any updates on Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper did not go on the road trip, stayed in Philadelphia for treatment. And Aaron Nola is out until mid-August, he said, essentially. He said he'll be out 2 months.
Yep.
I don't know if that includes ramp-up time, by the way. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
I would assume so.
Because he's going to need 3 weeks, I would say.
Yeah.
Right? To ramp up when he starts pitching again.
The one thing I think that could be interesting for like a what to watch for standpoint is, does Kerkering get the 9th again? Like, are they just going to give Kerkering the 9th and let him kind of run with it?
Well, but by the way, they've never been closer-y anyway. So is he high leverage guy or is he the 9th guy?
The one time they did was Kimbrel's first half.
Right.
Because he made the All-Star team. He closed out the All-Star game. Who could forget? What a great moment with Craig Kimbrel as the Phillies closer.
Yeah.
But Thompson has he's always been a matchups guy. But also, I mean, it's not like Strom's been great late in games, and Romano's been just subpar. Maybe they're just letting Kerkering go with it. I think the value of him is still like being a guy that can come in the 7th and 8th and get out of a spot, like a fireman in a way. But I mean, the fact that they went that way last night and the way they managed the game, they were setting it up for that. And I mean, it's not like I think he's facing the heart of the lineup in the 7th, which was Romano. I don't know. It was notable last night that Kerkering got that in.
By the way, if Strom doesn't get right, it makes me even more scared of the bullpen. And we're almost halfway through the year, and he still doesn't look right. Strom thing bugs me. All right, we will get you the weather report and the starting lineups next. This is Leading Off on 94 WIP.
Man, but I got to talk about my friends at the Scott Auto Group. Love my family with the Scott Auto Group. I got my first car there and my current car from the Scott Auto Group. And you need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Stunning new showroom, state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. On your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is Leading Off on 94 WIP. By the way, thank you to Jason on Twitter. The reason I was confused about Cal Quantrill is that his dad is Paul Quantrill, who was on the Phillies.
There you go.
Which makes me feel super old because it's not like he was on the Phillies in the 70s or something. Paul Quantrill, I think, was probably the 90s. It's probably what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Of. So there you go. The weather report, Jack, is brought to us by...
Man, you know the weather report's brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com.
Dude, I did the whole weather report last night. There's a friggin' dome in Miami. I don't know.
And they always keep the roof closed.
Yeah, it's always closed. I felt like a moron. I'm listening to it on the radio, and of course, Francie's like, of course, the dome's closed like always. Meanwhile, like a doofus during Leading Off yesterday, I'm like, 84 and sunny. Doesn't matter. There's a dome, so the weather does not matter at all. But that has no reflection upon Pella. Starting lineups brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at Fence Authority. Leading off and playing shortstop is Trey Turner. Hitting second, and your DH is Kyle Schwarber. Alec Boehm hitting third and playing third base. Max Kepler, who'd have dreamt it, hitting cleanup and playing right field. Man, they didn't just give him his position in the outfield. They gave him his position in the lineup, too. They gave Kepler cleanup.
Lucky when you take his number.
Yeah, really shoving it to Castellanos.
Take the C.
By the way, your kid is now what's his kid's name?
Yeah, Liam.
It's now Liam Kepler.
Not even allowed in the ballpark.
Yeah. JT Realmuto is hitting fifth and catching. Hitting sixth and playing second base is Bryson Stott. Otto Kemp plays first base and hits seventh. Hitting eighth and playing left field is Brandon Marsh. And Johan Rojas plays center field and hits ninth. Jesus Luzardo, looking forward to seeing him again on the mound after his great outing last time. Just hoping that he is back, which is what I would like to see. He's from Florida, right? He's from Miami-ish.
Yeah, it's former Marlin, too.
Yeah. Jesus Luzardo on the mound. I will say this. Defensively, this is the best outfield we've seen for the Phillies in a long time. You know, having Johan Rojas playing center field, Brandon Marsh in left field, and Max Kepler in right. That's a pretty strong defensive. Hit it to the outfield tonight, Marlins.
Yeah.
You know?
What happens?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't really say the same thing about the infield with Otto Kemp there at first base and
Future second baseman. It was good to see that Stott's back in the lineup. He hyperextended his elbow last night, late in the game.
Oh, when he got hit.
No, he just swung and missed.
Yes. Oh, right. Yes, he swung, and yeah, they were on him a little bit.
That's what happened to me at Dolan's.
Made me nervous, actually, when that happened. You get hit, you assume it's a bruise. You swing. You didn't make me nervous. I care less about your arm, but him swinging the way he did. All right, we will be back with you tomorrow. My top 11 list is tomorrow.
Oh, man.
And Braves.
How low is Jalen?
We'll just have to see. Maybe he's number one. Phillies on Deck with Greg Murphy is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you for listening.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Bobby B here. There's quite a buzz going on about Evans Pest Control. Google Evans Pest Control and control flying pests.
Evans Pest Control.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or